You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novel Fire. Chapter 351, Between Two Worlds. Chapter 351, Between Two Worlds. Hearing Yu Sheng's words, Luna seemed to instantly understand what he meant, and quickly accepted and adapted to the current situation. Seeing her reaction, Yu Sheng's suspicions were swiftly confirmed. His judgment was correct. The artificial saintess had indeed undergone some fundamental change after the resurrection. "I saw the whole scene of your fight earlier," he said to the female knight in front of him. "I mean the fight you had on the other side." As he spoke, he recalled the scenes he had seen, through his blood connection during the battle with those black-clothed cultivators. During the clash with those enemies, Luna simultaneously opened two battlefields. In the dimension of the living and the material, her enemies faced the eerie artificial saintess, while in another dimension belonging to souls, Luna and her brass knight order simultaneously attacked the enemies, souls. The result of such an ability was obviously deceitful and deadly. There might not be anyone in this world who could easily adapt to such a bizarre fighting style. Or rather, no ordinary people could imagine facing such a sinister situation. Even the most powerful cultivators with their souls and minds, far more resilient than ordinary people, would find it hard to react immediately. The tearing of mind and perception made it impossible for them to accurately determine their current location, and before they could figure out the situation, either their body or soul had already been defeated. Evidently, Luna's ability wasn't something that had appeared just recently. As early as the first time Yu Sheng saw the figure by the bonfire in that nameless wilderness, she was already there. And now it seemed she might have always been in that wilderness, never leaving since that day, even when she moved around the real world as the artificial saintess. But no one noticed this because Luna herself never mentioned it, not until today. "I've always felt as if I'm existing in two worlds simultaneously," the night girl holding the holy sword slowly began. "One world is gray but peaceful, with vast fields and wind blowing through unknown tall grasses, soul torrents reflected in the sky like a great river. And the other world is bright and lively, full of new friends. You over there, along with Hu Li and that noisy little shorty." Yu Sheng was listening seriously, but at the last sentence he couldn't hold back. "You'd better watch that last sentence. If Erin hears it, there's no telling how filthy she'll curse. You two fight 800 times a day." Luna, however, laughed at this, eyes gleaming with the mischievousness that should belong to someone her age when teasing friends. "The little shorty is quite amusing, just poke her and she bounces." A subtle expression appeared on Yu Sheng's face. Looking into Luna's eyes at this moment, he suddenly understood something. "So you've been deliberately provoking her all along." "That's right," Luna nodded. "That's because she usually bullies me for being slow to react." Yu Sheng instinctively glanced back at the two Erins standing not far away, two little puppets frozen against a blackened white-gray backdrop, still maintaining the pose from the instant the vision world of the dead descended, looking rather silly. He then turned back to look at Luna, who was grinning triumphantly in front of him, feeling a bit surreal for a moment. It was mainly because he had gotten used to her slow and occasionally crashing artificial saintess demeanor, and now all of a sudden her speech was smooth, her face was animated, and her actions were fluid, which made him a bit unaccustomed. "So you're usually having such a rich inner drama," Yu Sheng quipped, then instinctively scrutinized Luna a few more times, muttering to himself, "So what is the principle behind this?" "I don't know," Luna slowly shook her head. "When I awoke from the holy coffin, the world before my eyes was already like this." "Have those knights always been with you?" "Yes, in that wilderness. They and I guard the bonfire you left behind together." Luna nodded earnestly. "What about the soul torrents you mentioned earlier being reflected in the sky? Are they also in that wilderness?" Yu Sheng pondered briefly and curiously asked. Luna had a matter-of-fact expression. "Yes." Yu Sheng frowned slightly. He realized that the world in his eyes was still different from the one in Luna's eyes. Even though they saw the same wilderness, even though this female knight now stepped into the vision world of the dead just like he did. This wasn't the first time. The same thing appeared differently in his and others' eyes. Over time, he even felt that this difference in vision seemed like a fundamental rule of this world, even feeling that this is how the world functions. "Yu Sheng, what's the matter?" Luna noticed Yu Sheng suddenly stopped talking and broke the silence with some concern. "Nothing." Yu Sheng waved his hand, knowing that there were countless secrets in this world, and around him, There were always many strange and incomprehensible things, but clearly there was no time to delve into these now. His attention remained on the deceased in this black and white world. Approaching the black-clothed cultivator, Yu Sheng extended his foot to nudge the person's body. "Wake up, we've been talking beside you for quite some time now. Aren't you planning to open your eyes yet?" The corpse lying on the ground initially stayed motionless, but Yu Sheng waited with great patience. He knew that not all the dead would cooperate with him in conversation. Previously, even the angel sect followers resisted him with their willpower after death, but as time passed, such resistance would eventually weaken. A moment later, that cold shell finally shuddered slightly. The dead awakened. The black-clothed man, slain by Yuan Tong using the medical patient relationship correction palm, stiffly sat up, the eyes beneath the mask filled with bewildered confusion. He seemed still unclear about the situation, but within seconds, the memory and awareness of death surged over him like a tide, washing away the remaining consciousness in that shell. A muffled hoarse voice came from beneath the mask, as if it were angry curses or merely the unconscious mutterings of the deceased. "Answer a few questions and eternal peace will be yours," Yu Sheng spoke in a low voice, guiding the dead's muddled mind. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The black-clothed man slowly lifted his head. Beneath the mask, a pair of eyes had already turned as murky as sludge. He was still resisting, emitting strange, hoarse croaking sounds from his throat. After several attempts, Yu Sheng finally caught a few fragmented words. "Emperor's legacy, awakening, seeking opportunity." Emperor's legacy? Yu Sheng instinctively seized upon the key part of those words. What does Emperor's legacy mean? The black-clothed man's throat emitted more hoarse croaking sounds, as if some words had become taboo in his spiritual wisdom. And even after death, the corresponding information remained firmly locked deep in his remaining rationale, difficult to voice. Yu Sheng could only try to lead the dead to continue revealing information. "This exotic realm, is there some kind of legacy hidden inside? Did you come for that legacy?" The dead's body began to tremble. He nodded with difficulty, but the next second he shook his head again, speaking words that left others bewildered. "If he wakes, the world will be doomed." Then the voice from beneath the mask became indistinctly hoarse again, hard to decipher. Yu Sheng asked a few more questions, but mostly heard disjointed mutterings. The mind of this cultivator was indeed resilient. Even now, he was desperately resisting the guidance and questioning of dead communication. And this intense resistance in turn rapidly consumed his remaining soul, the signs of his shell gradually breaking apart visible to the eye. Judging that the time for questioning was running out, Yu Sheng quickly asked the last question. "The entrance to this exotic realm has been sealed. How did you get in?" As this question was asked, the shell of the black-clothed cultivator cracked with horrifying fissures and smoke rose from them. As the dead rapidly turned to ashes, the final unclear whisper from beneath the mask emerged. "Emperor's illusion, more than one place." In the next moment, the monotonous black, white, and gray world quietly shattered, and the dead communication ended. Yu Sheng looked up, seeing the colors in his vision rapidly restored, hearing the sound of the wind again at his ears. The blonde-haired young knight disappeared from sight, while the tall, artificial saintess nearby slowly turned her head, gesturing towards him. On the pale metal face, that smile seemed to gain warmth. Aaron was the first to rush over, grabbing Yu Sheng's clothes and climbing up. Hey, Yu Sheng, did you find out anything? Did the dead spill the beans? There are still a few lying over here. Do you want to ask them too? But these were done in by C-type clasps. Their death was quite uneasy, not sure if they can be used. Over there's one that Hu Li stepped on, flattened a bit, but still has arms and legs. The noisy voice of the little puppet was like a sandstorm blowing in a gentle spring day, instantly pulling Yu Sheng out of the overly deathly and cold atmosphere of the vision world of the dead. He casually pressed Aaron onto his shoulder, then turned his head toward Yuan Tong, who was showing a look of curiosity. "Have you ever heard the term Emperor's Legacy?" Yuan Tong was taken aback. "Emperor's Legacy?" Then he thought carefully and slowly shook his head. "I've never heard of it." "Then it seems we need to go back and ask your master. The most valuable piece of information I got from that dead man's mouth is this term," Yu Sheng said, gently exhaling. "Moreover, I might know how these black-clothed cultivators managed to sneak in despite you having sealed off the entrances to the exotic realm." Yuan Tong immediately became serious. "How did they get in?" He spoke all mystically, but if I didn't misunderstand, this exotic realm likely has more than one entrance. Chapter 352, Missing Blood. Chapter 352, Missing Blood. Yu Sheng revealed all the intelligence he had obtained through dead communication, and then added various speculations he made from those vague phrases. He mentioned that the Emperor's illusion isn't confined to just one place, and I think this means there's more than one entrance to this exotic realm. That's how they could sneak in despite Qianfeng Ling Mountain's people having sealed the mine entrance. Moreover, these 4 words, Emperor's Dreamscape, also caught my attention. Does it mean this exotic realm is essentially a dream realm, or that its entrance is a dream realm, or perhaps its activation conditions and control methods are connected to the dream realm? Based on the current information, each time this exotic realm is opened, the explorers see different situations inside. Theoretically, this process is supposed to be random. Yet these black-clothed individuals entered the same desert as us and could ambush around these siege giant divine soldiers in advance. This indicates that they must have found some way to stably enter a chosen scene in the exotic realm, and even predict which scene people entering from other entrances would encounter. Of course, it could just be a pure coincidence, but the probability of that is too low. The Emperor's legacy, Emperor's dreamscape, all this intelligence revolves around an emperor, yet we have no idea who this emperor actually is. Yu Sheng paused here and couldn't help but turn to look at Yuan Qi again. Doesn't your Texu spirit hub have any legends about this, like some ancient power whose legacy turns into a secret realm after death? Yuan Qi had been furrowing his brows slightly and listening intently from the start, but now he shook his head with a solemn expression. If there were such a powerful figure, I would definitely know, he said in a deep voice. And in fact, forget about legacy turning into a secret realm after death. I've never even heard of any elder on Texu Star having the title Emperor. This title of Emperor never existed at all. Yu Sheng was genuinely surprised this time. I thought it was a pretty common title among you cultivate immortality folks. No, Yuan Qi looked puzzled. Where did you get that impression from? Yu Sheng. He thought about it but was too embarrassed to tell the other that it was from reading novels, and he often wrote about it in his own novels. The limited intelligence left the group's discussions and speculations without direction for a moment. Seeing this, Aaron looked around, grabbed Yu Sheng's pants, and pointed to the other scattered corpses in black clothing. Why not ask the rest of them too while it's still fresh? Yu Sheng couldn't help but twitch an eye. Why does every decent topic sound like it's been filtered through a laxative bundle when it comes out of your mouth? Your words sting even more. Aaron stood hands on hips, chest thrust forward defiantly. And tell me what's normal about your ability to press souls after death. Yu Sheng looked up at the sky, pondering that this shorty was right. Then he interrogated each corpse at the scene one by one. The whole process felt long to him, but only took a moment for Aaron and the others. They saw Yu Sheng stand in front of each corpse for just a second or two and then quickly walk back. Hu Li noticed the slightly disappointed look on Yu Sheng's face. Savior, no findings. Every situation is worse than the last, Yu Sheng sighed. The souls of those killed by Luna were completely burned out, and those defeated by you and Aaron had only a few muddled mutterings left. Only the one slapped to death by Yuan Qi could utter a few clear keywords at least. Aaron listened blankly, turned her head to glance at Yuan Qi with full admiration. It still takes a benevolent doctor, huh? Yu Sheng, take the gods. Knocking someone dead with a slap counts as benevolence. Aaron, among us, it sure does. At least it was vividly alive when freshly slapped. Yuan Qi listened beside them as his expression grew more complex, feeling the topic was taking a bizarre turn, yet he hesitated to interject or stay silent, so he awkwardly smiled and then shifted the topic. Anyway, it's best to send these remains back as well. Spirit Storage Peak has many forensic experts, and while they may lack Mr. Yu's divine skills, they might still find some clues on the bodies, together with the one we captured alive. We might uncover the origins of this so-called emperor. All right, I'll open another portal for you. Yu Sheng nodded, then casually opened a doorway to Qian Palace. Go call some people over to help move them. Soon, the bodies of these black-clothed cultivators were sent to Qianfeng Ling Mountain. After dealing with this, Yu Sheng strolled over to the collapsed siege giant divine soldiers in the yellow sands. He reached out to touch the armor on these giant mechanical men, his gaze sweeping over their imposing and majestic forms, the mechanical puppets buried in the sands lying silent in the world. Faces covered in steel seemed to hold secrets from millions of years passed tightly, with a slightly desolate atmosphere prevailing in the air. The armor was cold, rough to the touch. In this exotic realm, space-time was distorted, and no one could say how long these enormous soldiers had been buried here. But seeing their intact and majestic state, Yu Sheng even had the illusion that they could wake up at any time and take to the battlefield again. Clearly, he wasn't the only one who felt this way. I keep feeling these big guys could start moving at any moment. Hu Li, still in demon fox form, also walked over and nudged a siege giant divine soldier in front of Yu Sheng with his muzzle. The exterior doesn't look damaged at all. I've checked the insides of some of these mechanical men, Yuan Tong said from the side. It's not just empty shell illusions. There are indeed machinations inside, but their cores are complex and strange, and I can't make sense of the principles, nor do I know if they can be activated still. Yu Sheng pondered for a moment, an idea sprouting in his mind. He turned back to look at the idle artificial saintess in the distance. "Luna, stab me." Luna reacted for a moment, raising her head dumbly, seeming a bit puzzled at first, but after a while she walked over, her tone full of hesitation. "Should I stab to kill?" Yu Sheng almost choked on her words. "What are you thinking? I'm asking you to help me draw some blood. With you here, I'm too lazy to stab myself." Only then did Luna understand. After all, she's new to the gang, although most affected by Yu Sheng's blood. She was evidently not yet familiar with the workflow at the travel agency. However, she adapted rather quickly, and after confirming Yu Sheng's command, she immediately raised her hand without blinking, slashed down, giving Yu Sheng a long cut on his hand. The speed was so fast that Yu Sheng didn't even feel any pain. Then he directly pressed his hand against the hull of the siege giant divine soldier. Blood flowed out and quickly, as if absorbed by a sponge, was swiftly taken in by that cold and rough armor. Seeing this, Aaron muttered softly, "I just knew there would be a healthy and moderate blood sacrifice." Yuan Tong didn't say anything, simply widened his eyes slightly, watching Yu Sheng's magical operation. "How should I put it? It looks just like an evil cultivator. But because he's so capable and one of us, we can only say he's an innovative, mainstream faction with insight and subjective initiative." A moment later, Yu Sheng withdrew his hand, looking up at the siege giant divine soldiers in front of him with furrowed brows. Aaron immediately reacted, "Oh, what's the matter?" "It feels not quite normal." Yu Sheng continued to frown, his expression full of confusion. "The blood was absorbed by something, but I didn't sense any connection from these giant divine soldiers. On the contrary, I only felt a hollow void behind them, as if the blood had fallen into the void." As he spoke, he reached out to knock on the armor of the giant soldiers. The solid touch conveyed through his fingers confirmed that these things were indeed present here. Then where did the blood he released go? Yu Sheng moved toward a few other siege giant divine soldiers, replicating the procedure several times. The result was the same. His blood was absorbed, yet no connection was established with these massive mechanical puppets. A vague feeling of emptiness flashed subtly the moment the blood disappeared, though it only lasted for a moment. Yu Sheng's frown deepened, with increasingly bold guesses stirring involuntarily in his heart. Hu Li noticed the change in Yu Sheng's expression. "Savior, have you thought of something?" Either the blood really dispersed into thin air, or they flowed to something much larger. Yu Sheng raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through these majestic and stern figures buried in sand. Something so enormous that the connection built from this little blood isn't sufficient to relay any effective information, so large that it's difficult to glimpse the whole picture at a glance. Hu Li slowly lowered her body, cheek against Yu Sheng's body, tail wrapping around as well. Yu Sheng glanced back at the great demon fox nudging over. "Oh, are you freaking out?" "Savior, you're speaking rather fearfully," Hu Li said, moving her body, seemingly trying to curl herself into a fox ball behind Yu Sheng, but her snout was taller than a human. Yu Sheng. Feeling a bit speechless, Yu Sheng took a deep breath while rubbing the fluffy cheeks of the great demon fox before turning around. "Let's get out of this place first. We've spent enough time in this exotic realm." Hu Li immediately let out an "oh," blinking before reverting to her human form. Yu Sheng looked at the girl with a mix of amusement and helplessness, then casually opened a door leading to the outside world. Outside was the scenery near the entrance of the mine park's inclined shaft. Chapter 353. A trip to the exotic realm must bring something back. Chapter 353. Chapter 353. A trip to the exotic realm must bring something back. After opening the portal to the outside world, Yu Sheng didn't step through immediately. Instead, he suddenly turned his head to glance at the siege giant divine soldiers beside him. Yuan Tong, who was about to leave, looked over curiously and asked, Is there something else on your mind? I'm thinking. Yu Sheng rubbed his chin. Shouldn't we figure out a way to transport one of these giant divine soldiers out? Aaron, perched on his shoulder, immediately quipped, "Everywhere you go, you have to bring back some local specialties, huh? Isn't it proper to sample when exploring exotic realms?" Yu Sheng shrugged his shoulder lightly. "Besides, this thing has the mark of the lying cloud 10 halls. It looks kinda mysterious. We should take one back to study right." "Mr. Yu has a point." Xuanqi nodded thoughtfully but then frowned slightly. "But this mechanical man is huge. How do we get it through the portal?" "Oh, that's not a problem. I can just enlarge the portal," Yu Sheng said casually. "We just have to decide where to send it, to Qianfeng Ling Mountain directly, or to the open space outside first." Xuanqi pondered for a moment, then quickly shook his head. Although it bears the mark of the lying cloud 10 halls, it's ultimately a product of the exotic realm. Sending it outside might be risky. Better to transport it directly to Qian Palace at Qianfeng Ling Mountain. I'll inform my master and have him arrange for it to be received. "All right then," Yu Sheng nodded, then reopened the portal to Qianfeng Ling Mountain. He watched Xuanqi prepare to set off once more and couldn't help but comment, "You've been back and forth so many times in such a short while." Xuanqi spread his hands, both amused and exasperated. "This is also my first time exploring exotic realms like this." Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Qian Palace, True Man Yuanling saw the new portal appear out of thin air not far away. He was originally handling sect affairs in the inner hall, but upon hearing that Xuanqi had been running back and forth, transporting prisoners and corpses, he came to oversee the situation personally. As the new portal opened, he didn't say anything immediately, but heard some disciples muttering behind him as they came to assist. "Senior brother is coming back again." "Looks like it. The previous 2 times were the same." "I wonder what senior brother is bringing back this time." "Who knows? I've only heard that senior brother went to explore that bizarre secret realm on Teiyu, but all this back and forth. Is this how secret realm exploration usually goes?" "It seems quite simple. Maybe I could do it too. I've always heard those so-called exotic secret realms are easy to enter but hard to exit, full of oddities, but now seeing this." True Man Yuanling couldn't restrain himself any more upon hearing this. He turned to look at the 2 whispering disciples. "You too, exploring secret realms is not child's play. Your brother has assistance from experts, so his actions are convenient. If you recklessly go in, how many lives do you think you can afford to lose?" The 2 disciples immediately shrank their necks and went silent, while at the same time, Xuanqi emerged from the portal, and seeing his master in the hall, walked over quickly. True Man Yuanling waited for him to approach and then asked, "Xuanqi, how did it go?" "Master, there's more to be transported over." Xuanqi bowed and said, "This time I need your personal involvement to make preparations." "More to be transported." True Man Yuanling's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly grasped the situation. "What is it this time?" "A sample from the exotic realm, a 12-meter-tall siege giant divine soldier. I need your help to implement some containment measures and then store it inside the demon suppression tower. Additionally, I'll need a few skilled in telekinesis to help move it out, as they're currently buried under sand." True Man Yuanling opened his mouth, not having anticipated that Xuanqi's exploration of the exotic realm would result in transporting increasingly bizarre items back, culminating in a 12-meter-high siege mechanism. He could only admire the skill of the experts. Where novices would cautiously bring back a small box of stone chips, Mr. Yu seemed to be stocking up goods in bulk. He quickly composed himself and glanced at the disciples who were watching the commotion. "You few, go with your senior brother to help move things. Don't forget to take a soul-suppressing pill before entering, and do as the experts command over there." After much effort, a siege giant divine soldier, in the best condition, was finally extracted from the sands and delivered directly to the open space outside the main hall of Qian Palace. To get it out, Yu Sheng opened a portal over 10 meters high between the exotic realm and Qian Palace. The good news was that the entire process went relatively smoothly. Although extracting it from the sand took quite some effort, fortunately, Xuanqi brought over some fellow students from Oxhorse University to help, along with Hu Li, an adept digger. They finally managed to transport this incredible exotic realm sample to its destination in one piece. Now the 12-meter-high siege giant divine soldier stood imposingly in front of the main hall, its ancient and solid golden armor glistening in the sunlight, the halberd in hand pointing towards the sky. True Man Yuanling, knowledgeable throughout his life, was familiar with large mechanical figures. Nevertheless, he was still a bit amazed upon seeing this thing, and then began applying layers of security bands on this exotic realm sample to prevent it from carrying any undetectable exotic contamination. Enveloping light layers covered the armor of the giant divine soldier, and illusory chains descended from high above, binding the mechanical man's limbs and torso. True Man Yuanling stood suspended in the air, and his hand pointed with a sword toward the chest of the giant divine soldier. Quickly flicking and tapping, he sketched mysterious runes that made one's head spin, and within moments he had thrust potent talismans into the core of the latter's puppet. Then he saw Xuan Qi coming out of the gate again and lowered his head to ask, "Xuan Qi, is there anything else to be moved out?" No, Xuan Qi hadn't yet spoken when Yu Sheng's voice rang out. Walking out of the gate, he waved to the airborne True Man Yuanling, "This is the last item." "Ah, finally sorted," Aaron sighed as soon as she stepped out, then awkwardly began twisting on Yu Sheng's shoulder. "Ugh, I don't like the desert." Yu Sheng hurriedly reached back to hold the little puppet to prevent it from falling off his shoulder. "What are you twisting for?" "Sand got into the joints," Aaron said, grimacing, and rotated her arm near Yu Sheng's ear. "Listen, it's creaking inside." Yu Sheng froze for a moment, then involuntarily turned his head to look at Luna on the other side, wondering if her C-type clasp wouldn't be worse in the desert. And then he saw Luna calmly standing still, seemingly unaffected. Aaron also noticed this, surprised at her adversary, as she one-sidedly believed. "C-type clasp didn't sand get into your joints?" "No. Why?" Luna thought for a while and squeezed out a word, "Training." "You can rely on training for this?" Aaron's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me?" Luna ignored her. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng saw Hu Li walk to the side, looking around until finding a spacious area, and then lay down, transforming into a giant demon fox. The next second, as Yu Sheng wondered what the fox girl was planning, he saw the silver-white demon fox stretch out its 4 legs and toss its head to shake off the sand. Imagine a 9-tailed fox as big as 2 vans, rolling around and fighting in the desert, then coming back to shake off the sand. What a sight it was. Instantly, a gust of demonic wind seemed to rise around Hu Li, and 2 unfortunate disciples nearby hadn't had a chance to flee and exclaimed beside the demon fox before they disappeared into the dust. A moment later, as the dust settled, Hu Li emerged from the midst, transforming back into human form while walking, clapping her tail sideways and grumbling to Yu Sheng. "Savior, I need a bath when I return. My tail still itches." Yu Sheng. After a brief silence, Yu Sheng turned and murmured to Aaron on his shoulder, "I've realized the desert environment is highly unfavorable to our team." While Yu Sheng and his group were busy dealing with the desert environmental issues, True Man Yuanling also completed the emergency handling of the siege giant divine soldiers. After an exhaustive sealing process, he then ordered his disciples to send the giant to the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower, as it sounds, was a containment facility on Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain used for handling various dangerous items, similar in meaning to those containment zones in the Special Service Bureau building. I will send a letter to the Lying Cloud 10 halls today to inform them about this siege giant divine soldiers matter. True Man Yuanling came before Yu Sheng with a serious expression. "I also saw the insignia on the mechanical man's body earlier. It's indeed the emblem of the Lying Cloud 10 halls, but it's very peculiar. The form of this mechanical figure is different from all the mechanical men 10 halls currently constructs, and even the spiritual power pathways inside are quite unlike current mechanical devices. We'll see how they respond to this matter." Yu Sheng nodded, then couldn't help but ask curiously, "What about those black-clothed cultivators? Can their identities be confirmed?" "No clues yet," True Man Yuanling shook his head. "Previously sent captives have been imprisoned, but they may not wake up for a while. I haven't had the chance to examine the remaining bodies closely, only glanced at them briefly. Judging from the traces of the cultivation techniques remaining on them, the methods are very mixed, showing signs of several major sects and scattered practices." "Loose cultivators," Yu Sheng blinked. "Did they also happen to learn some sect techniques on the side?" "That's an old saying," True Man Yuanling stroked his beard. "Nowadays we usually call this correspondence courses." Yu Sheng. Can even this keep up with the times? Chapter 354, The Fulfilling Life of the Big Nephew. Chapter 354, The Fulfilling Life of the Big Nephew. It seems deducing the origins of those black-clothed cultivators from the cultivation techniques they use is rather unlikely. Yu Sheng never knew that one could correspondence study cultivation like this. However, true man Yuanling did gain some insights from those black-clothed individuals. Those who attacked you have solid body cultivation foundations, and most of them show traces of bone washing and marrow cleansing, indicating changes in their bloodlines. Such features are common on frontier planets with low levels of development. These immigrant planets often have environments not fully transformed, with harsh cold or heat, acidic toxic radiation outside the dome. The pioneering cultivators who settle at the border, despite having protective magic treasures, still undergo bodily modifications for safety. Yu Sheng quickly realized, "You mean none of these people are locals of the Texu Spirit Hub, they're from the borders of the Feiyu Star Domain?" True man Yuanling nodded slightly. "It's highly possible." Yu Sheng furrowed his brow and brought up the information he had gathered. "Speaking of which, I used some of my own methods and got some clues from one of the black-clothed individuals. They seem to be searching for something called Emperor's Legacy, and that thing is closely related to the exotic realm appearing on Teiyu." He laid out all the information he knew, and as he narrated, true man Yuanling's expression visibly grew somber. "I have indeed never heard of this Emperor's Legacy, but for a group likely from frontier planets to come to the satellites of the prime star searching for the so-called Emperor's Legacy. This is no trivial matter." True man Yuanling's brows tightened, his voice slightly hushed. He then turned to Xuanqi. "Xuanqi, when you fought with those black-clothed people, did you notice signs of mania or delusion, or sudden changes in their bodies or bizarre transformations in their cultivation techniques?" Not really." Xuanqi hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. "Those people were very clear-minded during the fight, knew how to cooperate in battle formations. Even when they were caught after a mishap, they were quite dignified, not like those who had lost their minds." Yu Sheng sensed something from true man Yuanling's question and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you suddenly bring this up?" Cultivators far from the Texu Star often fall prey to demonic influence, especially those who fail to temper their spirit during foundation establishment, whose foundations are unstable, true man Yuanling explained solemnly. "This is one of the risks faced on the path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation seeks transcendence, but man is inherently mortal. This process of transcendence is not easy. If one's disposition fails to keep up with the cultivation technique, falling into the demon path happens in the blink of an eye, and the further away from the prime star, closer to the star domain border, the more the environment differs from one's ancestral land. In such environments, the mind becomes fragile, and the emptiness beyond the star river is boundless, with countless deceitful mysteries. The longer one gazes into that darkness, who knows what they might hear or see. Moreover, border areas are difficult to manage. Even if Texu Spirit Hub does its utmost, it's inevitable that some external evil demons infiltrate in moments of opportunity. They occasionally seduce frontier cultivators and deceive border inhabitants. This was how the Venerate Saints Monastery infiltrated earlier." Saying this, true man Yuanling paused, his gloomy and heavy expression slightly alleviating. "But it's not all bad. You have dealt with this wave of evil followers, giving me a direction for investigation. I'll notify the border disciples and the other 4 sects to investigate along this line and look into what this so-called emperor truly is." "Do you want us to help?" Yu Sheng asked casually. That would absolutely not trouble you." True man Yuanling immediately laughed, waving his hand. "You've come a long way as guests, came to my Feng Ling mountain without even having time to rest, and then got attacked by evil followers and fought with them. This is already embarrassing enough for me when I say it. You should rest first. Tomorrow I'll arrange for you to properly see the myriad mountains and cloud sea here. There are quite good places below the mountain, too." "All right, then, we'll head back and rest." Yu Sheng didn't continue to be polite with the old man. "Just call if you need anything." True man Yuanling cupped his hands, watching Yu Sheng casually open a door from beside him, stepping from the Qian Palace to the cloud viewing platform. Seeing that illusory door gradually dissipate from sight, true man Yuanling sighed lightly, unable to resist a comment. "I think I'm starting to understand what Director Bailey meant by that phrase earlier." Xuanqi, what did Director Bailey say to you?" "She told me to get used to Mr. Yu's habit of opening doors any time and walking through them." "Well, that's indeed the case." On the cloud viewing platform, the sunset was sinking. As soon as Yu Sheng arrived, he saw a familiar figure next to the package collection point, Zheng Zhai. Honestly, before coming back, he had thought about his nephew's situation, wondering if it was appropriate to leave this young man unfamiliar with the place alone on an alien planet guarding a door. After all, the rest of his group had all gone out to see the world and experience space travel, even though the last stage of the journey was a bit thrilling. But at this moment, upon seeing Zhang Zhai, any guilt in Yu Sheng's heart immediately disappeared. Because he saw Zhang Zhai had somehow procured a lounge chair, placing it on the cloud viewing platform, with a small table evidently borrowed from someone next to him. The various snacks, fruits, and a jug on the table were piled to the point of spilling onto the ground. He was lounging in that chair, holding a tablet from the Special Service Bureau, swiping through short videos, all the while laughing, occasionally taking a bite of immortal fruit, sipping a couple of mouthfuls of jade dew, thoroughly enjoying himself. Seeing this scene, Yu Sheng didn't even have time to speak. The little puppet on his shoulder jumped up and shouted from afar, "Nephew." Zhang Zhai was startled instantly, nearly dropping the tablet in his hand before jumping up, looking at Yu Sheng's group in surprise and delight. "Ah, brother Yu, you're back." Erin stood on Yu Sheng's shoulder with her hands on her hips, full of momentum. "You are sure enjoying yourself. Did you know we're over in the exotic realm about to bash brains out with a bunch of cold-blooded killers?" Just as the little puppet finished speaking, Hu Li poked her head cautiously, reminding, "Well, looking at the result, they didn't truly showcase cold-blooded killer features, but Luna really did go without blinking from start to finish." "It's rhetoric, that's my rhetorical style." Erin turned and glared at Hu Li. "You have to judge by the aura. Those black-clothed ones look like miscreants bereft of parental love, unlike us whose style is straightforward and upright." Hu Li scratched her cheek, looking at the other with suspicion. "I always feel there's something off with what you said." Beside her, Luna nodded. Right." No one knew whether she was responding to one of the previous sentences. Zhang Zhai, meanwhile, had gotten up and walked over, somewhat at a loss for words after hearing Erin. This. "Don't bother with her, she's always like that with her mouth," Yu Sheng interrupted directly, then his gaze fell on the tablet in his hands. "Are you browsing short videos on interstellar roaming?" No." Zhang Zhai hadn't expected Yu Sheng to focus on this, paused and then waved his hand quickly. "I'm using the Wi-Fi from Qianfeng Ling Mountain." "Yu Sheng, there's Wi-Fi on Qianfeng Ling Mountain." "Yes, although the format is different from Boundary City's civil signal. It is compatible with the broadcast signals from Star Communications, and the Bureau-issued devices can connect directly," Zhang Zhai explained with a smile. "I found out from a passing ferry while wandering about nearby." All right then," Yu Sheng said casually. "Has anything happened during the time we were away?" "Things at Cloud Viewing Platform have been quiet, always quite peaceful," Zhang Zhai recalled slightly and began to report. "But while wandering nearby, plenty of interesting things happened." Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows. "Interesting things?" Zhang Zhai nodded. "Yeah, in the afternoon on the road to Half Mountain Pavilion, I stumbled upon two groups of Spirit Mountain disciples fighting." "Yu Sheng fighting?" "Yes, they said it because Beast Taming Peak's disciples. Final assignment ate the Spirit Storage Peak's final assignment." Yu Sheng's face twitched. Anything else?" Zhang Zhai then recalled momentarily and began to ramble. "Also, on a nearby high platform, I saw a girl crying. Asked her, and she said she's from Divine Weapon Peak focusing on artifact refining. Her flying sword that took a decade to nurture finally developed an artifact spirit only to end up being an idiot, and hooked up with the hammer she uses for forging instead. In a small grove on the mountainside, I met a talking rabbit. He seemed surprised by the fact I could spot him. The first thing he said upon meeting was, 'How the hell did you see me?' I asked a few casual questions. He said he's an inner sect disciple from Beast Taming Peak, and is being chased by senior brothers and sisters because he cultivated mosquitoes able to endure winter and live 10 years, so he transformed and hid in the woods. But just after I promised to keep his secret, his senior brothers and sisters showed up. Poor kid, was crying like crazy. Oh, and at the back of the cliff, found a steep slope beneath was a small river. There's an old man fishing by the riverbank. At first, I thought I encountered some adventure, one of those hidden legacies giving away secret manuals. But after asking, I found out he's from the Enlightenment Hall watching over dormitories, sneaked here to fish after work because he didn't want to go home. He seemed surprised seeing me, said stuff similar to that mosquito-raising rabbit. First thing he said was, 'How the hell did you find this?' Zheng Zhai spoke more and more excitedly, seeming that staying one whole day at Qianfeng Ling Mountain was quite fulfilling for him, while Yu Sheng was beside him going from surprise to daze. Finally his face went numb. How to say it? No wonder it's him. Chapter 355. The long-haired princess is greatly shocked. Chapter 355. Chapter 355. The long-haired princess is greatly shocked. Zheng Zhai spent a colorful day at Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Not only was Yu Sheng surprised, but even Aaron and Hu Li, listening nearby, were a bit taken aback. Only Luna's reaction was relatively calm. She usually seemed dazed. On the other hand, Yu Sheng felt that he wouldn't need to worry about his nephew from now on. Despite this guy's troublesome high-sensitivity, low-stability physique, it might be due to this feature that his survival and adaptability skills were fully developed. Spending just one day at Qianfeng Ling Mountain, he managed to get acquainted with several disciples of the mountain and even wandered around Cloud Viewing Platform. He seemed to enjoy himself, and Yu Sheng believed that if he stayed for another 2 days, he could even serve as a guide. However, concerning Zheng Zhai's living situation here, Yu Sheng thought of some other things. Looking at the nearby courier collection station, Yu Sheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Do you have water and electricity in this little house?" "Right, I've been wondering about that too," Zheng Zhai scratched his head. "This house was moved over from the boundary land, and logically the water and electricity should have been cut off. But surprisingly, both are functioning normally inside, and as long as I'm indoors, the net seems connected to the boundary land signal." Yu Sheng listened seriously, but he wasn't too surprised, just felt it was as expected. When this courier station was moved together with number 66 Wudong Road, he seemed to have anticipated this situation. "The traits of number 66 Wudong Road have spread to this station, too," Aaron murmured. "What exactly is the principle behind this?" "Have you checked where the water and electricity originate?" Yu Sheng asked Zheng Zhai seriously, looking into his eyes. "I checked the electricity and it's cut off at the distribution box outside, but the cut is strange. The wires don't seem severed but rather just disappear at the end. The water pipes are underground and the ground is hardened. I tried digging but couldn't move it, and I didn't dare dig deeper. It's property of the Bureau, and if I break it, it'll cost money. As for the mobile signal, I have no clue. Anyway, inside the house, it connects to Boundary City's network, but once outside, it shows star roaming. I need to connect to Qianfeng Ling Mountain's Wi-Fi." Yu Sheng nodded lightly, without saying anything further. It seems Zheng Zhai, despite being a confused newcomer, knew to conduct inspections and explorations in unfamiliar environments. He tried to understand the bizarre changes at his station, but clearly, the weirdness of number 66 Wudong Road is not so easily comprehended. "Brother Yu, do you know what's going on?" Zheng Zhai asked curiously since Yu Sheng hadn't spoken for a while. "Just consider it as the traits of number 66 Wudong Road. Your station should now be included within number 66 Wudong Road's determination range. Calling it my house's security booth isn't entirely wrong," Yu Sheng rubbed his chin. "But I can't say the specific principle." He paused, then looked Zheng Zhai up and down. Zheng Zhai felt a bit uncomfortable being scrutinized. "Brother Yu, what's up?" "Yu Sheng, you can't see number 66 Wudong Road, right? Nor can you open its door." If I must say, I actually can feel where that house is. I even think I can see a vague shadow of it, but it might be a hallucination." Zheng Zhai hesitated but spoke honestly. "As for the door, I definitely can't open it. I can't even touch it." Yu Sheng was shocked. "You can actually see a vague shadow?" "Yeah, I can see a bit, just a little bit," Zheng Zhai said shyly, scratching his head. "But I didn't dare tell Brother Li. I'm afraid he'll send me to Dr. Lin to get my brain cut open." "You should report it to him. It's more regulated that way. But let's not talk about this now." Yu Sheng waved his hand and casually said, "Show me your hand." Zheng Zhai hesitated, but then extended his hand, puzzled. Yu Sheng turned to Luna. "Stab me, just a small cut." Luna swiftly and skillfully made the cut, much better than last time. Zheng Zhai was startled, but before he could react, Yu Sheng gripped his hand with his bleeding right hand. Warm blood morphed into invisible power, permeating and penetrating in an instant. In just a few seconds, Zheng Zhai's eyes widened. Instinctively, he turned to look in the direction of number 66 Wudong Road, staggered a bit, and unconsciously stepped back 2 paces. "Relax, take a deep breath. Feeling surprised is normal. Given your physique, you should be somewhat familiar with suddenly seeing previously unseen things." Yu Sheng smiled as he spoke. "Now you can touch and enter number 66 Wudong Road." Zheng Zhai finally realized what happened and looked at Yu Sheng uncertainly. "Brother Yu, is this okay? The Bureau instructed me to just stay at the site and not get too close to number 66 Wudong Road. It's just a visible permission, anyway. If I lock the door, you still can't get in." Yu Sheng chuckled at his uncertainty. All fairy tales, kids have this permission from top to bottom. You're at least a security guard of the travel agency. You can't be unable to see where the door is, right? Later, I plan to grant Li Lin and Su Jiali access too. After all, we're friends. Zheng Zhai stood shocked and seemed overwhelmed with emotions, feeling incredibly touched. Yu Sheng didn't comment on this. Only after pondering briefly did he speak again. Oh, and granting you this permission has another use. It allows you, if necessary during your trips following number 66 Wudong Road, to return to Boundary City, even for a post-work shopping trip or to go home. Zheng Zhai was genuinely baffled this time. The specific route is to enter through the gate of number 66 Wudong Road, find the door to the valley's teleportation hub in the basement, then from the hub get to Fairy Tale Town. There's a door in the middle of the town that leads to the old site of the Fairy Tale Orphanage in the South District of Boundary City. Yu Sheng explained a bunch rapidly. Push the door open and you'll be in Boundary City. The way back is the same. Zheng Zhai listened in a daze, taking a while to piece together the route and the fact that one could get back to Boundary City directly by transferring several times from Qianfeng Ling Mountain. He was astonished. Is that really possible? Never mind him, even Erin on Yu Sheng's shoulder widened her eyes after hearing this. It can be done this way. Yu Sheng stroked his chin. I just thought of it suddenly. It seems I'm still using less than 10% of my abilities. After sorting out the permission for Zheng Zhai, Yu Sheng and the others returned to number 66 Wudong Road. The familiar living room, the familiar TV, the familiar old flooring and slightly faded wallpaper, along with the familiar Erin watching TV on the sofa. As soon as they entered the house, a feeling of relaxation and comfort akin to returning home arose, and a belated sense of fatigue and relaxation after tiredness surged, which made Yu Sheng feel somewhat curious. While walking through the pavilions and terraces of Qianfeng Ling Mountain, landing on the satellite Taiyu, and even facing the siege giant divine soldiers in that desert exotic realm, he felt nothing special, but now he realized that coming back to the old sofa at number 66 Wudong Road was so comfortable. Ah, home is indeed the most comfortable, Yu Sheng muttered contentedly, picking up Erin sitting in the middle of the sofa and lying down himself. Fox Girl immediately dashed to the bathroom, and soon there were sounds of running water, along with the rumble of the washing machine. Don't stuff all 8 tails in, the washing machine can't handle it, Yu Sheng yelled towards the bathroom, stretching his neck. 5 tails at most at a time. Fox Girl's voice came through the door. Got it. I still think we need a dedicated washing machine for Hu Li's tails, Yu Sheng mumbled on the sofa. Every time after she washes, my clothes are covered with fur when I wash them. Erin, propped on the sofa arm, turned her head at this. Is there even such a thing as a tail washing machine? There's no specific tail washer, though I found something called a cat washer online the other day, but it didn't seem like what I imagined. Erin grumbled. Besides the tail she refined into a storage tail, can't she replace the other tails at any time? Why wash them every time? Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. You ask me, who should I ask? Just then he heard hurried footsteps coming from the basement stairs, echoing loudly. Looking up, he saw the long-haired princess dashing out from downstairs, like a whirlwind sweeping through the living room, almost flying past Yu Sheng, shouting without looking back. Big bro, I'll just pass through. Don't tell Little Red Riding Hood I went out this way. Yu Sheng didn't even react before the girl zoomed to the door, and just as he was about to say, wait, she opened the door and ran out, leaving Yu Sheng and several Erins in the living room staring at each other. After quite a while, one Erin finally blurts out, when do you think she'll rush back? Yu Sheng shook his head, hard to say. She won't rush too fast and fall off the cloud viewing platform, right? That's okay, she can tear demons apart in a melee. Rolling down the hill would probably just be a scratch. I'm worried she'll hit someone and then be caught as a golden-haired monster invading the mountain gate. You'd have to bail her out. Yu Sheng and Erin talked in such a relaxed manner, and soon enough, they heard a bang from the entrance, as the long-haired princess burst back in like a fluffed-up chow-chow. Brother, brother, brother. Even the JK who could tear demons apart was clearly in a state of high shock. Outside, what hep? Yu Sheng laughed at this, surprised, unexpected. What's going on? Chapter 356, Long Hair Has Its Own Ideas. Chapter 356, Long Hair Has Its Own Ideas. Sometimes, when too many chaotic doors open, incredibly reasonable but completely unexpected situations occur. Like the first day at work when I got dragged to Feng Ling Mountain by my big nephew, only to be chased by Little Red Riding Hood through the valley and end up at the entrance of number 66 Wudong Road. And when I looked up, there was the long-haired princess of Cloud Sea Immortal Mountain. I thought I bumped my head when I pushed open the door, said the long-haired princess, gulping down her drink behind the sofa. She barely lifted her head during a drinking break, saying, I was just thinking how the scenery I see now after getting knocked out is pretty nice, with all the clouds and mist, looking like the Feng Ling Mountain promo videos people share on border communication. Never thought it was really Feng Ling Mountain. Yu Sheng didn't say anything, just watched this girl with a half-smile, finding her really interesting. The long-haired princess didn't care if anyone answered, gulped another sip of drink, and then turned her head. Brother, did you move houses? You have quite the acceptance ability, Yu Sheng said, crying and laughing. Isn't it possible I just redirected my front door? The long-haired princess widened her eyes and pointed a finger at the living room window not far away. The scenery outside has changed. You observe well, Yu Sheng laughed, then waved a hand. Just moved over for a few days, visiting a friend and handling some, business matters. Oh, the long-haired princess held her drink bottle, sat cross-legged on the sofa, looking as if she understood everything. Is this the travel agency business model? A mobile office can also be a kind of mobile working. Great, I thought it was because Little Red Riding Hood said she wanted to move to a different planet, and you guys came early to scout for her. Yu Sheng couldn't hold back anymore upon hearing Little Red Riding Hood mentioned again. Speaking of, why are you still being chased by Little Red Riding Hood? Didn't she delete everything from your phone? The long-haired princess sighed, because my cloud storage got discovered by her. Yu Sheng, did you have to store a copy even in the cloud storage? I was afraid of losing it. The long-haired princess rolled her eyes, glanced at Yu Sheng sideways. Just tell me if you kept a copy. Yu Sheng, that brings us back to the point. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from behind. Brings us back to what? Yu Sheng turned his head, seeing a short-haired girl in a red jacket smiling at him and the long-haired princess nearby. Oh my! The long-haired princess let out a yelp and jumped up, turned into a golden lightning bolt darting towards the door, but was immediately intercepted by a phantom that appeared out of thin air, colliding solidly with a shadow wolf. Little Red Riding Hood pressed her friend down on the sofa, her face full of helplessness. You really are. Saying so, she lightly flipped over the sofa back and sat cross-legged on the sofa, then looked up at Yu Sheng again. And you are. A part of growing up, Yu Sheng said with a straight face, speaking with conviction. Everyone has to go through 3 phases, writing youthful scar literature, being discovered for their youthful scar literature, and making peace with their youthful scar literature. Little Red Riding Hood, delete it. Yu Sheng, all right. The long-haired princess cautiously looked at Yu Sheng, then at Little Red Riding Hood, confirming she didn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger, finally relaxed, and playfully used a tuft of golden hair to poke her friend's arm. Don't be mad, take a look outside. Outside? Little Red Riding Hood asked, puzzled, looking out the window, then she froze. We're now at Feng Ling Mountain. The long-haired princess exaggeratedly raised her hand, loudly announcing, Alien planet. Brother moved the house to Xuan Chi's hometown. Little Red Riding Hood was still staring out the window in a daze when she heard the long-haired princess, and it took 2 seconds before she came back to herself, her dull eyes gradually falling on Yu Sheng. A moment later she uttered, Did you really move the house over? Yu Sheng nodded, yes. This time it was the long-haired princess's turn to be surprised. She looked at Little Red Riding Hood and Yu Sheng, her eyes shifted. Wait a minute. Little Red, you've known for a while. I heard him mention it last time, Little Red Riding Hood said, pointing at Yu Sheng, then pointing outside the window, but I didn't think he'd actually do it. So you kept it from me, huh? The long-haired princess pouted but clearly didn't care much, instead laying on the sofa looking out the window, spacing out there, and then nobody knew what she was thinking about, suddenly sat upright. Oh, I have an idea. Erin suddenly turned her head. Why does that sound so familiar? Tell everyone the news. Long-haired princess grabbed Little Red Riding Hood's arm, her eyes shining brightly. The kids at home have been planning a trip these days. Bai Zhu and the others still worried about where to go. Since while the valley has many fun places, it can't really be called a trip out, and Boundary City doesn't offer better surroundings than the valley. Just now I saw a big platform outside. Looks like a square, with a cloud sea on one side, mountains and water on the other. Let's invite everyone to come out and play. Little Red Riding Hood immediately got excited upon hearing this. Looking at the scenic immortal mountain cloud outside the window, her thoughts started to churn, so she turned to look at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng didn't say anything, though he had a flash of insight after hearing Long Hair's suggestion. As a mature and stable adult with sound values, he immediately realized another more serious problem. Are we smuggling people across the border like this? Then the entire living room fell silent. A moment later, Aaron was the first to break the silence. The little puppet jumped right onto Yu Sheng's neck, hugging his head. You're someone who opens doors randomly all the time, and you have this concept. I've been reporting every door I open lately, okay? Yu Sheng retorted righteously. And what do you mean by randomly opening doors? Every time I open a door, it's for a sufficient and justifiable reason. Not to mention it's different when I open a door alone compared to bringing dozens of people. Long Hair tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve. But bro, we're just going from the backyard to the front door. This can't be called smuggling, right? Little Red Riding Hood reminded from the side. But our backyard is in the boundary land, and the front door is at Feng Ling Mountain. Long Hair thought for a moment and corrected. If you put it that way, strictly speaking, the backyard is in the exotic Realm Valley. The back door in the yard opens to the boundary land, and the front door is at number 66 Wudong Road. The front yard is Feng Ling Mountain. Yu Sheng listened and widened his eyes. Oh wow, it seems like that's true. How did things get so chaotic? That's what you get for glitching the system all the time. Aaron, who was sitting on the armrest of the sofa, nearly fell off from laughing as they saw even Yu Sheng's expression turn confused. You've glitched yourself. Yu Sheng waved his hand. Hold on, let me consult the person in charge over here. Saying this, he took out his phone, found Wayward Disciple 4000 on border communication, and made a voice call. The call was quickly connected, and the voice of true man Yuanling soon came from the receiver. Yu Sheng. I have a little problem here. Yu Sheng got straight to the point, not bothering with formalities. Didn't I move my house to the cloud viewing platform? Some kids at home want to come over to play, but they're currently in the boundary land, no passports or permits. If they come directly to your place, is it considered smuggling? No customs, no border crossing, just pushing the door open from my house. There was silence on the other end of the call. True man Yuanling, a highly respected senior in the immortal realm, an excellent medical theoretical researcher, inheritor, and medical disturbance explosion fistmaster, now faced a dilemma reminiscent of the special service director in the boundary land. But a master is a master. The true man spoke again after a few seconds of silence. First, this can be handled as a special case. After a pause, he added the second part. Secondly, it seems you didn't do the paperwork when you came over either. Yu Sheng. He really had forgotten about that. Considering the special situation, no one has traversed boundaries in your way before. Roads are made by walking. True man Yuanling continued, with a hint of laughter in his voice. It's just a few kids coming to visit. I'm more than welcoming. Let them come, and I'll send someone over later to register them. I'll also give each kid a guiding jade token to determine their location and ensure their safety, as it is necessary given my high and deep forests here. Thank you very much, Yu Sheng said happily. I'll have them wait at the cloud viewing platform first. All right, true man Yuanling responded, then remembering something, asked an additional question. By the way, how many kids are there at your place? Over 70, Yu Sheng quickly explained. They're not my biological kids, they're from the orphanage, and I'm the head of the orphanage. Oh, so that's it, true man Yuanling sighed in relief. I'll send my disciples over then. Thanks, many thanks. Yu Sheng expressed his gratitude repeatedly and then hung up the call, looking up at Little Red Riding Hood and Golden Retriever, the long-haired princess sitting cross-legged on the sofa, wrapping herself up, looking just like a golden retriever, with anticipation on their faces. All right, it's all sorted. Longhair's eyes lit up. Can we go out and play now? You can, but for now, you all have to gather at the cloud viewing platform first. That's the platform outside that's as big as a plaza. Yu Sheng nodded, looking at Longhair's excited appearance and couldn't help but nag. Someone will come over to register you all, then everyone will receive a guiding jade token, which should be something like a locator and temporary ID. Only after wearing it can you move freely, but even with that freedom you need to follow the rules, all right. After all, this is someone else's place. Especially don't wander into the deep forests recklessly, and don't go to what looks like vegetable gardens, as that's where the medicinal plants are. Don't chase after wild animals. They might be the Beast Taming Peak disciples, final assignments, or it could be a disciple of the Beast Taming Peak. Just as he said this, the long-haired princess was already a streak of yellow light that slipped down from the sofa to the staircase entrance, shouting while running. All right, I got it. Bro, you're as naggy as Red Hat. Chapter 357, Zheng Zhai opens his eyes. Chapter 357, Zheng Zhai opens his eyes. The children of fairy tales quickly learned about the upcoming outdoor activity, even though the valley environment they were in was quite outdoor enough. So before long, the parents showed up with a group of little ones in front of Yu Sheng. These little kids, wearing small yellow hats and carrying small water bottles, ran up to the cloud viewing platform of Qianfeng Ling Mountain, looking like they were on a field trip, and were utterly stunned by the immortal mountains and the sea of clouds before them. The entire cloud viewing platform was filled with the chatter and cheers of the children. Zheng Zhai, who was outside watching videos, was also surprised by the scene in front of him, especially seeing Bai Zhu, Cinderella, and others bringing out a large pile of snacks and spreading them on the ground, obviously intending to have a group picnic with the kids. He confirmed several times with Yu Sheng to make sure all procedures were in order before he felt relieved and genuinely sighed. No wonder the Bureau told me this job mainly relies on having a broad mind. As they talked, the long-haired princess brought Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella along to set up tents. They planned to spend the night here on the cloud viewing platform. Yu Sheng looked around at the environment with its immortal peaks and auspicious clouds, then glanced at the number 66 Wudong Road not far away, not knowing whether to call this survival in the wild or camping at the doorstep. For sure, Qianfeng Ling Mountain deserves to be the #1 sect of Taixu Star. Their sect's environment construction really is top-notch. Then he saw a ray of rosy light rising on the horizon, which quickly arrived, and true man Yuanling led a few young disciples to the cloud viewing platform. As soon as the old man landed, he saw the spectacular scene of more than 70 children, big and small, picnicking and camping on the summit of the immortal mountain. Children instantly became lively. The sight of an immortal-like grandpa leading some flying brothers and sisters descending from the sky did not scare this group of kids who had been dealing with the exotic realm of fairy tales from a young age, but instead made them very excited. Knowing that the newcomers were not bad people, a few brave children even gathered around. True man Yuanling, surrounded by the little ones, beamed with delight, his wrinkles nearly smoothing out. Good, everyone has fun. Good kids, haha, good kids. Yu Sheng somewhat unexpectedly stepped forward to greet him. You actually came personally. Just came to take a look, true man Yuanling said joyfully, his face gleaming. I have always liked children, and every year when the sect opens for new enlightening admissions, I personally go. Seeing these children so innocent and lively is always better than looking at those stubborn logs who can't figure out a pill in 2 months. Yu Sheng found this amusing. Even stubborn logs grow out of innocence and liveliness. So it's better to see them while they're cute and interesting, true man Yuanling stroked his beard, because when they grow up they only become a headache. Yu Sheng involuntarily glanced at the long-haired princess, who was trying to talk the king into sending the lumberjack to chop wood in the forest for a bonfire. Some people, indeed, are quite a headache even before they grow up. But fortunately, among the parents of fairy tales, the majority are still honest and steady. At least Little Red Riding Hood is always reliable. After swiftly quelling the long-haired princess's bold idea of starting a fire on the cloud viewing platform, Little Red Riding Hood, along with a few other parents, went to contact and register with those Spirit Mountain disciples. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng stood with true man Yuanling, watching the lively scene before them. Then he heard true man Yuanling nonchalantly mention, tomorrow, true man Kainji of the Lying Cloud 10 Halls will personally come over. The Lying Cloud 10 Halls doesn't have a sect leader, so true man Kainji currently serves as the Great Elder leading the 10 Halls. The Great Elder is coming directly, and so soon. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Have they found some remarkable clue on those siege giant divine soldiers? I didn't see anything, but the people over at the Lying Cloud 10 Halls evidently saw something, replied true man Yuanling calmly. I simply ordered someone to dismantle the armor behind the siege giant divine soldier and copied the mechanical structure underneath into diagrams sent to true man Kainji. Then he hurriedly decided to come over. Aaron, perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder listening, suddenly chimed in. Have they confirmed whether that giant divine soldier was made by them? True man Yuanling slowly shook his head. True man Kainji didn't say much, only that the Lying Cloud 10 Halls indeed had no record of this type of mechanical man, but the mechanical core used by that giant divine soldier seemed somewhat peculiar. For specifics, we'll need to have a detailed talk when we meet tomorrow, I actually came over today because of this matter. When true man Kaienji arrives tomorrow, would you guys be willing to show up? Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows. After all, you were the ones who initially discovered those siege giant divine soldiers, and you are familiar with the situation, explained true man Yuanling. That's true, Yu Sheng nodded. All right, I'll go over tomorrow. That would be great, true man Yuanling nodded with a smile, then seemed a bit hesitant, pausing momentarily before speaking again. There's also another matter. Yu Sheng, go ahead. Chuan Qi mentioned something to me. True man Yuanling's expression became subtle. That. The medical disturbance explosion fist, he said he learned it from Miss Aaron, is that true? Yu Sheng. There was a moment of silence at the scene. Yu Sheng turned his head and poked the little puppet on his shoulder. I'm asking you. Aaron's eyes immediately lost their shine, and she flopped onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, pretending to be dead. She had just pretended to be dead for less than 3 seconds when she saw true man Yuanling stroking his beard with a look of appreciation, saying, "This name is quite spiritual." As soon as these 6 words came out of the old man's mouth, Aaron suddenly revived, proudly almost putting her head back. Of course. Yu Sheng listened on the side, dumbfounded. He looked at the old man with an immortal demeanor in front of him, hesitating to believe the words had just been said by him. It took him 5 or 6 seconds to realize what cultural differences were, the diversity of civilizations, and how each planet has its own aesthetic. Then he realized another thing. Aaron had caused a great misdeed. In a place as prosperous in immortal Tao as the Taixu Spirit Hub, there would now be a group of medical immortals skilled in the medical disturbance explosion fist roaming the world. This immortal land would inevitably end up with the fate of being a land of outstanding talents and promising futures. But obviously, he was the only one at the scene who cared about this, as Aaron and true man Yuanling had already quickly reached a consensus. Now the two of them were already discussing what to call the final move of the medical path-killing fist. Should it be patient family calming palm, or medical common sense injection palm? While Yu Sheng and true man Yuanling were chatting, Zheng Zhai was also chatting with a group of parents from Fairy Tales on the cloud viewing platform. Little Red Riding Hood looked Zheng Zhai up and down. So, you're the gatekeeper at the front gate now. You could say that, Zheng Zhai nodded. He knew why the other emphasized the front gate. Because there was a back gate in the backyard of number 66 Wudong Road that led directly to the boundary land. Also, there's brother Li Lin. I partner with him. I didn't expect it. When I first met you, you were our client, Little Red Riding Hood sighed. But it's not surprising. Many clients I've known have ended up continuing to interact with the exotic realm. Some became independent investigators, and some partnered with others to become spirit realm detectives. But you're the only one who directly joined the Special Service Bureau. Seems like your condition is quite serious. Not too bad, Zheng Zhai replied somewhat embarrassedly, rubbing his nose, his eyes glancing at the vast cloud sea outside the cloud viewing platform. Mainly, I've seen a lot of chaotic things in Boundary City, so it's a bit better here, although it could be because this place is full of strange things, like talking animals, yelling spirit grass, and weird birds flitting around in the clouds. Knowing beforehand this is an alien planet, instead it doesn't seem strange anymore. At that moment, the long-haired princess also swayed over and joined in the conversation. Truth be told, your spiritual vision is quite high, but your mental state is surprisingly stable. Normally, people who see so many weird things from a young age without training would somewhat have mental issues when grown up, at best starting from schizophrenia. Zheng Zhai was immediately startled. That's serious. Of course, the long-haired princess nodded seriously. Think hard, do you sometimes inexplicably forget things, feel like whole days have skipped, or blank out doing things, ending up doing things you can't remember, or lose consciousness after seeing something strange, then wake up the next day at home with a bloody vegetable? Before she finished, Little Red Riding Hood smacked her on the back of the head. Shut up, go watch the kids. The long-haired princess pouted and strolled away. Zheng Zhai hadn't yet reacted, puzzled, and glanced at Little Red Riding Hood. What do you mean by a bloody vegetable? Little Red Riding Hood, she meant a bloody kitchen knife. Oh, Zheng Zhai scratched his head, then involuntarily glanced at the distant cloud sea again. The number of weird birds flitting in the cloud sea was increasing. Was it because it was getting dark in this place? Against the backdrop of the setting sun, the swarm of dark birds appeared in flocks. What are you always looking at over there? Little Red Riding Hood noticed Zheng Zhai's gaze, feeling a bit strange. Bird watching, those shadow-like weird birds, swimming around in the cloud sea like fish. Zheng Zhai said offhandedly. I've been watching them all day. During the day there are only a few, but more show up in the evening. Little Red Riding Hood, The red-clothed girl stared at Zheng Zhai for a moment, then suddenly realized and turned her head, shouting in the direction of Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, the brat saw something dirty again. Yu Sheng, a what? Chapter 358, A Good Young Man with Physical and Mental Health. Chapter 358, A Good Young Man with Physical and Mental Health. You said you saw strange birds in the cloud sea, and you've been seeing them darting among the clouds all day. Yu Sheng widened his eyes, looking at the obviously nervous Zheng Zhai, and they're increasing in number. Zheng Zhai reacted at this moment, looked back at the cloud sea, then turned his head to Yu Sheng, his eyes clear, followed by nervousness. Damn, it's only me who can see them again. True Man Yuanling also came over at this time, his expression particularly serious. Can you describe the appearance of those strange birds? Pointy and long beak, tail feathers like several ribbons, very large wing edges. Hey, wait a minute, I should just draw it. Saying this, Zheng Zhai turned around and ran back to his watch station. Moments later, he came out with a tablet computer and a stylus, opened the drawing pad and quickly sketched on it. In a few minutes, he drew out the image of a strange bird darting in the cloud sea, using only a few simple lines, but showing features vividly and distinctly. Aaron was astonished, staring wide-eyed. Nephew, you have this talent. Zheng Zhai scratched his head embarrassedly. I used to work as a digital illustrator. Aaron, oh, no wonder you always look exhausted and about to become an immortal whenever I see you. Yu Sheng paid no attention to Zheng Zhai and Aaron's conversation, concentrating on the drawing the other had sketched. After a moment, he looked up again, gazing at the vast cloud sea outside the cloud viewing platform. The sunset was already near the edge of the cloud sea, with golden-red glow spreading along the clouds, casting a splendid silhouette on all of them. Yet, among the grand sunset cloud sea, no trace of any strange bird was visible. True Man Yuanling frowned deeply upon seeing the drawing. He reached out to grab in the air above the tablet, and the drawing was directly lifted out by him. Then, with a few twists and transformations in his palm, it turned into a vivid black bird illusion, soaring and gliding in midair. Is it like this? True Man Yuanling turned his gaze towards Zheng Zhai and asked. Zheng Zhai was stunned by the immortal's technique he saw, eyes full of awe, but soon he came to his senses, carefully observing the strange bird Yuanling transformed from the drawing, then cautiously spoke. Make the tail a bit longer, the tail feathers a bit more flowing. True Man Yuanling immediately adjusted accordingly. How about this? The beak a bit shorter, wing edges more rounded. Tail feathers floating upwards, presenting a more lively feel. Adjust the neck a bit. Let's go back to the first version then. Aaron poked Yu Sheng's back head. Nephew, isn't this putting all his bitterness of working as a digital artist here, acting like a vengeful client? Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that even the little puppet understood this, but quickly felt relieved. After all, this little thing spends over 40 hours a day online. Besides brawling in games and bantering with internet folks, she absorbs online jokes intensively. It's perfectly normal for her to grasp some jokes about clients and digital artists. Luckily, Zheng Zhai quickly settled down. Oh right, just like this, just like now. True Man Yuanling nodded, an old man with good temper, adjusting through many versions without minding. And then with a flip of his hand, the finalized strange bird came back to life, spiraling and gliding in the nearby sky. Yu Sheng noticed the distinct heaviness and contemplation growing in True Man Yuanling's expression. What have you figured out? He asked instinctively. Feels somewhat familiar, True Man Yuanling spoke solemnly, but can't recall where I've seen it. Is it a species from your Texu star? Asked a curious long-haired person nearby. No, True Man Yuanling slowly shook his head. Not something seen in reality, could be from some ancient book or some other place. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Zheng Zhai. Are those strange birds still at the horizon now? Only 3 or 2 left. Zheng Zhai looked back at the cloud sea's end. Seems like they're roosting as night falls. Yu Sheng turned to True Man Yuanling. This matter is indeed strange. The illusion Zheng Zhai saw seems harmless, but appearing anomalous illusions and shadows within Qianfeng Ling Mountain's mountain protection array is inherently abnormal. And being so close to Qian Palace, ordinary, deceitful, and eerie things can never approach. True Man Yuanling spoke with a solemn face. I need to investigate thoroughly upon returning to trace these illusions' origins. After exchanging a few more words with Zheng Zhai, true man Yuanling took his disciples and left the cloud viewing platform. The long-haired person hesitantly came to Yu Sheng. "Bro, can we still have fun here?" Yu Sheng touched his chin and carefully observed the distant cloud sea for a moment before retracting his gaze. "The things Zheng Zhai saw don't seem to be harmful, but it's getting dark now, so let's have the children go back first. Tomorrow we can have the true man arrange for some people to take everyone for a tour down the mountain." "Oh, okay." The long-haired one looked a bit disappointed, but quickly called the children to gather and lined them up to walk through the gate of number 66 Wudong Road again. The cloud viewing platform, which had been bustling for a while, soon quieted down again. The sunset had already sunk below the cloud sea, leaving only dim twilight gently spreading at the boundary between the clouds and the sky. The sunlight faded, and stars began to rise on the horizon, along with the 3 moons above the Taixu spirit hub. The largest moon, Teiyu, exuded a faint glow as it rose first. Various ecological zones, big and small, were embedded like blue-green jewels in the silver glow of the moon's surface. Next was the smaller Hengaming. From the ground it appeared as large as a bean, yet a bit brighter than Teiyu. It was said that the satellite was covered with crystal veins that could reflect sunlight, making it especially bright in the night sky, hence the name Hengaming. Constant darkness was the last to rise from the horizon. If it weren't for Aaron's sharp eyes, Yu Sheng wouldn't have even seen it. It appeared just a little smaller than Teiyu from the ground, yet extremely dim, like an unremarkable gray stone sphere in the night sky. On the surface of this stone sphere, one could vaguely see some luminous grid-like light strips, said to be the ancient mining network built by the Netherworld Valley long ago. Although the mining facilities on constant darkness had been shut down, the old transportation lines connecting the mines still self-maintain, providing basic lighting, becoming a landscape in the night sky of Taixu Star. Yu Sheng carried a deck chair out of the house, and like Zheng Zhai, sat at the best spot at the edge of the cloud viewing platform to enjoy the alien planetary nightscape. Through gaps in the cloud sea, he could still see the scene below the mountain. Below the towering peaks was a large city, its lights brilliant, with streams of light occasionally traversing the sky above. Sometimes, a large cargo flying boat could be seen crossing the distant plains, traveling between the city and the mountains. Zheng Zhai's voice came from the side. "Brother Yu, was I a bit of a killjoy today?" "Why do you say that?" Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, "just because you saw something strange." "The children originally planned to play until night," Zheng Zhai sighed. "Actually, what I saw were just shadows, really. Seeing them or not makes no difference. If I hadn't mentioned it, everyone would probably still be playing, but because I did, it ended up causing a scare." Yu Sheng glanced at the young man, who wasn't much younger than himself, and didn't say much, just relaxed into his chair. "I've had this issue since I was a kid," Zheng Zhai continued. "I often see weird things, but I can't tell which are visible to everyone and which only I can see, so adults have always been not too fond of me. Later, when I gained a bit of common sense, I could tell which were not supposed to be seen. But I still often gave people a fright, just like now, ruining the fun. It's just that, whether I say it or not, those things are always there." Later, my uncle started to help me. He mapped out a common sense table to help me distinguish between normal and abnormal things in reality, and taught me how to act like a normal person after seeing those abnormal things, and how to keep distance from stuff that might be harmful. He didn't have any special skills. He just had some theoretical knowledge in this area, but what he taught me worked well. However, it only worked at the boundary land, but not so much here. Yu Sheng turned his head, done talking. "Zheng Zhai, yes." Yu Sheng adjusted his position on the deck chair to make himself more comfortable and squinted slightly. "Have you watched horror movies?" I've watched some, but later on I found them not that scary, so I didn't find them very interesting." "Watching some is enough. Do you know what the classic way for protagonists in horror movies to die usually is?" Zheng Zhai looked a bit confused. "What is it?" "It's when someone in the group finally spots a life-threatening clue, but keeps silent." "Zheng Zhai, what you've had since you were little isn't a problem. It's a talent, but this talent hasn't been put to good use," Yu Sheng said leisurely. "You're just late to the game, but I think your eyes could be put to great use." Zheng Zhai's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Really," Yu Sheng said casually, and then thought for a moment before adding, "But I think your biggest advantage is your mental state." "Mental state? How the hell did you grow up mentally healthy and with a normal worldview?" Yu Sheng turned to look at Zheng Zhai, his amazement evident. "With your rough experiences, shouldn't you have gone down a path to end up on a legal channel's typical case segment at age 14? At worst, It should have ended with jumping out of the school building in the second semester of ninth grade. And aren't you supposed to be high sensitivity, low stability? I don't see the low stability in you. Zheng anyway, my uncle says I'm low stability, and after testing, the Bureau also said my constitution is prone to contamination. But I've grown up this way and still don't quite understand what they mean by contamination. As for having a good mentality, I've indeed always had a pretty good mindset. As he spoke, he grabbed another grape-like immortal fruit from the small table beside him and tossed it into his mouth, but a smile appeared on his face. After all, if someone were to see a ghost for the first time at 30 years old, they'd be startled, but if someone could see ghosts around them since 3 months old, they'd most likely start naming the ghosts around them. To put it bluntly, I'm more familiar with the shadows I see than my parents. My parents go out for work, but those things flitting before my eyes never take a day off. There's some truth in that. Chapter 359, Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, Demon Suppression Tower. The next day, on another mountain across from Qian Palace at Qianfeng Mountain, Yu Sheng and several others were led by True Man Yuanling and Xuan Qi towards the location of the Demon Suppression Tower. In this world, there are many dangerous and deceitful things that must be contained and sealed by various means. Each has their own methods. True Man Yuanling walked briskly, explaining to the guests as he navigated the mountain path. Boundary Land is recognized as the best in this field. The 13-level containment standards and various containment facilities established by the Special Service Bureau are often regarded as models, and our Demon Suppression Tower also references many containment approaches from Boundary Land. Up ahead is the entrance to the Demon Suppression Tower. We built it on a spirit node of the Mountain Protection Array, utilizing the array's power to enhance its defenses. Meanwhile, there's a small, independently operating array below the node to guard against any unexpected incidents. Texu Spirit Hub is not like Boundary Land. There's not as much bizarre exotic realms and strange phenomena, so we haven't established overly complex containment systems or numerous containment facilities. We merely divided the different containment zones within the Demon Suppression Tower. Less dangerous items are stored on the upper levels, while those of higher danger level, along with some extremely dangerous captives, are imprisoned below. Furthermore, the bottom of this tower leads directly to the Divine Machine Hall, where specialized personnel study relatively controllable dangerous items. It's akin to the various danger laboratories of Boundary Land. This Demon Suppression Tower was not built in a day, nor did it remain unchanged after its completion. In my master's generation, there was a special area in the tower called the Evil Spirit Hall, which contained a bizarre, dangerous spiritual body excavated from a mine on the Constant Darkness star. But by the time my master governed the Spirit Mountain, that spiritual body was finally refined into part of the Mountain Protection Array. The Evil Spirit Hall was then converted into the Forbidden Soul Prison, used to temporarily detain captured evil demons. True Man Yuanling continued introducing along the way, and finally stopped in front of a mountain cliff. Here we are, this is the entrance to the Demon Suppression Tower. Yu Sheng also stopped, looked in the direction True Man Yuanling pointed, and then, together with Aaron sitting on his shoulder, went into a daze. What he saw was a steep mountain cliff that appeared to be cleaved by a massive blade. On the rock wall, there was no tower to be seen, not even any signs of architectural structure, but only a massive relief. The relief was part of a tower's structure, giving the impression as if the main body of the tower had been fused into the mountain, with only part of the outer wall, including the main gate, imprinted on the cliff. The relief was incredibly detailed, yet no pathway for entry or exit could be seen. Even the door was merely an uneven engraving on the rock face. Yu Sheng stared at this scene in astonishment, his line of sight moving upwards along the sculpture on the rock wall, and then he noticed that the upper part of the relief actually had people moving. These lifelike human figures, also imprinted on the rock, were patrolling the lookout above the door with agility resembling living humans. "Oh my!" Erin craned her neck, gripping Yu Sheng's hair with one hand to avoid falling, and couldn't help but exclaim. "Don't grab my hair." Yu Sheng quickly reached up to stop the little puppet's surprisingly strong grasp. "I've already started losing hair, you know that." "This is so cool." Erin seemed not to be listening to Yu Sheng at all and continued holding onto his hair with the other hand. "Look, those people up there are moving." True Man Yuanling smiled at the scene but gave no further explanation. Instead, he turned to face the rock wall and clapped his hands 3 times. The next moment, Yu Sheng saw that the moving human-shaped reliefs on the rock wall stopped in their tracks, looked down as if observing something, and then two of the reliefs leapt directly off the rock wall. When they landed, they had transformed into two mountain guardian disciples clad in flowing light silver armor and surrounded by flying swords. They bowed deeply to true man Yuanling. Aaron was stunned, clutching Yu Sheng's hair with both hands as she exclaimed, "Are they really people?" Yu Sheng was also quite amazed, but the sensation from his head made him think he should probably start the habit of wearing a hat. Seems to be an illusion technique combined with space folding. Hu Li, observing this scene, squinted her eyes and seriously commented after a moment of study, "We had this lesson in school, but I slept through that class." Luna nodded after listening. Yes, that's right. Yu Sheng now had mostly given up on trying to discern the actual significance of Luna's. Yes, that's right. He even suspected it was simply an unlocked audio cue, signifying she had awoken from a dormant state. Meanwhile, true man Yuanling exchanged some words with the two mountain guardian disciples guarding the demon suppression tower entrance. The two of them then stepped back, returned to the rock wall, and a moment later, Yu Sheng heard a clattering sound coming from deep within the mountain rock relief. The door, carved into the stone, slowly opened to the sides, revealing a dimly lit corridor inside. "Please," true man Yuanling gestured invitingly. "That siege giant divine soldier is currently being dismantled in the divine machine hall. True man Kaienji will arrive shortly, so we can head to the divine machine hall and have a look first." With a sense of anticipation and curiosity, Yu Sheng stepped forward to keep pace with true man Yuanling and Xuan Qi, entering the demon suppression tower. Just like the building at the Special Service Bureau headquarters, this so-called tower. Once inside, one wouldn't associate it with a tower structure at all. Yu Sheng felt as if he had walked into a gigantic and complex maze, and the direction of gravity in this maze was topsy-turvy. The corridors, styled with ancient sophistication, crisscrossed in all directions. One moment he was walking on the normal ground, the next he blinked to find himself standing on an inverted ceiling. After passing through many such strange corridors, he discovered that he had stepped onto a long, suspended corridor bridge, beyond which were rows of isolated compartments. These compartments were not directly connected to the corridor bridge, but were linked by floating bridges driven by enormous mechanisms, altering the connections between the compartments here and there in midair. After proceeding forward an uncertain distance, Yu Sheng's vision suddenly widened. The corridor bridge beneath his feet had reached its end. Ahead of him was an expansive open space, much like a massive vertical shaft. The inner wall of the shaft consisted of caves of various sizes. Some were equipped with heavy stone doors and solemn ancient pillars. Some entrances were embellished like pavilions, while others were simple, barren stone openings emitting a disquieting, dangerous aura. Carved or constructed along the inner wall of the shaft were intersecting passageways guarded by intimidating giant beasts or mechanical men who patrolled along those passages, monitoring the condition of each prison cell. The compartments we just passed are ordinary cells, and this shaft serves as the main containment area. True man Yuanling raised his hand to explain. Here, various malevolent beings subdued by Feng Ling Mountain over thousands of years are suppressed, not excluding some highly dangerous out-of-control entities. However, the most perilous ones are not here, but deeper within the entire demon suppression tower, passing through this mountain, reaching deep beneath the earth, sealed by the power of the earth veins. Of course, we do not need to venture that deep today. The path to the divine machine hall is this way. True man Yuanling said, raising the horsetail whisk in his hand, gently waving it towards the side wall of the shaft. A staircase that had appeared to be just an ordinary arc-shaped ramp embedded in the shaft wall roared to life, linking with another ramp on the opposite side of the shaft under the traction of giant machinery, revealing a door previously unseen at the end of the stairs. Yu Sheng and his companions crossed the ramp, passing by the guardian divine beast and the several-meter-tall mechanical man at the door, verifying their identities before entering the divine machine hall, where the dismantling of the giant divine soldier took place. Brightly lit, the roof towering, the ancient and dignified round hall housed a 12-meter-tall siege giant divine soldier standing quietly on a platform. A ring of scaffolding had been set up around it, with spirit mountain cultivators in short robes either standing on the scaffold or floating in the air, busily working around the enormous, ancient mechanical man. When Yu Sheng walked into the hall, the chest armor and back armor of the siege giant divine soldier had already been dismantled, as well as parts of the arm armor and headplates. Presumably, once those majestic and heavy armors were removed, what was exposed beneath was an intricate mechanism that dazzled the eyes. It resembled a robot, but clearly followed a completely different path. A robot's engine wouldn't have so many profound talismans. Yu Sheng came beside the dismantling platform, gazing up in amazement at the enormous, complex mechanical construct, confirming after a long look that he truly could not understand it. But he noticed that Erin at his side seemed particularly engrossed, her little face even displaying a thoughtful expression. "Can you understand it?" Erin said matter-of-factly, "No, I can't." "Then why are you looking so intently?" With her arms crossed, Erin pondered for a moment, her eyes darting around. "I just suddenly had an idea." Hearing this, Huli turned his head. "The saviors, I have an idea spread to you too." "Hey, don't interrupt." Erin waved her hand vigorously, then continued to look up at the 12-meter-tall siege giant divine soldier, speaking slowly. "Yu Sheng, do you think there's a possibility where you build me a body that's 1.67 meters tall?" Yu Sheng instinctively cut in before she finished. "Didn't we try that? Spirit injection just shrinks." Erin continued, "Then I can pilot it from inside." The unfinished half of Yu Sheng's sentence lodged abruptly in his windpipe with a choke. Chapter 360 True Man Kaienji. Chapter 360 True Man Kaienji. Yu Sheng was sometimes truly curious about how the little 66.6 cm tall shorty on his shoulder could come up with such extraordinary word combinations in her head. Though, in any case, he distinctly felt the little puppet's resentment toward her height had reached a certain level. For example, right now, she didn't even mind maintaining her true height of 66.6 cm and piloting a 1.67-meter-tall body. This made Yu Sheng sigh. "You've really got a knack for settling for less, but isn't this a bit too much?" "What can I do?" Erin shook Yu Sheng's head vigorously. "Just say if it's feasible or not." Let go of my hair." Yu Sheng frantically pushed away the little paws of the puppet. "I'll ask around for you later. Let go." Only then did Erin finally release her grip and look up at the 12-meter-tall siege giant divine soldier, her expression dumbstruck. "I always feel like I was so tall before, looking down on everything from a height, but now I can't even remember what it's like to have that perspective looking down," she mumbled. "Nowadays, I have to look up at everything, and even when I see a Pekingese mixed-breed dog, I have to avoid it, afraid of being carried away." Yu Sheng listened, amused yet helpless, and could only touch the little puppet's head as a form of comfort, then looked towards True Man Yuanling. "You've dismantled this mechanical man to such a degree. Have you discovered anything new?" "If I must say, there is something," True Man Yuanling nodded. "On the inner side of the mechanical man's rib armor, there are inscriptions likely left by a craftsman. It reads, Cast Tianyuan Year 127 March 8 Taoming Valley Golden Casting Pavilion Craftsman, Song Xingzhe. These writings are still used today on the Taixu Star, among which the characters for Tian, Valley, and Craftsman are in archaic form." Erin blinked. "What does it mean?" Yu Sheng had already understood, so he spoke up before True Man Yuanling. "It means that the part was manufactured on March 8 of Tianyuan Year 127, and the place of production should be somewhere called Taoming Valley Golden Casting Pavilion, with the direct responsible craftsman named Song Xingzhe. Am I right?" He directed the last question at True Man Yuanling. "That's exactly right," True Man Yuanling nodded. "The mechanical man unearthed in the exotic realm not only carries markings from the real world, but also such formal production inscriptions." Yu Sheng mused. "That's indeed peculiar." True Man Yuanling's expression turned serious, and he slowly shook his head. "Not just that. The bigger issue with this sentence is that we neither know what year, Tianyuan Year 127, is nor what the Taoming Valley Golden Casting Pavilion refers to." Yu Sheng was taken aback by this, and just as he was about to ask for more details, a melodious chime, like that of a wind bell, suddenly sounded from an unknown direction, and True Man Yuanling displayed a listening posture. "Elder Kaienji of the Lying Cloud 10 Halls has arrived." A moment later, True Man Yuanling nodded to Xuanqi. "Xuanqi, go welcome him in." Xuanqi immediately bowed to accept the order and turned to fly out of the hall. Yu Sheng patiently and curiously waited, and after about 20 minutes he heard the sound of mechanical workings from outside the hall door. Soon, the heavy door finally reopened, and a tall figure entered Yu Sheng and the others' view, quickly moving towards True Man Yuanling. In that instant, as Yu Sheng got a clear look at the figure's appearance, he was stunned. because the one walking in looked nearly like a mechanical man. The true man Kainji was completely clad in metal, his copper and iron body exuding a misty spiritual light. Even his Taoist robe had a metallic sheen as if it was an integral part of that steel shell. His chest was deliberately left open, perhaps, to show off. Within the chest, encased in a thick, transparent shell, was a clearly visible assembly of ticking gears, connecting rods and axles. And within these constantly operating mechanical components, an iron-gray heart beat slowly. With each heartbeat, numerous intricate and mysterious immortal talismans faintly surfaced on its surface, looking exquisite yet deceitful. The tall mechanical man strode in, bowing from afar towards true man Yuanling, producing a slightly tremulous booming voice from his chest. Yuanling, you've acquired quite a lot of new curiosities in your soul-suppressing tower. When will you let me study them? True man Kainji, glad to see you're well. True man Yuanling laughed, returning the bow and reminding, today there's an esteemed guest present, so you should restrain yourself a bit. Only then did true man Kainji seem to notice the presence of beings other than true man Yuanling and the siege giant divine soldier in the hall, turning his gaze towards Yu Sheng and his companions. Then his eyes fell on the absent-minded Luna. Greetings, fellow Taoist, true man Kainji said very formally with a bow. May I ask what materials and structure your physique is made of? Luna was completely unresponsive. Ahem, true man Yuanling coughed lightly and quickly raised his hand to introduce. This here is Yu Sheng, the expert I mentioned to you before, and he is the main guest. The one you just greeted is Miss Luna, this nine-tailed silver fox is Miss Hu Li, and on Yu Sheng's shoulder. Just as true man Yuanling was halfway through the introduction, true man Kainji had already turned to face Yu Sheng, and solemnly bowed. Hello, Taoist friend, did you refine this small mechanical man on your shoulder yourself? It's truly small and exquisite. The moment Yu Sheng heard the words, small mechanical man, he felt something was amiss. Sure enough, he then heard a gust of wind by his ear as Aaron shot out like an angry little bird, accompanied by a trail of chirping and floral fragrance. You still need to say it's small and exquisite, small my. Fortunately, Yu Sheng had spent enough time with this little puppet to develop some skills. At the instant his shoulder shook, he guessed that this shorty was about to launch out, so he quickly reached out and caught her midair, grabbing Aaron by the waist. She was left flailing and cursing in futility while hanging in midair, her target of curses now turning to Yu Sheng. True man Kainji's face, composed of numerous copper plates and flexible metals, suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. He watched the vigorously fluttering Aaron in midair, the gears on the side of his eye sockets creaking as they turned. So lifelike, quite temperamental too. She's called Aaron. True man Yuanling finally found a chance to speak with a sigh. She's an Alice puppet, but encountered some mishaps early on that forced her to temporarily reside in this body, which was also refined by Yu Sheng. The gears in true man Kainji's chest made a clicking sound, freezing for half a second. Meanwhile, as Yu Sheng was considering how to interact with this seemingly eccentric 10-hall elder, he saw the latter suddenly turn around, facing Aaron and giving a formal bow. Greetings, Taoist Aaron, I deeply apologize for any offense and hope you will understand. This left Aaron at a loss. Apparently, the little puppet was used to engaging in online arguments with unruly netizens, battling through hundreds of responses without stopping. This situation was a first for her, and she was left speechless for quite some time before finally responding, squeezing out the last bit of courtesy and education from her bones. It's okay, and nice to meet you too. Beside them, Luna suddenly raised her head and nodded at true man Kainji. Good. True man Kainji was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure what Luna's sudden good meant. Then, as if realizing something, his gaze fell once more on Yu Sheng. From within the ticking machinery of his body came an odd rattling sound. This fellow Taoist Yu, true man Kainji mumbled in confusion, the lenses embedded in his eye sockets contracting and expanding, his tone suddenly uncertain. Taoist friend, is this an external incarnation? Why can't I see it clearly? This time it was Yu Sheng's turn to be dumbfounded. Consider it as your lenses needing cleaning, true man Yuanling said exasperatedly. Moreover, why does your body always make strange noises? What number is this? Only character number 22, true man Kainji casually replied. I originally intended to send Earth character number 16 over, but Earth character number 16 went to repair a geological vein a while ago and unfortunately fell into magma and got destroyed, so I had to send the idle heavenly character number 22 body over. The noise you mentioned might be due to a collision with the mountain during flight, causing some loosening in the joints, but it doesn't matter. Yu Sheng listened curiously to the mention of heavenly character number 22 and earth character number 16, and true man Yuanling explained. Managing the affairs of a large sect is busy, and the matters of cultivation and teaching cannot be delayed. We each have our own methods. I use the technique of external incarnation, while true man Kainji created a whole bunch of identical bodies for himself, categorized into heaven, earth, and humanity, based on their use for research, craft, and administration. This is considered a unique incarnation method in the path of artifact refining. What you're seeing here is not his true form, but a mechanical incarnation. Of course, over the years, true man Kainji might not be able to distinguish which was his original body. Haha, sometimes it's really hard to tell. True man Kainji laughed heartily, sounding completely unconcerned about it. Anyway, I use whichever I'm given. The primordial spirit is the source, while bodies are just temporary vessels. This is the mechanical ascension path. Aaron also understood at this time and excitedly poked Yu Sheng's head. Hey, this process is quite similar to mine. True man Kainji quickly turned around upon hearing this. Taoist Aaron also practices the mechanical ascension path. Aaron, I have no idea. My body was all helped by Yu Sheng kneading. True man Kainji looked at Yu Sheng again. Taoist Yu Sheng also practices the mechanical ascension path. By this time, Yu Sheng was already getting a headache. Why is this so confusing? Chapter 361, Incomplete Affairs. Chapter 361, Incomplete Affairs. Yu Sheng realized that this universe's places with outstanding people and spiritual grounds are not limited to the boundary land. Kaiyan Feng Ling Mountain is also pretty remarkable. However, to think positively, true man Kainji is quite easygoing in character, which brings Yu Sheng some relief, as he had heard true man Yuanling describe the sect leader elders of the other major sects as old guys only focused on cultivation. He thought they were all a bunch of rigid, stubborn cultivators, but seeing true man Kainji now, he realized that while Kainji might be focused entirely on research cultivation, he is not at all rigid or stubborn. Of course, it's another trivial little issue when the topic occasionally gets diverted, while dealing with this great elder of the lying cloud 10 halls. Thankfully, under true man Yuanling's relentless effort, the topic finally returned to its proper path. Astonishing, truly astonishing. True man Kainji looked up, gazing at the imposing figure of the siege giant divine soldier standing before him, exclaiming in amazement. We've only dismantled its front and rear shells without touching its core, true man Yuanling said beside him. What secrets lie within, you'll have to tell us. True man Kainji waved his hand. No rush, let me go up and see. Before the words were out, this sect master, who had completely regarded the mechanical man's body as his own flesh, gently turned his neck. In the next second, with a few soft clicks, his entire head along with a small portion of the neck below unexpectedly detached and rose into the air, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, flying toward the mechanical core of the siege giant divine soldier. Instantly, several small mechanical arms extended from below his head, with intricate metal joints moving as they climbed the mechanical structure on the giant soldier's chest, carefully probing among the dizzying gears and talismans. Aaron, witnessing this scene, nearly jumped out of her skin, instinctively grabbing onto Yu Sheng's hair. Oh my, the puppet progenitor. My hair. Yu Sheng immediately brushed away the little puppet's claws, equally startled by true man Kainji's actions, but still instinctively turned to look at Aaron. Why mention the puppet progenitor at this moment? Aaron asserted confidently. It's an Alice puppet tradition. When you see someone's head fall off, you should quickly shout puppet progenitor to prevent your own head from falling off. Yu Sheng looked bewildered. What a load of nonsense. At that moment, true man Kainji's voice also emerged from his body left on the ground. Yuanling, have you noticed the various inscriptions inside this mechanical man? Of course we've seen them, true man Yuanling nodded, but no one recognizes the years and places written on these inscriptions. No one recognizes them. Indeed, I don't recognize them either, but haven't you thought of anything? True man Kainji spoke, his head slowly descending from the air and reconnecting with his body with a few clicks. Tianyuan year 127. Tianyuan. Now the calendar used by Taixu Spirit Hub for chronology is consistent with the holy calendar of Terra and Boundary Land, along with our own Taixu calendar used for chronology. Do you remember the books mentioning the several major revisions of Taixu calendar? Of course I remember, nodded true man Yuanling. Taixu calendar has been used ever since the continuation of historical records. But in the first 100 years, there were various reasons for numerous errors, leading to 3 major revisions and 4 minor revisions, after which it was just barely usable as the standard calendar for guiding farming seasons on Taixu Star. Various reasons. Do you recall what the main reason among them was? Hearing the question posed by the other party, a trace of seriousness appeared in True Man Yuanling's expression. Misalignment with stars, inconformity with the cycle of heavenly principles, most importantly, deficiencies in the calendar. Indeed, misalignment with stars, inconformity with heavenly principles, deficiencies in the calendar. True Man Kaienji spoke slowly, with the mechanical core in his chest clicking, as if rapidly calculating many things. The reason for these deficiencies and misalignment with stars boils down to one main cause: transition between old and new worlds. True Man Yuanling said nothing, quietly raising his head to look at the mechanical giant on the platform. True Man Kaienji's voice resonated with a deep tremor. When the worlds change, the old methods of star observation become unusable. Traditional lineage breaks, many things handed down by our ancestors become hard to trace. How majestic were the ancient saints, yet unable to preserve everything under the heavens. Much couldn't be kept. Thus became gaps in ancient books, rupture in inheritance, resulting in deficiencies in the calendar. It goes for calendars, and it goes for methods of chronology as well. Hu Li blinked her eyes, eager to learn though currently struggling to follow the discussion of the 2 true men, so she turned and poked Yu Sheng's arm with her tail. "Savior, what are they talking about?" Yu Sheng actually felt clouded at first, but fortunately he had learned quite a bit about the secrets of this world from Bailey Qing. At this moment, from connecting the dots in their conversation, he guessed, "You mean the inscriptions on these giant divine soldiers' record? Information from the old world." There is this speculation. True Man Kaienji turned his head, and even though his face was made of metal and stone, it carried a heavy and complex expression at this moment. "Since you are an expert from the boundary land, you should know that there was a great tribulation across the myriad worlds, called annihilation. After annihilation, the myriad realms perished. It was the ancient saints who made a last-ditch effort to recreate the universe from the remnants of the catastrophe. Afterward, this universe had the saying of new and old worlds. But ultimately, it was a catastrophe that led to the annihilation of all worlds. Even with recreating the universe, there were things that couldn't be recovered. Those things have now become parts of various civilizations that are incomplete and missing in history, technology, and heritage. Our Taixu Spirit Hub is one of the more complete ones in terms of inheritance, second only to the Academy on Terra Star. Yet even so, we have many things concerning the old world that we can't make sense of. The Tianyuan era name has never appeared in the ancient books passed down to this day. In fact, we don't even know what the calendar system was like on Taixu Star in the old world. Even the calendar we used to guide agriculture was pieced together after history was rewritten and the universe was reopened. But now, the inscription on the mechanical giant mentions the Tianyuan era name. According to reasonable deduction, I believe this was the calendar system used on Taixu Star in the old world, or at least a node in that system. And by this deduction, the Golden Casting Pavilion in Taoming Valley, recorded in the inscription, should be a place name that only existed in the old world, and the artisan Song Xingjai is likely an ancestor from the old world. Yu Sheng remained silent for a moment. He didn't know what he should be sighing about now. Was it the great feat of world remaking, or the history recorded by Taixu Spirit Hub in that lost old world? Or perhaps, was it worth carefully thinking about why these siege giant divine soldiers, which seemingly recorded information about the old world, appeared in the exotic realm of the Teiyu Stars desert? While Yu Sheng was deep in thought, True Man Yuanling suddenly broke the silence. There should be other evidence, right? As he said this, his gaze fell on True Man Kaienji. Yesterday, when I sent you the mechanical core blueprint of the giant divine soldier, you hurriedly wanted to come over. Did you see something from that blueprint at that time? I might as well not hide it from you. True Man Kaienji nodded and then raised his hand with a flick, somehow retrieving a wooden box from somewhere. When he opened the wooden box, there were several exquisite jade pieces less than half the size of a palm inside. He placed those jade pieces in his palm, and strands of misty radiance rose from the center of his hand. Then, with a few crisp ringing sounds, the jade pieces floated up, circling around True Man Kaienji while light from the jade pieces outlined colossal shadows in the surrounding air. These turned out to be an eye-dazzling array of giant divine soldiers of various sizes and models. These are large mechanical puppets crafted by my lying Cloud 10 halls, arranged by model and purpose. Those categorized as siege giant divine soldiers are these ones. Accompanied by true man Kainji's words, the illusions projected from the jade pieces continually adjusted in size and position, with some images disassembling to reveal details of the components. Of course, this should not involve technical data of core secrets, but merely some superficial demonstrations. Yet from true man Yuanling's serious expression, Yu Sheng judged that this information should already reveal many things. True man Kainji's voice continued. This is an iron garrison, level giant divine soldier. Its mechanical core is from the same lineage as the tiger wolf level. You should be able to see that this mechanical core is quite different from other giant divine soldiers, but it bears some similarity to the mechanism dug out of the belly of the giant divine soldier from the exotic realm. For a long time, the original design of this mechanical core has actually been a mystery. Of course, I know how to construct it. I even am very clear about its principles and all the technical details. Yuanling, you understand my skill. There is no mechanical technique that baffles me. But understanding the principles and technology is one thing, finding out its source is quite another. Just like our Takesu calendar has defects, the mechanical techniques of Lying Cloud 10 halls also have a small defect. This portion of the defect has been patched by 3 generations, including myself, my master, and my grandmaster. Though what we patched was merely the technique part, we couldn't patch the source of the technique, nor could we find those who stood at the source back then. True man Kainji spoke as he slowly turned around. He raised his head, his gaze going beyond the mechanical projections suspended midair and landing on that ancient giant divine soldier. Golden Casting Pavilion in Taoming Valley, Song Xingzhai. Up to now, we've finally patched up the first name. Chapter 362, Null Value. Chapter 362. Chapter 362, Null Value. Yu Sheng was not from the Takesu Spirit Hub, but he could still hear that heavy sentiment from true man Kainji's words at this moment. An emotion too complex to simply describe with words, neither pure nostalgia nor satisfaction. We people of Takesu place great importance on heritage and roots. True man Yuanling also sighed softly and turned to Yu Sheng. But we are different from Terra's Archaeological Association, which is also determined to trace its roots. During the annihilation catastrophe, the Tyrian races had a brief period of sanctuary called the Endless Sea. In that brief respite, the Tyrian sages known as Firebearers left behind a large amount of heritage and historical records, all said to be sealed within the lost Deep Lake. So Terra's Archaeological Association knows exactly what their goal is. They just need to find the lost Deep Lake. But it's different for us. The Takesu Spirit Hub was dug out by the ancient saints from the ashes of the Great Calamity, as were 99% of all civilizations in this universe. For us, who had once turned into ashes completely, whatever the ancient saints dug out back then is all we have now. There is no more to learn, and even if we search the universe, nowhere would still record matters of the Takesu Spirit Hub, the things from the old world. My senior brother, Master Chuan Chi's uncle, initially also harbored unrealistic ideas, wanting to find traces of the old world, but after all these years, he has found nothing. So now you should know why I rushed over, true man Kainji said from the side. This time we might really have found a little scrap that fell over here from the old world. As he said this, he raised his head and solemnly bowed to Yu Sheng once more, this bow significantly more reverent than before. Mr. Yu, I would like to accompany you to that desert exotic realm once more, if you don't mind. That's not a problem, Yu Sheng nodded without hesitation, but that exotic realm situation is a bit special. Special? The one who answered was true man Yuanling. Every time the exotic realm opens, it changes inside, and in most cases it's just meaningless chaos, so even if you go now, it's unlikely you'll see the identical desert again. True man Kainji's face clearly showed disappointment. However, Yu Sheng suddenly spoke up. I might give it a try. I memorized the coordinates of that desert when I left. Maybe I can open the door directly back to that place. Is that even possible? True man Kainji's eyes brightened instantly. Something inside the mechanical devices in his head really lit up. Then please, Mr. Yu. Yu Sheng also did not refuse, directly extending his hand into the air. While focusing slightly, he began to assign values to the door as per usual procedures. A phantom door quickly formed in his hand. Simultaneously, Kainji, Yuanling, and Chuan Chi all focused their gazes on that semi-transparent door. And even the spirit mountain cultivators around the giant divine soldier subconsciously quieted down, watching Yu Sheng's next move. Yu Sheng took a gentle breath, turned the doorknob, and slowly pulled open the door. Yet at this moment a kind of resistance he had never felt before suddenly spread from the bottom of his heart, and immediately after he felt his hand empty. The door, just barely ajar, vanished silently. Hu Li's eyes instantly widened. She subconsciously cried out, "Savior, why is the door gone?" Yu Sheng himself was a bit stunned. Then he tried reaching into the air again, focusing even more than before, working with caution. The same thing happened once more. The phantom door silently annihilated just as it opened a crack. Aaron stared blankly at this scene. "What's going on? Is your ability malfunctioning?" Yu Sheng didn't speak for a moment, just frowned tightly in thought, breaking the silence only after a few seconds. "It's a null value." True man Kaienji didn't understand Yu Sheng's ability, but he also saw that this was abnormal and quickly asked, "What does null value mean?" "It means the destination doesn't exist." Yu Sheng looked at his right hand. "This is really strange." "The destination doesn't exist? Isn't that even stranger than when you failed to open the door to the Black Forest the first time?" Aaron blinked, immediately thinking of the situation during Yu Sheng's previous failed door opening. "When we first tried going into the Black Forest, the failure was because of dream drifting. But drifting shouldn't make the destination non-existent, right?" "But we did leave through that desert's door back then." Hu Li also chimed in, her big ears twitching in the air. "And before that, Chuan Chi could also return to the exotic realm through the door from outside. When he returned to the exotic realm through the door, I was maintaining the passage from the desert side. So this operation is very likely one way," Yu Sheng said thoughtfully. "Perhaps the door-opening operation can only be conducted inside that exotic realm." Aaron roughly understood Yu Sheng's meaning. She scratched her head. "So what now?" "Of course we go to Teiyu again, going through the normal route once more," Yu Sheng said without hesitation, his thoughts simple and direct. "First confirm whether that exotic realm still exists, then figure out its rules and what's going on." True man Kaienji stepped forward immediately upon hearing this. "I'm willing to go with you all. Please ask true man Yuanling to prepare an immortal boat for us." "Oh, that's not necessary," Yu Sheng waved his hand. "I meant there's no need for the immortal boat. I can still directly open the door to Teiyu's mine." As he spoke, he casually swiped through the air beside him, and a door almost instantly formed and opened. Not far on the other side of the door stood a stunned Su Yun. She was currently leading people to stand guard at the mine entrance. "Master?" In less than a second of surprise, Su Yun quickly ran over. Although she didn't understand how a door suddenly appeared in front of her, she clearly saw her master standing on the opposite side of the door as well as another important figure at the scene. She hurriedly saluted through the door. "Junior Su Yun greets true man Kaienji, and senior brother, Mr. Yu. What brings you here?" True man Yuanling hadn't anticipated Yu Sheng would open the door so suddenly, but he quickly responded, stepping forward to address Su Yun. "How is the entrance situation? Any changes?" Su Yun hastily nodded in reply. "No changes. Just now we checked the critical location. It's still the same." True man Yuanling nodded. "Mr. Yu and the others want to check the exotic realm beneath that mine again, and true man Kaienji will also go. Don't be nervous. Just continue to guard the surroundings." "Yes." "Then let's head over now." Yu Sheng glanced back at the group beside him. "You all go in first, I'll be the last." Chuan Chi responded by being the first to walk through the door, followed closely by Luna and Hu Li. True man Kaienji paused slightly as he arrived at the door, looking up in puzzlement at the illusory door held by Yu Sheng, while the gears and devices in his head creaked and clanked. What's the principle behind this? Yu Sheng felt he was hearing that question frequently lately. Just as everyone passed through the door, and Yu Sheng prepared to lead Aaron over, true man Yuanling suddenly spoke. "Hold on a moment." Yu Sheng stopped immediately and turned around. "Do you want to come too?" "I'm not like Kaienji, who can transform into 1,000 forms and come and go as he pleases." True man Yuanling stroked his beard, and then took out an ancient mirror from his bosom. "Take my Linksy mirror with you and have Kaienji carry it. I want to use him to see what the exotic realm truly looks like." "All right." Yu Sheng nodded in agreement, then took the Linksy mirror, handed over by true man Yuanling, and stepped through the door. The next second, he was above Teiyu, before the mine ramp leading to the entrance of the exotic realm. Everyone began preparing to enter the exotic realm. Chuan Chi was explaining something to Su Yun not far away, who handed some self-made gastric health pills to Chuan Chi. Luna was inspecting her blade, dismantling and assembling her arm joints with clinks and clanks, while Hu Li took out a baked bun from his tail, devouring it quickly with both hands. Cyber Fox Deity was loading ammunition, JPG. True Man Kaienji was still marveling at the surroundings, looking back once more at where he had come from, while checking the parameters recorded by the mechanisms within his own body. Incredible! Truly incredible, as if one really just crossed through a door without any signs of spatial movement. Yu Sheng approached True Man Kaienji and handed him the Lingxi mirror. True Man Yuanling asks you to help hold this. I figured he'd be curious about the situation inside the exotic realm as well. True Man Kaienji was not surprised at all, smiling as he accepted the ancient mirror and casually placed it to his side, allowing it to float nearby. He then raised his hand, tapping on the transparent crystal stone casing on his chest a few times before directly removing that casing. Yu Sheng was astonished to see him grab his iron-gray heart, surrounded by numerous gears and shafts, directly from his chest, and then carefully adjusted the intricate structures on the back of the heart. True Man Kaienji's expression remained calm, as if this were a daily routine, while Yu Sheng felt a chill in his own chest, instinctively recalling some unpleasant memories and curiously asking, "What are you doing?" "Opening the heart acupoint," True Man Kaienji replied without lifting his head. "This heart is refined with special techniques, endowed with unique functions that allow for the exploration of various deceitful and abnormal places. This heart has 9 acupoints, with 7 used for daily purposes and the other 2 manually activated, enabling primordial spirit void and communication between reality and illusion." He paused for a moment, then looked up at Yu Sheng, noticing the bewilderment on his face, and explained further. "Oh, it's similar to the umbilical cord technology of the Boundary Land Special Service Bureau, except it's not as universally applicable and cannot be used on individuals with low cultivation levels." "Umbilical cord." "Exactly," True Man Kaienji laughed, placing the adjusted heart back into his chest. "Communication with the outside world is severed in the exotic realm, and my body is just one of many incarnations. Without some preparations, the moment I enter the exotic realm, this body would become a pile of scrap. Yuanling asked me to carry the Lingxi mirror to make use of my heart acupoint." Yu Sheng finally understood. "Oh, I get it now. It's like piggybacking on your capability." That metaphor is quite ingenious. Chapter 363, Exploring the Map. Chapter 363, Exploring the Map. The dim boundary seemed like some sort of living entity, pulsating faintly at the end of the mine shaft slope. True Man Kaienji reached out to tap on the wall to his side, then flicked a thin needle from his fingertip, stabbing it into the stone wall within the erosive range of that dim boundary, as if sampling and analyzing something. Loosely brittle salt seeping, ley lines severed. He turned his head and casually said to Yu Sheng and the others, "Has this exotic realm really only appeared recently?" "Indeed, it was only discovered recently," Xuan Qi answered, stepping forward half a step, cupping his hands in respect. "Everything was still normal here half a month ago. This erosion doesn't look like a recent change. I'm afraid the environment beneath here started to change years ago." True Man Kaienji muttered, then turned his head to look at the dimly lit area, and with a light click, 2 beams of strong light shot out from his eye sockets, directly into the depths of the darkness. However, those beams of light seemed to be obstructed by some invisible filter, only illuminating a few steps ahead before mysteriously fading away. "Interesting," True Man Kaienji murmured and then stepped forward. Yu Sheng and the others followed closely behind. The darkness gradually closed in, with the interminable slope seeming to extend endlessly toward the center of the earth beneath their feet. They stepped into the darkness and walked forward for an unknown length of time before Yu Sheng felt the environment around him begin to change. He stepped mindfully, recalling the momentary trance he experienced the last time he entered this exotic realm, and the illusory, grand sound of the array activation he heard during that trance. He was extra cautious as he moved forward this time, yet he heard nothing. A slightly moist breeze suddenly blew from ahead, causing the concentrated darkness to dissipate rapidly like it was blown away, and Yu Sheng found himself out of the endless slope. A rather spacious underground space appeared before his eyes. It was an astonishingly large cavern, its dimensions unknown, with the boundaries at a distance swallowed by the dark. Only the near-regional primitive rock wall stretched upward, disappearing into the darkness above, and luminescent vines and various unknown fluorescent fungi grew along the nearby rocks, ground, and stalagmites, lighting up the surrounding space. Yu Sheng looked on in amazement at everything before him, and then noticed what seemed like shimmering waves in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a large expanse of water. It was a vast underground lake, with numerous unknown plant stems and leaves emitting a soft glow floating on the lake's surface. The faint glow illuminated the water and blended with the luminous moss and vines on the shore, giving the scene a kind of dreamlike beauty, yet faintly carrying a dark, eerie atmosphere. This incredible subterranean scene momentarily left Yu Sheng breathless, and almost at the same time, he heard Aaron on his shoulder exclaim in awe. "Wow! At least there's no sand this time," Hu Li muttered. Then her big tail behind her bloomed. Countless ghostly fox fires drifted out from between her tails like a swarm of fireflies, rising and spreading around, further illuminating everything. Yet her fox fires extended hundreds of meters, unable to light up the edge of the cavern. But at least it made this dim space significantly brighter. "It's different every time I come in," Yu Sheng casually said, then lifted a shoulder. "Aaron, is there a killing intent this time?" Aaron felt carefully. "Not at the moment, but I feel like you have a bloody disaster again." Yu Sheng instead laughed. "It's like there's a day without a bloody disaster for me. What's the blood loss this time? Where's the specific injury?" Aaron stared at him. "How would I know? You really think I'm a prophet, huh?" "You're starting to be as preachy as a prophet recently." Yu Sheng shrugged and looked towards Luna, extending a hand, stab. As soon as he spoke, Luna raised her hand and brought the knife down. Worthy of being an artificial saintess, born from a professional stabbing background, she was proficient in this alone amid her usual clumsiness. Then Yu Sheng started sprinkling his blood on the ground, and after that into the lake. Aaron looked a bit dazed. "What are you doing?" "Spilling some blood won't hurt. Even if it doesn't gather intel, it leaves a mark. Maybe I'll hit something crucial and get it later," Yu Sheng justified. "Besides, you already said there's a bloody disaster. I'm just shedding some blood in advance to boost the drop rate." "Is it possible to bug like this?" The little puppet was stunned and frowned as Yu Sheng's blood-spilling action continued. "But why do I feel like you're spreading mycelium blankets?" Hearing this, Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned, grateful the little thing hadn't said something more unflattering. True Man Kainji, on the other hand, looked a bit confused by Yu Sheng's actions. Although he hadn't dealt much with the exotic realm-handling experts from the Boundary Land, he'd seen a few spirit realm detectives or investigators before, yet never this style of work process. After holding back for a long time, he couldn't help but turn to Xuan Qi. "What is Yu Sheng doing?" Xuan Qi was just as bewildered, knowing only partly about the nature of the travel agency group, but he couldn't ignore the inquiry from his senior, and after a few seconds of hard thinking, cupped his hands and bluffed. "Mr. Yu has his investigative approach. He knows many blood rituals." A clicking sound echoed in True Man Kainji's mind. "Blood rituals." Xuan Qi, only his own." True Man Kainji nodded. "Oh, then there's no problem." Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was carefully perceiving the situation after the blood was shed. That feeling of nothingness appeared again. Yu Sheng could clearly feel his blood being sprinkled onto the soil and lake water of the subterranean cave. But in a mere moment, it seemed to penetrate through the ground and water surface directly into a deep void, without establishing any connection with anything. Perhaps due to his previous experience and accumulation, this time he felt a bit more information than last time, albeit vaguely. At the extreme end of that nothingness, there seemed to be something extremely massive, so huge that perception could not detect its existence. It's like standing at the foot of an infinitely broad, pitch-black giant wall. No matter which direction you look, all you see is darkness, unable to perceive the wall itself. But Yu Sheng did not sense any oppression or malice from that massive presence. It seemed like just a lifeless object, or some kind of hollow shell. He furrowed his brow, attempting to glean some information from that vague feeling, but ended up with nothing, and even that vague feeling vanished after a brief dozen seconds. After pondering for a moment, Yu Sheng thought increasing the dosage might help. So he turned to Luna. "Stab me again." The previous wound had already healed. Luna nodded, but before she could act, Hu Li couldn't help but interrupt. "Savior, I can do it too. I brushed my teeth today." "No way, you always drink secretly," Yu Sheng rejected sternly. "Every time you down half of it." Hu Li's ears immediately drooped, muttering and grumbling. Luna, however, remained silent and simply sliced down again with her knife, skillful as though she'd been filleting fish in a supermarket for 10 years. Yu Sheng continued spreading the spore mat by the lake. but this time he couldn't perceive any more information, not even feeling the immense presence at the end of the extreme void. Can it only be effective once within the same scene of the exotic realm? He muttered thoughtfully, "Hey, Changfa, if we sneak out to play, will Red Hat Sister reprimand us?" said the black-haired girl in a blue dress, her eyes wide open, curiously taking in the surroundings as she walked along a mountain path somewhere on Qianfeng Ling Mountain, but still unable to resist expressing her worry to the long-haired princess walking beside her. "She said we can't wander around." "What do you mean by sneaking out to play? We left openly and honestly," Changfa responded righteously. "Besides, brother already said we can move around freely. We even registered yesterday. Salted fish, you're too timid." "But brother also said we need a guide for free activities," the girl in the blue dress called salted fish by the long-haired princess still fretted. "Plus, I have a live stream tonight. If Red Hat Sister catches us, she'll definitely scold me all night." "Come on, I already told you it's fine," Changfa dismissed it casually. "And who said there's no guide? The guide is right here. Isn't that right, duh?" Zhang Zhai. She looked up at Zhang Zhai walking ahead of them, who sighed helplessly. "I've only been here a day longer than you. I'm really not familiar with the area." Turn left ahead. The spirit plant garden on the right is off limits. "You're saying you're not familiar?" Changfa stared wide-eyed. "I've heard you've made 7 sworn friends here in half a day. Even on Beast Taming Peak, your close companions are there." "Where did you hear that?" Zhang Zhai was dumbfounded. "How can such outrageous rumors spread?" "Erin said it. She also mentioned you fell off a cliff in the back hills and landed on a fishing expert, from whom you retrieved over 70 cultivation secret manuals. Though I know she's surely exaggerating. Who packs over 70 manuals when going out to fish, right?" Zhang Zhai's face immediately twitched, feeling his decision to stay in Qianfeng Ling Mountain might have been a mistake. But with the situation as it was, talking about returning home was likely too late, so he simply sighed deeply, continuing to walk forward while mumbling, "You can't trust what Erin says. I just met an old man guarding the dormitory at the foot of the hill who complained I scared away his fish." "Turn right ahead, there's a pavilion. It was donated and built 70 years ago by the next-door neighbor of Fairy Sion's cousin-in-law at Spirit Storage Peak. The view from the pavilion is great, and you can see Spirit Gathering Array in the valley below Spirit Peak City." The long-haired princess proudly nudged the mermaid's arm. "See, I told you having Zhang Zhai as a guide was fine. Anyone close to brother is nothing simple." The mermaid watched Zhang Zhai's agile figure moving as if at home on the mountain road ahead, blinking for a long time. "That's really impressive." Chapter 364, Convergence, Passive. Chapter 364, Convergence, Passive. Flickering foxfire floated like drifting fireflies, spreading and hovering in the unbelievably vast underground cavern. The light illuminated the slippery ground covered with glowing moss nearby, the rocky cave walls entwined with bizarre vines, and the underground lake not far away. Yu Sheng and his party cautiously explored within the lit area of the foxfire, occasionally stopping to collect samples of nearby rocks, plants, and water. The voice of true man Yuanling emanated from the lynxy mirror floating in midair. "Truly strange. Have such colossal caverns been noted among the many scenes in this exotic realm mentioned in previous reports?" "There have been mentions of underground caverns, but none on this scale," Xuan Qi responded immediately, "and the reports didn't mention any underground lakes either." "So this is another new scene then?" Aaron, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, casually commented while tightly gripping his head. "Just like that desert before. This exotic realm only recently appeared, and many of its characteristics have yet to be fully explored. It's normal for previously undiscovered changes to occur or new areas to appear," Xuan Qi said. "Everyone be careful with your footing. It's very slippery around here. Don't fall into the lake." "Rest assured, young ones, I'm watching over this side." True man Kainji walked on the other side of the group, with a light clicking sound occasionally coming from his head and a red glow sometimes flashing in his eyes, as if scanning for something. "This lake water is indeed peculiar, and even divine sense cannot penetrate it. I can't see what's underneath either. There must be something going on deep down." As he spoke, he fished out a peculiar little brass ball from his pocket. The ball was engraved with talismans and had several hollow spots emitting faint light, with a ticking sound like a clock emanating from within. True man Kainji casually tossed the ball on the ground, which then cracked open, sprouting several pairs of agile mechanical arms and legs, quickly scampering and jumping into the lake. A moment later, a red glow flickered in the lake, and the ball jumped out of the water not far away, swiftly flying back into its owner's hand. The mechanical ball lost contact at less than 10 meters deep and returned according to its automatic program. True man, Kainji said, pressing a few more times on the ball, which made a few clicking sounds and opened a side of its shell, projecting a beam of light that displayed the underwater footage in midair. The blurry footage only showed the water, with some floating luminescent debris. Before losing contact and returning, the mechanical ball even changed direction to shoot the lake bed, but it only captured deep darkness, revealing nothing. Yu Sheng felt Aaron's body tense up a little. "This place is giving me the creeps," the little puppet muttered. "At first, the glowing moss and glowing vines were quite beautiful, but the longer we stay, the more suffocating it feels down there. Just uncomfortable." Hu Li joined them, rubbing his big fluffy tail against Yu Sheng's arm. "Savior, I'm feeling a bit creepy too." Aaron rolled her eyes. "You're furry." "She's feeling creepy, her fur's all fluffed up," Yu Sheng said casually, his brows slightly furrowed. "I feel it too, like the atmosphere here has changed a bit from before, can't say. Luna, can your radar work? Did it scan anything strange nearby?" Luna paused, and the artificial saintess, built-in radar scanned the surroundings again at high power, then she slowly shook her head. "No active targets." Yu Sheng still frowned, then seemed to sense something, looked up into the air. The space there seemed to suddenly become a bit unstable. "Holy cow, salted fish, did you see that thing just now? That big goose flying by in the sky?" "That's an immortal crane, the long-haired princess. You should read a book sometime." They're about the same. The point is that thing is so beautiful." The long-haired princess stood excitedly on a hanging gallery at the edge of a cliff, looking at the vast sky in the distance. "It just burst out from the clouds and greeted us. Was it dancing just now? It flew around the corridor. I want to raise one." "Are you sure you can raise this kind of immortal bird? Its intelligence might not even be lower than yours." The mermaid glanced at the long-haired princess. "You can't even take care of a dog." "Hey, I just don't enjoy keeping dogs. They always remind me of Red Hat's wolf, makes the back of my neck hurt." The long-haired princess grimaced, then turned to Zheng Zhai, who acted as a guide. Hey, young man, do you know if they allow adopting these immortal cranes?" "That one just now definitely isn't allowed. It's true man Yuanling's pet. The other immortal cranes shouldn't be either. They're basically final assignments from the beast-taming peak." Zheng Zhai shook his head. "Also, it's about time you two head back. Despite it being the weekend, you don't have homework in freshman year." The long-haired princess inhaled sharply at that, slumping completely. "I finished mine last night," the mermaid said casually, "but we should really head back now. I just picked a lot of wild fruits. They're quite delicious, and I'd like to bring them back for everyone to try." "You finished it last night?" The long-haired princess widened her eyes instantly. "No way, fish. Isn't your memory only supposed to be 7 seconds? When did you get so good at studying? Weren't you not like this in middle school? You used to copy my homework back then." The mermaid looked helpless. "Long-haired princess, you should read a book sometimes, and don't casually give me setups." The long-haired princess continued to droop, and with another sigh waved her hand. All right, let's go back. Let me copy your math paper when we return." The mermaid was about to turn back, but upon hearing this, she froze. "We have math papers too." "What did I just say about you?" Hurry back, I haven't finished my homework. Where are we going?" Zheng Zhai looked at the situation with mixed emotions, quickly taking the lead, while feeling a bit nostalgic. High school days were really wonderful. He even started to miss his own high school life. There were really few worries at that time, though even now there aren't too many. It's important to keep a wide heart. It said that these fairy tales, kids would hardly survive to adulthood in the past, but now they have to worry about exams, university graduation, and career prospects. That's quite good too. Who knows if Brother Yu and the others are doing well in exotic realm exploration. Last time they seemed to have a fight with a dangerous group. Luckily, everyone was unhurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many reports he'd have to write upon return. It's vital to be able to fight. Yesterday, Li Lin messaged saying he had to go on another field assignment these 2 days, and Captain Song was personally leading the team. Who knows what tricky case they've encountered. Anyway, it's not something a newbie like him can meddle in, to be honest. He felt a bit sympathetic towards Brother Li. Slacking is nice. Zheng Zhai's thoughts drifted aimlessly as he walked towards the cloud viewing platform, following the route from his memory. Until the surroundings gradually darkened, until the wind carried a chilly, damp feeling. Something's not right. Changfa noticed something amiss first. She raised her head and looked around, her black hair transformed into a waterfall of golden hair reaching the ground in a blink. This path didn't look like this when we came, right? The mermaid also grew nervous. She sensed the moisture in the surrounding air. We were still going uphill just now. When did we start going downhill? Zheng Zhai suddenly snapped out of his daze. He looked in shock at the mountain path beneath his feet, and how the walls of the canyon on both sides suddenly felt oppressive and enclosing, then quickly turned around. The once wide mountain path had turned into a steep, narrow downhill. The cliffs on either side had seemingly morphed into cave walls. The sky above vanished. The thick rock layers obscured vision, and immediately after, the last sliver of daylight from the outside disappeared at the edge of his sight. Right then, Zheng Zhai felt his feet slip, simultaneously hearing the long-haired princess's startled cry, "Whoa!" A fluffy golden ball appeared suddenly in view, accompanied by a somewhat familiar exclamation as it quickly enlarged and approached. Yu Sheng hadn't even had time to react to what was happening, instinctively taking 2 steps forward to catch the fuzzy ball creature that was making a familiar sound. The next second, the hairball fell solidly onto him. Despite Yu Sheng's current body strength being far superior to human, he was knocked over, hitting his head on a rock, causing it to bleed. The golden hairball bounced off him, rolling and jumping several times before bumping into a rock wall nearby and coming to a stop. At nearly the same moment, a splash echoed nearby. In that underground lake illuminated by glowing algae and foxfire, scattering a large spray of water. The sudden commotion startled everyone. Even true man Kainji didn't react in time, of course. The main reason being he was using a mechanical incarnation, and his transmission bandwidth was half occupied by true man Yuanling's Linksy mirror. Originally sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, Aaron was thrown out, loudly exclaiming in midair, rolling 4 or 5 times upon landing before coming to a stop. The puppet struggled to get up while bewilderedly exclaiming, "What the heck is going on here? What's falling from the sky, and why didn't I sense any killing intent? Ow, bit my tongue. What's going on?" As she spoke, Hu Li had already rushed over to protect Yu Sheng, while Luna quickly equipped all her fingertip blades with a few clicks. Xuan Qi immediately summoned his attack-oriented ice long sword, adopting a medical path-killing fist stance, looking at the fluffy golden object that had just stopped near the stone wall as if facing a formidable enemy. And at this moment, the hairball finally opened. The long-haired princess, dizzy from tumbling but unharmed, emerged from her hair looking bewildered at the scene before her. Everyone froze, the cave descending into silence for a moment. Thus the splashing sounds from the lake nearby became particularly noticeable. The long-haired princess immediately realized the situation upon hearing the noise, boom, and jumped to her feet. Crap, the fish fell into the water. She can't swim. Chapter 365 missing. Chapter 365. Chapter 365 missing. It turns out that in life you sometimes have to face the absurdity of how can words be arranged in such a way. Just take the sentence from Changfa. The fish fell into the water, but she can't swim. Without any context, this would leave anyone pondering for 2 months. Actually, even with context, it's still quite hard to take in at first. Luckily, among those present, some instinctively react faster than they think. Just as Changfa's words landed, Hu Li already sprang into action. With a buzzing sound, her treasured saber was unsheathed, and she launched her 2 tails. The fox tails, spewing blue propulsion flames, suddenly illuminated the surroundings, carving 2 swift paths as they shot into the deep underground lake. As the water splashed, the fox tails entered the water, the firelight rippling and burning amidst the waves. Yu Sheng widened his eyes and closely watched this scene. Moments later, he saw those 2 balls of fire rapidly expand. The furry large tails emerged, clutching a mermaid still struggling with her eyes closed. With perfect coordination, they flew her to the shore and tossed the mermaid onto the ground with a paya sound. The mermaid continued to struggle with her eyes closed. Everyone was still a bit bewildered, but true man Kainji was clearly more bewildered. Not only did he witness beings and fish descending from the sky, but he also saw a 9-tailed fox launch her tails for the first time. Having devoted his life to cultivating immortality and researching mechanical techniques at the Takesu Spirit Hub, the elder was utterly amazed. His Dao heart vibrated as if in shock, almost mistaking it for a new and bizarre ascension method secretly engineered by the immortal Fox clan. Fortunately, he remembered the intelligence he received earlier from the boundary land and recognized the fox as one from the alternate dimension. His Dao heart finally plunged back into the cylinder. Yet he still stared at Hu Li for a long time, unable to resist saying, "Friend, what's the principle behind your tales?" Hu Li thought for a moment and then answered honestly, "This is the refining method." A refining method? Yes, the 5th grade edition of Fox Education's refining method. True Man Kainji blinked, and the gears, linkages, and bearings inside him creaked without comprehending. But clearly now wasn't the time to dwell. The two people just fell from the sky. At this moment, the long-haired princess had already regained her composure after a series of rolling and bouncing, wobblingly walking towards Yu Sheng. Meanwhile, others gathered around the still struggling mermaid, and Aaron couldn't bear it anymore, stepping forward to pat the mermaid's tail. Hey, enough already, you're on shore now, stop flailing." As a result, she almost got slapped away by the swinging fishtail. But this interruption seemed to finally make the mermaid aware of her surroundings. She stopped struggling and opened her eyes, looking blankly around. True Man Kainji approached. "Tail friend, are you all right?" The mermaid opened her eyes and saw the mechanical elder greeting her, suddenly jumping in fright. Whoa! A gasp came out with electronic and bubble sounds, sounding a bit like Aaron charging while bound and tossed into the water. But she soon calmed down and also noticed other faces around, along with the strange environment, quickly propping herself up on her elbows, staring wide-eyed at Yu Sheng. "Brother Yu, where is this?" "It's the exotic realm." Yu Sheng, also wide-eyed, looked at the mermaid and then at the long-haired princess nearby. "Wait, how did you two get here?" "I don't know, we were just strolling in the mountains," the long-haired princess said with a confused face, then like she suddenly realized something, raised her hand pointing at Yu Sheng in surprise. "Hey, brother, why is your head bleeding profusely?" Yu Sheng. He felt like he should explain something, but he didn't want to explain anything. Because his head hurt. And just then the long-haired princess suddenly realized something else. "Wait, we two fell down alone? Where is Zheng Zhai?" Yu Sheng heard this and froze. "Zheng Zhai?" "Yes, we were together just before and he was walking ahead of us," Changfa quickly said. "Then the surrounding path suddenly got weird, the sky darkened, and both of us slipped and fell. Logically, all three of us should have fallen together." "Wait a minute, my mind's a bit jumbled, let me process this." Yu Sheng quickly gestured for her to speak slowly, trying hard to align his thoughts. "You first explain the context. Why were you two strolling around in the mountains with Zheng Zhai?" Longhair opened her mouth, seeming a bit hesitant, but the mermaid sitting on the ground straightforwardly said, "We came out to play, but we don't know the mountain paths, so Longhair found Zheng Zhai to be our guide. Because someone said he knows the nearby paths as well as his own home and has friends everywhere." For some reason, as soon as the mermaid said this, Aaron shrank into the corner. But Yu Sheng didn't notice Aaron's small movement because the mermaid's initial words were already enough to shock him. "What? You found Zheng Zhai to be your guide? He only came a day before you, and he's the type to get lost in an exotic realm even when strolling in a mall near his house. How did you get the idea to have him lead you?" The mermaid and Longhair instantly shrank their necks and fell silent, obediently taking the scolding. Yet Yu Sheng didn't have much interest in continuing to scold these two girls. Because his nephew was missing. Why Longhair and the mermaid suddenly fell into this exotic realm called Teiyu, while operating in Qianfeng Ling Mountain can be studied later. But a rookie operative with high sensitivity and low stability, not yet past the internship period at the Special Service Bureau, going missing during the fall into the exotic realm cannot be delayed. Given his nephew's combat ability, he might not even be able to beat middle schoolers in a fairy tales, and his independent action experience is almost zero. Should he fall into some dangerous scenario in this exotic realm, the probability of becoming a typical case by the end of the year is quite high. Of course, Zheng Zhai's luck seems as elusive as his spiritual talent. He can be unlucky enough to drop into Mist City while shopping near home, yet lucky enough to survive in the most dangerous, thick fog area of Mist City, frequent with entities, thanks to Tree Granny's sap. It's often hard to judge his fate simply as bad luck or good luck, and considering Zheng Zhai's own adaptability, he might be quite hard to kill. But no one dares to gamble. Just then, True Man Yuanling's voice suddenly came through the Linksy mirror. "Where did you fall from? Do you still remember what was around?" Longhair was startled by the sudden voice but immediately spoke. "On the way back from a cliffside gallery to the cloud viewing platform." "Oh, the place where you can see the big formation of Spirit Peak City down the mountain." "Right, there's a pavilion over there, donated by Fairy Scion's brother-in-law's opposite door neighbor 70 years ago." Beside her, the mermaid nodded and added, There's also a little herb garden next to that path, with a wooden sign uphill saying, Ancestor Immortal Master bless my 3 rounds of Kainyuan grass through the final disciple Su Kinkyu's exam kneels and kowtows. I have a clue. It sounds like it's near Xuanjian Pavilion. True Man Yuanling's voice came from the mirror. I'll dispatch disciples to search the mountain. If he didn't fall into the exotic realm with you, he might have landed somewhere else. Hearing True Man Yuanling's arrangements, everyone in the cave felt somewhat relieved. Let's keep an eye out on this side too, Yu Sheng said. This cave is large, we haven't explored it all. Zheng Zhai might have landed in a corner when he fell. His suggestion quickly gained everyone's approval. True Man Kaienji took out several mechanical balls from his sleeve, activated them, and threw them onto the floor, commanding them to search the surroundings along the underground lake's edge. Luna activated her built-in radar again to scan for moving objects nearby, while Hu Li opened her arms towards the distance. With a series of buzzing sounds, 8 silver-white, fluffy tails rose into the air behind her, flying into the darkness across the lake like a group of fox travel cannons. Then Hu Li pondered for a moment, feeling that the tail's perception wasn't enough, and dug into the remaining storage tail behind her, pulling out white cut and salt roasted. 2 dazzling, spiritually glowing 9 heavens mysterious chickens circled twice in the air, landing on Hu Li's shoulders, staring blankly with their 4 cross-eyed gazes at the surroundings. Yu Sheng didn't know how the demon fox girl communicated with those 2 feathery creatures. He just saw her mutter to the left and right guardians on her shoulders, and those glowing 9 heavens mysterious chickens nodded repeatedly, then flew into the darkness like 2 meteors, clucking, cuckoo cuckoo. Yu Sheng stared blankly at this scene for a long time before murmuring, Isn't there something odd about their clucking? Maybe they caught a cold recently, Hu Li said unsurely. I also find their clucks a bit strange lately. True Man Kaienji was once again captivated by Hu Li's display. He stared blankly at those strange creatures that flew out, unable to recognize them after a long time. What kind of immortal birds are these? Magnificent and brimming with spiritual energy, their gaze is so sincere and unadorned. Could they also be from the alternate dimension? Yu Sheng and Aaron exchanged glances, both struggling to hold back their laughter but unsure how to explain. After a moment, Yu Sheng spoke up. They're a local breed. Local breed. Yu Sheng maintained a stern face. Yes, local, I should say from this world, they originate over in the boundary land. True Man Kaienji's mental gears clattered again. Though he still didn't get it, he nodded, curious, never seen such before. Chapter 366, The Scenery Beyond the Layered Rocks. Chapter 366, The Scenery Beyond the Layered Rocks. In the dark and vast underground cavern, the long-haired figure looked somewhat dejected. Yu Sheng felt quite surprised to see this scene, because it was the first time he had seen such a gloomy expression on the girl's face. The long-haired princess was usually a complete optimist. Her state of mind was perpetually in a mushroom-eaten state, and seeing her genuinely downtrodden was a rare sight. Even Hu Li, who normally paid little attention to others, noticed this and curiously asked her, What's wrong with you? Brother, I wonder if I shouldn't have urged Zheng Zhai to lead the way for us. The long-haired princess looked at Yu Sheng with some helplessness. Or maybe he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. So you're feeling down purely because of this? Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel a mixture of tears and laughter upon hearing her words. You're overthinking it. Before you came, he spent over half a day exploring the areas around Spirit Storage Peak. Does he really need anyone to urge him on with that level of activity? And honestly, with his constitution, do you really think he'd get lost even if you didn't ask him? The long-haired princess blinked as she listened, initially feeling that the other was comforting her, but then suddenly recalled Zheng Zhai's many achievements, and started to feel Yu Sheng might be right. At this moment, the mermaid also shed her tail and returned to human form. Yu Sheng didn't quite grasp how she managed to transform. In the blink of an eye, she was standing up. She looked around with wide eyes and, after several attempts to speak, finally said, Did any of you hear a humming sound? Humming sound? Yu Sheng was puzzled. I didn't hear anything. What kind of sound? It's like a mountain cave is humming. There are faint echoes everywhere, the mermaid explained as she observed her surroundings, and it also sounds a bit like something is snoring. Yu Sheng frowned and looked up at the others. Did any of you hear it? Everyone indicated they hadn't heard any such noise. Even the long-haired princess shook her head. However, after shaking her head, she quickly added, Salted fish can often hear sounds that ordinary people cannot, even low and high-frequency vibrations that precise instruments can't detect. Everyone fell silent. Although no one else present could hear the humming that the mermaid mentioned, no one ignored this piece of information either. The mechanical device inside True Man Kyanji ticked softly, and after a moment of contemplation broke the silence. There's a vibration, but the source is unknown, extremely faint. The mermaid suddenly lifted her head and released a strange, soft hum in a certain direction. It was a very brief series of notes, sounding similar to a certain type of bird's sharp call. Then she produced a few more sounds, increasingly sharp and high-pitched, until they became indiscernible to human ears. Yu Sheng could only see her slightly open her mouth, unable to hear any sound. Yu Sheng, puzzled by what he saw, suddenly realized that she was scanning the structure of this cave. He thought it was unnecessary. After all, the mechanical ball of True Man Kyanji, Hu Li's detecting tail, and the two guardians, White Cut and Salt Roasted, had already been dispatched. They had no lack of detection methods, and the mermaid's sonar was unlikely to provide more information. However, just as he was thinking this, a faint crack suddenly came from a distant dark area, interrupting his thoughts. Yu Sheng instinctively looked up in the direction of the sound, and almost simultaneously, an even more distinct and loud strange sound emanated from that direction. In the next second, he suddenly saw a faint light. Right across from the underground lake, deep within the shadowed rock wall, a horizontal rift of light suddenly brightened, capturing everyone's attention. Immediately following, that light began to rapidly expand, and the boundless darkness within the cavern seemed to be torn away by unseen hands. At the same time, Yu Sheng heard a deep rumble, like something stirring one's heart, reverberating through the entire cavern as if the low hum of some giant beast echoed across the space. The ground began to tremble. The previously tranquil surface of the underground lake began to ripple violently, and soon it was boiling over. The surrounding rock walls emitted unsettling creaking sounds. The glowing vines and various-sized stalactites hanging from the cavern's ceiling shook and trembled. The distant light once again expanded, no longer a mere faint glow, but becoming a bright and rapidly widening chasm, its edges displaying uneven contours. Yu Sheng finally realized what it was. It was teeth, a slowly opening mouth. They were all inside the mouth of a giant beast. "Holy crap!" Aaron finally exclaimed out loud. Although the little puppet's mind was mostly empty at times, at this moment she grasped the situation and instantly jumped onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. "This thing is alive! Mermaid, how did you do this?" Even as she shouted, another boom of grinding rock rang out, further escalating the trembling of the entire cavern. In response, Hu Li instantly dropped to the ground, transforming into a gigantic nine-tailed silver fox, using her body to shield Yu Sheng and the others. The mermaid had already stopped her chanting, but when she turned back, she too looked bewildered. Upon hearing Aaron's exclamation, she immediately replied, "I don't know either. I just kept hearing a buzzing sound. The more I listened, the more it sounded like a living creature softly humming, so I tried to mimic it in an attempt to communicate with it." "Salted fish, can you? Next time when you have a similar thought, at least tell someone first." Changfa's voice sounded a bit frantic, and the trembling beneath her feet almost made her lose her balance. Next second, her golden hair began to grow wildly, firmly supporting the surrounding rock walls and ground, forming an interwoven protection around her. "The lake is boiling. Oh, damn." Not even finished speaking, she heard a deep, solemn voice suddenly coming from ahead. Looking up, she saw True Man Kyanji had somehow floated to midair, his metallic Taoist robe flickering with layers of brilliance. Countless mysterious runes lit up sequentially on the robe's surface as he raised his arm in a certain direction. The shell of his arm unfolded like fish scales, accompanied by talismans lighting up. A command echoed throughout the entire cavern. "Silence!" And then the giant beast unexpectedly calmed down briefly, and the violently shaking cavern also regained stability for a moment. Yu Sheng already stretched out his hand toward the air, preparing to open a door to send some people away. However, just before the door opened, he abruptly sensed a connection established through blood. Instantly perceiving and judging the information carried within that connection, he stared with wide eyes at the mouth on the opposite side of the lake. "Zheng Zhai is over there." Changfa was bewildered. "What?" "He's at the rift over there. He fell outside." Yu Sheng spoke quickly while already grabbing one of Hu Li's tails proficiently, swiftly flipping onto the huge demon fox's back, then waved to Changfa and the mermaid. "Hurry up and get on." Changfa hesitated for a moment. After all, riding the nine-tailed fox was a first in her life, but she quickly reacted, mimicking Yu Sheng's moves as she darted onto the demon fox's back. Next, the magic golden hair grew crazily, and she also grabbed the still dazing mermaid on the ground and tossed her beside her. Several fluffy fox tails closed around Yu Sheng's group. Protective spirit Qi erected a layer of barrier emitting a faint glow, and in the next moment, Hu Li stepped towards the boiling lake. She ran faster and faster, skimming over the lake's surface under Yu Sheng's direction, heading for the open giant mouth in the distance. Xuan Qi and True Man Kainji each followed closely, riding the spiritual light. The light spilling from the outside of the giant mouth had entirely dispelled the darkness in the cavern. That light carried a streak of eerie dark red, as the demon fox and immortal flew through this red glow, in an instant surpassing the seemingly vast and boundless lake water, originally cloaked in darkness. Turns out this water surface is that large after all. Erin lay on Yu Sheng's shoulder, craning her neck to observe the water below, muttering subconsciously. Because it was dark before, Luna replied lazily at the side. Yu Sheng's gaze always fixed ahead. Hu Li leapt over the great mouth. Yu Sheng saw jagged giant stones, rocks covered in moss stood like blade barriers at the end of the cavern's exit, and among these strange teeth, there were also many severed vines and dead branches visible. He saw rugged rock layers, as if a sheer mountain wall beyond the giant mouth. He could hardly imagine what kind of giant beast this might be, an alive mountain, or a moving island. Fly upwards, follow that inclined edge, Zhengzhai is up there. Yu Sheng directed Hu Li, meanwhile sketching the possible form of this giant beast, while his gaze involuntarily looked further away, beyond the sharp teeth of the beast to the rock wall, trying to see what scenery lay beyond this giant beast. There he saw the torn planet, with its atmosphere evaporated completely. Curved horizon came into everyone's view, the land dotted with surging molten lava seas and fiery columns nearly spewing into space. A horrifying trench seemed to divide the entire celestial body in half, etched deeply into the torn ground, with molten fire rising from below, and above the atmosphere had evaporated entirely, facing the maddening dark universe with its countless stars trembling, falling, colliding, burning. An ominous red glow spread along the entire cosmic background, scorching the remaining everything on the planet. The giant beast slowly crossed over the disintegrating planet, its deep and lamenting cries reverberating within the dwindling hometown atmosphere beside it. Chapter 367, Facing the End of the Past. Chapter 367, Facing the End of the Past. The planet has been torn apart, the sky is ablaze, continental shelves are plunging into the molten core, and above the fragmented planet, crazed stars hang upside down. A dying giant beast slowly traverses from the top of the depleted atmosphere, crossing a rift that runs through the entire planet, and it is on the back of this beast that Yu Sheng and his group finally slowly descend. The giant beast's back is vast and boundless, like a large island floating in space. Around the beast, an unknown force condenses the last atmospheric structure, resisting the apocalyptic scene outside. And on this land lifted by the beast like a solitary boat at the end of the world, there surprisingly exists a lush peach grove, with a clear spring pond and a bamboo house with a small bridge at its edge, seemingly man-made. But the bamboo house has long been deserted, and the clear spring pond is almost dry. When Yu Sheng descended from the demon fox's back, the only living person here was Zhengzhai. He was unharmed, sitting dazedly under a peach tree in the center of the grove, with an unfinished chess game laid out on the stone table in front of him. "Nephew!" From a distance, Erin, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, began to shout loudly. Zhengzhai, who was in a daze, was instantly awakened. He hurriedly turned his head and finally saw Yu Sheng and others approaching on the back of the silver-white demon fox, along with the figures of True Man Kainji and Xuan Qi flying in midair, a touch of joy immediately appearing on his face. "Brother Yu, oh, finally you're here. I thought I was really done for this time." Yu Sheng flipped off Hu Li's back and quickly approached Zhengzhai, followed by Luna and the long-haired princess. The mermaid was the last to come down, and she was brought to the ground by the long-haired princess using her hair. "Ah, Changfa and mermaid, you two are okay too." Zhengzhai showed a relieved expression upon seeing Changfa. "That's great. I thought you two were thrown outside, which would have been deadly. I almost dragged you two down." "To us, you're the one who fell to the outside," Changfa quickly said, and then sized up Zhengzhai. "It seems you're indeed quite lucky." Zhengzhai raised his hand to scratch his head, still a bit confused about the situation. His gaze then landed on Yu Sheng. "Brother Yu, is this the exotic realm you were exploring before?" "Theoretically, yes, but the scene we encountered last time we came in wasn't this thrilling." Yu Sheng looked up into the distance. where the slanted horizon slowly rose from the edge of the giant beast's back. The surface of the fractured planet was being silently cast out under the pressure of internal magma, with a massive amount of rock steam and tiny fragments dispersing into space. Then he drew his gaze back, looking at his nephew, who was untouched thanks to the protection of the giant beast. "Have you been hiding in this grove all along? Ever since you fell in from the real world, you've been here." "Yes, I landed right here," Zheng Zhai nodded, "and when I first came down, there was an old man here." Yu Sheng hadn't reacted much to the first part, but his eyes widened instantly at this moment. "What? A person? You met a person here?" "Ah, yes." Zheng Zhai was startled by Yu Sheng's reaction, but still answered quickly. "He looked like some sort of immortal being, said this peach grove was his, and that the Kyan beast was his pet. I didn't really understand, and then he wanted to play chess with me, but I told him I couldn't. He seemed quite disappointed." As he spoke, he raised his hand to point at the stone table under the peach tree not far away. The unfinished chess game quietly lay on the board. In the exotic realm, there was a person. "I've never seen such a situation before where there's a person in the exotic realm. I bet Red Hat's never seen it either," the long-haired princess muttered in disbelief, then suddenly turned to stare at Zheng Zhai. "So where did he go? The old man who wanted to play chess with you, where did he go?" "He suddenly disappeared just now, said the time had come, and the emperor had summoned him or something," Zheng Zhai replied honestly. "I originally wanted to ask him who he was, and by the way, ask if there's a way out of here, but I didn't even have time to start asking." Yu Sheng and Aaron looked at each other. Beside them, true man Kyanji sighed, sounding somewhat regretful. "Ah, what a delay! If we had found this place a bit earlier, we might have had a chance to meet the ancestors." Next to him, Xuan Qi spoke up instinctively. "Do you think this is?" True man Kyanji did not answer immediately, but suddenly raised his hand, pointing to that corner of the slanted sky above the peach grove. Xuan Qi looked in the direction of the pointing finger, hesitated for a few seconds before his eyes suddenly widened. "Recognized it?" True man Kyanji looked into his eyes. Xuan Qi just opened his mouth. His expression changed with difficulty several times without being able to utter a word. The lynxy mirror that floated beside true man Kyanji then floated up, quietly reflecting the scene in that corner of the slanted sky. At the end of the horizon, a torn crust was slowly ascending into space, intense lava forming a burning curtain between the fragment and the planet's body. And on that torn crust fragment, one could vaguely still see the undulating surface structures. Mountain ranges stretched endlessly, peaks stacked densely, past edifices transformed into dried-out shells. Others might find it difficult to discern anything from the twisted, blackened fragments of Earth's crust. But to Xuan Qi and true man Yuanling, no matter how charred or distorted those fragments are, they can instantly recognize their original form. That was Kyan Ling Mountain torn from the planet's surface. The immense information overwhelmed everyone present, but just as Yu Sheng was about to ask Zheng Zhai for more details, a strange rumbling and an unsettling tremor interrupted everyone's actions. The giant beast, beneath their feet, suddenly emitted a death throes different from before, and along with this eerie sound came a violent shaking and a sudden sensation of tilting. Yu Sheng jerked his head up, seeing beyond the beast's back the already slanted horizon was violently shaking, increasing its angle of tilt. At the same time, the entire ground was slowly rising, with a sea of lava and fragments of the surface separating from the star, pressing down with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Immediately following, another loud crash was heard from afar. A crumbling mountain collided with the beast's body. Countless fragments spurted out from its side, and fiery flames rose up like gushing blood at the edge of everyone's vision. The mermaid suddenly covered her ears tightly, as if she had heard something splitting her head open. "It's dying." In fact, there was no need for her reminder. Yu Sheng felt it too. The giant beast beneath his feet was dying rapidly, slowly descending towards the disintegrating star, and with the death of this amazing creature, the artificial gravity and atmospheric environment around it also began to unravel. In the next second, Yu Sheng unhesitatingly opened a portal beside him. "Everyone retreat." No one hesitated to waste words at such a critical moment. The training of the Special Service Bureau and the high discipline of the fairy tale organization came into play. As Zheng Zhai, Changfa, and the mermaid quickly passed through the door leading to the great hall of Qian Palace in the real world, followed quickly by Xuan Qi. True man Kyanji, before entering the door, glanced back at the blackened debris of the old Qianfeng Ling Mountain spinning and disintegrating in the dark space. The red-lit starry sky reflected in the lens in his eye socket, as if recording this scene, before stepping into Qian Palace moments later. A sea of fire arose at the edge of the peach forest. With the death of the Qiankun beast, the protective force surrounding the giant beast obviously dissipated together. Some scorching fragments ejected from the surface into space ignited the forest, the twisted flames spreading like a high wall across his vision, quickly consuming the clear spring pond, bamboo house, and small bridge at the forest's edge. "You guys should go too." Yu Sheng saw Hu Li had already returned to human form and nodded to urge Aaron, Hu Li, and Luna. Aaron was stunned for a moment, quickly reacted. "You must be kidding me again." "Yes, I plan to watch a bit longer here." Yu Sheng did not hide his thoughts. "This exotic realm is special in nature. There's no telling what the scene will be next time I enter, and there might not be a second chance to collect this scene's intelligence. You three go ahead. If Chuan Chi and the others ask, just say I'm busy with other things and will return later." "Fine then, after all, I'm used to you dying outside every day." Aaron sighed helplessly, climbed into Hu Li's arms with ease, turned to wave at Yu Sheng. "We'll head back first, so hurry over once you're finished dying." Hu Li just stared intently at Yu Sheng, holding back for a long time before clenching her fist. "Savior, be brave." Yu Sheng. He felt that this fox at home, and the puppet had become increasingly nonchalant about small matters of life and death regarding him. In contrast, Luna's reaction was much more solemn. She had no reaction. Yu Sheng waved them off, sending Aaron and the others away, then closed the door. He turned to face the rapidly tilting, pressing ground, and took a gentle breath. This was his last time breathing smoothly here. The gale picked up, almost sweeping him into the air. The last layer of artificial atmosphere surrounding the Qiankun beast dispersed. The flames in the peach forest extinguished, and this world's last small artificial ecosystem gradually came to a halt. The giant beast beneath his feet died completely, becoming like those lifeless stone fragments of the planet floating in space surrounding it, slowly tumbling on. Some kind of remnant reflection within its body still occasionally caused slight tremors on the ground, and with gravity nullified, Yu Sheng felt his body gradually becoming light. He looked up, seeing the shattered planet hanging high overhead, the scorching core laid bare by apocalypse forces, firelight filling his vision. At this moment, it was as if even the fundamental laws of gravity had malfunctioned, with magma surrounding the core gradually revealing bizarre, blossoming forms in space, and everything accelerating away from this planet. Yu Sheng furrowed his brows slightly. A hot lava droplet skimmed past the giant beast, then plummeted directly into the peach forest. During his observation of the core, Yu Sheng was baked to a crisp. Chapter 368, Black Church. Chapter 368, Black Church. Darkness descended. Yu Sheng let his mind immerse in this familiar, gentle tranquility. He did not attempt to temporarily transfer his consciousness to the otherworld to awaken early, but instead relaxed and enjoyed the moment of peace. At the same time, he silently pondered, letting his thoughts drift, allowing all his memories and self-awareness to permeate the boundless, silent darkness. He recalled everything he saw on the back of the giant beast. Obviously, that torn-apart planet was the Taixu spirit hub. He witnessed an end before history, a destruction before the birth. Recalling the siege giant divine soldiers seen previously in that desert, and the inscriptions within those giant divine soldiers, the answer was apparent. This deceitful exotic realm, deep in the Teiyu underground mine, randomly reflects the end-period scenes of the old world in front of visitors. But why? Yu Sheng had never heard of such an exotic realm before, and all the knowledge from either Bailey Qing or true man Yuanling clearly told him that all the intelligence of the old world was blocked on the other side of history's curtain by the event barrier of the second singularity explosion, and shouldn't leak to this side. Did someone send the intelligence of the old world over? Did something deep within the exotic realm record the messages of the old world? Or is the event barrier, formed by the second singularity explosion, being punctured by some force, causing things from the old world to leak to this side? Or perhaps all 3 points are true. The mind drifted and scattered in chaos. Yu Sheng's thoughts freely pervaded due to the loss of a physical body's constraints, recalling many details previously ignored and blending all memories together, sparking countless conjectures and notions. After an indeterminate time, he finally felt his scattered thoughts regathering, felt his mind beginning to surface, felt himself crossing the chaotic boundary, crossing a blurred, deserted wilderness. In a daze, he saw darkness retreat, saw the blonde-haired Luna leading her night order patrolling the desolate wilderness, saw the brass knights guarding a large bonfire that had somehow rekindled, while a black cathedral stood unknowingly between the unnamed hill and the bonfire wilderness, brightly lit within, surrounded by rising thin mist outside. Yu Sheng. He was almost alive again. His mind even surfaced fast enough to nearly escape the post-death dark chaos. But upon crossing the critical point, he glanced at the sanctuary wilderness and was instantly forcibly controlled. Feeling like he saw something bizarre, it wasn't right. Better go down for another look. With a thought, the soul-revived Yu Sheng controlled his consciousness to descend, directly landing on that sanctuary wilderness. In the dim and tranquil wilderness, Yu Sheng looked up, somewhat dazed at the black cathedral with numerous spires and towers that appeared out of nowhere. After a while, he took a step forward. The solemnly heavy cathedral door, seemingly cast from pitch-black iron, automatically opened as he approached, the creaky sound echoing in the thin mist surrounding the cathedral. Yu Sheng instantly had an illusion, felt like the place would burst into a passionate BGM the next second, with a woman singing in between, then a health bar would pop up on the cathedral top. He shook his head, brushing aside these chaotic associations, and stepped forward with a mix of novelty and puzzlement. He passed through an approximately 10-meter-long vestibule, through the cathedral's facade with numerous narrow windows and continuous spires, arriving at the courtyard paved with pale slabs. On both sides, there were many flower beds and nurseries, dark soil growing pale or grayish plants, and unknown flowers quietly blooming in the various flower beds, yet all these plants seemed lifeless, like dead objects in stasis in those nurseries and flower beds. Yu Sheng passed the courtyard and entered the main building of the cathedral. The heavy door opened automatically as he approached, and a wide, deathly silent chapel came into view. Rows of empty benches lined under vaulted ceilings and narrow-pointed windows. A dark red carpet ran through the entire chapel, while black floor-standing candle holders stood quietly everywhere without candles or grease. Yet clusters of pale flames floated out of nowhere, illuminating everything around. Yu Sheng slowly walked through these benches, reaching the end of the chapel, and at this moment he heard a rapid sequence of footsteps. Looking back, he just saw someone pushing open the chapel's door, a figure clad in silver-white female armor, golden hair like a waterfall, with a shining holy sword at the waist appearing at the entrance. "I knew it was you," Luna beamed with a happy smile, quickly walking over while speaking rapidly. "Aaron was murmuring to Hu Li outside that you should be revived by now, and I felt some movement around the cathedral, so I rushed back with the night order." Yu Sheng listened in a daze, ultimately having to interrupt her. "Wait a minute, let me talk first. What's up with this cathedral?" "Ah, I did forget to tell you," Luna realized, quickly explaining. "This is the headquarters of the Fire Protection Night Order." Yu Sheng, what in the world? "Fire Protection Night Order," Luna stated seriously. "The name we gave ourselves, though now there are only 13 knights altogether, including me." Yu Sheng understood, but this didn't stop him from continuing to be amazed. "This cathedral was built by you." "Indeed. How did you build it?" Yu Sheng's eyes nearly bulged out. "No, such a huge thing. Last time I came here it was still barren land. Let alone how it was built. Where did you find the building materials?" Luna thought seriously for a moment, then continued to look seriously into Yu Sheng's eyes. "By contemplating." Yu Sheng. He wore a "what's wrong with this stern-faced knight suddenly saying that word" expression. But after holding this expression and meeting her eyes for a moment, he suddenly vaguely understood something. "Did you learn it from me?" Luna nodded, "Yes." "Imitating the process of me building things in the valley." "Yes," Luna nodded again, then quickly added, "Seeing you shaping various things in the valley, I vaguely felt I understood some knowledge, and then my knights and I discovered we could do similar things in this wilderness dominated by souls and consciousness. Just as there's nothing here and everyone needed a place to stay, we discussed it and decided to build a base for the Night Order. Of course, all of this is a clumsy imitation of your craft. If not for seeing your shaping in the valley, we would never have understood this knowledge." Yu Sheng listened to Luna's words in a daze, then couldn't help but twitch his eye, looking up at the magnificent and solemn chapel towering at least 7 or 8 stories high. Holding back for a long time, he couldn't help but say, "Did you all design this?" "Yes, mainly me, but everyone contributed many ideas. We generally reference some architectural styles from our hometown, and some scenes from games Aaron often plays. Yu Sheng immediately understood why standing at the church's doorstep felt like an epic BGM might play at any moment, and the church might suddenly reveal a health bar. He hesitated for a moment more, then cautiously asked, "How long did it take you to build it?" Luna was about to speak, but seemed to suddenly realize something, quickly clearing her throat with a slightly awkward expression. "Actually, it took a long time. Building this church wasn't easy. We made many mistakes, and some structures are still unsatisfactory. We'll have to repeatedly adjust it later." "Yu Sheng, how long?" Luna honestly lowered her head. "It's half a day." "Yu Sheng, the things you created in the valley are obviously more magnificent." Luna immediately began to reassure Yu Sheng, "especially that grand teleportation hub." Yu Sheng looked up at the sky, saying nothing. What else could he say, really? Luna and her knights built this chapel, complete with the travel agency's logo on the candlesticks, whereas the main mode of transport from the second floor to the first of his teleportation hub was bouncing. Though now there's an elevator. "All right, knowing you guys built this is fine," Yu Sheng said with relief, then turned to Luna with a smile. "What's the situation outside now?" "Everyone's at Yuan Palace," Luna said, "discussing the events in the exotic realm and waiting for your return." "All right then, I'll head back," Yu Sheng nodded, and his figure gradually began to fade. "See you in the living world." Luna smiled, bowing slightly to Yu Sheng's fading silhouette. "See you in the living world." At Qianfeng Ling Mountain, in the main hall of Yuan Palace, an illusory door appeared out of thin air. The door opened, and Yu Sheng stepped out from inside. As soon as he came out, he heard Hu Li's cheerful voice nearby. "Savior, you're back." "I'm back." Yu Sheng's vision flickered as he adjusted to the vibrant colors and sounds of the living world. Then he smiled and ruffled the fur behind the ears of the fox girl, eagerly leaning her head over, before turning his gaze to everyone present. "Everyone's here, huh?" Luna slowly raised her head from the back of the crowd, waving at him. "We're all here just waiting for you." Erin stood with her hands on her hips. "Where did you run off to just now?" Yu Sheng could only scratch his head awkwardly. "Check out the sanctuary wilderness later, there's a surprise." Erin. Chapter 369. How big is this exotic realm? Chapter 369. Chapter 369. How big is this exotic realm? Without further regarding Aaron, who suddenly fell into a daze, Yu Sheng came before true man Yuanling, who at this moment was watching again and again the images recorded earlier in the exotic realm through his Lingxi mirror. The Qianfeng Ling mountain torn from the surface of the planet, gradually disintegrating Taixu's spirit hub in space. And those twisted and chaotic distant stars. The expression on the old man's face was more solemn than ever. If this is indeed our past, then the deceitful exotic realm located in Teiyu is more unique and important than anyone imagined, true man Kainji said softly from beside him, the sound coming from his chest heavy. Able to reflect the sights of the old world, even bringing forth objects from the old world, and there's a group of mysterious evil path cultivators targeting it, aiming to find the so-called Emperor's legacy from that realm, these factors combined. Will certainly stir many old fellows. Not just the current old fellows, I'm afraid some reclusive hidden ancestors who have withdrawn from the world upon hearing this news might also emerge. When it comes to concern about the old world, those ancestors who have witnessed early chaos of Taixu's spirit hub care more than us. True man Yuanling spoke with a serious expression, but then his tone shifted. Yet more than this, I'm now interested in another point we never paid attention to. True man Kainji turned his head. "Oh. Is that deceitful exotic realm truly located on Teiyu?" True man Yuanling spoke with exceptional seriousness. When this sentence came out, the entire hall fell silent. Even Aaron, who was babbling and muttering next to Luna, froze, turning her head with confusion to the side. "If not on Teiyu, then where?" The little puppet spoke instinctively. "We came from above there." She suddenly stopped speaking midway. As if realizing something, her eyes slightly widened. Yu Sheng's gaze fell on Zheng Zhai, who was listening obediently nearby, and on the somewhat absent-minded long-haired princess and mermaid. These three were not entering the exotic realm through the mine entrance on Teiyu. Their entrance to the exotic realm was on a mountain path in Qianfeng Ling Mountain, true man Yuanling slowly said. Though there's some connection with Zheng Zhai's talent, the entrance indeed opened on Taixu Star, and before that there was a batch of black-clothed evil cultivators. Their entrance may still lie outside of Taixu's spirit hub and Teiyu in a third place. Thus, that mine entrance can only be said to be one of the fixed entrances to this exotic realm. Yu Sheng understood true man Yuanling's meaning. Its body is uncertain where, and its entrance might even be throughout Feiyu 13b. The long-haired princess blinked. Conditional and location-based mixed forms of access. Through certain rifts, one can enter, but as long as within a certain range, meeting certain conditions, one can directly enter. Highly possible, true man Yuanling solemnly nodded. I had previously sent disciples to check the mountain path where you three fell into the exotic realm. After searching the vicinity, no trace of a potential exotic realm rift was found. There is most certainly no fixed entrance there. If this is true, then it's rather unfortunate. True man Kainji's tone suddenly carried some concern. The environment inside that deceitful exotic realm can sometimes be extremely dangerous. Now its entrance isn't limited to Teiyu, but as long as it meets the conditions on Taixu's spirit hub, it can swallow people inside. It happened on Qianfeng Ling Mountain this time. What about next time? Could it be in small sects or even cities where ordinary folks reside? It swallowed 3 people this time. Next time will it swallow 10, 100? I believe the possibility is small, Yu Sheng couldn't help but say upon hearing this. Zheng Zhai's physique gives me some peace of mind. He belongs to a kind that's extremely rare even in our boundary land. True man Kainji blinked his lenses, looking at his nephew. This Taoist friend, is it truly so? Zheng Zhai looked embarrassed but could only nod. After seeing my report, our captain did say something similar. True man Kainji seemed thoughtful, but after a moment's deliberation he spoke. Even so, the news about this exotic realm cannot be hidden, regardless of any considerations. It should be notified to all sects, so if something unusual indeed appears on Taixu's spirit hub, we can detect it. And those mysterious black-clothed evil cultivators, who incurred losses this time, might still try again. They have profound knowledge of that realm. In case they secretly use its characteristics to stealthily infiltrate Taixu's spirit hub, it could be real trouble. True man Yuanling nodded gravely. That's right. Today you and I will draft a notice together explaining the situation to Yaelan sect, Hengsu and Netherworld Valley, then discuss the subsequent arrangements. Has the black-clothed person caught before awakened yet? Yu Sheng curiously asked. Awakened, but his mind is exceedingly resilient, and his memories seem bound by some powerful prohibition. Directly asking won't yield much, true man Yuanling immediately said. So I threw him into the Heart Inquiry Pavilion. Supplementing with daily pill administration, let him cycle through decades in illusions to see if it can loosen him up. That's good. I'm aware of your skill with pill talismans, unless he finds a chance to end himself. Nobody can withstand that. True man Kainji nodded. Then until this investigation yields results, let my incarnation temporarily stay with you. Arrange a mechanism workshop for me, how about it? Of course, true man Yuanling replied, then turned to Yu Sheng. Today the ordeal you all faced in that exotic realm was rather dangerous. I've arranged some refreshments and light wine in the immortal banquet hall. Let's dine together, calm your nerves, shall we? What else could Yu Sheng say? The moment his family's fox heard the word meal, it was already holding its tail wiping drool. He could only nod. The long-haired princess nearby immediately joined in upon hearing about the food. Can we eat together? Of course you can, true man Yuanling laughed heartily. You are all guests. If you wish, those 70 or so children of yours can go to the immortal banquet hall anytime when they're hungry. The mermaid instantly covered her face. Long hair, you're kind of embarrassing, I'm telling you. Such nonsense, the old immortal is offering a meal. Are you eating or not? Eating. After the feast, by the way, the long-haired princess and the mermaid drank juice. Yu Sheng and his group returned to number 66 Wudong Road on the cloud viewing platform. Zheng Zhai was also dragged into the living room of number 66 Wudong Road, because Yu Sheng had some very serious matters to discuss with him. Are you sure you're not returning to Boundary City? Yu Sheng asked his nephew seriously. You've seen the situation here. Now there's a particularly deceitful exotic realm activating, and Qianfeng Ling Mountain can already confirm that it's at least one of the entrance areas. You're staying here, the probability of falling in again isn't low. Zheng Zhai was a bit tense and nervous when he first came in, but he seriously thought it over for a long time after hearing Yu Sheng's words, then nodded firmly. I'm sure. I'd like to hear your reasons. Zheng Zhai rubbed his hands a bit shyly. Well, actually, there are 2 reasons. One makes sense for the bureau report, and the other is the honest truth for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Then tell me the one for the bureau report first. Because the task assigned by the Bureau is to stand guard at number 66 Wudong Road, I have to fulfill my duties. All right, and the honest truth. Zheng Zhai nearly burst into tears immediately. Brother Yu, the boundary land there, more exotic realms than here. Yu Sheng, I might indeed fall into that exotic realm again here, but where won't I fall in? Zheng Zhai said with amused helplessness as he pointed to himself. You say it as if I'd be safe in Boundary City. All right, that's true. Yu Sheng immediately held his forehead. I forgot about that. Nearby, Aaron, who was flipping channels with the remote, glanced up after hearing that. Yeah, here at least the active exotic realms are just a few, and currently only one is highly activated. If Big Nephew actually falls in, we who are outside still know where to fish him out, whereas in Boundary City, he might truly slip and end up dead in 800 ways. Then even the coroner would have to open blind boxes all over town's exotic realms to find pieces of Big Nephew. Zheng Zhai broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, shrinking his neck. It indeed isn't that bad after all. I've survived there for 20 years. Yu Sheng poked the little puppet with his finger, causing it to tumble. You should play less of those card-drawing blind box games. All your pocket money gets spent on them, and you still can't beat the AI after spending. Aaron instantly scrambled up, baring teeth. Mention that again, and I'll lose it with you. And what's wrong with playing games? That's my only form of entertainment. She then squatted on the sofa and started rambling about how usually can't eat properly nor drink, about how doll clothes are expensive and hardly any fit right, the last pair of shoes bought was hard plastic, and about how even without food or drink, sleeping takes up just half a meter, but playing games still gets mocked. This long list left Yu Sheng's head numb. The key is she didn't just grumble herself. Halfway through, she called over the other 3 bodies too. 4 sweet voices chirped together around Yu Sheng's ears, with tales so sad they'd bring tears to eyes and heartbreak to listeners, though honestly it was obvious she usually hogs all the TVs at home, her own antics dwarfing the whole family's combined. Moreover, she utterly takes over 3/4 of the bed while sleeping. Yu Sheng would have almost believed her nonsense. Anyway, Zheng Zhai only listened for a few minutes before his head felt like it was swelling, finally realizing for the first time that this seemingly harmless little puppet was typically such a handful, and immediately gave Yu Sheng a sympathetic look before getting up to leave. Brother Yu, I'll leave you to it. I won't bother you anymore. I'm heading back to organize materials for the Bureau's report. Yu Sheng couldn't even stop him with a raised hand. Chapter 370. In the travel agency, everyone has their own tasks to do. Chapter 370. Chapter 370. In the travel agency, everyone has their own tasks to do. Next day, Yu Sheng finally enjoyed some peace and quiet. There was no further movement from that eerie exotic realm, while true man Yuanling was busy contacting various parties, coordinating the investigation of suspicious space rift and evil path cultivators around the regions. These were things outsiders couldn't help with, so Yu Sheng decided to relax and enjoy his vacation life. After all, exotic realms always exist and are everywhere, so daily life must go on. Taking advantage of his free time, Yu Sheng went back to Boundary City. Aside from buying some daily necessities, he took Hu Li to the Special Service Bureau cafeteria for a couple of meals. Bailey Qing was somewhat surprised that he traveled all the way from Qianfeng Ling Mountain just to grab a meal. Then, he inquired about Zheng Zhai's situation. Logically, someone like Zheng Zhai, still on probation and at the lowest level of Special Service Bureau officers, wouldn't warrant the director's personal attention. But clearly, the legendary adventure of getting pulled by Yu Sheng to Qianfeng Ling Mountain and then quickly falling into a high-risk exotic realm was considered a rare event in even the resourceful and strategic boundary land. Bailey Qing asked for a lot of details because of this. Erin's lifestyle basically hadn't changed. Although she claimed she wanted to enjoy the freedom of going out when she arrived at Qianfeng Ling Mountain, most of her time ended up being spent at home, either watching TV, playing games, or arguing with internet friends, happily engaging in a fanciful online life that seemed to completely waste her, though she was always quite lazy anyway. Luna had already embarked on her farming career. She was very fond of the plot of land Yu Sheng assigned to her and began working on it immediately after receiving a set of farming tools. The climate in the valley was pleasant but lacked seasonal variation, constantly maintaining a temperature of about 25 to 26 degrees, which wasn't suitable for growing wheat. So like Yu Sheng, she chose to plant vegetables. Hu Li's days were even happier than Luna's and Erin's. Apart from being able to grab meals anytime at the Special Service Bureau, she now had an additional canteen at Qian Palace where she could enjoy food and drinks. Moreover, she discovered an excellent foraging spot, the pill-refining rooms of the ordinary disciples. Spirit Storage Peak was dedicated to teaching the alchemy Tao on Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Just under Qian Palace itself, there were thousands of alchemy cultivators refining various pills daily. Inevitably, some were refined incorrectly, or the appearance was too flawed to meet true man Yuanling's strict standards, ending up as waste pills. This kind of stuff was usually temporarily stored in the recycling warehouse in the pill room, strictly guarded by the impartial artifact spirit, until it was scheduled for disposal. No one knew how Hu Li got in. By the time anyone found out, she was already lying in the middle of the storeroom, having practically devoured all the waste pills on the surrounding shelves. That scene was truly spectacular. When the guarding disciples, alerted by the artifact spirit's abnormal slumber, rushed into the storeroom, the first thing they saw was a nine-tailed fox as large as a small immortal boat lying on the ground, gulping down pills from a medicine jar while belching with its two front paws. Several disciples turned pale on the spot, not because the waste pills were stolen, but for fear that this distinguished guest, lying on the ground, might just eat herself to death. It turned out Hu Li was fine, and after eating to her heart's content, she not only bounced around energetically, but also tossed out a piece of spiritual fox mysterious iron on the spot to pay the bill. Now this fox, who had stuffed herself full of immortal pills, was lying next to Yu Sheng, with a pile of tails heaping up over him like a blanket. In her hand, she clutched a medicine gourd, occasionally shaking it to spill out an unidentifiable pill, which she munched on like candy. The funny thing was, every pill she spilled out was different, like unboxing a surprise. I asked that gatekeeping artifact spirit earlier. It said the stuff in the house was all meant to be destroyed, so I went in, Hu Li mumbled while eating. It didn't stop me after all. Yu Sheng glanced at the lazy fox girl. Could there be such a possibility that the artifact spirit did try to stop you at first, but its demon suppression mirror failed to recognize you, making it crash instead? Oh, is that so? Hu Li was momentarily stunned, but then happily snuggled closer to Yu Sheng. Well, it got explained in the end anyway. True man Yuanling even said I could go there to eat any time. Of course, you swapped spiritual fox mysterious iron for waste material they plan to toss into the furnace to destroy. I would let you eat freely too. Yu Sheng's eye twitched, but he then looked a bit worriedly at the fox girl rubbing against his arm with her tail. But really, don't you feel uncomfortable eating like this? This stuff isn't food. No, why is there a difference from food? Hu Li blinked bewilderedly at Yu Sheng, tossing another unknown pill into her mouth. Ah, savior, this one's crunchy. Yu Sheng. He decided not to ask further, as this cybernetic Hu Li with a nuclear fusion reactor in her stomach clearly didn't follow typical biological logic. Who knew how she digested the stuff she ate? The only thing that puzzled him now was how this nine-tailed fox demon, who could munch on immortal pills like candy beans, somehow got a stomachache from eating chocolate. What kind of world's fundamental setting is this? Shaking his head, Yu Sheng redirected his attention to the traffic manual in front of him. Just as he read 2 lines, he was interrupted by a voice from across the coffee table. Ah, brother, I can't write the essay. Can you help me? Yu Sheng looked up to see the long-haired princess sitting, cross-legged on a cushion opposite the coffee table. Her unfinished holiday assignments spread out on the table with elegant handwriting. Beside it was another pile of assignments belonging to the mermaid. Do it yourself, Yu Sheng said expressionlessly. I just need 100 more words for my essay. The long-haired princess vigorously scratched her head, making her hair as messy as a bird's nest. Brother, you're a great writer. Surely this word count is just a moment for you. Look at little fish. She's been writing all morning and isn't like you. Yu Sheng smirked, pointing at the mermaid who was diligently writing. If you were half as serious as her, you'd be done by now. The long-haired princess scratched her hair again, peeking at the nearly completed paper in front of the mermaid, and resignedly sighed. But after writing just a few words, she looked up again, pointing to Little Red Riding Hood on another couch engrossed in her phone. Look at her, been playing on her phone all day. I finished my work earlier. Little Red Riding Hood lifted her eyes to glance at the long-haired princess. Besides, I'm not playing. I'm studying for my driver's test. Changfa was dazed for a few seconds, sighed again, and finally lowered his head again, starting to obediently write his essay. Yu Sheng, upon hearing Little Red Riding Hood's words, curiously peeked over at her, then broke into a smile. Finally started. Yeah, Little Red Riding Hood nodded. I already started driving lessons. Is it going smoothly? Little Red Riding Hood blushed. I drove into the ditch. Yu Sheng was stunned. He really didn't expect this. In his impression, Little Red Riding Hood had always been mature, stable, smart, and quick-witted, although these traits may not necessarily apply to driving tests, but surely she wouldn't drive a coach car with a locked accelerator into a ditch right off the bat. The next second he heard the girl sigh. "Oh, I'm used to riding wolves. When I saw a ditch ahead, I thought to just follow the shadow and jump over it, but the idea went through, the car did not." Yu Sheng. But I immediately helped to haul the car out. Although the instructor looked a bit angry at first, he didn't scold me in the end, just told me to be careful next time. Little Red Riding Hood added. Yu Sheng's eye twitched slightly, then saw a bit of a sly smile at the corner of the girl's eye. "Take it easy, don't scare ordinary people." I know, Little Red Riding Hood replied with a smile, then her gaze fell on the manual in Yu Sheng's hands, looking somewhat curious. "What is that? I've noticed you've been looking at that thing a lot lately." Yu Sheng burst into laughter, showing Little Red Riding Hood the cover of the manual. "Star Trek Exam Paper Part 1, want a swap?" Little Red Riding Hood froze up for a second, and immediately went back to looking at her phone. Yu Sheng then laughed, leaned back on the sofa, and looked around at the scenery beside him over the top of the manual. Hu Li was already hazily asleep, cradling her sugar beans gourd. Early in the morning, dragged up by Little Red Riding Hood to finish homework, Changfa and the mermaid were diligently writing across the coffee table. Little Red Riding Hood was seriously working through part 1 of the exam problems. She was finally starting her yearned-for driving license first step. Aaron was watching TV in the dining room, and this time the little puppet was even thoughtful enough to turn the volume to its lowest. But the other 3 Aarons weren't so quiet. One was in the living room corner watching short videos on a phone swiped from Hu Li, laughing out loud, and the other 2 were upstairs gaming, with loud noises making you wonder if she was getting beaten up by the game. Luna wasn't home. She should still be in the valley tending her newly sprouted vegetable garden, probably wouldn't return until the afternoon. Zheng Zhai left early in the morning. Although he recently returned from a dangerous exotic realm, his mindset was surprisingly optimistic, following the principle life goes on even if the sky falls, and better to gain skills than wait helplessly. He headed to the Enlightenment Hall halfway up the mountain, saying he wanted to learn some self-defense skills from the immortals. Actually, this wasn't quite according to the rules, as he didn't have local household registration and never completed enrollment procedures, but reportedly true man Yuanling specially authorized it, and the elder responsible in the Enlightenment Hall also felt an instant affinity towards Zheng Zhai. All right, this all seemed pretty well. Yu Sheng, thinking in a daze, slowly closed his eyes under the strong hypnotic effect of the Star Trek Exam Paper Part 1. A voice suddenly intruded into his ears. "All cultivators, activate the star protection array. The mountains and rivers are secure. Family matters, my mother-in-law is critically ill and hospitalized. I really can't guarantee the update volume during this period, so I'll have to maintain a single update for now. I apologize. Once things settle down, I'll resume double updates." Chapter 371, Impact. Chapter 371, Impact. Yu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, but he only saw a chaotic and hazy glow, as if something had formed a heavy veil that interfered with his vision, hearing, and even spiritual intuition, blocking all probing attempts trying to penetrate the veil. He couldn't see the other side clearly. The sounds he heard were a buzzing rumble, allowing him to vaguely judge that there were countless shadowy figures moving on the other side of the veil. He felt as if he were traveling like the wind among countless faceless crowds, but suddenly his perspective lifted swiftly, transforming into an aerial view of everything. Then he felt as if he had become one of the people in the crowd, solemnly waiting for something to happen. And all of this was shrouded by the heavy veil. He saw those blurry figures circulating around something extremely large, seemingly forming formations, while someone guided something from the air. Occasionally, streaks of light flew toward the massive object, lighting up patterns on its surface. He heard indistinct voices nearby. "Sent to the 9 heavens, if all is well," awaiting the remolding of mountains and rivers. Suddenly the view before Yu Sheng shook violently, the surroundings rapidly darkened as if night had fallen. While he was pondering what happened, he saw countless fireflies flying toward the sky, mingled with many enormous objects. Some looked like towers and palaces, others appeared like floating mountains and islands, while giant beasts emitted long, low murmurs in the high sky. Urgent drumbeats sounded, boom, 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 boom. But Yu Sheng soon realized that they were not drum beats, it was his heart. His heart was beating rapidly without his control, his blood drumming in his eardrums in a phantom noise, while some intense intent continued to rise in his mind, piercing directly into his brain as though crossing through time and space. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Use all methods at your disposal. Use all methods. Try whichever might work. The Emperor has commanded saturated self-preservation. Saturated self-preservation, support the sky veil, unleash the immortal boat, sacrifice oneself to integrate with the path, dismantle tendons and bones, infuse into the earth's veins, dig tunnels underground, carve words on stones, leave a mark in the earth's core, let out a roar between heaven and earth, fly outward as far away as possible, dig downward as deep as possible. Each plays their part, the Emperor commands. The intense intent howled like a storm in the mind. A fervent tide formed by millions seemed to create a powerful force field, passively radiating its power outward. But Yu Sheng didn't feel affected by this power. He was still trying to observe his surroundings, wanting to peer through that thick veil to see what was on the other side. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt something. His gaze instantly settled on another spot beyond the veil. There lay an entity seemingly independently active, a mind. Yu Sheng was startled. At first, he thought it was some presence within the veil that detected his probing and emerged from history. But he quickly realized that the abruptly appearing entity was not part of the veil, rather a watcher similar to himself. Is there someone else here? Just as Yu Sheng had this thought, he suddenly sensed that the extra watcher's gaze fell upon him. The other party has discovered him. That gaze carried shock. While Yu Sheng was still wondering about the other's identity, a voice suddenly pierced through his head, exploding directly in his heart. Who are you? Before he could react, he saw the entity charge straight toward him, and it carried dire killing intent and fury. Do not dare to touch. How could the Emperor's legacy fall into the hands of mere scoundrels? Yu Sheng had no idea what was happening. He merely noticed that the other mentioned Emperor's legacy, his mind swiftly linking it to the myriad illusions he had seen in the veil. Yet physically he couldn't evade the charging entity, not because his reflexes were slow, but because he was entering this veil for the first time, entirely unprepared on how to move in this bewildering space. The next moment, he saw that indistinct shadow directly collide with him. The other might have thrust a sword, or perhaps threw a punch. He couldn't see clearly, the veil severely affecting perception distorted the foe's figure into chaotic form. Yu Sheng merely felt his projection here being pierced by the opponent's projection. Yet he didn't experience any pain or discomfort because he was but a shadow here. But that guy who crashed into him suddenly retreated far back. Waves of pale smoke rose between him and Yu Sheng. The other's body seemed to be burned by something, rapidly eroding in the smoke. This inexplicable attacker let out a muffled groan and sent a gaze full of apprehension while suppressing the erosion on his body. Good, he spoke angrily, yet with a hint of admiration. You truly are skilled, fellow Taoist. No wonder you dare to probe the Emperor's legacy. I remember this. Though today I am merely a wisp of spirit here, if you insist on contending, we shall meet again another day to test our skills. As his words fell, the indistinct figure turned and left, disappearing miles away in the blink of an eye. Yu Sheng was still bewildered. He hadn't done anything from start to finish, nor even spoken a word. The other just charged over and then retreated with internal injury, ending with self-admiration and dropping 2 formal lines before departing. Who could understand what kind of approach that was? Hey, wait! Yu Sheng stared in the direction where the figure vanished, couldn't help but shout loudly, Who are you? Just as he finished speaking, that indistinct figure truly shushed back instantly, dragging his half-smoky body and bowed to Yu Sheng. I am Yun Kingzi. Yu Sheng. The smoking figure turned and left once more, quickly disappearing again. Yu Sheng stood dumbfounded in place, unresponsive for quite a while, only feeling that the other's spirit seemed very abnormal. Then he shook his head, ready to leave this inexplicable place. But just as he was about to open a doorway to return to reality, that smoking figure dashed over again. Yu Sheng was startled, instinctively assuming a defensive posture, though the other hadn't harmed him before when colliding, seeing such a nerve-wracking fellow dash around in the mist, who wouldn't be scared. However, the figure stopped a few meters away, staring straight at Yu Sheng through the hazy veil. In my rush earlier, I forgot to ask, who are you? Yu Sheng. He finally confirmed that this guy in front of him really wasn't right in the head. My name is Yu Sheng, he said casually. Yu Sheng didn't hide his name, not because of some reason like the other person has already introduced themselves so it's polite to respond, but because he simply didn't care. All right, I'll remember that. The figure calling himself Yuan Tong nodded, then with a smoky body, clasped his hands towards Yu Sheng and turned to leave. Yu Sheng watched with an amused and helpless expression as the figure walked away again, realizing that when someone is at a loss for words, they really do laugh. But he suddenly became a bit curious. Would the person come back again? With this slightly odd thought in mind, Yu Sheng stopped his motion of leaving through the door for the moment and waited there. He didn't even know what his own mindset was at this moment. In the end, he waited for a long time, but the person didn't show up. It seemed this time Yuan Tong had really left. All right, it seems he hasn't gone completely crazy. Yu Sheng muttered, shook his head, and finally opened the door to leave. The next second, he felt a dizziness in his mind. The 5 senses of the real world quickly returned to him, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the living room of number 66 Wudong Road. He discovered that at some point he had become lying on the sofa, with Hu Li's tail as a pillow under his neck, holding a tail in his arms, and even covered with 2 fluffy tails. Hu Li was curled up on the yoga mat beside the sofa, also holding one of his own big fluffy tails and sleeping soundly. Yu Sheng rubbed his eyes, rolled over, sat up, and organized his somewhat muddled mind. He recalled scene after scene that he saw in the illusion, confirming that those were not so-called dreams, including that eccentric Yuan Tong who appeared at the end. The illusions he saw behind the curtain, were they the so-called Emperor's legacy, or clues to the Emperor's legacy? What was with those intense collective thoughts? They seemed to be preparing to resist an apocalyptic disaster. Was it the annihilation catastrophe? Was it information leaking over from the old world again? Why was he seeing these things? Who exactly was that Yuan Tong? Yu Sheng frowned, feeling it necessary to speak to true man Yuanling about this matter. Just then, a voice from across the coffee table interrupted Yu Sheng's somewhat chaotic thoughts. "Bro, you're awake." Yu Sheng looked up and saw the long-haired princess sitting across the coffee table, and her pile of dreaded holiday homework. Yu Sheng was shocked on the spot. "You still haven't finished those 100 words. That's the last 100 words of the essay." Longhair's expression was as if the sky had fallen, her eyebrows almost twisted into water from the worry. "I've already tried adding commas and /d wherever I could, even filling each ellipsis with 6 spaces, and I'm still 4 lines short." Yu Sheng. A moment later, he glanced at the empty cushion beside Longhair. "Where's the mermaid?" Cinderella came to find her, and the 2 of them took a bunch of little kiddos for a picnic in the orchard, the long-haired princess said, tears almost falling down. "Red Hat wouldn't let me go, said I must finish the last 4 lines, said now that I'm in my first year of high school, my essay must be complete at least once." Yu Sheng listened to her complaints with a mix of speechlessness and sympathy, finally sighed, pulled out his phone to send a message to true man Yuanling saying he would be over later to discuss something, then walked over to Longhair's side. "All right, let me see your essay." "All righty." The long-haired princess instantly brightened up, quickly holding up the language test paper. "Just help me with 3 lines. I've already thought of the last sentence myself." Although capable of tearing demons apart with her hands, she's ultimately still just a child. Yu Sheng subconsciously sighed this in his heart, then took the paper, his eyes landing on the final part of the essay. Essay title: My brother Yu Sheng. First line: My brother Yu Sheng often suffers from chronic illnesses, but he is always strong and optimistic. After a moment of silence, Yu Sheng lifted his eyes, looking at the long-haired princess sitting by the coffee table grinning up at him. That look was downright like a mischievous golden retriever, full of schemes. "Long hair. What's up, bro? Write it yourself." Chapter 372, Yuan Tong's Intelligence. Chapter 372, Yuan Tong's Intelligence. Finally, after much cajoling, the long-haired princess managed to finish her nerve-wracking writing assignment, and in the blink of an eye, she dashed out the door. Yu Sheng watched her use her hair to make a glider and leap off the cloud-viewing platform, optimistically estimating that she should have already flown halfway down to meet up with Cinderella and the others. If things weren't going well, she might be hanging from a tree right now. Little Red Riding Hood put down her phone with a helpless expression, stepped forward to help the long-haired princess pack up the pile of papers and workbooks she had tossed onto the coffee table after writing, sorting them into categories and putting them in her backpack. Yu Sheng watched from the side, and his gaze accidentally fell on the essay title again, causing his eyelid to twitch. "She's been like this since she was a kid, hyper when people are around," Little Red Riding Hood said casually. "But even so, she became the parent for fairy tales. At least she's somewhat reliable when taking on tasks." "All right, it's mainly her essay that caught me off guard." Yu Sheng tugged at the corner of his mouth and then showed a thoughtful look. "But come to think of it, she seems to be the first one in fairy tales to call me brother. Feels like others just do it out of politeness, but she calls me that so often that I'm almost used to it." Little Red Riding Hood packed the pencil case and then mused for a moment, probably because she actually had a brother before. Yu Sheng was truly surprised. She really had a brother. "Yes, a long time ago." "A long time ago?" Yu Sheng frowned. "What happened then?" "Her brother abandoned her." Little Red Riding Hood lifted her eyelids, as if stating something natural. "A lot of us were abandoned by our parents. She was abandoned by her brother." Yu Sheng. "But that was when she was very, very young. I even doubt she remembers it now." Little Red Riding Hood shook her head and continued. "I don't know the specifics. I was still in kindergarten then, only heard about it from other parents later. She might just have a vague impression of having a brother, or subconsciously feels she should have a brother." Upon saying this, she paused and looked at Yu Sheng. "So I've always felt it's a good thing she calls you brother. That title has become something joyful for her now." Yu Sheng didn't speak, just watched Little Red Riding Hood's nimble movements. After a while, he suddenly sighed. "You really take good care of your younger siblings." Little Red Riding Hood raised her head. "Why did you suddenly think of saying that? Though I do believe I've done a decent job." "Well, just look at the cheerful state of the long-haired princess now. It's clear you've done a great job." Yu Sheng shrugged. "Sometimes I wonder if in her eyes there are no bad people in this world, considering her ever-cheerful personality." I'll take that as a compliment," Little Red Riding Hood muttered with a subtle expression, then changed the subject as if inadvertently. "By the way, about that exotic realm you guys went to recently, I heard from Little Fish. Is it another suspected abnormal type?" Now it seems very likely to be an abnormal type, because inside it has scenes like wilderness, fortress, and kingdom which appear almost randomly, and all scenes exhibit high illusion or resonance traits. Speaking of serious matters, Yu Sheng's expression became more serious. "This structure composed of scenes is somewhat similar to fairy tales, but we haven't discovered any action rules similar to fairy tales yet." Anyway, stay safe. If you need manpower, just call me or anyone from fairy tales. We're always ready to help," Little Red Riding Hood said, suddenly showing a smile. "I'm not considered child labor now." Yu Sheng also laughed, raising his hand to gently high-five the girl. Then he casually picked up Aaron, threw her over his shoulder, and left number 66 Wudong Road, directly heading to Qian Palace. Soon after reaching the main hall, he saw True Man Yuanling rushing in, along with Xu Wenqi appearing beside him. "I was just in the middle of alchemy, received your message a bit late." As soon as they met, True Man Yuanling said hurriedly, "You said you had urgent matters to discuss. What happened?" Yu Sheng got straight to the point. "Yuan Qingzi, have you heard of this name?" "Yuan Qingzi?" True Man Yuanling was momentarily stunned, then quickly searched his memory while thinking aloud. "It feels like I've heard of it. Where did you hear this name? Why bring it up suddenly?" "In the dream, but it might not just be a dream." Yu Sheng didn't hide anything, and directly recounted all the illusions he had experienced earlier. "It's this kind of scene, seemingly related to certain information carried from the exotic realm I've come into contact with recently, all pointing towards the Emperor's legacy." That Yuan Qingzi suddenly appeared at the end. He seemed to be an observer like me, but he was surprised and angry at my presence, attacking immediately upon meeting. He carefully described the figure who called himself Yuan Qingzi. Then after thinking a bit, he added, "I have a feeling his mental state is not quite right. He seemed really neurotic." Before True Man Yuanling could speak, Aaron, sitting on his shoulder, widened her eyes. Why didn't you tell me when you had such a significant dream?" "Tell you for what?" "To help you fight, of course," Aaron replied as if it was the most natural thing. "Have you forgotten how well I can fight in dreams? Besides, the things you might not see through, I might be able to." "I didn't think of it." Yu Sheng was a bit embarrassed, then tried to explain. "Plus, the situation was so urgent at the time, I didn't have the chance to call you. The other party attacked without a word, finishing the whole process of making threats before I even realized." I don't care, next time you have to call me first thing, especially when you run into such weird dreams. Aaron was oddly a bit puffed up with anger. It's so dangerous, and you're so slow to react in dreams, you wouldn't even know if you suffered a loss. All right, I get it. True Man Yuanling's expression had already turned serious halfway through listening to Yu Sheng's account. By the end, his face was even more solemn, clearly having thought of something. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze suddenly focused, and then he looked up and exchanged a glance with Xu Wenqi. Could it be the border desolate immortal Yuan Qingzi? Border desolate immortal? Yu Sheng immediately stopped quarreling with Aaron. What do you mean? Is he really a famous person? Not a famous person, but an ancient one, True Man Yuanling answered immediately with a grave tone. He was a person from the previous era. Yu Sheng's expression turned somewhat blank. Huh. Remember that I once told you, in the early Reformation period of Taixu Spirit Hub, before today's 5 sects governance structure stabilized, there were many powerful ancestors on Taixu Star. Later, as the chaos of the second singularity explosion gradually subsided, new forces emerged and reached a consensus, and many ancestors gradually withdrew from worldly matters. Except for those who died early, the remaining either left for distant places, secluded themselves in remote cultivation, or disguised themselves to play amidst the mundane. I remember, Yu Sheng nodded repeatedly, recalling it clearly. You mean, this Yuan Qingzi is one of those reclusive ancestors? I can only think of this one. True Man Yuanling nodded, but his brow furrowed tightly. But he didn't just retreat. According to records, we all thought he had died 1,000 years ago. Died? The last time Yuan Qingzi appeared to the world was near the border of Feiyu 13b, on a desolate alien planet. True Man Yuanling spoke in a deep voice. After the 5 sects governance structure settled, many powerful ancestors secluded themselves, and he also disappeared from the public eye. But he still emerged every 300 to 500 years, mostly near the border. Until 1,000 years ago, a terrifying impact was observed by a border post, with an unknown force hitting a deserted star. In subsequent investigations, we found some damaged surveillance equipment. The records showed Yuan Qingzi was on that deserted star. He seemed to be fighting something but was outmatched. In the final moments, he burned his essence and soul, summoning a void devourment that resulted in that terrifying impact. Afterward, we only found fragments of energy-depleted remains at the site and large swathes of scorched earth where blood essence had burned away. Yuan Qingzi has not appeared before the world since then. Yu Sheng listened intently to the story without speaking for a long while Aaron on his shoulder blinked her eyes and after a long pause blurted out, "Then it really sounds like he did die." His body was blown into scorched earth. That's indeed been the conclusion all along, but now it seems this elder might still be alive. True Man Yuanling stroked his beard with a serious expression. For people like him, there are countless unimaginable survival techniques, some nearing reincarnation resurrection. After the battle, we only found parts of remnants on that deserted star, so we truly cannot be 100% certain he perished. Is there no way to determine what he was fighting back then? Yu Sheng suddenly became curious. Also, what was his personality like before? Was he as neurotic as when I met him? There's no way, True Man Yuanling shook his head. 1,000 years ago, Taixu Spirit Hub was not as strong and advanced as it is now. Feiyu 13b itself was mostly uninhabited dusty stars, especially the border areas, many of which hadn't even been explored at the time. At best, there might have been a post or a few self-operating mechanical men. Besides powerful cultivators who could create cave mansions on desolate planets, no one would casually approach such places. The intelligence we could gather was far too limited. As for that elder's temper, I'm not familiar with it, but at least from what I've heard, he wasn't like that, behaving crazily. On the contrary, he had a reputation for being quite gentle and amiable. Chapter 373, Master Uncle. Chapter 373, Master Uncle. Upon hearing the information provided by True Man Yuanling, Yu Sheng didn't speak for a moment, but fell into a brief recollection and pondering. He had very little contact with the figure claiming to be Yuan Qingzi, but just from that brief encounter, he didn't see any cultured and friendly aura from him, although to say how crazy he was, evidently he hadn't reached that level either. Mood swings, split personality, possession. An ancient power who lived from the previous era to this day, a powerful ancient figure who could traverse freely in the fringe areas of the galaxy. What could he have encountered to reappear in such a clearly troubled mental state after disappearing for a millennium? True man Yuanling mentioned that Yun Kingzi went missing after a fierce battle with some formidable enemy. So what exactly was it that clashed with him at the border of the galaxy? Yu Sheng furrowed his brow in thought, but his train of thought was soon interrupted by a figure suddenly rushing into the great hall. The little junior brother of Chuan Qi, named Chuan Yun, dashed in from outside, shouting excitedly as he ran. "Master, master, master uncle and the others are back." Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned by these words, then immediately reacted. The master uncle of Chuan Qi, with his legendary experiences and numerous female confidants, who was unfortunately captured 10 years ago by a fairy while nightclubbing downhill, has recently been rescued and returned. Yu Sheng vaguely recalled that one of the main reasons he came to Qianfeng Ling Mountain was to meet this strange man. He never expected to encounter even more bizarre situations before meeting the person. Oh, destiny is truly unpredictable. Just as he was contemplating this, he saw 2 rays of colorful light flying in from the auspicious clouds of the immortal mountain outside the great hall, then landing inside, transforming into 2 figures in the blink of an eye. One appeared to be middle-aged, tall and thin, with a long, lean face, wielding a horsetail whisk, dressed in a light purple Taoist robe, exuding an aura of an immortal. Yu Sheng remembered seeing him in a news section of the border communication. If he recalled correctly, this should be the presiding elder of Qianfeng Ling Mountain's beast-taming bee, True Man Yuan. The other was truly remarkable. Though middle-aged in appearance, he was majestic, with sword-like brows, starry eyes, and an imposing demeanor, wearing a moon-white long shirt with white hair and brows, despite a somewhat pale complexion, of extraordinary temperament. Yu Sheng took just one glance and felt that this person could easily appear as the central character in cinematic works, spanning 20 pages of relationships of all ages and genders. Moreover, he was evidently the handsome yet tragic type, career utterly ruined, romantic failures leaving him with nothing but misery. In the finale, lying atop the ground, with the camera circling around his unbearably handsome face. The true sect leader of Qianfeng Ling Mountain, presiding elder of Divine Weapon Peak, Master Yuan Hao. Yu Sheng was momentarily dazed before seeing True Man Yuanling step forward, but the old man didn't have time to speak when the handsome elder opposite already retreated half a step, clasped his hands. "Third junior brother has already greeted us on the way." True Man Yuanling staggered slightly, lifting his gaze to the side at True Man Yuan, showing some dissatisfaction. True Man Yuan flicked his horsetail whisk, couldn't hold back. When senior brother is at fault, how can a junior brother truly act? True Man Yuanling's face stiffened as he regarded his senior and junior, not knowing who the words were addressed to. Then he coughed twice, stepping half a step to the side, adding, "Today we have honored guests present, let's not discuss bothersome matters. This is Mr. Yu Sheng from the Boundary Land, whom I mentioned to you in communications a few days ago, and this is Miss Erin, a puppet from Alice's cottage." Yu Sheng quickly carried Erin forward to greet them, while True Man Yuanling continued introducing. "This is the elder of Qianfeng Ling Mountain's beast-taming peak, also my junior brother, Yuan He. This is my senior brother, Yuan Hao, also Qianfeng Ling Mountain's true sect leader." The old man's tone when saying sect leader sounded as if his molars were bleeding. "I've heard about it, heard about it." Master Yuan Hao appeared dignified but conversed with a calm and ordinary tone. First, he casually observed Yu Sheng several times before suddenly smiling. "The affair of Angel Fall shook all realms. I was thinking at the time if I had the chance, I really wanted to see this expert." Just as he finished speaking, True Man Yuanling furrowed his brows from the side. "You were able to receive external news at that time." Master Yuan Hao's expression was a bit subtle. He awkwardly smiled before replying, "She usually lets me see the news and such." Yu Sheng saw the opposite state and nearly couldn't hold it back. During this process, Erin on his shoulder had been turning her head around, observing, alternating her gaze between Yuan Hao and Yuan, then staring at Yuanling, occasionally furrowing her brow in thought until finally unable to resist. She pointed at the white-haired, youthful-spirited True Man Yuanling. "Why are you so old?" True Man Yuanling, "Sa." Erin has always been straightforward. "Your 2 senior and junior brothers look so young, especially your senior brother. How come your image turns out to be an old man?" "Ahem, for cultivators like us, appearances can sometimes be misleading." True Man Yuanling coughed awkwardly twice. "I'm not too concerned with such matters. Besides, I have to take on the responsibilities of acting as the sect leader and keep a batch of unruly disciples in line, so." Before he could finish, Erin gave an "oh," and the little puppet nodded seriously. I get it. It's like how the less hair a programmer has when applying for jobs, the more senior they are, right? Yu Sheng covered his face. That's just a stereotype. Erin put her hands on her hips. Stereotypes exist for a reason. Actually, Erin has a point, True Man Yuanling said with a smile. And I've looked like this for many years. I'm quite used to it. If I really changed my appearance, it wouldn't matter how others react. I might not be able to adjust myself. Oh, Erin nodded, then rolled her eyes and pointed at Master Yuan Hao. Then with his looks, he must have many romantic tribulations. Yu Sheng couldn't take it anymore, reached out to cover the puppet's entire face while explaining to the old handsome guy opposite. Don't mind her, she's just candid. Don't bite. Let go, let go. Master Yuan Hao wasn't upset. Instead, he laughed self-deprecatingly upon hearing Erin's words. Ah, you've seen right through me, my apologies. After chatting a bit, once everyone was familiar with each other, True Man Yuanling lightly coughed twice and directed his gaze towards his senior brother. Senior brother, you've had a hard time all these years, and you've been traveling tirelessly lately. Why not rest today, and tomorrow we? Before he could finish, Master Yuan Hao waved his hand. No rush, I've had quite enough rest these years. I'm actually more eager to move around right now, and I just heard. Lately something unusual happened around the Takesu Spirit Hub. True Man Yuanling raised an eyebrow slightly, then spoke with a tone tinged with helplessness. Ah, I knew you wouldn't be able to sit still, especially after learning about recent events. Indeed, some things have happened lately. It all started with a peculiar exotic realm discovered above Teiyu. True Man Yuanling proceeded to relay all the details concerning this peculiar exotic realm to his long-awaited at-home senior brother, especially emphasizing the mysterious emperor's legacy, and various traces seemingly pointing to an old world found within the realm. After explaining, he pondered briefly and added, Currently, we suspect that the scope of that exotic realm is much larger than we imagined, with entrances on both Teiyu and Takesu Spirit Hub. There may even be rifts leading to that realm in other parts of the Feiyu Star domain. Master Yuan Hao, Yu Sheng actually wanted to directly call him old handsome guy, listened intently throughout, frowning in thought for a long time before looking up at Yu Sheng again. You encountered a group of unidentified black-clad cultivators, all wearing peculiar masks, who claimed to be searching for that emperor's legacy. Yes, and they attacked as soon as we met, Yu Sheng nodded. Now I suspect they weren't specifically lying in wait for us, but rather stumbled upon us while looking for heritage clues in the exotic realm, and acted suddenly to prevent news from leaking. It's just that they lost the fight. Master Yuan Hao continued to frown, pondering for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and conjured something into existence, displaying it before Yu Sheng. Is it a mask like this? Yu Sheng. He was dumbfounded, staring at the mask conjured out of thin air by the old handsome guy, noticing its dark color and surface marked with bizarre cratered patterns, resembling dried tree bark or wavy patterned stone, exactly like the ones previously worn by the black-clad cultivators, leaving him utterly astonished. Even True Man Yuanling beside him was stunned. Senior brother, where did you get this? Over 10 years ago, near the border at an abandoned outpost, Master Yuan Hao said casually. At the time, my flying boat malfunctioned. Just as he began to explain, Erin already had her eyes wide open. Was there ever a time your flying boat worked properly? Don't interrupt. Yu Sheng immediately poked the little puppet, though he was quite tempted to ask the same question, then looked at the old handsome guy in front of him. Go on, go on. Back then the flying boat malfunctioned, forcing a landing in an asteroid belt. While in a bind, I found an abandoned outpost built on an asteroid, and planned to use the remaining materials there to repair the flying boat's spiritual disk. Initially, everything went smoothly. Although the outpost had been abandoned for years, its structure was still intact, with many things inside being useful. But as I ventured deeper into the outpost, things began to appear bizarre. Deep within the outpost, I discovered some rooms that logically shouldn't exist at all. Some rooms repeated endlessly, one after another. Some rooms exceeded the boundaries of the outpost structurally, and some were empty yet brightly lit, always filled with strange noises and shadows. And in one of those bizarre rooms, I found a mask like this, and a dead black-clad individual within. Chapter 374, Clue Connection. Chapter 374, Clue Connection. Yu Sheng had finally understood that this Master Uncle Chuan Chi was indeed a master adventurer. He could pull out bizarre items he found in all sorts of strange places anytime, which, in a sense, could be considered a Dora A fairy. Looking back now, that station must have been an abnormal space node, not an exotic realm, since there wasn't a depth difference between it and the real world. True man, Yuan Hao said, holding the odd mask in his hand as he recalled. That black-clothed cultivator was probably trying to find something in the station, but got trapped inside by the endlessly looping abnormal space. Yu Sheng listened beside him, bewildered, his gaze involuntarily following the strange mask in the other's hand, and only after the other's words fell did he subconsciously speak. Where is that station? Can it still be found? Finding that asteroid belt isn't difficult, but the station is gone. True man Yuan Hao shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. I went back to look for it in the second year and found nothing there, likely completely swallowed by the abnormal space. Such abnormal spaces can't be maintained for long, and a year is enough for it to collapse and perish. It's just hard to say how this abnormal space was formed. Maybe the station's equipment malfunctioned, or it encountered some natural phenomenon. It's hard to say. For a moment the hall fell silent, everyone pondering, and true man Yuanling broke the silence after a while. Apart from that, did you investigate that black-clothed person's identity at the time? Couldn't find a thing, true man Yuan Hao sighed. The person had nothing with them to prove any identity or origin, almost as if they had appeared out of nowhere, clearly thoroughly prepared with the intention of dying without revealing secrets, added to with quite thorough body-tempering marks, making it hard to trace back their origins. But, though I couldn't trace back their origins, I did discover something else. Yu Sheng and true man Yuanling spoke in unison. Something else. He had a piece of jade fragment in his mouth, likely put in during the last moment when he realized survival was hopeless. Yu Sheng blinked and turned to see a thoughtful expression on true man Yuanling's face, becoming curious. What does that mean? It's likely offspring from Handing or Shuji frontier, true man Yuanling said, explaining to Yu Sheng. Holding a stone in one's mouth at the point of death is a habit of many groups living at the border of Star Domain because many frontier planets were harsh environments back then. Early pioneers faced dangers, sometimes unable to preserve their bodies or lost in the void of exotic realm unable to return home. Thus they held the belief of putting a hometown stone in their mouths at death to seek their souls' return home. This passed down through generations, turning into a local custom even after frontier planets stabilized. Moreover, because different frontier planets are spaced far apart with distinct resources, this custom has slight variations. Whether it's holding purple gold, stone crystal, white stone, or long rock, only those from Handing or Shuji frontier offspring hold jade in their mouth. Yu Sheng listened in awe to this folk knowledge, known only to locals of Feiyu 13b Star Domain, and soon realized. Then this matches our previous judgment that those black-clothed cultivators were indeed from the border, from a pioneering planet. That's right, true man Yuanling nodded solemnly. Moreover, if those black-clothed cultivators truly came from Shuji, this even aligns with another clue. What clue? That old Yuan Kingzi, true man Yuanling said solemnly. 1,000 years ago, it was observed he fought with an unknown formidable opponent and disappeared near a barren star close to Shuji. At that, Yu Sheng's eyes widened instantly, a flash of insight crossing his mind, connecting numerous previously scattered clues in a common path, instantly stringing them together. 1,000 years ago, immortal sect ancestor Yuan Kingzi fought a fierce battle with an unknown enemy near the border planet Shuji, leaving only remnants on the battlefield, and then missing for a millennium. 1,000 years later, a deceitful exotic realm appeared near the Texu spirit hub, and a group of black-clothed cultivators, suspected to come from Shuji, suddenly emerged seeking the so-called Emperor's legacy. Simultaneously, the long-missing Yuan Kingzi appeared in a dream vision, his goal also the Emperor's legacy. Moreover, Yuan Kingzi seemed to have changed drastically, recorded from a gentle, elegant, immortal realm elder to becoming odd. However, true man Yuan Hao did not know what his junior brother was talking about, and he seemed dazed for a moment before being taken aback. Yuan Kingzi, that border desolate immortal who disappeared 1,000 years ago, why bring up that elder suddenly? This matter might relate to this missing elder, true man Yuanling pondered carefully, slowly began to speak. In a dream vision, Yu Sheng saw someone claiming to be Yuan Kingzi, and that person was also seeking the Emperor's legacy. Immediately, he recounted all matters related to Yuan Kingzi, with Yu Sheng supplementing frequently, and once everything was explained, true man Yuan Hao and true man Yuan in the hall were both left dumbfounded. After a while, the tall and lean true man Yuan abruptly burst out. Maybe I should go back and attend to my treasure beast pavilion, having been away for so many days. I wonder if the disciples have completed their assignments. Don't rush off. You'll be even more troubled seeing your disciples refining land-air-sea cockroaches and mosquitoes with a lifespan of 10 years when you go back. True man Yuanling immediately blocked his junior brother. If this matter indeed implicates an ancient great power, even bringing out things from the old world, none of us here can remain idle. True man Yuan sighed. Oh, just wanting to focus on research, why is it so difficult? Sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, Aaron suddenly had a bright idea. So, those black-clothed cultivators might have been sent by that Yuan Kingzi. He sent them to find the Emperor's legacy. We can't rule out this possibility, Yu Sheng said with a serious expression, then looked up at Yuanling and Chuan Qi. What's the current situation with that black-clothed cultivator we captured earlier? Can we interrogate him? True man Yuanling pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Ideally, it would be more prudent to prepare him for another day or two, but since we now have Yuan Kingzi and Shuji as breakthroughs, we can go and ask him. All right, let's interrogate him now, Yu Sheng immediately said. Let's see if that guy will confess anything useful. A moment later, led by true man Yuanling and Chuan Qi, Yu Sheng and his group arrived at a remote location some distance from the main hall of Qian Palace. The stone walls here were towering and surrounded by an eerie forest, with a persistent chill seemingly lingering between the forest and high walls, giving the impression of countless alert eyes watching everything around. Inside those gray-white walls stood only a plain and unassuming building. As soon as Yu Sheng stepped into the courtyard within the high walls, a sudden feeling of inexplicable heaviness and oppression welled up inside him, as if countless voices were whispering in his ear. Erin, perched on his shoulder, instinctively straightened her body, casually and irritatedly waving her small hand to the side. What are they mumbling about? In the next second, Yu Sheng heard a sharp sizzle sounding in the air, as a small flash of black light emanated from the doll's fingertips, instantly silencing the entire courtyard. With a thud, Yu Sheng saw a pitch-black shadow suddenly imprint onto the exterior wall of the plain building, the shadow twitching as it slid down, transforming into a black-clad, veiled woman. The scene fell silent in an instant, leaving Yu Sheng startled. Who is this? A disciple guarding from the Heart Inquiry Pavilion, true man Yuanling admitted, looking a bit embarrassed. She must have reflexively used the Heart Inquiry spell to check if there was any malicious intent among those entering the courtyard. This child is a bit rigid, and even when I come over, she routinely inquires me. I apologize for causing offense to you guests. Yu Sheng felt even more embarrassed than true man Yuanling when he heard this, quickly nudging Aaron on his shoulder. Hurry and apologize, you didn't hold back at all with your strike. While speaking, Chuan Qi had already gone forward to help the veiled, black-clad woman up. She looked around dazedly before finally focusing her gaze on true man Yuanling and slightly belatedly stepped forward to salute. Master, I was just attacked. Before she could finish speaking, Yu Sheng took Aaron a couple of steps forward, and the little doll lowered her head midair. Sorry, I thought someone was blowing in my ear, so I instinctively retaliated. Black-clad woman. She clearly still hadn't figured out how she ended up plastered to the wall. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng felt another wave of emotion in his heart. Usually, he only saw Aaron being smacked against walls. This was the first time he saw the little doll manage to plaster someone else to the wall. Truly, specialization works wonders, and when it comes to spiritual attacks, this 66.6 cm tall dwarf pumpkin truly never backs down. Miss Aaron's skill in soul-suppressing and soul-stealing is truly extraordinary. Master Yuan Hao instinctively glanced at the small doll a few times, his sword-like brows furrowed, appearing somewhat puzzled. But as I know it, the Alice puppet doesn't seem to specialize in this type of magic technique, do you? You seem to mainly excel in curses. Aaron blinked at the words, a little befuddled. Is that so? Yet she only hesitated for a moment before nonchalantly waving her hand. Just about, because I'm very formidable. She then turned to the black-clad female guard once again, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry, are you all right? The other woman finally realized what had happened a moment ago, looking at her master and fellow seniors, feeling somewhat at a loss. I am fine just now. We'll discuss what just happened later. We are here to interrogate the evil path cultivator. True man Yuanling interrupted her. How is the other person's condition? He is currently in a stupor. Disciple worries he might wake and seek to end his life. So just administered some sealing God-locking heart and soul-calming and wisdom-condensing pills to him. Chapter 375, Hard Examination. Chapter 375. Chapter 375, Hard Examination. Separated by a layer of semi-transparent misty barrier, Yuan Hao and Yuan He watched the black-clothed cultivator sitting dazedly on the bed in the prison cell. After a while, true man Yuan He hesitantly spoke. This person is rather prosperous-looking. He was just plumped up over the past couple of days, Yu Sheng casually remarked from the side. I heard they're feeding him over a dozen types of pills a day. Those things are nutritious and easily absorbed, and someone helps with refining. Master Yuan Hao pondered briefly, and then turned to look at Yuanling. Junior brother, is there a possibility that you could condense the pills you use to deal with evil path prisoners, make their effects more potent, and save yourself some trouble? Pills can't be casually condensed. Too strong effects are harmful to the body. There must be harmonizing, soothing additives within, true man Yuanling promptly replied earnestly. After all, even though this person is an evil path prisoner, I am still a healer. As a healer, compassion is paramount. I even prescribe half a caddy of cheese smoothing and calming powder for him every day. As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby veiled female guardian bowed her head and said, Master, in the last 2 instances, this person has been increasingly resistant to taking the medicine subconsciously, even struggling at times within illusions. True man Yuanling raised his eyebrows. Then add half a caddy more of cheese smoothing and calming powder, administer with 2 caddies of nourishing soup. After speaking, he stroked his beard and sighed. Compassion is inherent to a healer. Yuan Hao and Yuan He shivered simultaneously, and Yuan He quietly muttered to his senior brother. I think the second senior brother is doing it intentionally. Master Yuan Hao, nonsense. Meanwhile, true man Yuanling was already casting spells and chanting incantations at the cell door, and Yu Sheng saw the misty curtain covering the entire room flicker slightly as an entrance appeared at its doorway. Xuanqi, you and Linlang guard the door. We'll go in for questioning. Xuanqi and the female guardian immediately bowed and accepted the command. Yes. Yu Sheng carried Aaron, following behind Yuanling and the 2 senior brothers, stepping into the ordinary-looking prison cell which only had a single bed. But the moment he crossed the misty curtain entrance, he suddenly felt a change in the surrounding environment. His senses transmitted a certain sluggishness. And then he saw the cell beside him abruptly expand and stretch, with the walls and ceiling silently crumbling, revealing a hypnagogic landscape overhead. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in a desolate mountain forest, with a winding path running through it, the sky dim, drizzling with hazy light rain, the path muddy, yet there was a tiny tea house by the roadside. The house was small, with a rain canopy attached, and outside the canopy rose a thin layer of spiritual energy, warding off the continuous mountain rain. The eaves hung a small jade plaque, projecting the tea sign in front. The 3 in front, Yuanling, Yuan Hao, and Yuan He, somehow transformed into travelers in straw raincoats and bamboo hats, walking naturally along the muddy path in the drizzle. And Yu Sheng, momentarily distracted, also noticed that he was suddenly wearing a straw raincoat and a large bamboo hat, Aaron tucked within his raincoat. This is fun, the little puppet muttered in his embrace, much more sophisticated than ordinary dream realms. Yu Sheng blinked, seeing Yuanling and the other 2 had already walked into the tea house canopy, appearing like passing travelers seeking shelter from the rain. Below the canopy were 3 to 5 tables, with only a few scattered guests. Among them sat the black-clothed cultivator, looking just as he did sitting in the prison cell, a forlorn tableau beside the table, staring blankly as if he had been there for a long, long time. Yu Sheng followed Yuanling and the 2 senior brothers into the canopy. The rain-sheltering guests here briefly glanced up, and then resumed their conversations, while true man Yuanling went directly to sit opposite the black-clothed cultivator. Yuan Hao and Yuan He sat as if nonchalantly in 2 other corners under the canopy, seemingly guarding specific positions. Come sit, true man Yuanling gestured to Yu Sheng, who then walked over to take the empty seat beside the black-clothed cultivator. Fine rain fell onto the canopy, producing a continuous sound that induced a sleepy and inexplicably downhearted and oppressive feeling within. The black-clothed cultivator slowly raised his head, looking at the uninvited guests before him. After a long while, he mumbled as if talking in his sleep. Has the mountain road opened? Not yet. True man Yuanling removed the bamboo hat and placed it beside the table, speaking leisurely. It's raining harder over there. This rain has been falling for a long time. I can't even remember when it started, the black-clothed cultivator said sluggishly. I remember always sitting here. It's neither dark nor bright. People come and go, but I just sit here. Are you from outside? What's it like outside now? Outside is rain, is path, is passing travelers seeking shelter. Is there also a tea canopy outside? There is also a tea canopy. Sounds of creaking echoed nearby, and Yu Sheng looked up to see an old mechanical man in a gray short shirt coming out from a small room beside the tea canopy, wearing a paper mask with the word servant written on it and holding a tea tray, while wheels underneath emitted creaking noises. The mechanical servant approached the table, placed several bowls of tea on it, and made a noise-like greeting. The black-clothed cultivator glanced at the mechanical man and slowly spoke. It has kept me company for many years, and it's starting to rust. You are not a local, true man, Yuanling suddenly asked, sounding as casual as making small talk about everyday matters. The black-clothed cultivator was momentarily stunned, then shook his head slowly. No. Where is your hometown? True man Yuanling asked again. The black-clothed cultivator suddenly furrowed his brow. Even in such a muddled state, a trace of struggle and hesitation appeared in his eyes. True man Yuanling noticed this, but his expression remained unchanged as he added calmly, I've been to a place called Shuji. The struggle and hesitation in the black-clothed cultivator's eyes instantly turned into a tremor, as if being washed over by a higher level of consciousness. He was dazed for a few seconds, then spoke as if in a dream. Ah, Shuji, it's a beautiful planet at night. Magic-infused vessels would pass through the city. Does it always rain on that planet? True man Yuanling spoke softly, as if asking but also as if guiding. The black-clothed cultivator slowly closed his eyes. Yes, the large city near the equator, it's always raining, 400 days a year. Buzz went a sound. World in Yu Sheng's eyes once again changed instantly. The sky, which was merely overcast before, now turned into a deep night, and the woods on both sides swayed and flashed into countless neon high-rises. These modern city skyscrapers were intricately carved and decorated, imbued with spiritual energy and an immortal charm. At the same time, the muddy path outside became a wide street illuminated by street lights, the rain thick in the night, splashing endlessly, with puddles reflecting the scene of the border city's nightscape. Not far away, a ship surrounded by talismanic spiritual light slowly flew between buildings, with a few tourists standing aboard, and a mechanical man with a spirit mirror in its mouth perched atop a street light, cautiously scanning the city's streets. Several young people walked through the rain with umbrellas, laughing and brushing past the edge of a tea stall. Inside the tea stall, the old mechanical man in a gray cloth short shirt had turned into a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a plain white skirt and a silver fox mask, the ticking of mechanical devices inside her. Even the simple mountain tea house had transformed into a brightly lit roadside tea house, with a spirit mirror floating near the counter in the distance, displaying a holographic projection of the immortal mountain's auspicious cloud scenery, playing a promotional video of Cayenne Fengling Mountain as a tourist destination. The black-clothed cultivator looked up and sluggishly observed everything around him. After a long time, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. The voice of true man Yuanling sounded timely from the side. With home so good, why go out? The black-clothed cultivator hesitated for a while, muttering as if to himself, Indeed, why go out? After a moment he shook his head. I must find that thing to find long-lasting peace. Find what? True man Yuanling looked into his eyes, his voice low and slow. The Emperor's legacy. The Emperor's legacy. Yes, the Emperor's legacy. The black-clothed cultivator's gaze wavered slightly but still nodded gently. Finding it will bring peace. Who told you to find it? True man Yuanling immediately asked again. The black-clothed cultivator's wavering hesitation intensified, offering no response. True man Yuanling did not let the hesitation in his heart continue to develop, instead decisively changing his approach. How is Senior Yuan Qingzi? The black-clothed cultivator's expression froze for a moment, as if the self-logic just established in his heart was suddenly interrupted, his whole person noticeably disjointed for 2 seconds before mumbling, Benevolent Master, is well but not well. His injuries are healed, but he says his heart demons are unresolved. He must find the Emperor's legacy to find peace. Yu Sheng instantly exchanged a glance with true man Yuanling. The intelligence all matched up. What exactly is this Emperor's legacy? True man Yuanling once again looked into the black-clothed cultivator's eyes, asking in a low voice, Why must Yuan Qingzi obtain it to be at ease? The Emperor's legacy is just the Emperor's legacy, the benevolent master said. Finding it we will naturally understand, the black-clothed cultivator mumbled. He said it possesses great power, the ability to change the world. Master desires that power, and he also said his heart demons are severe, but we don't understand. He is one who traverses heavens and earth, moves mountains and fills seas, yet why does he always seem to fear something? He doesn't tell us, as he says our cultivation is insufficient. Listening would just add worry, better to be ignorant as bliss. Listening silently on the side without interjecting, Yu Sheng's heart was instantly moved upon hearing this. It is because Yuan Tong fears something that he is persistently searching for the emperor's legacy. Could it be related to the unknown enemy he encountered 1,000 years ago? Chapter 376, Heading to the Border. Chapter 376, Heading to the Border. Outside the tea house, the night rain was continuous. The wet ground reflected the streetlights, and the illusory scenes of the immortal mountains' auspicious clouds floated above distant tall buildings. Spirit cranes fluttered gracefully between the neon lights and rain clouds, while ornate flower boats slowly glided between the buildings. Silk and bamboo music drifted through the rain, portraying the cityscape from a distant alien planet, separated by a misty screen at the edge of the rain shelter, appearing both tangible and remote. The black-clothed cultivator held a cup of hot tea, not noticing that the tea had sat on the table for a long time without cooling at all. He was recalling and contemplating in a daze, answering one question after another posed by true man Yuanling. We don't know who that enemy is. The Lord said it has left, but sometimes he suddenly flies into a rage, claiming that thing is always lurking around, hidden in the shadow of the constant star, concealed between the orbits of various stars. He says people are blind, never seeing the danger right in front of their eyes. The Emperor's legacy, hidden in a very deep place, must pass through layers of illusions, unable to directly reach from the real world, yet there are many cracks leading to that depth in the real world. Teiyu? Yes, Teiyu exists, and there are also cracks on the Taixu spirit hub, Hanguang and Handing stars, but the passages there are not very stable. Yes, distributed across the entire Feiyu star domain. The sound of rain became more intense, the night rain turning into a storm on the street outside the shelter, almost raging into a tempest. The torrential rain poured down from the sky like an inverted ocean, hitting the tea house's rain shelter with thunderous noise, blurring the distant scenery. In the rain, the flower boats, canopy boats, and mechanical birds flying through the city were no longer clear, and even the towering, neon-lit buildings transformed into increasingly abstract, vague silhouettes within the rainfall. The entire world seemed to consist solely of this alien planet's stormy landscape. Amidst the boundless darkness, only the storm continued to fall, turning the small tea house and its rain shelter outside into the sole footing in the world. In this increasingly unsettling environment, the black-clothed cultivator's answers became more incoherent. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stopped his rambling discourse and raised his head, staring blankly outside the rain shelter. "The rain is getting heavier," he muttered to himself. "This rain seems to have been falling for a long time. You came from outside the rain. Do you know what places in the world without rain look like?" True man Yuanling seemed not to hear the other's words, instead taking the opportunity to further guide. "Is it like this where Elder Yuan Tong currently resides? Does he also live in Shuji?" The black-clothed cultivator's brow furrowed gradually, as if recalling this matter itself brought great strain to his thoughts. Accompanying his difficult recollection, the storm outside the tea-house echoed with distant and low thunder. "The Lord is not in Shuji but nearby. It really does keep raining there as well. He occasionally goes to Shuji but never." An especially loud thunderbolt suddenly exploded, and strong flashes and roars tore apart the storm and the long night outside the tea-house. In the lightning, the fleeting urban landscape of the alien planet teetered precariously. The black-clothed cultivator abruptly halted, his face turned pale from the lightning, and then his eyes violently trembled. In the next moment, Yu Sheng seemed to hear a roar amid the abrupt thunder, as if he saw a pair of angry eyes glaring from the lightning under the night sky, and a terrifying pressure descended from the storm straight towards the tea-house. A true man Yuanling had anticipated all this long before the interrogation began. He knew the black-clothed cultivator's mind had been restricted by a great ability, and as the heart examination deepened, no matter how intricate the setup of the heart inquiry pavilion was, the triggering of this restriction was inevitable. So, when he saw Yuan Tong's lingering thought appearing in the depths of the black-clothed cultivator's mind, he immediately launched a palm strike. This palm strike was directed at the air, yet it seemed to shake the entire space. Instantly, the interior and exterior of the tea house trembled fiercely, and then the boundless night rain vanished with a roar. The alien planet city's street scene briefly appeared, and then the neon-lit buildings silently receded and collapsed, reverting to the initial misty rain forest and muddy paths, which then retreated to become boundless swamp. The tea house transformed again into a simple roadside tea stall, and Yuan He and Yuan Hao, sitting in a corner, rose simultaneously, pointing a curse outside the shelter. In the misty rain outside the tea shelter, a vague silhouette emerged as though shocked out by the three brothers, and Yun Kingsley's lingering thought unexpectedly surfaced. This vague silhouette glanced towards the tea shelter, and although it was merely a detached thought from the main body, this gaze still made everyone feel an almost tangible sense of oppressiveness. Whether an illusion or not, Yu Sheng always felt that this silhouette's gaze finally landed on him. Could such a prohibition still recognize me? Yu Sheng was momentarily shocked, but before he could respond, he saw the silhouette in the misty rain dissipating slowly. The black-clothed cultivator sitting across the table shook slightly. His previously dazed eyes gradually regained clarity. Although Yuanling and the others shielded him from the devouring of the mind restriction, that moment of impact inevitably jolted him to wake up. The rain has finally stopped. The black-clothed cultivator muttered to himself, and thus the decades-long illusion of confinement created for him by the Heart Inquiry Pavilion silently receded. The misty, rain-drenched scenery in that small roadside tea house disappeared, and the surroundings once again became that empty prison cell with only a bed. The black-clothed cultivator sat on the bed, while Yu Sheng, Aaron, and True Man Yuanling stood facing him. "It seems that your benefactor doesn't trust you much either," True Man Yuanling casually remarked. "The prohibition he left in your heart is quite formidable." The black-clothed cultivator remained silent for a few seconds. In the moment of waking up, he already knew what had happened and realized that he had already said a lot of what he shouldn't have. His face visibly darkened, but after a brief silence, he merely shook his head. "We are all willing." "Still pretty stubborn," Aaron muttered while sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, then folded her arms in a cocky manner. "I was slow to react just now. If I had been quicker, I would have tied up that shadow that popped out last, and we would have interrogated it directly." "You're pretty stubborn, too." Yu Sheng glanced sidelong at the little puppet. "You were shaking like a leaf when that shadow appeared just now." Aaron immediately got angry and embarrassed. I was filled with battle spirit. Do you understand battle spirit?" The black-clothed cultivator sitting on the bed, however, ignored the commotion around him. He was surrounded by an aura of self-abandonment, and suddenly he sighed. "I've already told you everything I know. You can deal with me as you wish now, kill or slice as you please." "That won't do. Feng Ling Mountain is a reputable and proper sect. Even if we judge you, we must first clarify other charges and punish according to crimes," True Man Yuanling said blandly, then shifted the conversation. "Besides, have you really told everything?" "It doesn't seem so." The black-clothed cultivator looked up, glaring angrily at True Man Yuanling. "What else do you want to ask? For instance, from which entrance did you enter that exotic realm? How many entrances does that exotic realm have? And where they're located, whether you have a way to stably enter specific scenes in that exotic realm? How many of you there are in total? And what's your next plan?" True Man Yuanling's face was stern and his tone serious. "These are the main points for next." Listening to this series of questions, the black-clothed cultivator's body visibly tensed, but he still bit his lip and remained silent. True Man Yuanling was not surprised by this, merely nodding expressionlessly. "If you answered everything I asked, it would save a lot of trouble, but it wouldn't look good on you. Some procedures have to be followed." The moment the word procedures left his mouth, the black-clothed cultivator's face twitched noticeably. Then True Man Yuanling turned his head toward the door. "Lin Lang, send someone to prepare the next round of pills. Make sure young master takes his medication on time this afternoon." A young woman's voice responded from outside. "Yes, master." Moments later, Yu Sheng, True Man Yuanling, and the others left the prison cell and returned to the courtyard outside the Heart Inquiry Pavilion. Even when they were outside, Aaron kept turning her head back to look. Yu Sheng found it strange. "What are you looking at?" "That guy's expression at the end was a bit desperate," Aaron muttered while clinging onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. "I think he initially wanted to hold out for the beauty strategy, but didn't expect this place to be a pill factory." "Your logic never makes sense." Yu Sheng nearly burst out laughing, raising his hand to pull Aaron back. "All right, stop looking. There won't be any more results today." Only then did Aaron reluctantly withdraw her gaze. while true man Yuanling, who had been appearing thoughtful since earlier, suddenly broke his silence. This interrogation confirmed many of our previous speculations. Yes, for instance, about Yun Qingzi, Yu Sheng exhaled. It really is this elder behind the scenes guiding this. Shall we find a way to locate him next? Otherwise, with his mental state, it seems like he's going to cause a big event. True man Yuanling did not speak, instead silently looking at his senior brother, master uncle to Xuanqi. The latter was taken aback. Why are you looking at me? You're familiar with the area around Shuji, true man Yuanling said. Although that evil path cultivator mentioned that Yun Qingzi is not in Shuji, he is nearby. Coupled with the illusions guided out during the final stages in the Heart Inquiry Pavilion, do you have any insights on this? Yuan Hao pondered for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. I have been to Shuji a few times. It's a planet where it rains continuously near the equator, while the polar areas are quite dry and cold. But if you ask if there's another place suitable for seclusion and where it rains constantly near that planet, I really don't know. Chapter 377, Sudden Rift. Chapter 377, Sudden Rift. Listening to the discussion of the Yuanling brothers, Yu Sheng touched his chin and showed a thoughtful expression. After Yuan Hao finished speaking, he gently nodded and said, I think we should at least make a trip to that planet called Shuji. I want to see it for myself. Indeed, we should at least investigate the origins of those evil path cultivators. True man Yuanling nodded with a serious expression. Moreover, they are numerous, organized, and have an immortal ancestor backing them. They have clearly become a force to be reckoned with. If we don't deal with them soon, they might cause a big trouble in the future. Standing quietly on the side and listening to the elders' discussion without saying much, Xuanqi stepped forward at this moment. Master, I am willing to go with Mr. Yu. I am more reassured when you handle things, true man Yuanling nodded. But there are people like Yun Qingzi behind this, so a few skilled individuals should accompany you, or it could be extremely dangerous. Before he could finish his words, Master Yuan Hao next to him waved his hand. It's okay, I'll go with Xuanqi. I'm somewhat familiar with that place anyway, and you can be more at ease. Upon hearing this, true man Yuanling's expression did not relax at all. Instead, he became even more uneasy as he looked at his senior brother a few times, finally squeezing out a sentence. With you going, I'm even less at ease. The old handsome guy's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and his tone was a bit angry. What do you mean by that? True man Yuanling immediately spoke. 70 years ago, you took Xuanqi down the mountain to party. 60 years ago, you taught him to race flying swords. 50 years ago, you took him to crash with someone in the atmosphere while on an immortal boat. You were unscathed, while Xuanqi was bedridden for months. Basically, every 10 years you would cause trouble with him. It wasn't until 12 years ago when you got entangled with a woman that he had some peace. Before the old man finished speaking, Yuan Hao's face across from him could no longer hold up. The old handsome guy looked embarrassed and kept waving his hand. You can't say it like that. The kid has to see the world as he grows. Xuanqi was originally very honest, and if he followed you every day learning alchemy, he'd become silly. As his master uncle, how could I harm him? Besides, you really misunderstood me 50 years ago. I was the first to protect him. Yes, you protected him by pushing him behind you. You, with your supreme harmony cultivation level, wouldn't be harmed even if your head got hit by an immortal boat. But Xuanqi got slapped by you all the way to the Yaelan sect. By the way, the money for rebuilding the mountain gate of the Yaelan sect was covered by your junior brother Yuanhe, and you still haven't paid him back. No, there are guests here. Even you know there are guests here. The two old men thus began arguing, and Yu Sheng and Aaron, who were listening nearby, didn't know how to react, so they awkwardly stepped back half a step to avoid getting involved. At the same time, upon looking up, they saw Xuanqi also stepping back half a step. Then Yu Sheng and Xuanqi discreetly moved to the side, while Aaron gave the latter a sympathetic look. You've had quite a hard time growing up. I still quite like Master Uncle. Xuanqi quickly opened his mouth in a low voice, fearing others might misunderstand. He taught me many things. What else could Yu Sheng say? Seeing Xuanqi's reaction, he knew that true man Yuanling's anger was in vain. His apprentice, whom he had cultivated for years, had long been led astray by the multi-talented Master Uncle, and his honest manner now was probably just a dormant period. However, on second thought, Yu Sheng remembered true man Yuanling's internet nickname, and he immediately felt that someone who could be called Wayward Disciple 4000 probably had come to terms with such matters. Just then, he suddenly felt a vibration from his pocket, and his train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Yu Sheng took out his phone and saw that the caller ID displayed the name Zheng Zhai. No other reason was needed. Just seeing the words Zheng Zhai made Yu Sheng's heart skip a beat, and he immediately answered the call. "Hello, this is Yu Sheng." The next second, he heard the somewhat flustered yet trying to stay calm voice of his nephew on the other end of the phone. "Brother Yu, I see something unusual over here. You should come over quickly, and it's best to bring the old immortal too." Yu Sheng quickly responded, "What's going on? Where are you?" "I'm right on the cloud viewing platform." Zheng Zhai unconsciously lowered his voice, as if something extremely dangerous was moving within his sight at that moment. The sky cracked open, and the crack leads straight into the mountain, but everyone else says they can't see it. "Whoa," Yu Sheng exclaimed in shock and quickly instructed. "I got it, I'm coming over right away. Right now, go inside number 66 Wudong Road immediately, or go into your small house, whichever is closer. Then close the door and don't wander around. Under no circumstances come out before I arrive." Okay, brother Yu, hurry up and come over," Zheng Zhai anxiously replied, then hung up the phone. The commotion from Yu Sheng's end naturally reached the ears of the Yuanling brothers, and the two old men who had been arguing, even though true man Yuan Hao looked quite young, instantly stopped. True man Yuanling was the first to notice the seriousness in Yu Sheng's expression and immediately approached. "What happened?" Zheng Zhai saw a large-scale abnormality on the cloud viewing platform. "I'm afraid the exotic realm might be opening its door again," Yu Sheng quickly said. "Let's put aside those trivial matters for now and hurry over." As he spoke, he had already raised his hand and grabbed the air beside him. In an instant, an illusory door formed in his hand, revealing the scenery of the cloud viewing platform on the other side. Xuanqi, without saying a word, entered the main gate. True man Yuanling also stepped towards the door, but suddenly stopped, turned around to look at his senior brother and junior brother who hadn't moved. "What are you two still waiting for? Hurry up and come over." Only then did true man Yuan react. He quickly suppressed the doubts in his heart forcibly, and following his senior brother's instructions, hurriedly walked through the gate. However, true man Yuanhao stood before the gate, raising his head with a puzzled expression and white eyebrows slightly furrowed. "What is the principle behind this?" Yu Sheng almost burst out laughing. "Why does everyone have to ask this?" Fortunately, he didn't really need to answer anything, as true man Yuanling pushed Yuanhao into the door the very next second, not giving his senior brother a chance to continue his research. Yu Sheng also carried Aaron quickly through the door. The courtyard, heavy with prohibitions, fell silent in the blink of an eye. Soon the open space was left with only Lin Lang, dressed in a black dress and wearing a veil. The woman responsible for guarding the Heart Inquiry Pavilion watched as her masters, uncles, and brothers each crossed the door and left one after another, and even the strange guest ran away. She blinked her eyes after a while, muttering to herself, "You need to register when leaving the Heart Inquiry Pavilion." But by this time, Yu Sheng had already arrived at the cloud viewing platform. This high platform located at the back mountain of Qian Palace seemed as usual, with the sea of clouds beyond the carved jade railings slowly undulating under the sunlight, and the distant horizon and beautiful scenery remaining unchanged, as if nothing had happened. But once Yu Sheng arrived, he saw the long-haired princess and Cinderella standing at the entrance of number 66 Wudong Road. Their tense expressions told him that something indeed happened here. "Where is Zheng Zhai?" Yu Sheng immediately asked. "He's inside." The long-haired princess raised her hand to point at number 66 Wudong Road, then looked at Yu Sheng with a tense face. "Brother, we also saw it just now." Yu Sheng was instantly shocked. "What, you guys saw it too?" "Yes, just a blink, very blurry, when Zheng Zhai entered." The long-haired princess nodded vigorously, pointing to a part of the sky near the main peak of Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Just up there, suddenly a crack opened, like a nearly transparent black lightning, directly splitting into the forest below. How scary. Yu Sheng instinctively turned to look in the direction of the long-haired princess's finger, but he only saw normal mountain forest clouds, nothing else. At this moment, someone carefully pushed open the door of number 66 Wudong Road, and Zheng Zhai poked half his head out, hesitantly speaking when he saw Yu Sheng. "Brother Yu, can I come out since you're here?" Yu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Come out, come out." Only then did Zheng Zhai walk out boldly. Then after a while, Hu Li and Luna also pushed the door open and came out. Moreover, both had already entered battle mode, with Luna equipped with shiny fingertip blades on both hands, and Hu Li followed by 8 Fox travel cannons. At the moment Zheng Zhai opened the door and came out, both Yuanhao and Yuan widened their eyes, staring unblinkingly in the direction of number 66 Wudong Road. For a moment, they didn't even know which scene to marvel at first. Master Yuanhao had cast 7 or 8 talismans on himself, but still couldn't understand how the door emerged out of thin air. Meanwhile, True Man Yuan, upon seeing the floating tails behind Hu Li, had his eyes almost popping out. After holding back for a long time, True Man Yuan suddenly clapped his hands. "Hey, isn't this 100 times better than my wayward disciples who only managed to breed 3-headed locusts and battle-hardened mosquitoes? 100 times? 1,000 times. The strange creatures they breed are far more than those two." True Man Yuanling sighed deeply upon hearing this, with a hint of frustration in his tone. "If you don't take care of your unruly students at Beast Taming Peak, my herb garden will soon be ruined by the unruly beasts they breed." True Man Yuan lowered his head awkwardly. I will manage them." At this time, Yu Sheng had already started to understand the illusion that his young nephew had seen. He quickly confirmed the position, shape, duration of the rift, and other suspicious shadows that appeared around it. After making a simple judgment on the landing point of the rift, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Then he shivered as he reacted, raising his hand to point towards the mountain while turning to look at True Man Yuanling. "Look at this direction. Isn't it the position of the demon suppression tower?" As soon as this sentence came out, the entire cloud viewing platform fell silent. True Man Yuanling's expression suddenly stiffened as well, and he looked in the direction Yu Sheng was pointing. 2 seconds later, he clapped his hands. Not good. Chapter 378, Leak. Chapter 378, Leak. True Man Yuanling let out a cry of alarm as his figure turned into a ghostly spiritual light, poised to fly toward the direction of the demon suppression tower. But before he could leave, Yu Sheng casually pulled open a door beside him, revealing the core containment zone of the demon suppression tower on the other side. "This way is faster," Yu Sheng said quickly, holding the door open. True Man Yuanling's form materialized from the light, his eyes widening as he looked at the door Yu Sheng had opened, leading directly to the highest level containment zone, feeling a torrent of mixed emotions in just a second. However, he knew this was no time to quibble over technical details. The moment that door opened, he detected slight changes in the scene within that suggested something unusual was happening in the demon suppression tower. So he took a step forward, speaking rapidly to Xuanqi and the others along the way. "Xuanqi, quickly organize the Mountain Guardian disciples at Qian Palace and check the nodes of the Mountain Protection Array. Yuan He, help seal the periphery of Spirit Mountain. Do not let filth escape outside. Senior brother." He paused at the doorway, looking at Master Yuan Hao, but the latter nodded slightly before he could continue. "Don't worry. Though I've been confined these years, I haven't neglected my fighting skills. If anything unmanageable for the juniors comes out, I'll handle it. All right, I sense a subtle instability in the tower's central flow, yet no alarms have sounded so far. It's truly bizarre. Everyone must be cautious." True Man Yuanling left these words and swiftly passed through the door. Yu Sheng then opened another door leading to the main hall of Qian Palace, calling to Xuanqi, who was preparing to take flight. "Go through here, it's faster." Xuanqi had no time for words and with a cupped hand salute, hurried through the door. On the other side, True Man Yuan he watched wide-eyed and instinctively blurted, "Is there a door to Mountain Guardian Pass?" next to Shifeng Pavilion. Yu Sheng thought quickly and waved his hand. "I don't know that place, never been there. You'll have to run there yourself." True Man Yuan he blinked, and in the next second turned into a glow of light, flying towards the depths of the cloud sea. On the cloud viewing platform, Erin strained her neck to watch the departing glow of True Man Yuan he, then glanced at the direction Zhang Zhai had pointed with hesitation in her voice. Could there really be a problem? Everything seems fine now. Before the little puppet finished its sentence, a low, strange rumbling, like some enormous object slowly moving and crushing the mountain in the cloud sea, resounded suddenly through the mountains. Accompanying this weird noise was a faint tremor emerging from deep underground, interspersed with sounds like the breathing of a giant beast and thousands of noises. Erin nearly jumped off Yu Sheng's shoulder, exclaiming, "Damn, there's really a freaking problem." Almost simultaneously with the puppet's exclamation, a half-transparent rift appeared in the distance between heaven and earth like black lightning. This time, not only Zhang Zhai, but also Erin and Hu Li clearly saw the outline of the rift. The rift flickered in the air like a faulty illusion, as if slicing through a high peak within Qian Feng Ling Mountain in another dimension. Zhang Zhai's eyes were wide open, fixed on the lightning-like branches extending from the edge of the rift. "Brother Yu, something's coming out from there. And there's something emerging from the mountain too." Before his words finished, the cloud sea boiled. Without Zheng Zhai's reminder, Yu Sheng could see the strange phenomena occurring all over Qianfeng Ling Mountain. The clouds enveloping the immortal mountain were surging violently, like boiling water, with countless nebulous shadows darting through the boiling clouds as if predatory phantoms poised to strike. Simultaneously, smoke rose from various spots in the mountain, as if rifts were opening everywhere, and then the urgent bells of alarm reverberated through the mountains. Terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from midair. Yu Sheng looked up towards the source and saw a rift appearing out of thin air, with a bone-armored, sinister, monstrous beast frantically squeezing out of it. The beast appeared as a horrific amalgamation of skeleton and decayed flesh, chaotic and frightening in every respect. Chains from the demon suppression tower still connected its bones, and countless immortal talismans on the chains were burning fiercely. In the next second, the chaotic, monstrous beast let out a roar, surprisingly speaking in human words. "Old thief Yuan Ling, your grandpa's climbed out of that tower." Countless immortal talismans burned out in the blink of an eye. The sturdy demon suppression chains snapped inch by inch, and the fierce beast pushed open the crack, pouncing towards the cloud viewing platform. What greeted it, however, were countless black threads appearing out of thin air, expanding fiercely like a spider's web. Erin raised her hand, countless spider webs interweaving and spreading, enveloping the skeletal fierce beast emerging from the crack layer by layer. Almost simultaneously, Yu Sheng caught a glimpse of Master Yuan Hao making his move. This legendary master uncle took just one step forward, already standing in midair. From his sleeve silently flew out an object square-shaped, neither metal nor wood, glaringly red, cold, and intimidating. As it was released, it roared with wind and thunder. Remarkably, it was a brick. The ferocious beast, bound by spider silk in midair, heard a sudden gust of wind by its ear. As it looked up, it saw the brick already close at hand, its peripheral vision further catching sight of Master Yuan Hao standing in midair. The overwhelming pressure shook its entire body violently, and it unleashed an unwilling and furious roar from its throat. "Damn it, it's the old thief Yuan Hao." With a loud bang, the brick smashed straight into the beast's face. This seemingly ordinary strike reduced the beast's terrifying-looking body into a sky full of dust, which was then instantly purified and dispersed by the radiant red brick. Yu Sheng, who was about to make his move, was dumbfounded by this scene, his eyes wide open staring at the old, handsome expert with white eyebrows and hair standing in midair, as well as the floating brick beside him. Finally, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Is your weapon a brick?" Upon hearing this, Master Yuan Hao almost fell from the air, the old expert's face fraught with frustration. "This is the 10 Directions Heaven-Suppressing Ruler, the Heaven-Suppressing Ruler. I just made it a bit shorter during refining." Yu Sheng listened, stupefied. He had no idea what category of magic treasure the 10 Directions Heaven-Suppressing Ruler was, but he did catch from Master Yuan Hao's tone that he might not be the first to say that his magic treasure looked like a brick. However, now was clearly not the time to continue discussing whether it's reasonable for a handsome, tragically strong, immortal monarch to use a brick as a weapon. For as the fierce beast fell, countless cracks large and small had already appeared out of thin air around the cloud sea surrounding Qianfeng Ling Mountain. "This is friggin' insane." Seeing those cracks, Erin exclaimed instinctively. She had to weave her spider silk again, trying to place the entire cloud viewing platform within the protective range of the spider web. Hu Li, in contrast and without a word, lay down on the spot, transforming into a giant nine-tailed silver fox. She then controlled the enormous fox travel cannon that synchronized its size, directing a barrage of fire at the nearest few cracks. Following that, fox fire flared, sending a series of 4 or 5 rounds of fox radish missiles whistling out, unleashing a wild bombardment in the cloud sea. A crack formed above the cloud viewing platform, accompanied by a teeth-grinding, creepy sound. A mass of pitch-dark dust surged out of the crack. As the chains behind the dust were cut by the crack's power, and the talismans on them burned to ashes in an instant, a creature with a vaguely humanoid silhouette emerged from the dust. Immediately after, countless similar cracks appeared above the cloud viewing platform, from which countless strange and bizarre things swarmed out. Inside were all sorts of things, not only the ferocious exotic beasts and evil path demons captured and suppressed by Qianfeng Ling Mountain, but also evil path cultivators who had fallen into the demon path and notorious immortal realm criminals, as well as all sorts of bizarre artifacts and loss of control entities contained in the demon suppression tower over the years. Some roughly human-shaped, some roughly beast-shaped, some utterly unrecognizable. For a time the cloud-ridden space echoed with all sorts of wails and roars, endless chaos. A streak of gold flashed past Yu Sheng's peripheral vision. As he turned his head, he saw the long-haired princess wielding a golden scythe, slicing the humanoid silhouette creature in half. As the creature struggled and turned into black dust, the girl deftly and quickly jumped back half a step, the golden scythe in her hand transforming into a long spear, which she used in a backhand to pierce a mass that seemed intent on a sneak attack from the side, a meatball with countless eyes and limbs. Following that, golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, nearly shredding the numerous subordinates spawned by the disintegrating meatball. Yu Sheng's naked eyes almost couldn't keep up with the long-haired princess's movements. The usually unreliable girl displayed astonishing combat skills in the blink of an eye, and an instinct for battle clearly honed through countless life-and-death situations, leaving him dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the long-haired princess had cleared a space around herself. Noticing the gaze falling on her, she shook off a little dirt and grime from her hair, looked up, and gave Yu Sheng a carefree grin. "Brother, impressive or what?" "Impressive," Yu Sheng flung a wolf fang club, sending a winged demon that was flying around noisily through the air. While watching the long-haired princess with admiration and conviction, he remarked, "I knew you could fight before, but I didn't expect you could fight this well. The ones emerging from here seem easy to deal with. At least they're tangible enemies that can be contacted and destroyed." The long-haired princess's magical golden hair gradually spread out behind her, like a mesmerizing, undulating pool of water that slowly expanded to cover the entire cloud-viewing platform. Countless swords, war scythes, blades, spears, halberds, and spikes emerging wildly. It seemed as if they had their own will, commencing to slaughter any hostile entities entering the area covered by her hair. "As far as I'm concerned, if it has a health bar, it can be killed, and these things are much easier to deal with than the demons in the tower." Chapter 379, Simple Numbers. Chapter 379, Simple Numbers. More and more fissures continued to appear in the cloud sea, and as larger and larger openings emerged, the monsters escaping from captivity became increasingly difficult to handle. Yu Sheng promptly escorted Zhang Zhai and Cinderella, who were not skilled in combat, into number 66 Wudong Road, and then joined the others on the cloud-viewing platform in an endless battle against those monsters. A strange creature, slender like a snake yet with feathered crests and limbs, swooped down from the sky, letting out a piercing shriek that threatened to split one's head. But before it hit the ground, countless black spider silks materialized from thin air, penetrating and firmly binding the creature. Immediately following, a blinding beam of scorching light swept across the sky, slicing the creature, along with another strange being emerging from a nearby crack into two halves. Aaron reinforced steel sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, continuously manipulating the black spider silks weaving around to capture the monsters approaching the cloud-viewing platform. Meanwhile, another Aaron mysterious iron stood on the ground nearby, raising her hand to unleash scorching beams into the sky while arrogantly shouting, "Ha ha ha, you rabble! Does it burn? Does it burn? I charged myself up all night. I'm terrifyingly strong now, no matter how many come. Hey Hu Li, watch where you're stepping." In midair, Hu Li pounced, pinning a demon-like humanoid monster underfoot, engulfing it in foxfire and reducing it to ashes in the blink of an eye. Without turning her head, she responded to Aaron's complaint. "Then can you find a higher place to stay? It's hard for me to see my footing in this form." "Who asked you to have such a long muzzle?" Aaron, mysterious iron, shouted, darting around the ground to avoid getting stepped on. "I was sitting on the other side of Yu Sheng's shoulder earlier, but then I fell off." Yu Sheng reached out to grab Aaron and scooped her up, holding the small puppet in the crook of one arm while wielding the tetanus wand with the other, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The long-haired princess wielded a golden war scythe formed from her magic hair, fiercely battling a powerful ape-shaped beast on the cloud-viewing platform. She had no particular combat techniques to speak of, relying purely on the hunting skills, honed from fighting various demon creatures from a young age, making each strike lethal. The magic long hair beside her could transform into any weapon or armor, proficiently wielding swords, guns, lances, and halberds as if she were a golden beast. Yet her most dangerous weapon wasn't the seemingly powerful blades with wide, sweeping strokes, but the strands of hair drifting like they were innocently caught in the wind. The threads of golden hair moved quietly around her, their delicate strands almost invisible unless observed closely. Silently and stealthily, these hairs had adhered to the ape-like beast's exterior. By the time it sensed the lethal intent and instinctively retreated, it was already too late. The long-haired princess swung the golden war scythe in her hand downward. The beast instinctively raised its arms to block, only for hundreds, thousands of tiny blood blooms to erupt all over its body. The unrelenting golden hair had penetrated its limbs, snaked through every vein and blood vessel, and in the blink of an eye located several hearts inside the creature, slicing them into pieces. The fierce beast collapsed with a thud, and the blood-stained strands that killed it slowly retracted, reverting into a wondrous golden appearance in midair. The long-haired princess laughed, her face stained with the purple-red blood of a monstrous creature, looking particularly elated. These foes were far easier to handle than her holiday assignments. But just then, a teeth-grating creak from the sky drew everyone's attention. Yu Sheng instinctively looked up in the direction of the sound, only to see near the cliffside of the cloud-viewing platform, a passageway distinctly different from previous fissures slowly opening. The opening shimmered with crystalline brilliance, like a splendid crystal cavern gradually revealing itself, appearing eerie yet with a touch of surreal splendor. As the fissure expanded, instead of those ugly fierce beasts and demonic creatures from before, it revealed a sharp, crystal spire. A massive crystal with resplendent hues, standing several meters tall, was slowly emerging from the opening, descending toward the ground in a manner akin to a divine descent. Yu Sheng immediately sensed immense danger. He saw that several thick demon suppression chains were tightly bound around the crystal's axis. The chains, talisman, were densely packed and fiercely burning. Beams of light extended from within the rift, striving to pull the crystal back. But all these sealing measures weakened rapidly as the damage within the demon suppression tower increased, and in almost the blink of an eye, half of the chains binding the crystal snapped. In the next moment, as the crystal increasingly broke free, everyone on the cloud-viewing platform heard a pleasant chime. The sound resembled wind chimes or gently clashing jade stones. The melodious tones emanating from within the crystal were as enchanting as heavenly music. In the instant the crystal chimed, half the battles on the cloud-viewing platform ceased. Everyone felt an internal wave of relaxation and laziness. Even the previously hideous and terrifying fierce beasts, demonic monsters, and alien creatures seemed purified, tamely retracting their malevolent intent. Yet starkly contrasting this suddenly arrived comfort and ease was the sudden emergence of fear in the eyes of certain intelligent creatures. A demon covered in scales, resembling an upright lizard, staggered and fell the moment it saw the crystal, blurting out human words in fright. "GR, Great Wilderness Meteor Crystal." Before the words even fell, the battle intent in the demon's eyes dissipated. As the crystal emitted another resonance, a serene and joyful laziness floated onto its inhuman face. Instantly, its entire body of scales was covered with a lustrous seven-colored texture, and within a few breaths, the monster transformed into a lifelike crystal sculpture, seemingly of the same origin as the seven-colored crystal in midair. Yu Sheng, seeing this situation, instantly had his hair standing on end. What the hell is this thing? The long-haired princess, who was enjoying the battle, also froze. She quickly realized her hair could not penetrate the crystal at all, and the moment her battle scythe struck it, it lost all its strength, becoming limp and powerless. The battle intent in her heart felt like it was being thrown into an ice cave, dissipating with every passing second, while an uncontrollable feeling of laziness surged from the depths of her heart, as if she wanted to just stop, turn into a rock, bask in the sun, and do nothing. It was at this moment that a black silhouette suddenly flitted through the battlefield like a phantom. Luna seemed completely unaffected by the crystal. She deftly bypassed everyone, her fingertip blade casually harvesting the path's enemies who had already lost their battle intent, and were even gradually transforming into crystal sculptures. Her movements passed elegantly and precisely between the worlds of the living and the dead, without hesitation, without a shred of wasted effort or time. A few seemingly leisurely but swift steps later, she reached the crystal floating slightly above the ground, then thrust out her sharp blade. The crystal was extraordinarily hard. Even a unidirectional crystalline alloy blade, sharp enough to cut open battleship armor, could only spark across its surface, incapable of inflicting any damage. But this seemingly ineffective attack directly interrupted the crystal's harmonious, pleasant chime, turning it into a series of piercing, eerie noises. Yu Sheng was startled as he caught sight of a blonde female knight leading 12 brass knights, wielding knives, spears, and staffs to assault the crystal in the soul wilderness. He was utterly shocked. Does this thing have a soul too? It's hard to say it has a soul, but it certainly has a mind. Master Yuan Hao's voice came from the air. The Great Wilderness Meteor Crystal is a dangerous, mysterious object my master found after an eerie meteor shower 1,000 years ago. This thing fell out of an exotic realm called Desolate Heaven and mutated after leaving the exotic realm environment, yet it still survives today. It has a mind, can think, and is deceitfully dangerous, but its chime can be processed to suppress easily out-of-control monsters, so we've kept it locked at the tower's base as a demon suppression stone for years. But now it seems it can't be kept any longer. As he spoke, the strange chime from that eerie crystal gradually faded away. Then, its surface's seven-colored radiance swiftly fell under a layer of deathly gray and white. It fell from its floating state half a meter above the ground, making no sound, yet still slightly trembling, as if its shell were alive even as its soul perished. It was even attempting to regenerate its soul. "It needs to be shattered," Luna said, lightly retreating a few steps and turning to look at Yu Sheng, "but it's too hard." "Easy." Master Yuan Hao's voice resonated from the air. He descends gracefully, and Yu Sheng saw him flipping his hand, storing the 10 directions heaven-suppressing ruler like a brick into his sleeve. Then, with another wave of his hand, another weapon appeared in his hand out of thin air. This weapon had a square front, neither metal nor wood, glowing red and chilling to behold, with a half-meter-long handle attached behind. Yu Sheng. It was just another larger brick with a rod welded at the end. Calling it a warhammer was flattering. Essentially, it was just a hammer. Yu Sheng couldn't help but want to make a snarky comment upon seeing the weapon, but Master Yuan Hao clearly wouldn't give him the chance. He stepped forward with an air of mastery, the white of his robe like snow, white hair flowing, white eyebrows sharp like swords. He held that brick with a handle high with a chilling aura, and as he raised and swung it down, he chanted, "Heavenly demon-suppressing hammer." The next sound was a massive bang, and the hard crystal, impenetrable even by Luna's fingertip blade, was shattered into pieces by Master Yuan Hao with one swing of his hammer. Emphasizing a lack of aesthetics, no special effects, no attributes, skill, divine skills, or Taoist technique involved, but plenty of pure power. Chapter 380, chose a day when experts gather. Chapter 380, chose a day when experts gather. As the eerie, great wilderness meteor crystal was smashed into countless fragments by Master Yuan Hao with a hammer, a sharp shriek simultaneously erupted from the depths of the crystal. This sound seemed to be wrapped with terrifying power, instantly sweeping across the entire cloud sea near the cloud viewing platform, dissipating even most of the space rift closest to the platform. This unexpected energy release temporarily suppressed the number of demons and mysterious objects escaping from the demon suppression tower, significantly alleviating the combat pressure on the mountain guardian disciples, who were blocking those monsters layer by layer on the mountain paths near Qian Palace. Near Qian Palace, Yuan Qi led numerous cultivators to form a defensive line, fiercely battling the enemies emerging from the rift. In the past few hours, a large number of demons, fierce beasts, evil cultivators, and loss-of-control entities escaped from the demon suppression tower into the external space. Over 90% of the rift appeared over the cloud sea near the main peak. These escapees rampaged violently from the mountaintop down the mountain, nearly breaking through the hastily organized defenses by the Spirit Mountain Guards in the initial stage. Fortunately, these escaped fiends were completely disorganized, with over half not having any mind at all. The remaining mob could not quickly form any cooperative consensus, and even the leak from the demon suppression tower was a huge surprise to them. In their scramble, they were merely running downhill foolishly, lacking any tactics. So once the mountain guardian disciples realized it and rapidly stabilized their position according to various alert plans, the situation gradually came under control. And with the impact from the cloud viewing platform, the combat pressure on the mountainside further lessened, allowing Yuan Qi to finally have time to look up and observe various parts of Qianfengling Mountain. The number of black rift in the sky was gradually decreasing, and the number of escaping monsters was also sharply reducing. This was partly due to the energy release on the cloud viewing platform earlier, and partly because the Master was closing those channels from the inside of the demon suppression tower. A vast semi-transparent barrier had already risen between the sky and earth at the edge of the group of peaks, a layer of hazy light curtain extending from the cloud sea to the mountain foot, fully enveloping the entire Qianfengling Mountain. "That's the mountain protection array in the ceiling mountain, state. Uncle Yuan, he was controlling the core of the array at the Mountain Guardian Pass. As long as that layer of barrier remained, there was no need to fear that evil demons and monsters would slip through the defense from remote rift, reaching the cities of ordinary people. Outside the main peak, beams of light flashed among the mountains and forests. Under each beam, a faint shield could be vaguely seen rising. These were the key facilities distributed across the various places in Qianfengling Mountain. It seemed that the junior brothers and sisters of the spirit storage, divine weapon, and beast-taming peaks all reacted swiftly, opening up defenses in time as the battle began near Yuan Palace, indicating that damages should not expand further. A roar sounded, shattering the mountain rock, prompting Yuan Chi to immediately withdraw his gaze and look towards the mountainside outside the palace. Although the leak of the demon's suppression tower was gradually being controlled, small groups of demons were still escaping from the confinement. At this moment, several rifts opened up in midair, and a hideous and bizarre giant serpent was emerging from one of the rifts. The giant serpent had 7 heads, each representing a different creature such as a snake, jackal, tiger, and leopard. There was even one head that resembled a beautiful woman. Right now, the serpent's tiger head was roaring, its shout pushing back the surrounding mountain guardian disciples, forming a formation. The snake head spewed venomous smoke, deterring anyone from approaching, and the leopard head's eyes glowed with electricity, continually attracting thunder to strike around. The human head was raised, glaring at Yuan Chi with enraged eyes filled with resentment, while a dog head extended the furthest, trying to gnaw on the fruit of a nearby tree. Yuan Chi, your great aunt escaped from the demon's suppression tower. You, your master, and that old thief Yuan He, all of you have to. You damn thing, can you stop eating? The serpent's female head glared angrily at the dog head beside it, vigorously stretching its neck to gnaw the fruit tree, with anger and resentment in her tone far exceeding that when seeing Yuan Chi. The next second, she directly raised her tiger head and ferociously bit off the dog head. But in the blink of an eye, another dog head regenerated in a different direction of the serpent's body. This time it didn't gnaw the fruit tree, but picked up a stone on the roadside to play throwing stones with the Ling Mountain disciples nearby who were reorganizing their formation and preparing for battle. Yuan Chi, the serpent's body suddenly whipped about frantically on the mountainside. All the heads, except the panting dog head looking for fun, roared in extreme anger. Where is that mongrel old Yuan He? I'm going to eat him today. The scene was bizarrely comical, yet Yuan Chi's face was only taut. He warily watched the 7-headed serpent while quietly mobilizing spiritual power and spoke in a deep voice. Snake Princess, you wreaked havoc in the past, but my uncle Yuan He spared your life because you had been revered for a few years as mountain god before falling into the evil path, and we've been trying to help you leave the demon path all these years. If you retain any human intelligence, you should sense our goodwill. Goodwill my ass! The serpent immediately roared furiously, raising all 6 heads, its body crushing the mountain rock. Today, even at the cost of mutual destruction, I must avenge this one-head grudge. Before the words finished, the serpent had already leaned down, the leopard head conjuring thunder, striking towards Yuan Chi on the mountainside. Seeing this, Yuan Chi could only strike with his palm, the thick spiritual power accompanying the palm strike even forming a copper wall-like astral wind in the air, clashing with the earth-shaking thunder. At the same time, he still tried to persuade. Snake Princess, hold back. Though the situation is chaotic today, you have no chance of escaping. You should know the strength of Feng Ling Mountain. Furthermore, there is an expert in the mountain today. The giant serpent was immediately enraged. Expert my ass, I'd like to see how you withstand today's. Before she could finish, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly shattered the stone slabs outside Yuan Palace, and a blaze descended from the sky, exploding fiercely among several of the serpent's heads. Snake Princess cried out in pain and surprise, hurriedly looking back, but before seeing the attacker clearly, she was grabbed by the tail with immense force and flung onto the mountainside. It was only then she saw clearly that the sudden attacker was actually a giant over 10 meters tall, clad in flaming armor. What the hell? The Snake Princess had barely uttered a few words, pondering how to deal with the bizarre giant that suddenly appeared, when she was interrupted by the thunderous roar of a storm. Immediately, lightning, frost, and assorted weapons launched from all directions, and one titan giant after another charged up from various parts of the mountain path, mercilessly beating her. In the blink of an eye, the giant snake was rendered dazed by the 7 thunderbolt titans, stubbornly sticking her neck out to swear angrily at one of the giants. 7 of you against 1 of me, is this the style of righteous sects? Before she finished her words, she heard the excited voice of a young girl from the shoulder of one titan giant. Against such evil paths, there's no need for any chivalrous ethics. Everyone, attack together. The giant snake was instantly filled with rage, her consciousness blurred from the beating, meanwhile catching sight of the dog head attached to her body trying hard to gnaw at the nearby grassland, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood from the human head. Darn it, stop eating. She then fainted. Snow White stood on the shoulder of the Thunderbolt Titan, with her face shining with excitement, and turned to shout at the king on the opposite shoulder of the Titan. I've always wanted to say that line. The cat remained silent, simply bowing its head to lick its fur, and after finishing it leisurely looked up at Snow White, waving its paw. Meow. Teleportation gates opened outside Yuan Palace, and countless combat mages in star robes flew out of the spatial vortex. The Kingdom Mage Corps formed battle formations on the mountain path, beginning to chant strategic-level resonance spells. The engines roared from the clouds, countless shadows appeared out of thin air, and heavy bombers covered the sky, beginning to dive and bomb the area with the densest fissure leaks. The cumbersome propeller plane seemed outdated, but this summoning method appearing out of nowhere left any supernatural creatures unable to respond in time. Across the distant cloud sea, above Beast Taming Peak, a red dragon slowly descended from the sky, spraying acid and fire as it fell, bombarding the monsters fleeing down the mountain path. A giant beanstalk grew out from the direction of the spirit medicine garden, piercing through half the mountain's fog and the clouds atop the mountain. The twisted branches of the beanstalk were adorned with many demons impaled by the stalk. Between the mountains, a stirring and intense BGM echoed. Yuan Qi stood on the square in front of Yuan Palace, the spirit sword floating behind him, surrounded by fellow disciples exchanging glances. Qianfeng Ling Mountain had never before exhibited such a scenery. After a long pause, Yuan Qi gently exhaled, turned his head to look at the Snake Princess, who was now tied up in several knots by the Thunderbolt Titans, and sighed deeply. I said there was an expert in the mountain today, but you wouldn't believe me when I said it was true. A low humming echoed through the heavens and earth, sounding as if thousands of people were simultaneously chanting an enigmatic, obscure verse, like the tremors of a mountain, the echoes reverberating among the mountains. At the direction of the demon suppression tower, the cloud sea began to churn fiercely. Yuan Qi raised his head to look toward the churning cloud sea, seeing the mist gradually rise, an awe-inspiring figure faintly floating within the ascending cloud mist, slowly condensing, transforming into the form of true man Yuanling. Then another majestic figure appeared, gradually forming into the appearance of Elder Qianji opposite true man Yuanling. I come to aid you, Elder Qianji laughed heartily as he spoke. The two mountain-like magical apparitions opened their arms, then slowly pressed toward the direction of the demon suppression tower. Around the apparitions, countless figures of mountain guardian disciples appeared intermittently, simultaneously chanting spells, raising their hands to press down toward the demon suppression tower. Countless voices gathered together, echoing with a deep and solemn reverberation in the heavens and earth. Seal. Chapter 381, Quelling the Chaos. Chapter 381, Quelling the Chaos. As the seal of the demon suppression tower was repaired, the channels leaking from the containment zone to the outer space were finally completely blocked, and no new black rifts appeared in the sky above Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Various battles, large and small, continued as the prisoners who had escaped were rapidly being dealt with. Outside Yuan Palace, smoke rose as the mountain guardian disciples, with the assistance of the Thunderbolt Titans and the Kingdom Army, held the most pressured line of defense. After slaying a large number of fierce beasts rushing the mountain path, Yuan Qi began to lead the search for those sporadically escaping containment objects along the mountain. Near Shifeng Pavilion, True Man Yuan and hundreds of inner sect disciples guarded in front of the gigantic mechanism known as Mountain Guardian Pass. This device, which controlled the great array of the entire Qianfeng Ling Mountain, stood tall like a giant bell on a stone platform. Spiritual light flickered across its surface, and from within it emitted a low, solemn ringing. In the plaza surrounding the Mountain Guardian Pass lay hundreds of dead fierce beast bodies, as well as many living demons and indestructible activated entities, which were chained and awaited return to the demon suppression tower after being resealed. In the dense bamboo forest halfway up the mountain, a black wolf pack like phantoms moved through the shadows. They coordinated with the mountain patrol guards dressed in white Taoist robes, searching all suspicious hidden corners. A scouting drone swarm controlled by Dorothy traversed the mountains, confirming whether there were any hidden leakage points in the cloud sea, while spirit mountain cultivators flying on flying swords weaved through the swarm, examining the mountain protection barrier enveloping the entire Qianfeng Ling Mountain. On the mountain path between Cloud Viewing Platform and Yuan Palace, although many sporadic battles had not yet ended, the victory music was already playing. Ethereal celestial music descended from the clouds, echoing through all the forests. By order of the acting deputy sect leader, the demon suppression tower is secure, and the cultivators in each area must meticulously search the mountain forests. The mountain ceiling continues, with the opening time to be notified separately. All fierce beasts and category A containment entities that have escaped should be killed without mercy. Intelligent monsters and category B containment entities or prisoners who surrender or are unable to resist should be captured and returned to the demon suppression tower, while those who continue to resist stubbornly should be killed without mercy. If any bizarre entities or unknown variants are discovered, cultivators must not directly contact them. Report and await retrieval by the demon suppression tower. Report the list of deceased, retrieved demons, prisoners, and entities to Yuan Palace. Yu Sheng rode on Hu Li's back, carrying an errand on each shoulder, heading towards Yuan Palace where Xuan Qi was located. Luna walked beside him, and Hu Li like a loyal knight. A flying pumpkin carriage floated low outside the mountain path, with Cinderella sitting inside the carriage, looking out at the forest in the distance where smoke was still rising. Zhang Zhai sat at the front of the carriage, wide-eyed and observing the surroundings. The long-haired princess also sat on Hu Li's back beside Yu Sheng, looking up at the pumpkin carriage's nephew. "Hey, how's the rift situation?" She was not referring to the leakage rifts that appeared in the sky above the cloud sea and led to the containment zone of the demon suppression tower, but rather the enormous black crack that Zhang Zhai first saw, seemingly splitting the entire Qianfeng Ling mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhai widened his eyes, observing the direction of the demon suppression tower. After a while, he spoke with some concern. "It's still visible, a vast black chasm like it split the entire mountain, but the good news is it seems stabilized now. There used to be a lot of branching like a spider web spreading out. Now those branches are gone." The great rift was still there. Hearing Zhang Zhai's words, Yu Sheng didn't speak, only furrowed his brow thoughtfully, while the Aaron reinforced steel on his shoulder immediately looked up and chirped. "Hey, nephew, your vision seems a bit overpowered, doesn't it? I feel like your condition can't just be described as high sensitivity anymore." Zhang Zhai scratched his head. "I don't know, I just finished basic training last week." "To be honest, it's a bit weird," remarked the long-haired princess sitting next to Yu Sheng after hearing Aaron's comments, nodding seriously. "I've been a spirit realm detective for years, seen high-sensitivity individuals, even seen those who grew tentacles just by looking at an anomalous entity. But I've never heard of a high-sensitivity, low-stability case like yours. Your eyes seem like they're always seeing through things. Hey, do you normally see people through a frame?" Zhang Zhai was stunned for a bit, then finally understood what she meant by through a frame, and then was utterly amused. "No, it's not that exaggerated, but my condition is indeed more severe than before. I used to only occasionally see some strange shadows and occasionally take wrong turns down odd paths, but after my uncle's incident." He paused suddenly, then sighed softly. "Ever since my uncle's incident, I came into contact with the angel umbilical cord, and my symptoms worsened immediately. I can see things more clearly, and when I get lost, it's not just that I take a wrong turn, I can even end up in the exotic realm." "What did the experts in the bureau say?" the long-haired princess asked curiously. "What can they say? They were surprised, mainly shocked that I've lived to grow this big, and amazed that my symptoms were so severe since childhood, yet they have further deteriorated. They say they've witnessed the potential of humanity," Zhang Zhai said with a bitter face. "But later they also said it's within reason, essentially a change after being exposed to angelic contamination. According to the experts, this change is abnormal, but since it relates to the dark angel, it's quite normal. Moreover, they said I'm actually lucky. Most ordinary people experience much more than a sharp increase in spiritual vision after contact with angelic contamination, and almost none remain in human form." Listening to the never-ending grumble, the long-haired princess couldn't help but look at Zhang Zhai sympathetically, then confirmed, "Is that rift still there? Has there been any change compared to before?" "No change." Zhang Zhai raised his head and glanced toward the demon suppression tower. "It's completely stabilized, if that counts as good news." "I suppose that's good news." Yu Sheng finally broke the silence, sighed, and frowned. "As long as the thing doesn't expand, at least there won't be new leaks in the demon suppression tower." Master Yuan Hao's voice came from beside. "Do you have any idea what that rift truly is?" "No clue, but at least I think that thing isn't just an ordinary spatial fissure." Yu Sheng shook his head. "I've seen spatial fissures, even touched them. I can sense them without looking, but the rift Zhang Zhai sees should be more complex and abstract." As he spoke, he glanced up at Master Yuan Hao. This handsome number one, with Chuan-Chi as the second, of Feng Ling Mountain was currently flying on a sword, hovering behind Cinderella's pumpkin carriage. Honestly, Yu Sheng wasn't surprised by sword flight. He had been interacting with these immortals of Feng Ling Mountain for some time. Though Chuan-Chi and his master mostly transformed into radiant light to fly around, Yu Sheng occasionally saw Chuan-Chi or other spirit mountain disciples flying on swords for convenience. He was used to it by now, though a bit envious of this skill for showing off. But flying a chainsaw sword was indeed a different matter. Yu Sheng couldn't help but glance at the bottom of Master Yuan Hao's feet, observing the hard-lined casing of the flying sword, its chain teeth, the trigger structure on the hilt, and the faintly visible steel stamp. He hesitated for a long time before he couldn't hold it anymore. "Your sword doesn't look local." Master Yuan Hao laughed upon hearing this. "This sword is indeed not the product of Feng Ling Mountain, but something I acquired by chance during my early travels beyond the region when my immortal boat broke down." Yu Sheng, just hearing the beginning, waved his hand immediately. "All right, we know the rest." Master Yuan Hao smacked his lips, somewhat unsatisfied. I have a long story to tell afterward." As they spoke, the group had already left the mountain path connecting the back mountain. After passing a fragmentary platform emitting blue smoke, Yu Sheng beheld the towering hall of Yuan Palace. The previous leak had caused chaos in many areas of Feng Ling Mountain. Walking all the way from the cloud viewing platform, what Yu Sheng saw was the destruction caused by the released entities and demon beasts. Fortunately, as one of the 5 major sects on the Taixu Spirit Hub, all the crucial facilities of Feng Ling Mountain had independent and strong protection systems. Besides the overall mountain protection array, each palace and pavilion in this immortal mountain had its own separate barrier, which protected the lower-tier disciples with weaker combat abilities at critical moments, creating layers of defense from top to bottom and preserving essential structures, including Yuan Palace. So at this moment, despite the devastating sights of the surrounding plaza, mountain paths, and pavilions, the grand hall of Yuan Palace still sparkled under the daylight. Hu Li, taking small strides, stepped over the edge of the shattered plaza and came to Chuan-Chi, who was organizing junior brothers and sisters in cleaning the battlefield. Yu Sheng peered over Hu Li's head and glanced down at Chuan-Chi. "How's the situation here?" "Mr. Yu and Master Uncle," Chuan-Chi cupped his fists in a greeting, a smile on his face. "Thanks to the assistance of a few divine-powered giants and many mages, the defensive line in front of Yuan Palace remained intact until the end. We suffered many injuries, but with the protection of the barrier there were no fatalities, which is truly fortunate." Just as these words fell, Yu Sheng heard a wailing voice from a corner of the plaza. "You all didn't lose anyone, so can you let me die instead? I'd rather die." "Ah, how can you be so heartless, you bunch of rogue Taoists?" Yu Sheng was stunned by the noise. Looking up, he saw a 7-headed giant serpent, over 10 meters long, tied into a dead knot by someone, lying on the plaza while cursing. Chapter 382, Snake Princess. Chapter 382. Chapter 382, Snake Princess. Yu Sheng was startled the moment he saw the giant snake. There were 2 main reasons for this surprise. First, he had never seen such a large snake before. The biggest monster he had seen in his life was a fox girl about the size of 2 minibuses. Second, he had never seen a creature with so many heads. There was even a human head among them. But more than being scared, he was shocked by the monstrous knot that had been tied on it. That was really damned wicked. The giant snake itself was cursing up a storm. "You all are not human, are you? Where did you find this bunch of ancestors with lost morals to bully a protective animal like me? A little butterfly knot at least would have been decent." The moment the monster finished speaking, Yu Sheng saw 2 Thunderbolt Titans walk over from the edge of the square, and with a few swift moves, untied the snake and tied a butterfly knot on it. Now he knew who was responsible for this wicked behavior. After being messed with again, the snake lay sprawled out in the square, cursing feebly, clearly lacking the energy it had earlier. One of its 7 heads, which bizarrely resembled a husky, suddenly perked up and started straining forward, trying to nibble on the dry food in a nearby cultivator's hand. "For God's sake, can you stop eating? I'm really fed up with such calamity. Yuan He, you old devil, I'll eat you one day." Watching this scene from atop Hu Li's head, Yu Sheng was dumbfounded. After a long pause, he couldn't help but look down at Chuan-Chi. "Who is this? Why does she look so different from the other captured beasts? Did she also escape from the demon suppression tower?" "She is the Snake Princess," Chuan-Chi sighed in response and explained helplessly. She was originally a great demon who achieved enlightenment near the Netherworld Valley, but after consuming some toxic swamp fruits, her mind was damaged. She succumbed to demonic influence during her tribulation and committed many atrocities. My master and I teamed up to subdue this demon. Originally, her demonic bones were to be shattered to disperse her mind as a heavy punishment, but my master uncle took pity on her for having been a mountain god, serving the local people obediently for years after accidentally eating the offerings provided by villagers. She was locked up in the demon suppression tower instead. She has been imprisoned for years and was relatively obedient until this escape. Perhaps thinking she had a chance to regain her honor, she caused a great turmoil. Thank goodness Miss Bai Zhu came to help. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng dumbly lifted his head and glanced again at the snake, now weakly muttering curses while tied with a butterfly knot on the ground. She seems to have a huge grudge against your master uncle. My master uncle indeed let her off with leniency, feeling that mere imprisonment wouldn't solve the problem, hoping to rescue her back to righteousness by using his proud beast-taming skills. After all, he's technically a veterinarian, and this approach is quite fitting according to the folks at the boundary land, Chuan-Chi said, suddenly showing an awkward expression. But it turned out there was a bit of a medical accident. Hearing this, Yu Sheng's eyebrow twitched instinctively, his gaze landing on the husky-headed snake. Chuan-Chi also noticed his gaze and nodded awkwardly. This head was originally refined by my master uncle and added to the snake princess to quell her demonic chi and violent tendencies, drawing out her original kind and peaceful heart. But for some reason it ended up like this. Not that it's totally ineffective, she used to be much crazier without it. With this head, however, she's just crazy in a different way, now dead set on eating my master uncle. Listening to this, Yu Sheng was stunned, and even Aaron on his shoulder was taken aback, only catching on after a while, staring blankly at Chuan-Chi. Hey, come on! Don't you have any good doctors in Feng Ling Mountain? Chuan-Chi bowed. My master uncle has been extremely remorseful over the years and has tried various ways to make amends, but the snake princess won't cooperate. Aaron, I wouldn't cooperate either. Damn quack. I'm telling you, I find your motive for developing that medical disturbance explosion fist very suspicious. Chuan-Chi. The giant snake sprawled on the ground heard the commotion and lifted its heads, staring straight at Aaron. This little sister is quite reasonable. Her words are very pleasant to hear. If you're ever able to help me escape, I'll let you have a slice of Yuan He's heart and liver, how about that? I'm not hungry, don't need it. Aaron waved her hand dismissively, pointing at Yu Sheng. Give it to him, he'll eat anything. Seeing the conversation veer off track, Yu Sheng quickly coughed a few times to interrupt the babbling of the little puppet, trying hard to ignore the bizarre snake demon beside him, and turned to Chuan-Chi. Is there anything else that needs help with here? How's the situation with your master? I'm all right here, just some injured people needing treatment. But luckily, this is Qian Palace, so there's no shortage of top-tier pills, Chuan-Chi immediately replied. My master just sent a message saying several spots in the demon suppression tower were severely damaged. Although he used divine skills to forcibly seal all the leaks, the damaged mechanical devices and sealing facilities need immediate repair, so he can't come away right now. He paused, then added, Fortunately, true man Qianji is here, and as an expert in mechanical techniques, he's personally helping with repairs in the tower. The demon suppression tower should recover soon enough, moreover. Chuan-Chi looked up, directing his gaze towards Master Yuan Hao, who was flying while wielding the chainsaw sword in midair. Master Uncle, the master also asked you to quickly go to the tower and help. Right now, besides true man Qianji, you're the one who knows mechanical techniques and artifact refining best. All right, Master Yuan Hao nodded. I'll head there right away. Then I'll open a door for you later and we can go together. I was going to check out the situation there as well, Yu Sheng said immediately, then glanced at Chuan-Chi. Is there anything else to mention? Chuan-Chi thought for a moment, clasping his hands in a salute. Nothing else, just that there's still chaos in the mountains. Many entities like escaped beings from the containment zone, ferocious criminals and strange creatures haven't been recaptured. Remind the fairy tales people not to wander alone in the forests, of course. I've seen how strong some experts are. Ordinary monsters can't take them on, but the younger children should stay indoors for now. Got it, Yu Sheng nodded, and then turned to Cinderella, who was sitting in her pumpkin carriage parked on the plaza. So, head back and remind the parents waiting in the valley to keep an eye on the little ones. Also, inform Dorothy and the others still helping around to be cautious. This isn't the boundary land, and who knows what might exceed everyone's combat experience, so don't be reckless. Cinderella nodded immediately. Okay, got it. Long hair, you go with Cinderella. Yu Sheng looked at the long-haired princess sitting with him on the demon fox, intently petting its fur. You're strong in combat. Once back, stay on the cloud viewing platform to assist returning comrades. Oh, the long-haired princess reluctantly lifted her head from the furry pile but couldn't resist suddenly lying down to rub vigorously against Hu Li's silvery white fur, mumbling, "Oh, so comfy. Brother, could you let Hu Li give me a tail? I'm used to hugging something when I sleep." Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. As long as you don't mind that thing blowing up all of a sudden, that's fine. Just a heads up. Hu Li's tails explode more intensely than the aerial bombs Dorothy throws down. Long hair immediately shrank back, curling into a golden fluffy ball rolling off Hu Li's back, right into Cinderella's pumpkin carriage. Zheng Zhai, standing in front of the pumpkin carriage, hesitated for a moment and pointed at himself. "So, brother Yu, You come with me," Yu Sheng said without hesitation. "Let's go see what's happening in the demon suppression tower." Zheng Zhai grinned, "All right." With that, Yu Sheng jumped down from Hu Li's back with Aaron, raising his hand to open a door leading to the core containment area of the demon suppression tower. Hu Li also backed away a few steps, rolled into human form on the spot, and eagerly ran over. No one knew what she was expecting, but whenever she went out with her savior, she always looked this eager. Afterward, Yu Sheng and his group crossed the door, vanishing outside the main hall of Qian Palace. In the plaza of the main hall, the large snake princess, still tied up in a butterfly knot, raised her heads to watch Yu Sheng's group depart, pondering something unknown, suddenly shouted, "Monster!" Xuan Qi felt his head throb. "Snake princess, could you calm down? That hairy monster just now, that floating-tailed fox monster, that mechanical monster with iron skin and blade fingers, and that door-opening monster, aren't they creepier than me?" Snake princess's heads buzzed with discontent, and the only movable tip of her tail jabbed the nearby stone pavement vigorously, splintering it. "Why am I the one locked in the demon suppression tower listening to your master and disciples babble? You should capture them too." "They're not monsters, they're from a reputable sect." Xuan Qi solemnly looked at the snake, knowing she was being unreasonable but remained patient. "They're experts from the boundary land." "Reputable sect just because they say so. Do they have a license or something?" Xuan Qi shrugged. "Yes, they have a spirit realm detective license issued by the boundary land, recognized in 80% of the universe. Also, we're holding you because you tend to harm people once you break free." "So what?" Xuan Qi, feeling unable to communicate with the big snake, he could only sigh deeply, leaving her aside to focus on handling the situation with his fellow disciples. Chapter 383, Damage Situation. Chapter 383, Damage Situation. In the depths of the demon suppression tower, within the well-like core containment area, True Man Yuanling and True Man Qianji were gravely examining the condition of various facilities. Just then, Yu Sheng and his group pushed the door open and entered, witnessing the two elderly men engrossed in their work. "I came to check on the situation and also to bring sect leader Yuan Hao over," Yu Sheng said to Yuanling. "How are things here?" "As you can see, everything is in disarray," True Man Yuanling sighed, raising his hand to point within the shaft. "This is probably the biggest accident the demon suppression tower has seen since its construction. Luckily, the control was fairly timely." Yu Sheng looked in the direction True Man Yuanling pointed. They were now positioned midway in the shaft, on a semicircular platform extending from the shaft's wall. Beyond the platform, one could see that many long bridges embedded in the shaft's wall had already been damaged. Numerous Spirit Mountain disciples from the artifact refining sect flew in midair, inspecting the condition of the connecting bridges. Many containment compartments on the wall had either collapsed or were emitting smoke and mist. Personnel guarding the demon suppression tower were clearing the collapsed areas with the aid of large mechanical men. But more alarming than the collapse of those compartments was a crack that nearly ran vertically through the entire shaft. A crack in the extremely sturdy shaft wall, of unknown construction material, which seemed forcibly torn open. The astonishing fissure twisted upward into the endless hazy heights and downward, disappearing at the bottom of the shaft. The widest part of the crack could reach dozens of meters, and even now, sparks and flashes from the breaking of spiritual materials occasionally burst forth from the crevice. "Oh my, see!" Aaron, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, was dumbfounded. "No wonder so many demons and ghosts escaped outside. Your whole containment zone is split apart." Next to them, True Man Qianji let out a long sigh. "Ah, the situation is indeed extremely perilous. Even I was taken aback when I arrived." Even for me, handling this situation is quite troublesome, True Man Yuanling also sighed. Primarily because the damage inside here far exceeds what you perceive. After the core arrays of the demon suppression tower stalled, many fierce demon beasts suppressed at the bottom launched a simultaneous assault. Among them are some with spiritual wisdom. Perceiving the weakening of prohibitions, they began to destroy from bottom to top, inside out, layer by layer. About half of what you encountered outside has been, conveniently, set free to create chaos. Thus, the situation down below is very complex, not just structural damage, but also various evil demon beasts, demon cultivators, and even toxic gas and pollution left by entities that lost control. Clearing it will also take some time. Fortunately, the demon suppression tower is spacious, with many unused floors undamaged. The captured demons can be temporarily transferred there. Hearing the old man's continuous murmuring about the current predicament, Aaron couldn't hold back any longer. I've wanted to ask, you've confined so many demons and ghosts in here, and quite a few would certainly cause global chaos if they escaped. Why not just kill them outright? At least eliminate the most dangerous and hopeless batch. Why keep them as ticking time bombs? It's not that easy. Before Yuanling could answer, Master Yuan Hao next to him shook his head helplessly. The demons you mentioned that can be killed outright are indeed executed once we verify their identities and crimes. Those remaining, who are long confined in the demon suppression tower, are kept for a reason. One reason is that they are not deserving of death and still have a chance to return to the right path, like the Snake Princess, who is confined in the demon suppression tower as a chance for repentance. Another situation involves some strange entities that are extremely difficult to kill. Destroying them forcefully might unleash pollution and backlash that exceed the risks posed during containment. Weighing the risks, confinement is the only option. There are even more special cases, such as certain ancient beasts or demon cultivators who have comprehended some Tao. These prisoners have connected with the cycles of heaven and earth, their life and death impacting far beyond themselves. Slaying them directly could damage the Texu spirit hub or even the environment of the entire Feiyu star domain in the short term, causing natural disasters that harm the populace. Hence they are confined in the tower to be slowly refined. This process can take centuries or millennia until they can be harmlessly dissolved. Yu Sheng listened in bewilderment. Is this even possible? Indeed, True Man Yuanling beside him nodded with a bitter smile, full of helplessness. Recently, an ancient beast connected to the earth veins tried to break free and was forcefully slain by me and Kaienji. Originally, it was to be refined for 800 years at the bottom. With its death, it departed cleanly, but just now 8-Gate Star reported a shift of at least 2 degrees in the local magnetic pole. The impact on local harvests remains unknown. This time, Yu Sheng was genuinely shocked. Isn't all this cultivating immortality stuff rather absurd? Even Aaron, on his shoulder, was somewhat befuddled by all this, yet suddenly turned to Hu Li beside her. Hey, silly fox, do the immortals from your homeland experience similar situations? Hu Li pondered for a moment and shook his head. Never heard of such a thing. Perhaps it's due to different world rules. Besides, on our side, most planets' parameters are machine-controlled, so if magnetic poles deviate, they self-correct. Aaron, isn't this even more absurd? Beside them, both Yuan Hao and Kaienji were stunned for a few seconds upon hearing Hu Li's words, then their eyes lit up simultaneously. How does that work? Let's not talk about principles yet. She only has a primary school education and can't explain it clearly to you. Yu Sheng hurriedly interrupted upon seeing the 2 technical immortals wanting to consult a cyber fox who dropped out of elementary school about planetary control theory, mainly because if he didn't interrupt, it wouldn't make sense even with long, complex sentences. Right now, the main thing is to figure out how this accident happened and whether it might happen again. As soon as Yu Sheng said this, True Man Yuanling's expression changed subtly. You mean? The rift that Zheng Zhai observed still exists, Yu Sheng said with a grave expression. It's just temporarily in a stable state. It's over there. Zheng Zhai immediately nodded and pointed to a spot not far away. It basically coincides with the physical rift on the inner wall and extends downward. But I can't really see how far it extends. It's too dark down there to see clearly. True Man Yuanling furrowed his brows, pinched his beard, and quickly made a decision after a few seconds of thought. Then I'll take you to the bottom of the demon suppression tower, and let this Zhang Dao you use his spiritual eye to see what's actually going on down there. Senior brother, you and Elder Kaienji stay here to continue checking and confirming the condition of the nearby damage. Of course, Master Yuan Hao said casually, but soon remembered something, reaching into his sleeve to take out an object. It was his red brick. The earth veins down there are chaotic. I'm afraid there might still be some mischievous creatures acting up. You should take my 10 directions heaven-suppressing ruler down there for self-defense. True man Yuanling glanced at the weapon his senior brother took out, and the muscles on his face visibly twitched as he tried to maintain his expression. Senior brother, you know I'm not good with weapons. Your heaven-suppressing ruler. I'm not used to it. All right then. Do you want this primordial demon-suppressing? How about the heavenly demon-suppressing hammer, the 4 directions spirit seal, the heaven-flipping chapter? As he spoke, Master Yuan Hao pulled out a large number of divine weapons he personally crafted from his sleeve, instantly filling the platform with spiritual light and spiritual energy. There was even a continuous sound of artifact spirit resonances that sounded like celestial music. Yu Sheng looked closely and saw all sorts of bricks in the red light, some with edges, some with blades, some with handles, some with chains, some with inverted teeth, and even 2 bricks linked by an iron rod in the middle that looked like a dumbbell but was named Heaven and Earth Boundless Demon-Sweeping Pestle. Let's put it this way. If these things weren't emitting golden light and overflowing with spiritual energy, with a bit of concrete, this pile could make a wall. True man Yuanling's face was turning green. Seeing that his senior brother was about to take out more stuff, he quickly pulled Yu Sheng towards the edge of the platform. With a wave of his horsetail whisk, a floating round platform emitting a faint light appeared from nowhere. As it carried everyone toward the bottom of the demon suppression tower, Master Yuan Hao's head popped out from the edge of the platform above, still holding a brick that gleamed with cold light. Do you want the infinite treasure seal? Put it away, true man Yuanling shouted from the round platform while controlling it to descend. Don't let that thing fall and destroy the earth veins. After shouting, he turned his attention back, noticing that Yu Sheng and others were looking at him, making the elder's expression a bit awkward. Yu Sheng couldn't hold it in. Xuan Qi, this master uncle of yours, is he really the artifact refining grandmaster here? Oh yes. Yu Sheng's mouth twitched. His sense of aesthetics is quite unique. You don't understand, senior brother's artifact refining skills are indeed top-notch. It's just that his nature is rather carefree, true man Yuanling thought for a moment, feeling the need to defend his senior brother a bit, perhaps also for the sect's reputation. The magic treasures he refines are designed to be the most practical, but their power is not to be underestimated. Yu Sheng then recalled the great wilderness meteor crystal being smashed into pieces by Master Yuan Hao's brick, and instantly found these words highly credible. That was truly a brick with power, beauty, and special effects. While they were speaking, the round platform beneath them moved rapidly, passing through the shaft area in the middle of the demon suppression tower. After traversing a series of passages engraved with various talismans and inscriptions, Yu Sheng noticed that the architectural structure below changed. The well wall filled with numerous cells and caves came to an end. Below that, there was a deep, vertical cavern within which spiritual light flickered intermittently, as if it were breathing and pulsing. Down below is the earth vein, true man Yuanling explained beside him. The star core power of the Texu spirit hub is contained within it. Chapter 384, Bottom of the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 384, Bottom of the Demon Suppression Tower. The circular platform, inscribed with countless immortal talismans, passed the main containment area of the Demon Suppression Tower, continuing to descend towards the cave at the base of the tower, a cave so deep it gave the illusion of reaching the planet's core. Round the platform, deep within the rough and primitive stone walls, streams of light occasionally flashed. Between jagged protruding rock formations, bright and short arcs of electricity jumped. The further they descended, the more these light flows and arcs increased, eventually forming continuous rivers underground. The so-called rivers of light flowed from the rocks, intersecting and coursing through the air, their light ebbing and swelling like pulse and breath. Yu Sheng looked on in amazement at the spectacular and dreamlike scenery. The flowing and pulsating rivers of light were silent, yet he had the distinct feeling that they were conveying some sound to him. Staring at them, watching the flickering lights in his vision, he seemed to hear the thumping, like the sound of a heartbeat. Deep, slow, gentle, the heartbeat of the planet's depths whispered softly to Yu Sheng, speaking to him gently. It's very healthy. Yu Sheng suddenly broke the silence, muttering to himself as if talking to himself. Sitting on his shoulder, Aaron heard the mutter and was a bit puzzled. What's very healthy? The planet, Yu Sheng smiled, for some reason feeling a bit happy, a subtle sense of elation spreading from the depths of his heart. It felt like the first time he returned to the purified Nightfall Valley and saw the tiny grass breaking through the soil. He simply sat cross-legged at the edge of the platform, watching the vibrant light streams weaving and dancing in the rock cave with delight. It's truly wonderful. Zheng Zhai, watching nearby, was bewildered and couldn't help but mutter quietly to Hu Li, "Do you know what Brother Yu is talking about?" "No idea," Hu Li replied without thinking, "but the Savior is right." Saying that, she crouched beside Yu Sheng, also gazing at the flowing light rivers, happily squinting her eyes. "It's truly wonderful." Luna stood quietly behind Yu Sheng as always, the faint light from the earth veins reflecting off her smooth metal shell with a mesmerizing sheen. In the refracted light, no one knew what she was thinking at that moment. True Man Yuanling stood nearby, stroking his beard, appearing to observe the rock cave environment, but his peripheral vision was consistently on Yu Sheng, yet he said nothing. The Tao is to be realized, the more you ask, the shallower the Tao becomes. The old man simply watched Yu Sheng with his heavenly eye, contemplating the Tao until his head started to spin and he had to look away. Almost at the same time, he heard Yu Sheng break the silence. "Do all planets have earth veins?" "Not all," True Man Yuanling was startled for a moment and hurriedly replied. "Most of the still active planets have earth veins. Some earth veins are strong and visible, with energy flows that can be seen by the naked eye like underground rivers flowing constantly from the mantle to the crust. The most famous earth vein phenomenon in this category is the locust touch on Terra planet, and next are these light rivers beneath the Texu spirit hub. Some earth veins are hard to detect with the naked eye and require arrays or spiritual artifacts to observe them. There are also some planets without earth veins, usually those whose deep layer activities have completely ceased, and no life evolves on the surface either. Outsiders often call them dead planets, deathly silent planets, or cold stars, and we call them deserted stars. But there are exceptions. Some planets that have long been classified as deserted stars and clearly have no earth veins that can be detected by any means, have active interiors or even lush surfaces teeming with life such as mountains, rivers, and lakes. These planets often harbor strange phenomena, so some privately call them corpse stars, mostly considering them ominous. But apart from some weirdness, there's little basis for this ominous notion. Yu Sheng listened with a sense of wonder at this incredible knowledge, shaking his head after a while with a sigh. "I've never heard of such things before." "That's quite normal," said Zheng Zhai, who was nearby with a cheerful tone. "Most people over there don't really understand planets, as the starry sky over Boundary City at night is essentially just a shadow formed when the real universe is projected onto the spatial shell of the boundary land." Listening to Zheng Zhai, Yu Sheng did not explain much, simply smiling and shaking his head before standing up. They had arrived. The platform had reached the bottom of the rock cave, an incredibly vast area akin to an underground cavern. It was illuminated by the surrounding earth vein light flows, revealing numerous grand, man-made stone pillars standing at the bottom. These pillars were covered in profound ancient talismans and embedded with items like copper rings and crystals, exuding an air of solemn magnificence, clearly part of the Demon Suppression Tower's foundation stone. Among these magnificent demon suppression stone pillars, there were countless chains. These chains crisscrossed, hanging down from the tops of the giant pillars and connecting to the bases of each pillar. The iron locks formed a network, creating segments that seemed to harbor specific rules and Taoist techniques. And at the primary focus point among them, a massive body was tightly bound by the thick chains. It was a stone sphere. Yu Sheng could only describe it this way, because it looked like a gigantic stone sphere. The surface of the stone sphere was extraordinarily rough and pitted, as if struck by a meteorite, or simply put, it resembled a miniature planet. This planet, about the size of a house, was wrapped in layers upon layers of iron chains, and the gaps between the chains were filled with various talismans, which looked bizarre and carried a faint sense of horror. Even more horrifying was that when Yu Sheng and his companions stepped down from the platform, the stone sphere gradually floated up, its surface rapidly showing numerous fine cracks. Those cracks moved around, in the blink of an eye, forming a grotesque face. Two hollow empty eyes, a mouth riddled with jagged sharp teeth, seemingly smiling. "What a mess, Yuanling," the stone sphere rumbled, its mouth opening and closing, dropping a lot of gray-white stone powder. "At this time you still have the time to see me." "Of course I must come, especially at times like this. I am more worried about what's down below." True Man Yuanling looked at the stone sphere at the center of the demon suppression array with an expressionless face. "But now it seems that you're even more well-behaved than them." "Of Of course, I have always been well-behaved because I am smarter than them, the stone sphere laughed hoarsely. When the top cracked open, Nest Goose was the first to rush out, bringing along those fools from the upper layer. They all thought that the collapse of the demon suppression tower would mean the chaos of Qian Feng Ling Mountain. Only I know that if this demon suppression tower were to truly collapse one day, it would only be when you Qian Feng Ling Mountain start a massacre. This tower is just a bit of dignity and opportunity you leave for the enemies of humanity. Enemies of humanity? I haven't heard that term in a long time. True Man Yuanling stroked his beard, his tone filled with reminiscence. Said that you have now categorized the enemies of humanity into many kinds, gave them a lot of fancy names. Demons, fierce beasts, evil spirits, entities, and various evil demons, all messed up. The stone sphere rambled on as if having a casual chat with True Man Yuanling. In the old days, it was simpler. One sentence summed it up. Enemy of humanity, kill without mercy. Tusk, things were more straightforward back then. True Man Yuanling ignored the sarcastic tone in the stone sphere's voice and turned his head to introduce Yu Sheng and the others, who were full of curiosity. This demon creature is called Omen Wandering Star, originally a bizarre existence in the star sea, capable of traversing the void by leveraging subspace, disguising itself as a meteorite to fall to the ground and gnaw on the earth veins for sustenance, causing harm to many beings back then. 3,000 years ago, it landed on the Taixu spirit hub, was subdued by many powerful beings working together, and has since been suppressed underground. It deserves this fate. It gnawed on countless earth veins, but this Taixu spirit hub's earth vein turned out to be poisonous for it. Yu Sheng listened in astonishment, gaining a deeper understanding of how many wicked things this world could harbor, while the stone sphere slowly rotated its massive body, its terrifying face turning towards Yu Sheng and his group, pulling up its mouth. Pleased to meet you, Yuanling not going to introduce us. You usually don't bring outsiders here. It has nothing to do with you. These are guests of my Qian Feng Ling Mountain, True Man Yuanling said sternly. I am here to show them to inspect the situation of the demon suppression tower. You just stay put. All right, inspect it. It's dreadfully boring here anyway. The stone sphere shook, the chains wrapped around it clanking noisily. By the way, Yuanling, is Nest Goose really dead? It never came back after it charged out. Dead, True Man Yuanling said indifferently. An A-class containment subject locked on this layer as a fierce beast, going out is punishable by death, certainly to be killed without mercy. Tusk, I said it had no brains. The stone sphere's tone was mocking and gleeful. At least one less annoying fool. It's a pity, though, with its death, 8-Gate Star might run into some trouble. I remember that's your Qian Feng Ling Mountain's colonized star. Or is it Yalan Sect S? Want my help? I have some insights into adjusting planet states, won't ask for much, just a small bite will do. True Man Yuanling stared quietly at the Omen Wandering Star. What do you think? The stone sphere slowly landed on the ground, wrapping the surrounding chains around itself a couple more times. No means no. Why the fierce look? Meanwhile, Yu Sheng also stopped paying attention to the stone sphere and accompanied Zheng Zhai to the side of a huge stone pillar. The fissure goes down from here. Zheng Zhai held onto the stone pillar beside him, even though in front of him was just solid, flat ground. His movement seemed as if afraid of falling into some big hole. It penetrated right through the ground here. Yu Sheng was shocked when he heard this. Still going down. Yes, still going down. Zheng Zhai hesitated for a moment, his expression particularly tense. It's as if it's going all the way to pierce into the core of the earth. Chapter 385. Navigation Plan is No Plan. Chapter 385. Chapter 385. Navigation Plan is No Plan. Upon hearing Zheng Zhai's words, Yu Sheng didn't speak for a moment. He simply looked in the direction of the fissure with the other. He actually couldn't see any fissure, but through the limited blood connection established between him and Zheng Zhai, he could vaguely sense the presence of something there. Immense, bizarre, boundless. Approaching the limits of perception, the fissure seemed to be just a small extension of a much larger structure. What exactly is that? Aaron reached out and poked Yu Sheng's head. Hey, Yu Sheng, do you think this has something to do with the Emperor's legacy? Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Everything's happening all at once, Aaron said matter-of-factly. Also, previously, your nephew suddenly fell into the exotic realm on the main path of the Qian Feng Ling Mountain, and now this giant fissure appears nearby. There's no way it's all coincidence. As the little puppet finished speaking, Hu Li, who wandered over, nodded in agreement. I think so too. From a statistical and probabilistic standpoint, When two extremely unusual events occur at the same location within a short time frame, the likelihood of a connection between them is very high. Aaron blinked, listening to Hu Li's words, then poked Yu Sheng's head again. What's that silly fox talking about? The same thing you said. Yu Sheng glanced at the illiterate puppet on his shoulder, then thoughtfully rubbed his chin. If this fissure was truly triggered by the Emperor's legacy, then it's even more concerning. Aaron, why do you say that? Because the Emperor's legacy has always existed, but for all these years the Taixu Spirit Hub has been peaceful, indicating that it's been in a dormant state, Yu Sheng said casually. Now there's suddenly a fissure, which only suggests that after years of calm, the Emperor's legacy is beginning to activate. And whatever the principle behind these activities might be, it only means one thing. Today's chaos is just the beginning. Aaron's eyes widened, remaining silent for a long while. Hu Li pondered seriously, his large, furry ears suddenly twitching. Then why is it suddenly activating? Before Yu Sheng could speak, the image of masked black-clothed cultivators appeared in everyone's minds. Two possibilities. Either the legacy decided on its own to awaken after years of dormancy, or someone is stirring up trouble, attempting to activate this legacy. Yu Sheng spread his hands. Which do you think it is? That's no question. Aaron immediately stood up on Yu Sheng's shoulder. It's definitely someone causing trouble. I said that the black-clothed people we caught last time in the exotic realm aren't the only ones in action. There must be many more hiding in corners and crevices trying to cause trouble. We must hurry to that planet called Shuji. Yu Sheng reached out and pressed the wobbling puppet back onto his shoulder. We need to quickly find that Yuan Tong hiding behind the scenes. Don't fall off wobbling like that. At this moment, True Man Yuanling, who was initially communicating with the Omen Wandering Star, also came over. Upon hearing the conversation, the old man looked especially solemn. The geomantic energy around here remains very unstable. Like you said, all this is just a beginning. If we don't find Elder Yuan Tong and resolve the Emperor's legacy, there will inevitably be more trouble here. He paused, thought for a moment, and said, It's urgent. I'll arrange a long-range immortal boat to take you to Shuji right away. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yu Sheng waved with a smile, as if he was already expecting this sentence. No need for the trouble. Our travel agency has a spaceship. Just prepare the passage documents and navigation coordinates for me. As Yu Sheng finished speaking, Aaron instantly stood up again on his shoulder. Our spaceship can fly. Of course, the ship could fly all along. Yu Sheng had to reach out and press the puppet down once more. The reason we've been waiting is just because the ship was made by the Venerate Saints Monastery and required modifications, plus the main control system needed a reset. Although the modifications aren't entirely completed, the outer coating is done, and the star map and navigation systems are already usable, which is enough for me. Aaron blinked. What about the parts that aren't finished yet? Let's continue the modifications while flying. Anyway, all the external construction that needed to dock at the platform is done, Yu Sheng said casually. Now the remaining work is all internal, like subsystem adjustments. The technical team sent by the Special Service Bureau is staying on the ship now. I've even set up a door on the ship for them to go directly to the Special Service Bureau. When they need to change shifts, they just open the door in D2 passageway to return to Boundary City. It doesn't matter where the ship actually is. Aaron was left dumbfounded. Although as a kindergarten-level illiterate she basically didn't understand interstellar navigation, she could still hear the oddity in Yu Sheng's description. Is that really okay? I mean, I don't really know what a subsystem is, but can you really take off without solving these problems and making modifications while flying? Why does this sound so unreliable to me? Won't it blow up halfway? Rest assured, you know my piloting skills and operation methods, Yu Sheng said confidently. Theoretically, as long as the engine can provide thrust, I could drive a drum washing machine to the edge of a star system. It's certainly easier with those subsystems, but even without them, I can brute force my way through. Aaron was stunned. This makes me feel even less assured, okay. But apparently she was the only one on the scene finding it unreliable. On the side, Hu Li's eyes lit up upon hearing the ship at home could fly, and her tail wagged fiercely, creating a small whirlwind of dust. I think our savior is right. On the other side, though Luna didn't have such an intense reaction, she nodded slightly and made a dull sound. Right. Aaron blinked, looked at the confident Yu Sheng, then at Hu Li and Luna beside her before finally letting out a long sigh. All right then, after all, you did manage to bring that thing back successfully back then. True Man Yuanling had been standing beside without interjecting because he was unfamiliar with the situation inside the travel agency, nor had he seen what the spaceship that Yu Sheng mentioned was. Seeing them reach a consensus, he stroked his beard and stepped forward. Then I'll arrange for you the passage permit and the navigation coordinates to Shuji. Yu Sheng nodded. All right, let's go up and meet your senior brother and true man Qianji. True man Yuanling nodded slightly, then waved his hand, and the hovering platform that brought the group down silently floated back over. Meanwhile, between those towering demon suppression stone pillars and countless thick chains, the omen wandering star, bound tightly, was slowly moving its body, and its terrifying face turned to look at Yuanling and Yu Sheng's group as they returned to the platform preparing to leave. Don't act rashly, true man Yuanling said calmly at the edge of the platform, looking at the stone sphere. Act rashly and you die. You've tried so many times, but I won't die. The stone sphere slowly grinned, squeezing a mocking smile between its jagged, sharp teeth. No one could decipher what this strange sphere was truly thinking from its inhuman and horrifying face, as if each expression was merely a kind of non-human mimicry. But you can rest assured I'm not going anywhere. I'll just watch from down here. The brief flourishing and demise of mortal civilization mean nothing to eternity. You all will eventually vanish, just like this toxic planet. I have the patience. The omen wandering star babbled on, then slowly lowered its face, muttering to itself as if alone. The end of all struggles is extinction. The only truth in the world is such a sad truth. Before it could finish, a black spider silk swiftly crossed dozens of meters and slapped the surface of the stone sphere with a snap. The omen wandering star immediately shut up and stopped moving. Nonsense, ugly, and talks a lot of rubbish. Erin sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder with her arms akimbo, retracting the spider silk, still glaring at the omen wandering star displeased. I'm telling you, with your spooky babbling, you wouldn't even survive the opening cutscene in a game. At most, you'd be gone in the beginner tutorial. The floating platform slowly ascended, gradually accelerating, and soon carried Yu Sheng and the group away. The omen wandering star, confined between the demon suppression stone pillars, remained quietly in place. After being whipped by Erin's spider silk, it stayed motionless, but it probably always behaved like a stone, staying unmoving, so much that true man Yuanling didn't even notice its sudden prolonged stillness this time. Time passed unknowingly, until the omen wandering star suddenly trembled in place, as if awakening and rebooting from a kind of temporary shutdown. The terrifying huge stone sphere shuddered, then a large amount of gray-white debris rustled down from its surface. The spot hit by the black spider silk exposed black, seemingly abyssal cracks of extreme void. But these terrifying wounds vanished in a flash. Within a few breaths, the gray-white debris floated back from the ground, refilling the stone sphere's surface deficits. The omen wandering star hesitated and floated upwards, and the chains binding it clattered, while tiny sparks flickered and jumped between the immortal talisman tied to the chains. After a brief state of confusion and thought, a dreamlike murmuring came from the stone sphere's gaping mouth. Is omened. Chapter 386, Master Yuan Hao's Worries. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, Master Yuan Hao's Worries. Deep in the valley, near the Black Forest, the starport. With the heavy application of black technology brought by the Special Service Bureau's engineering team, the construction progress here can be described as incredible. The barren foundation of the starport, initially grown out of the ground by Yu Sheng, now finally resembles a high-tech spaceship base. Centered around the Otherworld Inn, the enormous spaceship docking platform is now surrounded by autonomously operating beacon towers and storage stations. Electricity has already been connected, and the roads from the starport to the Black Forest and to the fairy tale town now have streetlights. By nighttime, the platform is brightly lit, with guiding holographic signs circling the starport, making it all seem quite impressive. Of course, considering that the travel agency on this side doesn't have much manpower and cannot possibly undertake the daily operation and maintenance of a genuine starport, even with automated facilities and maintenance-free designs. The future upkeep of these facilities will have to be outsourced to the technical team from the Special Service Bureau. Now a group of people from Yu Sheng's side and a group from Qianfeng Ling Mountain have all arrived at the starport platform, looking up at the majestic Otherworld Inn before them. This ship, which has undergone repainting and hull renovation, still primarily features a solemn black color as its main tone. However, the previously ominous and oppressive dark red coating has been replaced with white. Furthermore, large sections of white patterns have been added to the middle armoring of the ship to make it appear at least like something from a legitimate organization. Unfortunately, the dark spikes at the ship's bow, or the top of the tower, couldn't be directly removed, primarily because they are filled with antennas and super space generators, critical components. In fact, those spikes are simply part of the antenna array, so Sun and Liu Gong, who were responsible for the ship's hull renovation, decided not to dismantle them. Instead, they added continuous, rooftop-like structures to these inherently evil-looking spikes, turning them into miniature towers between the rooftops. After this series of modifications, this ship, which already had a bit of a religious ambience within its dark and oppressive motif, completely moved towards a church architecture. When grounded, it resembles a church being morphed and stretched into a giant tower with strange proportions and combinations, with a chapel-like structure perched at the top. As for the auxiliary towers originally floating around the main tower using anti-gravity devices, equipped with shield generators and super space subsystems, Sun and Liu Gong agreed to change their paint and add shells, turning them into bell towers surrounding the church ship. Well, it seems to be quite a coincidence. Yu Sheng looked at this remodeled Otherworld Inn and was immediately reminded of the Guardian Fire Cathedral that Luna and her Knight Order built in the protected wilderness. One could only say that the folks from the Venerate Saints Monastery at least have some skill in architectural aesthetics. The things they remodel based on this foundation show a high degree of consistency in style. The main feature of this style is that, when you look at it, it feels as if an exhilarating BGM might start playing around you at any moment, and then a ridiculously large health bar might suddenly appear above some entity in front of you. And it was clear that Yu Sheng wasn't the only one with this feeling. "I feel like I've seen similar things in one of the games I played recently," Erin muttered, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder and craning her neck for quite a while. "That thing has this style right in the opening scene, and I even suspect a giant, impossibly hard-to-defeat creature might come out of this tower at any second, with feet taller than a person, and I'm just rolling around under its feet, using a toothpick to fix its feet, hacking away at it for ages without making the health bar budge." The puppet's muttering was so vivid that it almost exuded a profoundly realistic feeling. Even Yu Sheng couldn't help but comment, "That sounds like quite the experience." Luna, standing nearby, quietly raised her eyes and watched for a long time before suddenly letting out a light sigh. "Now, it's much more pleasing to the eye." The star map and navigation parameters of the Feiyu star domain have been synchronized to the main system. A technical staff wearing a Special Service Bureau uniform reported to Yu Sheng while holding a transparently high-tech tablet. Additionally, since the operation hub has been reset, all subsystems of the Otherworld Inn are currently offline, including the weapon subsystem. This aspect must be noted. Please try to avoid danger. "Don't worry, we're not taking this thing out for battle," Yu Sheng waved his hand. "The primary function of this ship is to take me to unvisited places where I can unlock coordinates. Once we reach there, we will disembark and act on our own." The Special Service Bureau personnel holding the tablet opened their mouth, seemingly wanting to remind them about a few technical points. After all, the ship wasn't anywhere close to being in a state capable of executing deep space missions. With all subsystems offline and the main system flashing still incomplete, from a professional perspective, this ship is really not much different from a washing machine installed with an engine. But after hesitating for a moment, he didn't open his mouth. Because Director Bailey Ching's reminder still echoed in his ears. The people of the travel agency are exceptional, each is talented, and everyone has their own approach to handling things. In short, don't inquire too much about their matters. While Yu Sheng was communicating with the technical staff from the Special Service Bureau, True Man Yuanling and others who came along for the tour were amazed by this valley, serving as the travel agency's base camp. "I didn't expect Yu Sheng to have such a cave mansion that forms its own world." The tall, thin True Man Yuan stroked a strand of beard, gazing in the direction of the Black Forest. "Although I heard Chuan Chi mention it before, I never imagined this valley to be such a sight. There are faintly more than a dozen different auras circulating in various places at the bottom of the valley, clearly connected yet like 10 independent cave heavens. Marvelous. If this place could be rented for breeding spirit beasts, it would be much more convenient for experiments." "Stop bringing your group of pests to cause trouble everywhere." True Man Yuanling glanced at his junior brother. "Moreover, this valley used to be an exotic realm. It is entirely thanks to Yu Sheng's skills that it is maintained in its present form. As far as I know, all living creatures that breed and thrive in this valley must undergo Yu Sheng's blood curse and become part of the travel agency. If you are truly willing to give up the rare exotic beasts you painstakingly cultivated, then you are welcome to bring them here." True Man Yuan paused for a moment upon hearing this, then bowed his head to ponder for a while before whispering, "Second senior brother, This doesn't sound like the work of the right path. The people of the boundary land don't care about such things, true man Yuanling said with a stern face. Moreover, if I had to say, I think your group of students raising cockroaches and mosquitoes resembles evil cultivators more. Yuan he awkwardly replied, I've already dealt with it. Any more cases of using such methods to cheat in the final exams will be uniformly graded as D-. Meanwhile, Master Yuan Hao was standing with Chu and Qi, whispering to each other while occasionally glancing at the flying church standing on the ground. After a while, they walked over, just as Yu Sheng finished handing over with the technical staff. Master Yuan Hao stepped forward and said, I just discussed with Chu and Qi, and for this trip to the border I still need to go with you all. As soon as he said this, he saw Yuanling on the side immediately showed a willing expression, so he quickly raised a hand to interrupt and added, I will definitely not bring chair to cause trouble this time, so you can rest assured, junior brother. It's not about causing trouble or not, true man Yuanling quickly retorted, his tone full of distrust. I'm afraid that when you go to the border, you'll suddenly get the idea of touring the world again, and then disappear for several years without a trace. Master Yuan Hao looked awkward. This, junior brother, you shouldn't say that. When did this senior brother act so irresponsibly? 120 years ago, you went down the mountain to buy 2 jugs of wine and went missing for 7 years. True man Yuanling glared. Later, we got news from the Bamosa people's Starry Sky observation station to bring people to pick you up. You had dug into someone's ancestral tomb. Let's not talk about past events. Master Yuan Hao quickly coughed twice. The usually dignified true monarch can't muster any manner or aura in front of his second junior brother. I do have considerations for this trip. Let me explain. Do you still remember what the black-clothed cultivator mentioned? Yuan Qingzi is reclusive at the border, but not on the Shuji star, rather on a similar perennial rainy planet. And I've been thinking about this all day, but despite thinking it over and over, there isn't such a place near Shuji. Seeing the serious expression on his senior brother's face, Yuanling finally put away the expression of distrust and slightly frowned. What do you mean? The ancient powerful cultivators who survived the time of chronicle rewriting have all sorts of bizarre and mysterious methods. Yuan Qingzi disappeared 1,000 years ago, and to this day no one knows what he has been doing for the past millennium. And that place Shuji is far from Taiksu. News travels there somewhat belated. I'm worried now that after operating there for many years, the Shuji star and its surrounding regions may no longer be as we are familiar with. Yuanling did not speak, just nodded slightly, signaling his senior brother to continue. I have long dealt with various deceitful and exotic realms, and have an understanding of methods of concealment in secret realms. I dare not say that I can definitely surpass the ancients' abilities, but at least if Yuan Qingzi really set up an unobservable secret realm as a stronghold near Shuji, I should be able to find it, Master Yuan Hao said seriously. On the other hand, ancient cultivators are extremely difficult to deal with. Yu Sheng and the others are indeed very capable, but they somewhat lack experience in dealing with top cultivators, especially unfamiliar with many mysterious tactics of such experts. My going with them is at least an added help. At this, Master Yuan Hao paused and glanced up at the otherworld standing on the ship platform, a bit hesitant in expression. Lastly, there's another reason. Upon seeing the old master's hesitant expression, Yu Sheng couldn't help but interject. What reason? I have relatively rich experience in navigation accidents. Yu Sheng, Chapter 387 Setting Sail. Chapter 387 Setting Sail. Anyway, no matter what interludes happened in the middle, the final decision was for Master Yuan Hao to board the Otherworld Inn with Chu and Qi, and join Yu Sheng and his group in searching for Yuan Qingzi and those black-clothed cultivators at the border exotic realm star, Shuji. To be honest, Yu Sheng quite recognized and valued Master Yuan Hao's rich experience in navigation incidents. Even though he was confident in his excellent piloting skills and the advanced performance of the Otherworld in spacecraft, which should be sufficient for this minor border trip, this was, after all, his first time truly piloting a spaceship millions of light years away. Last time when he brought the spaceship back to the canyon, it was actually nowhere near a voyage. He simply opened a gate and teleported the ship over. But this time he would complete a real and complete voyage. The journey would be long, and there would inevitably be various practical issues. Having an experienced long-distance expert on board somewhat reassured him. As the Special Service Bureau technical team stationed at the spaceship completed the handover with the team responsible for the starport, The Otherworld Inn finally completed its final pre-takeoff preparations. And just as the group was about to board, a familiar presence suddenly appeared nearby, causing Yu Sheng to stop in his tracks. He looked towards the direction where the presence emerged, and indeed saw several shadow wolves leaping out from the nearby shadows, with the strongest, head wolf, carrying a familiar figure in red. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here?" "Here to see you off, and also to take a look at what it's like when a spaceship takes off," said Little Red Riding Hood, riding the wolf up to Yu Sheng with a faint smile. "Keeping long hair at home wasn't easy." "I was wondering why that girl didn't come to such a big event." Yu Sheng laughed upon hearing this. "If she were here, she'd definitely roll around until she got on the spaceship for a look." "I know you're off to do something important, so I couldn't let her come and mess things up," Little Red Riding Hood said casually. She was actually planning to coax everyone into joining the fun, even wanting to bring the kids along and do some kindergarten space study plan. As soon as I heard that plan, I had the king summon a few royal guards to lock her in her room. Yu Sheng shivered at Little Red Riding Hood's description, unconsciously imagining what it would be like if long hair went into action. A group of kids with little yellow hats and small water bottles led by another group of 13 or 14-year-olds lining up to board the ship, alongside the commotion caused by long hair, by Zhu and the mermaid. And after setting off, he'd be in deep trouble, translating one child to 100,000 Ys. He'd be facing millions of Ys. Given that the Otherworld Inn's current overall system was offline, essentially equivalent to a washing machine welded with engines, his situation at that time would be like piloting a washing machine with dozens of human cubs surrounded by millions of Ys toward a dangerous and unpredictable border alien planet. Even in the inn, such an explosive scenario would be too chaotic for Master Yuan Hao, with all his experience in mishaps. Thinking of this, Yu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Little Red Riding Hood with eyes full of gratitude and comfort. In a time where the entire Fairy Tales crew was becoming increasingly self-indulgent, fortunately, a mature and steady Little Red Riding Hood was there to cover for the bunch of mischievous kids. Otherwise, with Long Hair's personality, coming up with 3 ideas per second and fearing nothing, the entire Fairy Tales organization might be done for by now. "Take care on the road," Little Red Riding Hood's voice interrupted Yu Sheng's drifting thoughts as she rode on the shadow wolf, wearing a gentle smile. "If you need help, I'm always here." Yu Sheng snapped back, looking at the smiling girl in red before him, his face slowly breaking into a smile as well. "All right, I'm off. I'll leave that bunch of troublemakers to you." "Okay, bye." The bottom of the Otherworld Inn opened a hatch, and Yu Sheng and his group stepped through and disappeared into the depths of the hatch. Originally, Yu Sheng intended to directly open a door to the ship bridge, but considering it was his first official voyage, he figured it should be a bit ceremonial, so he ended up boarding through the main entrance. A moment later, the towering giant tower standing on the starport platform began to emit a low rumble, and the entire tower lightly trembled along with it. The core system, which had been dormant for many days, awakened once more. The reactor gradually shifted from low-power standby to normal operation, with surging energy injected into the engines and anti-gravity components, making the entire spaceship gradually turn illusory and transparent. Then the energy-emitting grids at the stern of the Otherworld Inn lit up one after another, followed by the lighting of the huge triangular emblem at the center of the ship. Without deafening rumble or earth-shaking airflow jetting, this starship, constructed with the dark technology of the Venerate Saints Monastery, began rising gently from the platform. Accompanied by the low, solemn hum of the anti-gravity devices, it climbed higher and closer to the sky-critical point of this exotic realm valley. At this special altitude, the ship transformed into a phantom, and then within it a door appeared resembling a space rift. The entire ship, centered on the rift, twisted and flipped, silently vanishing from Little Red Riding Hood's sight. After a moment barely perceptible to human senses, the Otherworld Inn had already entered the reality universe, arriving like an instant appearance in a vast space near the Takesu Spirit Hub. This was exactly the place Hu Li passed when Yu Sheng and his group were heading to Teiyu back then. Because there was nothing nearby, Yu Sheng chose this as the departure port to release the Otherworld Inn. Control system normal, reactor normal, energy management and feedback mechanism normal, energy network load. 30%, engine normal, ship perception system partially offline, all subsystems offline. In the ship bridge hall located at the top of the giant tower, the ship's control system began to report the parameters after this awakening. Low hum echoed in the hall as control consoles awakened from dormancy. The holographic projections in front of numerous seats lit up one by one, presenting dazzling data and graphics. On the other side of the ship bridge, the giant viewing window had opened. The protective armor retracted, revealing a pale blue viewing window emitting a faint glow from the force field, showing the gently flashing horizon of the Texu Spirit Hub and the distant enigmatic expanse of endless stars. Like a little rocket, Erin ran through the control hall, climbing onto the platform within the viewing window, almost pressing her face against the ultra-high-strength charged polymer layer. Wow, it's space. Yu Sheng's voice came from not far away. It's not your first time in space, why so excited? It's different. Erin excitedly dashed around the viewing window platform, her little face almost aglow. This thing really flew up, our own ship, not rented, not borrowed, not hitched. Okay, I get it, but can you stop bouncing in front of me? I'm already dizzy. Yu Sheng stood behind the captain's seat, looking helplessly at the little puppet that had become overly excited. Luna, grab her and control her. The next second, Erin's scream echoed in the hall. C-type clamp, I'm gonna fight you. Then she lost the fight, and the ship bridge finally quieted down. Yu Sheng let out a breath, trying to recover from the brief dizziness caused by releasing the ship into the reality universe, and then began to calm his mind, further synchronizing his will with the otherworld in. Hu Li stood beside him, looking a bit concerned. Savior, are you okay? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, but it's much better than last time. Yu Sheng waved his hand. The main issue is bringing this ship out of the exotic realm has to be done through teleportation. Essentially, it's like opening a huge door to get it out, but during the teleportation process, I'm integrated with the ship, so there's this constant, flipping, illusion from inside out. Hu Li thought seriously for a moment, her ears twitching. I didn't understand. It's not a big problem. Yu Sheng chuckled, reached out and ruffled the fox's head, then sat down in the captain's seat, casually pulling out a thick manual from beside him. Let me see what's next. What's the traffic regulations say again? First, start the conventional engines, boost to escape the planet's gravity. Safety Navigation Rule 36, only after moving away from the star port facilities and the close star deceleration zone can the warp engine be initiated. As he spoke, he raised his hand, seemingly sensing something, slowly rotating his palm and gently gripping. The navigation lights on the otherworld then lit up. Turn on the lights before acceleration, and if there are other spacecraft nearby, the anti-collision outline projection and presence indicator should be activated additionally. Yu Sheng controlled the ship while mumbling the manual, then suddenly stopped, looking toward a corner of the hall. Hey, experts, what's the presence indicator? A few Special Service Bureau technicians were sitting at the monitoring station at this time, and upon hearing Yu Sheng's call, the one with the least hair immediately raised his head. This ship doesn't have a presence indicator, it's only on small spacecraft. For a starship the size of the otherworld the noise from engine preheating is presence enough. Oh, got it, like those few meter-high flagpoles strapped to little carts and mines? Right, big ships really don't need that. Yu Sheng nodded, then initiated the conventional booster engines of the otherworld With the deep vibrations coming from the depths of the hall, he once again picked up the manual, looking serious. Let me see the next page. Shuan Qi, sitting not far away, had his expression frozen watching this scene, and after a while he turned his head to look at Master Yuan Hao beside him. Master Uncle. Chair, don't panic. Master Yuan Hao's face seemed a bit frozen too, but at least more composed than Shuan Qi. Your uncle has abundant experience in navigating accidents and surviving in the wild. Chapter 388, Super Space Illusion. Chapter 388, Super Space Illusion. Yu Sheng felt that the two handsome guys on the spaceship had a deep misunderstanding and bias about his piloting skills, and he had evidence. But he couldn't refute it, because he indeed had little practical experience. Yet again, every veteran began as a beginner, didn't they? Although the chances of starting with a main battleship are indeed rare. But anyway, relying on special and quite effective piloting techniques, the Otherworld did start moving under Yu Sheng's control and began to accelerate continuously. This giant tower, which looked like it was topped with a flying church, gradually passed the near-star sky domain around the Texu Spirit Hub. The energy grids in the middle and tail of the tower became increasingly bright as the power increased, and some sub-towers orbiting the main tower were also lit up, with shields activated and adjusted to jump preparation status. Meanwhile, from the image returned by the external monitor, the last immortal palace on the planet's high orbit was rapidly retreating behind the Otherworld and gradually turned into a dim light spot near the Texu star. Yu Sheng sat in the captain's seat, squinting his eyes slightly. His perception merged with the spaceship, the powerful reactor of the starship seemingly synced with his heartbeat. He could feel every energy pipeline here, every engine, every compartment, and the dim starlight shining on the ship's armor. As he bathed in this distant starlight, hiding countless secrets, he seemed to hear the mysterious whispers and low hums between the stars. Yu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, as if waking from a short and false dream, looking with some uncertainty at the vast and deep space outside the viewing window. A fluffy big tail instantly rested on his arm, and Hu Li leaned over. "What's wrong, Savior?" "I seem to have almost fallen asleep just now, felt like I heard something, but it also seemed like just an illusion." Yu Sheng lightly shook his head, recalling the peculiar feeling of listening to the stars' whispers while bathing in starlight and gazing into deep space, then suddenly frowned and turned to the side. "I heard that the Algredians know how to listen to the stars' voices. They believe that the universe's stars are all whispering, containing the power of truth and guidance." "That's what they say," Zheng Zhai, sitting diagonally behind, nodded. It was his first time on a spaceship, and he was still quite excited, but after hearing Yu Sheng's words, he immediately became serious. They seem to be able to precisely perceive many subtle changes in stars, spectra, magnetic fields, and so on, and use this to guide their daily life. It's said that because of this ability, the proportion of star readers among them is far greater than in other races. Those geniuses who don't need navigation computers, and can directly use their brains to calculate star maps and navigate the ship. He paused and, recalling what he had seen in the data, continued. "Of course, what exactly is the whispers of the stars? Perhaps only they themselves can understand it. This is a kind of cognitive talent that highly depends on racial traits, just like how some people are born with an extra cone cell compared to others, and ordinary people can never imagine what the world looks like in this situation despite understanding the theory. It's like Algredians. View of the universe always has some extra colors and sounds compared to other races. Whatever they say, we can only listen after all. They truly can foretell many things by observing the stars." Yu Sheng listened thoughtfully, not speaking for a moment. Even though he lacked evidence, he felt that what he heard just now didn't seem to be the same thing as the legendary whispers of the stars described by the Algredians. He took a light breath and looked up at the boundless starry sky outside the viewing window. No matter what he felt in that brief trance seemed to be devoid of danger and malice. New data and graphs popped up on the adjacent holographic display, and the auxiliary control system reported the current position and status of the spacecraft, indicating that jump preparation was complete. "We're about to jump," Yu Sheng reminded. "There might be some impact during the in-and-out process of super space. Stay seated." The momentarily wandering Aaron instantly rushed back, jumped onto the chair on Yu Sheng's other side, and then imitated him by activating the chair's safety lock function. However, the safety locks on both sides of her chair only extended slightly, while a line of red text jumped out on the holographic display in front of the armrest. "Warning, no occupant detected, safety lock cannot close, please be seated promptly." The little puppet sitting excitedly in the middle of the chair, waiting for the ship to jump, was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the glaring warning message. 2 seconds later, the little one burst into indignation. Damn this thing hash." In the blink of an eye, the person who designed this chair lost all their ancestors and loved ones. Even the neighbors' dogs couldn't save their parents. Seeing this, Yu Sheng hurriedly reached out, picked up the small puppet from the chair, and casually tossed her to the fox girl on the other side. "Hold her." Hu Li responded and held the still cursing little puppet in her arms. Aaron, apparently feeling embarrassed, struggled fiercely on the spot. However, Yu Sheng knew very well the strength of the nine-tailed demon fox. Those slender arms closed like a vice. Aaron flailed twice in Hu Li's embrace and stopped moving, starting to feel heartbroken quietly. The whole ship's broadcast began reminding for the jump, and moments later, the phase engine started. This was Yu Sheng's first time activating this contraption. He felt a tremendous surge of energy flow into the power array, and the phase engine devoured nearly 1/3 of the entire ship's energy output in an instant like a black hole. Then, he heard a boom of illusory thunder in his ears, as the whole spaceship seemed to shudder violently in the real universe before losing mass and substance, falling into a space bubble enclosed by warped space. The starlight outside the observation window suddenly twisted, blurred, and stretched infinitely. In this infinite extension, the stars turned into an endless tunnel that could not be captured or distinguished by the naked eye. Soon, even this tunnel disappeared, leaving only a spectrum of light outside the otherworld fading from red to blue. The entire observable universe was compressed into this thin veil of light encircling the spaceship. The artificial gravity in the hall briefly failed, then gradually restored. Erin, held in the arms of Hu Li, seemed to have forgotten the sadness earlier. The little puppet opened her eyes wide in wonder, gazing at the strange red and blue light membrane outside the window as it compressed endless stars, slowly opening her mouth. Wow! Luna sat behind Yu Sheng, gently lifting her head. The light and shadow of the super space reflected off this artificial saintess's alloy shell. After a while, she softly exclaimed, "Very beautiful." "Master Uncle, it seems to be going smoothly," Chuan Chi whispered to Master Yuan Hao. "And the big ship is quite stable, much more so than the small shuttle I took last time." Master Yuan Hao thought for a moment. There was one time the immortal boat failed, right when entering the jump. Just as the elder handsome man began to speak, Erin glared at him. "You shut up." Master Yuan Hao looked a bit regretful. "I still have a long story to tell afterward." Yu Sheng heard the conversation around him, but he did not speak. He still sat in the captain's seat, but at this moment, most of his mind and perception were focused on the otherworld highly synchronized with the ship, breathing with it, moving forward together, submerged together in this super space that transcended the material universe and surpassed the light speed critical. In a daze, he felt his perception seemed to transcend his physical shell, even surpassing the steel body of the ship. He felt as if he traversed the stars in an instant, wandering in a more essential, more fundamental, construct layer of this world. He didn't know if this was a normal phenomenon or how it differed from what the Algredians perceived the world, because perhaps there was no second person in this world like him, able to observe this material universe from a superluminal perspective, synchronized with a ship in transition. The rapidly flowing starlight washed past beneath his feet. Yu Sheng looked around among the stars, seeing two beams of faint light in the infinitely distant place, which seemed to be the oldest celestial bodies in this universe, shining brightly deep in the stars. He also saw a peculiar constant star, with its planetary system situated at the corner of a distant galaxy, hidden in the shadows obscured by dust clouds. At regular intervals, the constant star would turn a peculiar shade of pink. He saw quasars erupting at the boundary of gravitational rifts, the magnificent flashes and violent energy releases permeating space several light seconds wide. A mysterious information instantly imprinted in his mind, revealing the name of this spectacular sight, cosmic fireworks. Weird name. A multitude of strange and fleeting thoughts flowed through Yu Sheng's mind, occasionally hearing messages the stars conveyed to him, understanding some inexplicable, neither harmful nor seemingly useful, knowledge. Then he paused in a stream of starlight, seeing some tiny glimmers deep in the stars. Those glimmers were like footnotes on the world's foundation, shining brilliantly amid the cosmic background radiation. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment, trying to extend his hand to touch those information clusters permeating the cosmic background radiation. New information rushed directly into his mind, and he saw illusory flames soaring, with starlight permeating the flames, whispering secrets of this universe somewhere to him. "This law runs on this bug, don't touch it." Yu Sheng quickly withdrew his hand. Chapter 389, The Mysteries of the World's Foundation. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, The Mysteries of the World's Foundation. The phase engine stirred up the space-time structure around the ship, a hyperspace bubble enveloping the giant tower-like otherworld Information from the real universe was compressed into a complete two-dimensional membrane at the edge of the warped space. On this thin two-dimensional membrane, the secrets of the stars flowed like water, inundating Yu Sheng's perception and mind. His spirit kept in high synchronization with this ship voyaging at faster-than-light speed, a state incomprehensible and unimaginable to anyone but himself, which is also why until today, no one had warned him that directly touching hyperspace with the human mind is an extremely dangerous act. Under normal circumstances, those traveling faster than light would necessarily be inside a well-protected vehicle. While generating warped space, the phase engine would also create a special force field that maintains the ship's integrity. Another function of this force field is to prevent the minds of those on board from contacting the outside environment of the ship, because the universe in the state of complete mapping is so perilous that even the starlight mapped on the edges of the space bubble carries an information density enough to drive one insane, and the mind of a mortal would instantly melt in the whispers and flickers of the stars even if accidentally illuminated. But who could have imagined? A person's mind could seamlessly transfer onto a ship, even viewing the ship entirely as their shell. Yu Sheng curiously examined the starlight flowing around him, watching as it filled the spacetime like an endless giant river. At this moment, his perception of his shell suddenly became utterly blurred, whether it was the Otherworld Inn making the jump or the physical body sitting on the ship bridge of the Otherworld Inn. Both seemed to become an abstract footnote meant only to carry the concept of Yu Sheng, whereas his essence detached from this footnote, leisurely and delightfully roaming through the most fundamental structures of this world. His gaze pierced through the surrounding flowing starlight, as though seeing those magnificent structures supporting the order of the stars and all time and space. He couldn't touch them, but he could see them. He couldn't comprehend them, but he could read the records echoing between those grand structures left from a certain, eternal moment. After hesitating for a long time, Yu Sheng once again extended his perception, attempting to touch those flickering glimmers, trying to read the incredible echoes among the grand structures that support the world. What a great creation this is, what a startling project. A corner of the world's underlying secrets unveiled to him, and in the next moment, he once again heard the Creator's thoughts when restarting this world. How exactly does this part run? Yu Sheng, uncertain, listen again. He withdrew his perception once more, then touched another glimmer. There was originally supposed to be a planet here, but it was commented out because it wasn't useful. Why is there an error here? Why isn't there an error here? Whatever, comment all out and rerun it once. Can it actually run? Why are the stars in this region all spiky? Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then pressed the corner of the world's secrets back. Mainly, seeing too much was quite vexing. At this time, he had already realized and understood what those pieces of information he had contacted were. Although not knowing how all this happened, there was no doubt that the information came from the moment of this world's rebirth. They occurred at a moment before, let there be light. After a long time, Yu Sheng's gaze once again turned to those foundation structures that supported the entire observable universe, which he could not touch or understand, pondering deeply. He silently pondered like this, allowing time to meaninglessly circle repetitively at the edge of his mind. Then, in a particular instant, he suddenly awoke. The process of observation and contact beyond the comprehension of mortal minds had ended. The torrent of information ebbed like a tide from the edge of his mind, and intelligence from the real world quickly reorganized. He once again sensed the iron body of the Otherworld Inn, followed by his human shell sitting at the captain's seat in the control hall, with the humming operations of devices roaring in his ears, initially deafening, then calming down into the usual low background sound. Yu Sheng felt a sway in front of his eyes and noticed a little puppet sneakily crawling onto him, stretching out its arm to reach its finger towards his nostril. He blinked, suddenly turning his head. "What are you doing?" "Well..." The little puppet immediately let out a cry, tumbling off Yu Sheng and sprawling on the ground. Yu Sheng looked at the embarrassed little puppet struggling up from the ground, both angry and amused, reaching out to lift her in front of him. "You can't take a moment without causing trouble, can you?" "I was just trying to check your breath. Do you understand checking breath?" Erin, like a cat, was picked up by the scruff of the neck by Yu Sheng, yet still crossed her arms with pride. "What if you were dead?" Yu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat instantly. This little thing's mouth was like a sandstorm, making his emotions a bit discontinuous. "Where did you get that idea? Am I not perfectly fine?" "Yeah, right. Before your abrupt demise, everything's always fine, or it wouldn't be called sudden demise," Erin said, swinging her body hard in the air, performing a highly difficult but particularly deft move to turn over and hug Yu Sheng's arm. She smoothly snatched her collar out of his hand and clambered onto Yu Sheng's shoulder like a koala. "Just now, I saw you sitting here motionless, looking fine on the outside, but suddenly with no mental response. I thought you had been brain-dead from steering the ship." Yu Sheng was stunned by her words and didn't bother to delve into the insinuations in the little puppet's speech. Instead, he involuntarily recalled his state of high synchronization with the ship earlier and what he perceived at the boundary of super space. The grand structure that supports all things on an informational level, and those unbelievably absurd annotations. He remembered what he had previously learned from Bailey Ching about this world, concerning the ancient saints, the old world destroyed by the Great Annihilation, and the new world rebuilt from the ruins of the old one, as well as that epic act known as the Second Singularity Explosion, Genesis. Then he saw the little puppet reaching out an arm again to poke his nose. "I just spaced out. Yu Sheng instantly swatted away Aaron's tiny paw. Just now too, just spaced out. You zoned out till you lost mental response. Aaron widened her eyes. Are you really okay? Is it too burdensome to steer the ship using this kind of mental direct link method? Perhaps you should let the Special Service Bureau arrange for a more advanced autopilot. Or if that doesn't work, have them set up a long-term chauffeur for you. Yu Sheng. He suddenly realized that this little puppet seemed a bit concerned about him. I'm really fine, just accidentally saw some things during my first entry into super space. Yu Sheng raised a hand to pat Aaron's head, answering more seriously this time. After a moment's thought, he turned to look at Master Yuan Hao and Xuan Qi, seated not far away. The two handsome figures actually didn't understand what Yu Sheng and Aaron were discussing just now, but they seemed somewhat accustomed to the travel agency's slightly ridiculous, yet harmonious atmosphere. Mainly Xuan Qi was more adapted, while Master Yuan Hao appeared inherently short-circuited. So they didn't ask anything and just watched the fun from the side. Yu Sheng looked at them, suddenly asking, when you're piloting a superluminal spaceship, do you see strange things? Strange things? Master Yuan Hao was momentarily confused, looking puzzled. What do you mean? Like the foundational information of the world, knowledge conveyed by the stars, traces from the world's dawn, stuff like that, Yu Sheng pondered. Considering the mental well-being of others, he didn't describe the content of those knowledge directly but hinted at them. Do you see those things when the ship enters super space? Master Yuan Hao's expression subtly changed upon hearing this. That sounds rather frightening, like being polluted by some unnameable thing beyond reality. I've never seen such things. Yu Sheng, not giving up. Even when the ship is going really fast, do you not see them? No matter how fast it's going, Master Yuan Hao thought for a moment, looking earnest. The fastest I've ever gone, I only saw a warning. A warning? Yu Sheng jolted instantly, thinking there must indeed be something to see, and hurriedly asked, what warning? Master Yuan Hao sighed. An overspeed warning sent by the local traffic control bureau. Then the immortal boat got impounded, and I was teased by my junior brothers about it for many days. Yu Sheng. After thorough confirmation, he finally ascertained what he had seen was not normal phenomena. It seemed no one had ever come into contact with the information imprinted deep within the stars. Perhaps no one had even realized their existence. A fluffy big tail reached over from the side, occasionally rubbing against his arm. Yu Sheng turned his head to see Hu Li looking at him with some concern. He suddenly laughed. It's nothing, I just realized. This world seems quite interesting. He stood up from the captain's seat and slowly strolled to the large observation window at the end of the control hall. Outside the observation window, the edge of the super space bubble still quietly reflected the scenery of the real world projected in after the distortion. Everything observable in the universe was mapped onto that sealed two-dimensional membrane, tinted with a psychedelic hue by the red-blue shift effect. But this time, everything in his eyes seemed to be more than just a beautiful scene. He felt as if he saw a figure bustling ineffectively in the eternal moment of all things, annihilation. Quite interesting indeed. Chapter 390 Docking. Chapter 390 Docking. The spaceship experienced a brief yet wondrous tremor when exiting hyperspace. Although the ship remained quite stable in terms of physical structure and real-world coordinates, the moment of restored spatial curvature caused a short-term dislocation in everyone's perception, as if they were simultaneously positioned at several different locations, which all collapsed into one fixed point in the real world in an instant. For someone flying in a faster-than-light vehicle for the first time, it was an unprecedented experience. Outside the massive observation window, the red-blue shift effect was rapidly fading. The closed spatial bubble turned open, and in the instant the warped space flattened, the stars suddenly regained their normal appearance from that two-dimensional film, presenting a completely different starry sky from what could be observed near the Taixu spirit hub to everyone's eyes. Erin pattered over to the observation window, climbed onto the platform, stretched her neck to look out at the vast starry sky, and exclaimed with exaggerated wonder, "Wow!" Then she turned her head. "Hey Yu Sheng, where is Shuji?" As soon as she finished speaking, the starry sky outside the observation window slowly began to move. Then a relatively dim orange-red constant star came into everyone's view. "We are now traveling at sublight speed and expect to enter Shuji's near-star deceleration zone in an hour," Yu Sheng mentioned casually from the captain's seat. "But the otherworld can't directly land on the planet's surface. There aren't any civilian starports open to a large ship of this scale on this planet, so we'll dock at a high-orbit station and then take the shuttle girl into the atmosphere. Aaron listened, a bit stunned. Shuttle girl, does our ship have that kind of configuration? Yu Sheng, it's Hu Li. Is it? The demon fox girl sitting next to Yu Sheng squinted her eyes with pride, seemingly quite pleased. On the other side, Zheng Zhai, listening to the exchange between Yu Sheng and Aaron, turned his head left and right, seemingly searching for someone to talk to, before finally muttering to Luna, who sat still as a statue. Being around brother you always makes me feel like my imagination isn't rich enough. Luna ignored him, still standing there like a statue. After about 10 seconds following her "is it?" Aaron suddenly reacted, wide-eyed at Yu Sheng. Hey, don't we have a more normal landing tool, like a small craft or something? We originally had a few, Yu Sheng replied awkwardly, but one of the small ships had an accident while transporting Ankla crystals, 2 others got damaged when intercepted by the Special Service Bureau, and there are 3 more parked in the hangar. I couldn't figure out how to operate them. Those things aren't on the same system as Otherworld they're independent items. I didn't take charge of those small ships when I took over the big ship, so they're not synced now. Aaron thought for a moment. Why not just figure them out in the hangar when you have time? Yu Sheng turned green at the suggestion. Does that sound like something a human being would say? At this moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about the Aaron he first met. Back then, the little puppet was so considerate, even caring for his life, trying to make sure he wouldn't die too many times to avoid any potential side effects. He wondered when she started being this carefree. Yu Sheng pondered for a few seconds and suddenly thought it might be his own issue. After all, currency devaluation often starts from overissuance. I'll take my time studying how to pilot the small ships. Realizing the issue, Yu Sheng quickly changed the subject, simultaneously maneuvering the Otherworld in towards the star orbited by Shuji. And don't you find re-entering the atmosphere with the 9-tailed silver fox quite stylish? Aaron was easily swayed. Is it? Then after 2 more seconds, Lunar on the other side suddenly nodded at Zheng Zhai. Yes, indeed. Zheng Zhai was completely startled. Meanwhile, as the spaceship began its approach to Shuji, Master Yuan Hao also rose from his seat. He reached into his sleeve and took out a square object that seemed carved from white jade. Don't ask why it's square. Then slightly squinted his eyes, as if sensing something deeply, muttering spells under his breath, while the surface of the jade emitted a gentle glow. Witnessing this, Aaron became curious. Hey, what's he doing? Perceive if there are any prying eyes around us. Master Yuan Hao opened his eyes, a serious expression on his face. Yun Kingzi might have been operating in Shuji for many years. We must be cautious over here. Aaron's eyes widened. No way. Is it really that exaggerated? We're still decelerating in space. Could he really lock onto someone from this far away? Don't underestimate those ancient powers. Master Yuan Hao shook his head solemnly. In the chaotic era of historical reconstruction and celestial reformation, many of those ancient powers stabilized the situation of entire planets by sheer individual strength, protecting billions of lives. They have plenty of bizarre methods, many ancient secret techniques which seem unreasonable to us today. Aaron, as the small puppet gaped in shock, Yu Sheng said nothing, but quietly increased his synchronization with the Otherworld once again. Then the ship's radar was powered on, beginning to scan for any abnormally high-energy small units nearby, as well as any detection signals pointed at the ship. Yu Sheng didn't know if Yun Kingzi could see through and lock onto someone across an astronomical unit, but at least he was operating a high-tech spaceship renowned across the universe, crafted by the Venerate Saints Monastery specifically for special warfare and infiltration in major civilized circles. The radar on this ship was not for show. No threatening units detected, and no unauthorized signals detected. After a moment, Yu Sheng shook his head. 5 directional signals in total were detected. 2 are identification and welcome messages from Shuji planet's surface. 1 is navigation from the docking station, and the other 2 are from the Traffic Management Bureau, reminding me not to drink and drive, and finding 5,000 spirit stones for speeding within the near-star deceleration zone. Master Yuan Hao smacked his lips upon hearing this. In my days, the fine was only 3,000. The people around didn't dare to ask him how he knew so clearly. The spaceship traveled at sublight speed for a while, gradually leaving the orange-red constant star behind the observation window, and a beautiful gray-blue planet appeared ahead of the trajectory. The Otherworld Inn adjusted its flight posture once again, and began moving towards a docking station near that planet under the guidance of the signal, proceeding with the final end-of-route deceleration. The complex array of engines continuously adjusted their operating modes. The entire ship went through a series of decelerations and fine adjustments, finally approaching the docking facility quietly floating in the dark space, a gigantic tower connected to numerous large platforms. The tower and the surrounding platforms still vaguely showed traces of immortal influences in their style, with details like auspicious cloud formations and talismanic decorations originating from the Taixu spirit hub. Yet the overall design was distinctly different from most constructions on the Taixu star, leaning more toward practical simplicity with its robust main framework and tower structure resembling what one imagines as space stations. Apparently, even the relatively enclosed Feiyu star domain had its border planets influenced by the outside world. This docking station in high orbit of Shuji had traces of neighboring civilizations' influences. From the records, it seemed more influenced by the Algredians. Under Yu Sheng's precise control, the massive Otherworld Inn docked near the edge of a large platform by the space tower with incredible finesse and precision, requiring hardly any effort from the traction system. The large spaceship completed the docking with the platform, and after some time, mainly Yu Sheng checking the manual to confirm his operations were in line with safety regulations. The Otherworld Inn sent a connection successful signal to the docking station and formally requested guidance personnel to come on board. The ship's bottom hatch opened, and Yu Sheng and his companions emerged, walking onto the connecting bridge of the docking platform. This was an open structure seemingly exposed to the space environment. No physical protection structures like domes or armor could be seen on the connecting bridge nor at the end of the long bridge platform, yet the entire architectural zone maintained normal gravity and atmosphere. A certain invisible life support field enveloped everything, providing just the right comfortable environment. Several guides in light gray starport uniforms were already waiting on the bridge. They were cultivators inducted under some registration, but ordinary people working in this space facility. As soon as these guides saw someone disembark from the giant spaceship, they immediately proceeded to verify Yu Sheng's identity as captain issued by Boundary Land and passage permit issued by Taixu Spirit Hub, whereupon the leading person couldn't help but praise. As expected from a captain from Boundary Land maneuvering such a massive ship with such agility, usually if a vessel this size were to dock, even with artifact spirit and mechanical soul assistance, it would take an hour of effort. Hearing this, Yu Sheng couldn't help but brim with pride, poking the small puppet on his shoulder. "I told you my piloting skills are good." Erin rolled her eyes. "Of course, if you crashed your own ship, you'd need a neurologist." Yu Sheng ignored the puppet's daily sarcasm and somewhat awkwardly followed the guide's instructions to complete the registration procedure for large spacecraft docking. The fees all charged to Qianfeng Ling Mountain's account. After registering and verifying all information, the guides visibly relaxed, with one casually asking, "Are you going directly to Shuji? Or do you plan to stay at this starport for a few days? Our starport is a sizable attraction, with several nice market streets and restaurants above, plus a duty-free shop where you can purchase Algredian artifacts." Honestly, having just left the immortal realm atmosphere of the Taixu Spirit Hub, Yu Sheng wasn't quite used to hearing the starport staff on this border planet talk to him about such things. It felt like the tones suddenly switched to vibrate mode. "We're here on business, heading directly to the planet's surface." Yu Sheng organized his words, recalling the prepared explanation from before departure. "We accepted a commission from Qianfeng Ling Mountain to visit Mo City." "Mo City?" One guide raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, seemingly casually commenting. "Mo City has been a bit uneasy these past couple of days." Chapter 391, Sub-Healthy Shuji. Chapter 391, Sub-Healthy Shuji. Mo City, located near the equator of Shuji Star, is one of the few large cities situated in the habitable zone of this border planet, most of which has an inhospitable environment. It is also a city that has been raining all year round, pointed out by important clues extracted from the memory of the captured black-clothed cultivator. Upon hearing the guide's casual muttering, Yu Sheng's expression flickered slightly and he curiously asked, "Not peaceful? What do you mean? Has public security deteriorated?" "It has nothing to do with public security. It's just that there have been many weird events recently," the guide said casually, with the tone of a local scaring outsiders. "I've heard that there has been an increase in cultivators going into demonic delusions, with people often encountering terrifying things while meditating or even during regular sleep and dreams." Even experienced cultivators are not immune to this. There are even rumors that some have been scared to death after entering meditation, though this claim has recently been debunked. As he spoke, another guide joined in and immediately added, "Interestingly, ordinary people like us, who have only learned basic energy introduction and breathing and nourishing spirit technique, seem unaffected. Rumor has it that this is a heart demon plague targeting cultivators above a certain level, creating widespread panic. Widespread demonic delusion and auditory and visual hallucinations." Yu Sheng listened, furrowing his brow, and instinctively glanced at Yuan Qi. "And on a border planet like this, what does the Star Guardian Elder say?" Yuan Qi stepped forward half a step and asked seriously. "Star Guardian Elder? Such a big figure doesn't have time to concern themselves with such small matters in a single city." The guide waved his hand. "The city lord of Mo City is organizing investigations, but the news I've seen doesn't show any clear path forward. The public announcement just advises everyone to protect themselves during meditation cultivation, not to stay up late or get angry, and to participate less in disputes affecting their Tao heart. Though I found this last advice the least useful, since those spreading rumors and those debunking them are having a heated clash, unable to stabilize their Tao heart." Yu Sheng suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Luckily, Yuan Qi and True Man Yuan Hao were present to engage in such topics. They chatted with the guides for a while, gathering some news about Mo City recently, and then inquired about the overall condition of Shuji during this period. They intentionally refrained from delving too deeply, trying to blend in as ordinary, curious foreign tourists. From the conversation, Yu Sheng gradually gained a general impression of the current state of this border planet. Calm, ordinary, as one of many border planets far from the capital Taixu spirit hub, offering little apart from a few resources, Shuji holds little presence in the entire Feiyu star domain. It is not even considered a major external communication route, for a mere 1.25 light-years away. Yaolu Star hosts a large Stargate facility built directly towards the Algerd star domain and Deep Space star domain, siphoning almost all traffic flow. And Shuji, like its name, is just a quiet spot on the vast border. "Actually, it was once thriving here," one of the guides remarked with some sentiment. "Back when there were still spiritual ores on this and nearby planets, it was bustling. Countless cargo ships queued up in high orbit daily to pass customs. The most exaggerated solar year had 17 heavy-loading platforms launched in more than 400 days. Now, although there's still some spiritual ore left, most places have restricted mining, claiming some areas have been overmined and affect the Earth's veins, requiring protection." At this, the guide wearing a light gray starport uniform shook his head. "Enough chatter. Are you directly landing on the planetary surface? Let me check for you." The mooring fees for your large ship have been paid. It can stay here securely. Now the entry window into the atmosphere is completely clear, but you need to register atmospheric transport, shuttle or small immortal boat." He had just finished speaking when Hu Li enthusiastically dashed over. Me. The guide was instantly baffled. "Tuh." Hu Li promptly ran to the side, lay down on the ground, transforming into a gigantic nine-tailed fox. Then she eagerly returned, pawing at the temporary mobile immortal driving license on her neck to show the guide. "Ah, got it, the guide finally responded, nodding in understanding, then routinely reminded Yu Sheng while inspecting the jade plaque on Hu Li's neck with a magic treasure resembling a mirror. "Remember to adhere to traffic rules, avoid speeding during low-altitude flight, and using transport tools within the atmosphere prohibits drinking." Yu Sheng listened and nodded, then suddenly curiously asked, "Is it I who can't drink or her?" The guide thought for a moment. "Neither of you should drink." Next to him, True Man Yuan Hao stepped forward, raising his hand to summon his chainsaw sword. "Register mine as well. I usually ride the sword." The guide was dumbfounded seeing this immortal casually draw out a chainsaw sword, far more astonishing than seeing someone ride a nine-tailed fox for a local of the Feiyu star domain. He approached with the Lynxy mirror to inspect it for a long time before hesitantly looking up. "Immortal, your flying sword. It's not a spiritual treasure, is it?" True Man Yuan Hao didn't bother to explain, directly tossing the chainsaw sword into the air. He jumped up, standing steadily on it. "You tell me, am I riding a sword or not?" The guide's eye twitched at once. As an ordinary person, his Tao might be shallow, but as a starport employee he was quite knowledgeable. With the help of the Lynxy mirror, he could see at a glance that the Immortal's chainsaw sword had no flying sword function at all, mainly relying on the Immortal's strength, spiritual power, to ride. But in this case, numbers win. The guide cautiously registered True Man Yuan Hao's chainsaw sword as a flying sword, then also registered Chuan Chi's cold ice flying sword, finally, a normal transport tool, thus completing all annotation work, after which Yu Sheng and his party directly left this orbital starport. A giant silver-white nine-tailed demon fox drew a bright trail from the edge of the starport, its 9 propelling flames shining brilliantly in space, flying directly toward the gray-blue planet below the orbital platform. The 9-tailed fox was accompanied by True Man Yuan Hao riding the chainsaw sword. Beside True Man Yuan Hao flew Chuan Chi, the only member of the team whose demeanor seemed somewhat normal. On the starport platform, several guides were still marveling at the flashes speeding through space in the distance. No wonder she's the Silver Fox Immortal from Take-Su's Spirit Hub. Is this the new style of the immortal foxes on Capital Star? Flying with such grandiosity, quite different from our local foxes. But that's not right. Wasn't that 5-tailed golden fox from Take-Su's Spirit Hub pretty normal a couple of days ago? Didn't see her tail spewing fire. Maybe it's just a fox style. After all, she's a 9-tailed one. Whatever a 9-tailed immortal does is quite normal. Then who is that person from Boundary Land? Even the 9-tailed silver fox follows his orders unwaveringly. Who knows? Anyway, he has 2 certificates. The captain's certificate personally signed by Special Service Director Bailey Ching, and the pass signed by True Man Yuanling from Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain. I think we should avoid inquiring about this matter. After a period of high-speed flight, the thick atmosphere of Shuji Planet became increasingly prominent in view. The light emanating from that orange-red constant star illuminated the atmosphere top of Shuji, gleaming in space. Yu Sheng could clearly feel that the number of space facilities and aircraft around Shuji was far fewer compared to Take-Su's Spirit Hub. This was expected, since Take-Su's Spirit Hub is the capital star of the entire Feiyu star domain, whereas here was merely a remote and declining border mining planet. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling something was off. As the gray-blue planet loomed larger in sight, he increasingly sensed that the planet was emitting a sort of weak vibe. Not because of the sparseness of orbital facilities, not because it appeared noticeably more desolate and deserted compared to Take-Su's Spirit Hub, because at any rate, this was at least a fully developed ecological planet, no matter how desolate. It was far more vibrant than those barren, uninhabited planets. At least its surface appeared so. But that visually evident vibrancy from space somehow couldn't negate the weakness Yu Sheng inexplicably felt. This planet seemed to be in poor condition. Yu Sheng frowned, unsure of how to explain to others why he had an inexplicable sense that a planet was in a sub-healthy state. After pondering briefly, he turned his head to look at his nephew seated beside him. Zheng Zhai was tightly clenched at the moment, gripping a tuft of fox fur, not daring to move. Having lived reasonably and pragmatically in Boundary City for over 20 years as an ordinary person, embarking on his first space journey, with a fire-spewing 9-tailed fox heading straight into the atmosphere might have been a bit too overwhelming for him. "Do you see anything peculiar?" Yu Sheng asked. Zheng Zhai visibly startled, then listened to Yu Sheng repeat the question before he reacted, cautiously gripping the fox fur as he leaned forward to take a look at the rapidly approaching gray-blue planet. "No, didn't see anything peculiar." "Is that so?" Yu Sheng mused, then shared his own feelings. As expected, no one could comprehend what his feeling was about. Yet none disregarded the matter Yu Sheng mentioned. Despite the inability to grasp the sentiment, one thing was evident. The state of this planet indeed seemed somewhat abnormal. Chapter 392, Completely Different Alien Planet City. Chapter 392, Chapter 392, Completely Different Alien Planet City. The silver 9-tailed demon fox, dragging a long-tail flame of foxfire, plunged into the dense atmosphere of Shuji. Master Yuan Hao and Chuan Chi, flying on swords, followed like meteors. As they entered the deceleration stage near the equator, they quickly encountered an astonishingly thick cloud layer. The clouds approached like an endless curtain growing deeper and darker. The sunlight gradually faded behind the clouds. The 9-tailed fox, carrying Yu Sheng, weaved through the rain-laden and crystal-filled cumulonimbus depths. Erin clutched Yu Sheng's arm tightly, clinging to him like a koala, her eyes wide, watching the scenery beyond the demon fox's back. Howling winds, bright electric arcs occasionally bursting through the clouds. A sudden flash of lightning and thunder illuminating torrents of rain pouring like an overturned ocean in the sky. The poles of this planet are cold and dry, while the equator is shrouded in an almost eternal rainy season. 1,000 years ago, the pioneers came to this planet for its rich mineral deposits and built the initial arrays and mines amidst the torrential rains. Now, though many grand mining facilities have been decommissioned, their main frameworks still stand firm and resolute in this equatorial downpour, towering monument-like into the clouds. Most of the cities subsequently built on this planet were established around those ancient giant mining stations, nestled like anthills beneath the shadow cast by those refining towers and orbital elevators. The demon fox burst out from beneath the clouds, through the curtain of rain, and flew toward Mo City, the largest city on the equator. A massive structure, as grand as a sky-reaching giant tower, quickly passed by. The tower still bore the rusting transport mechanisms and complex pipeline systems weathered by storms. Many similar tall towers stood between mountains and plains, linked by monumental cable structures and ancient transit tracks that traversed the ground and sky, interconnecting the towers. Some tracks extended to the ground, connecting to a great city situated between 12 refining towers. Most of the ancient refining towers still had lights on, creating streams of light that connected heaven and earth amidst the rainy curtain. Medium-sized immortal boats and oddly shaped small flying vessels occasionally passed through the rain, navigating the airspace above the city along the light-indicated paths, making for quite a bustling scene. Hu Li followed suit and, prompted by Yu Sheng, entered the lane, heading towards an aerial checkpoint leading into the city. Here, a large ring-like facility floated near an extension platform of one of the ancient refining towers. The ring itself was made of glowing rune stones, hovering loosely in the air. Cultivators in black rain capes stood in midair, watching the various flying vessels and maneuvering immortals pass through the ring and enter Mo City with vigilance. These rain-caped cultivators bore the mark of Mo City's air control department, all wearing unusually large, pitch-black hats. The brim of the hat glimmered, emitting an energy field that shielded them from the exceptionally cold rain curtain above. The ring facility could automatically record flying units entering and exiting Mo City's airspace and conduct basic security checks. If one did not enter the city through these rings, it would trigger the city defense array, prompting pursuit by officials and soldiers. Yu Sheng's party cleared the checkpoint smoothly, the combination of a nine-tailed silver fox and two sword-controlling immortals, one of whom wielded a chainsaw sword, drew some attention from the rain-caped cultivators but caused no trouble. Just as the group passed through the ring and prepared to descend into the city, a minor commotion caused them to halt. A rune stone brick on the ring suddenly lit up, emitting a sharp alarm sound. Two rain-caped cultivators immediately advanced, blocking a middle-aged man in a gray short shirt, with disheveled hair and feet on a flying sword. The stopped middle-aged man protested noisily. Erin quickly peeked her head out from under Yu Sheng's arm, watching the platform. Something's going on. Yu Sheng turned to look, just in time to hear one of the rain-caped cultivators sternly interrupt the middle-aged man's noise. "Don't drink while flying sword, and don't fly sword while drinking. Fellow Taoist, the rune has detected you've been drinking. No matter how you argue, it's useless. Come with us." The middle-aged man in the gray short shirt immediately widened his eyes, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I am the Wine Sword Immortal. Do you understand the Wine Sword Immortal, registered and recorded by the Takesu Spirit Hub? Drinking is part of my sex cultivation. I have proof." The two rain-caped cultivators exchanged glances instinctively. One of them hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Then show us your credentials." The self-proclaimed Wine Sword Immortal handed over a jade token. The rain-caped cultivator took the jade token, injected spiritual power to verify, and immediately shook his head. "That makes it even worse, Taoist. The magic artifact registered under your Wine Sword Immortal status is a purple gold gourd, not this flying sword." "I left in a hurry and took the wrong item from my daughter." The Wine Sword Immortal scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I was just about to find her to get my gourd back." "Then you should be entering the city by land." The rain-caped cultivator shook his head. "With a vehicle and credentials mismatch, fellow Taoist, you should definitely come with us." "Wine Sword Immortal." The little chaos at the checkpoint soon ended, and Yu Sheng and Erin simultaneously withdrew their eating melon gaze. "You guys are quite strict." Yu Sheng couldn't help but turn his head to the two immortals beside him as they continued flying towards Mo City. "I was thinking before how you deal with a situation where drinking and sword flying are prohibited if someone like the Wine Sword Immortal shows up. Turns out, the Wine Sword Immortal needs a certificate here too." "Of course they need a certificate. Master Yuan Hao, who was floating in the air on a chainsaw sword, laughed when he heard this. Otherwise, some alcohol-loving cultivators would be drunkenly sword-flying all over the place. When they encounter a check, they would just claim to be wine sword immortals. Wouldn't that be a mess? Shu Wenqi chimed in from the other side. Exactly, the so-called Tao comes in thousands of ways, and everything in the world can become a path. The wine sword immortal is an ancient and orthodox tradition, but honestly speaking, walking this path isn't easy. It requires high understanding, suitable temperament, some luck with the red dust tribulation, and finally a good body. Yu Sheng was stunned. A good body. Shu Wenqi nodded. Yes, otherwise it's easy to drink yourself to death before even reaching foundation establishment. And after foundation establishment, it's not a problem. After foundation establishment, you could still drink yourself to death, but usually you have time to use pills to bring you back, Shu Wenqi said earnestly. Our Qianfeng Ling Mountain specialty wine god powder treats such cases. We collaborate long-term with various immortal brew workshops. They sell wine, we sell medicine, and all cultivators who use wine as a path are our customers. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded. Is this reasonable? I mean, isn't the wine sword immortal supposed to be the type who is free-spirited and cultivates naturally after experiencing the trials of the mortal world? Like those enlightened experts who see through the world. How could it become like this with you guys? He couldn't organize his words to delicately express the confusion in his heart at that moment, but evidently Master Yuan Hao understood his meaning. The aged and handsome man merely smiled slightly and spoke calmly. That's right, the first one is. Yu Sheng. Once the first one has realized this Tao, with their life from the second one onwards it isn't the same. Master Yuan Hao gently shook his head, as if in reflection but with a sense of calm detachment. The Tao is profound and mysterious. Realization relies heavily on chance, but cultivation can be replicated. What you're talking about are the primal, rustic pastoral times, but the pastoral times of our Taixufeiyu civilization circle ended thousands of years ago. Yu Sheng said nothing. He just raised his head thoughtfully, gazing at the extraterrestrial scenery before him in the pouring rain. Spirit Ore Refining Tower, built 1,000 years ago, soared into the clouds, and the vast, illuminated city sprawled across the land. There was an immortal boat marked with the Star Express descending from the clouds, laden with alien crafts from the Algerd star domain. In the misty illusions above the city projected views of immortal mountain and auspicious clouds, a tourism promotional video released from the distant capital planet. Yu Sheng felt a sense of melancholy rising in his heart, yet he didn't know what he was sentimental about. They landed in that great city. Various-sized immortal boat platforms were constructed among the towering buildings. Hu Li randomly chose one to descend to, and on the way from the immortal boat platform to the district, he got his mouth full of advertisement flyers. There were promotions for hotels, duty-free shops, supermarket sales, and even one dedicated to fur care and maintenance for immortal beasts. The last one was distributed by a young girl who was startled to see a dumbfounded nine-tailed silver fox descending from the high platform. She bravely approached Hu Li and handed him a flyer. It proclaimed a new tail care promotion in the store, with only one tail's price charged regardless of how many tails a customer had. Hu Li wanted to go immediately upon hearing this. Luckily, Yu Sheng managed to dissuade him. After all, it's hard for small businesses to survive, and a silly fox with thousands of tails over there might cause the shop to go bankrupt immediately. This really isn't the same style as Qianfeng Ling Mountain. From the artistic style to the atmosphere, it's completely different. Standing on the streets of Mo City, Yu Sheng couldn't help but remark as he looked at the traffic-filled street in the rain and the distant hazy skyscrapers. Without considering certain architectural details, style, this place even makes me think of Boundary City, where near the parking lot, there's always someone handing out flyers. If you insist, a place like the sect headquarters of Qianfeng Ling Mountain is special. Master Yuan Hao smiled and shook his head. Gathered there are all cultivators, and even in the Enlightenment Hall they are all initiated cultivators. But in Feiyu Star Domain, more are those who have only undergone basic cultivation and have weak mana, ordinary people. Although by outside standards, even our ordinary people are somewhat extraordinary. Ultimately, the cities they populate are different from Immortal Mountain. Where to next? Savior, I'm hungry, Hu Li muttered, his speech indistinct with his mouth full of flyers. Master has already arranged accommodation for us, Shu Wenqi immediately said. It's near the city center, there's also food there. Hu Li immediately tilted his head back and swallowed the stack of flyers in his mouth, chewing and swallowing happily. Great, let's go eat first. Chapter 393. Portable number 66, Wudong Road. Chapter 393. Chapter 393, Portable number 66, Wudong Road. In the center of Shuji, inside a hotel suite belonging to the direct assets of Qianfeng Ling Mountain, Yu Sheng's gaze was fixed through the window, staring at the exotic landscape outside. The rain kept falling, the clouds blurring the distinction between day and night. Although the sun was shining on the thick clouds over Shuji when Hu Li landed, the city under the endless rain still seemed to be shrouded in the night. Countless lights illuminated the city in the rain, where neon flashes between towering buildings and many massive illusion projections floated. At the end of the rain curtain, those magnificent ancient refining towers stood outside the city like strange peaks, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, reflecting traces of former glory in their outlines. Hu Li was enjoying herself next to him, with a table full of various local dishes that were hard to decipher in front of her, which evidently held far more attraction for her than the alien scenery outside the window. Zheng Zhai, on the other hand, sat somewhat awkwardly across, feeling a bit at a loss with the food on the table. Almost before each bite, he had to confirm with Chuan Qi next to him. The main points of confirmation were, what is this thing? Is it edible by humans? Won't it suddenly jump up and hit someone? Yu Sheng felt it was a great pity that he hadn't let his nephew witness Hu Li's stew. If he had seen that stuff, his acceptance of all kinds of strange and odd foods would surely be extremely high in the future, let alone the specialty dishes of this border planet. He might even accept being hit by the food on the table before every meal. Aaron sat cross-legged on the windowsill with Yu Sheng, watching the scenery outside. The little puppet's eyes were wide open, full of a traveling spirit looking happy with everything. As always, Luna quietly stood behind Yu Sheng. She seemed to focus on nothing, the restaurant's lights and the rain outside reflecting gently on her cool metal shell. Where do we start? Yu Sheng broke the silence, turning to look at Master Yuan Hao, who sat with Chuan Qi. Do you have any ideas? 2 lines, Master Yuan Hao nodded. First, Chuan Qi has contacted Mo City's city lord, and as the envoy of Qianfeng Ling Mountain, he can request Mo City to cooperate with the investigation, formally checking the situation of cultivators in the city in recent years to see if there are traces of those black-clothed cultivators. Second, while Chuan Qi deals with the Mo City's officials, we will move around various places in the city. I used divine sense to scan the city upon arrival. There are several areas that aren't quite right, with stagnant spiritual energy. We need to verify them. Yu Sheng listened, nodding lightly. Then he turned his gaze away and glanced around. This is the temporary residence, arranged by Qianfeng Ling Mountain for their group in the area, considerably comfortable and spacious, with a fusion of future and immortal realms' exotic charm. In this hotel called Immortal Gathering Continent, it should be a top-notch suite. However, after hesitating for a moment, Yu Sheng got up and walked to a door leading to a certain bedroom, lifted his hand, and patted the door frame, seemingly checking something. Master Yuan Hao watched with curiosity. What are you doing? Being away from home is ultimately not as comfortable as being at home, nor as convenient, Yu Sheng said casually, then turned to look at the little puppet on the windowsill. I have an idea. All right, you have an idea again. Got it. The little puppet immediately drew out her tone, seemingly accustomed to it, got down from the windowsill slowly, strolling to Yu Sheng's side and looking up. I'm telling you, this is the hotel stuff. Messing about could cost you money. Then she saw Yu Sheng digging into his pocket, pulling out a palm-sized cardboard. The card had a pre-drawn alchemy array for the spirit injection ceremony, using suspiciously dark red paint. The logo for the travel agency was drawn in the center, originally intended to be a fox head, but ended up as a triangle due to someone's poor skills. Aaron's face was full of confusion. I call this the portable number 66 Wudong Road, Yu Sheng said seriously. Its basic principle is splitting the process I previously used for those fixed teleportation gates. First the spirit injection and value assignment, then pack it up, waiting to find a proper door as the carrier before executing the door opening. Simple process, convenient use, very reasonable. Aaron was dumbfounded. This is really possible. I think it's possible, Yu Sheng thought for a moment. I've tried it once at home before. I connected the nightstand in the bedroom to the fridge downstairs with it, and it worked well at that time. What a pre-made door you have. The little puppet couldn't hold back anymore, filled with a sense of incongruity and a desire to retort, pointing at the card in Yu Sheng's hand. Hey man, I don't mind your inventing stuff, but doesn't this thing look a bit low-end? What do you mean low-end? This is my meticulously crafted high-end tool, the pinnacle of alchemy, understood. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng glared immediately, saying while starting to peel off the non-stick backing on the card, "And see, it even comes with back adhesive. I made a special trip to Boundary City a few days ago to buy it. Ah, it's pretty hard to peel off." "Stop, stop, stop, don't peel it anymore. It's almost torn, don't you see?" Erin quickly waved her hand and then climbed up along Yu Sheng's trousers. "It's better to give it to me, your hands are too clumsy." With that, she snatched the pre-made door card from Yu Sheng's hand. Despite her tiny hands being only the size of bottle caps, the little puppet quickly had the back glue peeled off in a few swift moves. Then she held the card up and asked, "What's next?" "Stick it on the door." "Oh, yes." Erin twisted around and stuck the card to the door, then tapped it a few times. "Is this it?" "Then you'll need to activate it, just like the last step of the spirit injection ceremony, establishing a connection between the array and the spirit injection target," Yu Sheng explained earnestly. "And this step requires fresh blood, Lu." As soon as the syllables Luna slipped out, the artificial saintess standing by the window floated over in a flash, ghostly as a shadow, appearing beside him in an instant. Then her hand rose and fell with a blade. Yu Sheng's hand was bleeding, and he blinked his eyes, staring at the iron puppet standing before him. The latter stared back dumbfounded, and after a moment she nodded slowly. "It's done." "Yu Sheng, thanks." While speaking, he turned around, took advantage of the wound's unhealed state to quickly smear the blood on the card, speaking seriously in a muttering chant. The onlookers found it immensely mysterious, yet Erin sitting on his shoulder could tell it was a multiplication table. Evidently, this spell-casting technique had been recently learned at Qianfeng Ling Mountain. The next moment the blood smeared on the paper was silently absorbed. The paper seemed to suddenly come to life, transforming into a rapidly growing, living skin. It began to writhe, its edges spreading like a living creature, proliferating, countless tiny branches burrowing into the door, breathing life into this new medium. The spirit injection array had been prepped. The blood of the door's master, the target-centric will, and the will-executing medium all were in place. Thus the door came into effect. A phantom-like, deep heartbeat echoed from the seemingly ordinary door. Yu Sheng gently exhaled, casually pushing open the door without deploying any extra door-opening power. On the other side was the living room of number 66 Wudang Road. "Just to be safe, I have to ask." Erin blinked, unfazed by these outrageous happenings, but couldn't help confirming. "You didn't really bring number 66 Wudang Road here again, did you?" No, Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand. "Though it's called a portable number 66 Wudang Road, it's actually just the door moved here. The house itself is still a cloud viewing platform. Yet the effect is the same. Open the door and you're home." "That's better," Erin sighed in relief. "Not that outrageous." Meanwhile, Xuan Qi and Master Yuan Hao were left speechless, nearly in unison. "This is considered not outrageous." As soon as the words fell, Xuan Qi turned to Zhang Zhai, closest to him. "Is Mr. Yu always like this?" "I wouldn't know." The nephew appeared bewildered. "I haven't known him for long." Instinctively, Xuan Qi looked across the table at the nine-tailed demon fox, only to find Hu Li hadn't lifted her head once, while the plates beside her stacked ever higher. She hadn't noticed at all the happenings around her. Soon enough, the demon fox girl seemed to sense something, lifting her head to see the door beside Yu Sheng leading home, to which she immediately smiled, stood up to walk through the door, retrieved 2 buns from the fridge at number 66 Wudang Road, returned to Shuji's side, and tore them apart to dip in the plate's soup. The entire process was fluid as a stream, without a hint of confusion or hesitation, as if her world was meant to operate this way, or perhaps the world's savior crafted for her indeed worked like this. Xuan Qi and Master Yuan Hao. Meanwhile, at the edge of Mo City, deep within an abandoned industrial zone near the ancient refining tower. Dozens of masked, black-clothed cultivators gathered inside a spiritual ore melting factory, busy around a newly arranged array on the ground. The array was engraved on the ground, countless illusory gaps floated above, each filled with nebulous light and shadow, seemingly harboring myriad bizarre illusions, remote times and spaces. Currently, all gaps flickered uncertainly, as if about to sever their connection to the opposing time-space. A vague elder figure hovered above the many illusions, his blurred shadow uniquely clear at the eyes, filled with overwhelming pressure as he gazed at the bustling black-clothed cultivators below. "Quickly investigate the circumstances just now," the elder suddenly spoke, voice ethereal and indistinct, as if separated from reality by a thick veil, All 22 array sites on the planet simultaneously disrupted. This can't be simple Earth veins disturbance. It must be a covert grandmaster at work. You all mustn't be careless. The black-clothed cultivators immediately responded in unison. Yes, Lord. Chapter 394, Shadow in the Rain Curtain. Chapter 394. Chapter 394, Shadow in the Rain Curtain. Shujimo City, a few figures hurriedly passed through the rain. Under the advanced preparations of Feng Ling Mountain, after a brief rest in the hotel, Yu Sheng and his group changed into attire that wouldn't attract much attention in this city. Zheng Zhai wore a coat with a dark color, styled like a straw raincoat but made from some advanced composite material, along with a hat with silver-gray patterns. This outfit was clearly suitable for Mo City's weather. The weak force field around the hat could completely block wind and rain, and the raincoat was lightweight and warm, shielding against the wet cold. Yu Sheng was dressed similarly to Zheng Zhai, but there was a bulge under his raincoat. Erin was clinging to his clothes like a koala, with only her head poking out from his embrace, looking as lazy as could be. Master Yuan Hao didn't change his style much. His cultivator attire originating from the capital planet was quite popular as a trend in this border city. He simply put away all decorations that could indicate his identity as from Feng Ling Mountain, and his simple, clean clothes made him look like an ordinary passerby, not taking into account his handsome face. Hu Li changed into an ethereal moon-white long dress, with pale blue flowing patterns on the hem and ornaments lightly swaying at her waist. She held a dark blue paper umbrella in her hand, walking obediently beside Yu Sheng. Half of her 9 tails were outside, getting soaked, and she'd vigorously shake them dry once full of water. In her other hand, which wasn't holding the umbrella, she grasped a chicken leg, biting it occasionally. Incidentally, she intentionally let her tails get wet, because shaking off the water is fun. Luna was the most unique among Yu Sheng's group. The characteristics of the artificial saintess were too conspicuous, including not only her perfect yet cold, pale face and metallic shell, but also her height of a full 2 meters. Considering that wearing local garb would make her stand out more, Feng Ling Mountain simply arranged for her a different style of attire. A black robe with silver-white starry patterns and religious starring decorations, along with the black veil she always wore, making her completely resemble a nun. According to Master Yuan Hao, this attire is akin to the Algredians, Star Maidens' garb. These are Algredian women known for listening to the stars and skilled in astrology. The border region where Shuji is located is very close to the Algredians' territory. 1 light-year away, there's a large star gate directly leading to the deep star domain of Algrid, so the city's people aren't unfamiliar with alien visitors of similar styles. Moreover, most star maidens are inherently mysterious, with many unique personal costume habits, so even if Luna revealed some non-human characteristics, as long as she wore this nun outfit, she wouldn't attract much amazement or attention from the locals. The rain was lighter than when everyone first landed, yet it still continuously fell from the sky. The fine raindrops near Luna were scattered by the invisible force field around her, forming a hazy, veil-like curtain beside her. Lifting her head behind this veil, she rapidly scanned the surroundings with multi-frequency radar. "Multiple high-energy units," she said slowly, "no hostility." "I also sensed it," Master Yuan Hao nodded. "Likely cultivators passing nearby. Though distant from the city center, this area is close to an ancient refining tower. It's rich in spiritual energy, an excellent place for cultivation." Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then turned to his nephew beside him. "Have you seen or felt anything?" Zheng Zhai adjusted his hat and shook his head. "No, it's quite normal here." Just as he finished speaking, Erin popped her head out from Yu Sheng's collar and said, "Can you tell what's normal and what's abnormal? Maybe you've already seen some bizarre things but haven't realized it." "Ah, well, most of the time it's distinguishable." Zheng Zhai felt a bit awkward but quickly explained. "From experience, those abnormal things definitely have obvious discord with the surrounding environment. It's actually discernible from the atmosphere." At that moment he suddenly froze, then sharply pointed across the street. "Wait, those 2 over there seem a bit off." Master Yuan Hao immediately looked over and then quickly pressed Zheng Zhai's hand down. "Don't be alarmed, Zhang Daoyu. Those are just kids dressed as characters from a show. I checked beforehand, there's a convention nearby." Erin was quite surprised. "You cultivators have such events here." Then her remark caused Master Yuan Hao to wonder instead. "Why not?" "So unseemly," the little puppet blurted out. "It doesn't match your ethereal image at all." Master Yuan Hao found it amusing. That's a stereotype. Gathering in unusual attire is an ancient tradition. Aaron, haven't you heard of god plays, shaman dances? Aaron had a puzzled face. Seeing this, Yu Sheng coughed twice and seamlessly improvised along with Master Yuan Hao's words. In terms of freedom of form, ancient people performing shamanistic rituals could be seen as the earliest conventions. The little puppet thought for a moment, then looked shocked. Is it really? This little thing is just too easy to deceive. Yu Sheng felt embarrassed to keep fooling her. Meanwhile, the group had already passed another intersection, and as they continued walking towards the outskirts of the city, the pedestrians nearby became noticeably fewer. Master Yuan Hao started frowning occasionally, as if carefully using his divine sense to perceive the changes in the surrounding aura. He also occasionally slowed his steps and looked towards the direction of the ancient refining tower standing in the rain, which appeared oppressively large at this distance. Something's odd, the old handsome fellow suddenly spoke, muttering to himself. Why is it gone again? Aaron poked her head out of Yu Sheng's embrace once more. What's gone? The concentration of spiritual energy and the stagnation in the ley lines that I sensed before, Master Yuan Hao said thoughtfully. Earlier, when we descended, I scanned the surface with my divine sense and indeed detected a few anomalies. Even not long ago, when we were on the immortal gathering continent, I could still sense these oddities in those directions, but now that we're close, that feeling is gone. Noticed us approaching and ran away, Aaron said offhandedly without thinking. What I sensed were changes in the ley lines and spiritual energy, not living creatures. How could the natural environment run away? Master Yuan Hao shook his head immediately. If anything, it must have been hidden. At this point, he paused and then said somewhat uncertainly, but for such changes to be concealed from my divine sense is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Yu Sheng remained silent, merely looking thoughtfully into the distance. The rain misted the air, and the spirit ore refining tower at the city's edge stretched into the base of the clouds. Two transportation tracks rising from Mo City's edge connected the ancient, majestic mechanical structure like thick veins. The lights flickered along the tracks and the tower, and all of it seemed hazy due to the rain curtain. Occasionally, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the looming giant tower's silhouette with oppressive presence, as though about to collapse, swaying precariously in the flashing light. The fox girl, who was vigorously shaking water off her tail, suddenly stopped, furrowing her brows in confusion before sniffing the air as if she smelled something. Savior, she tugged at Yu Sheng's sleeve. I smell blood. Blood. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng was instantly alert. Where? It's hard to tell with the rain, Hu Li said, while sniffing around in the air, her large silver-white fox ears twitching occasionally as if catching subtle sounds in the wind and rain. But it appeared suddenly just now. It shouldn't be far. Her words fell, and Master Yuan Hao immediately furrowed his brow, then raised his hand to make a gentle gesture in the air while speaking in a low voice. Serenity. A ripple, light as a breeze, suddenly spread from where his finger pointed in midair, and some invisible force instantly covered every inch of space around. Following that, a clear sound echoed in the air as the rain temporarily halted, suspended in midair like stasis in time and space. In the next second, he and Hu Li both raised their heads, pointing in a direction. Over there. Yu Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the old handsome guy's impressive feat because, during the brief pause in the rain, he felt something unusual, not the smell of blood, as he didn't have Hu Li's keen nose. What he felt was the loss of life force, an aura emanating from some powerful creature on the brink of death. The group immediately rushed towards the direction pointed out by Hu Li and Master Yuan Hao, heading to an area near the towering giant tower with dim lights, appearing desolate and forlorn. The temporarily halted rain resumed its fall, with distant, low thunder occasionally interrupting the veil of rain. The silhouettes of city buildings became obscured, blurred amidst the thunderous echoes and hazy rain curtain, as if all the buildings had turned into abstract outlines squeezed between light and shadow, transformed into a false background projected onto a spatial screen. For a few fleeting moments, buildings in the distance seemed to vanish into rugged, barren wilderness, returning to the planet's appearance before human development, untouched and undiscovered. Zheng Zhai struggled to keep up with the group of extraordinaries around him, but just when he was about to fall behind, Master Yuan Hao glanced back, and he immediately felt a gentle breeze enveloping him by his side. It felt like he was briefly airborne, easily catching up with the group. Amid this momentary ease, he looked ahead. The enormous ancient refining tower, standing at the city's periphery, had vanished. In its place was a pitch-black rift, like ultimate void, threatening to cleave the entire planet, spanning from sky to earth and piercing through the entire space. Chapter 395 Emergency Rescue. Chapter 395. Chapter 395 Emergency Rescue. At the moment they saw that giant rift, Zheng Zhai gasped in shock, while also not forgetting Yu Sheng's earlier reminder to report immediately if you see anything unusual. He shouted on the spot, "I see it. The tower ahead has a rift now, just like the one at Qianfeng Ling Mountain." However, before his words fell, that gigantic rift that reached the heavens suddenly disappeared from his view, and the terrifying and bizarre scene was like an abruptly ended dream realm. The group suddenly halted, and Yu Sheng turned to look at Zheng Zhai. "Another rift? How large? In what state?" Zheng Zhai also stopped, staring in shock at the distant silhouette of the refining tower shrouded in the rain. His expression suddenly turned uncertain. It suddenly disappeared again. It only appeared for a few seconds." A flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, and the intense light illuminated part of the majestic structure of the ancient refining tower. Yu Sheng instinctively turned to look at the tower, seeing it as a hazy silhouette in the rain. The part that was illuminated seemed to come alive, trembling in the dim light. And the next second, before he could think about the rift Zheng Zhai just saw and which suddenly disappeared, he smelled a strong scent of blood emanating nearby. Very close, very intense that even he could smell it. The group had completely left the city's last bustling area, entering the abandoned zones adjacent to the former mining facilities, and that scent came from a nearby cluster of old buildings. Yu Sheng, carrying Aaron in his arms, was at the forefront and first stepped into this maze-like place, a complex of buildings connected by numerous giant pipelines, conveyor cables, and mechanism tracks. Towering industrial structures encircled the mountain-like refining tower, and the once rumbling machinery now lay silently in the perpetual equatorial rain season. These pitch-black workshops and massive mechanical constructs were like gigantic skeletons, silently washed by rain and empty. Yu Sheng knew that buildings like these surrounded the refining tower near Mo City, serving as auxiliary facilities for the past mining operations, refining and processing procedures. But as mining projects gradually ceased, these large and complex aging factories were hard to dismantle or repurpose, so most of the city areas adjacent to the refining tower turned into Mo City's Rust Belt, except for a few transformed into tourist attractions. Aside from the periodically operated mechanism tools that come to check the structural stability of these city areas, these regions seemed completely forgotten by everyone. "Radar, there's a reaction," Luna whispered, and then suddenly bent over, opening a weapons compartment on her leg beneath her nun dress's hem, equipping her fingers with sharp blades. Hu Li's tail slowly rose behind her, and she looked toward a not-so-distant place, with a faint light flashing in her eyes. A cluster of fox fire flared around her, the ghostly flames spread along the paper oil umbrella in her hand, burning without harming the umbrella. It was as if it transformed into a flaming canopy, becoming more luminous in the rain curtain. Aaron crawled out of Yu Sheng's clothes and lay nervously on his shoulder, cautiously rubbing an electric light ball in her hands. The body she was using today was made of spiritual fox mysterious iron. Yu Sheng raised his head, noticing that the roof of a nearby workshop had collapsed as if it had been hit by something recently. They cautiously approached that workshop, and then suddenly, Hu Li's ears twitched. She heard a voice, tense and urgent, coming through the rain. "Uncle Grandpa, hang in there, don't sleep, don't fall asleep, the pill is about to take effect. Uncle Grandpa, you have turned back to your original form, hold on." Yu Sheng also heard it, and he quickly exchanged a glance with the demon fox girl before rapidly heading towards the direction of the voice. Rounding a wall that too had collapsed from an impact, he finally saw the source of the voice and the bloody scent. He saw a girl in a red dress kneeling in the rain, desperately trying to save her companion. The one she was trying to save was a giant demon fox, about half the size of Hu Li's original form, bearing 6 tails. But now the demon fox's straw-colored fur was drenched with blood, its breath weak, clearly in dire straits. Almost at the same moment, the girl in red also noticed Yu Sheng's group suddenly appearing nearby. Her body shuddered, and she looked up sharply. "Uncle Grandpa, someone's coming." Immediately, she noticed Hu Li standing beside Yu Sheng, her fox fire-laden paper oil umbrella in hand, the 9 tails behind her gently swaying. The girl in red paused, her nose twitching rapidly, her face showing surprise mixed with elation, as though she'd suddenly grabbed a lifeline. She quickly got up, stumbling and rushing over. "Silver Fox Immortal! It's me! We met once at Teiyu." Can you help my uncle Grandpa, he's... Before she could finish, Master Yuan Hao suddenly flashed over to the side of the weakened and transformed six-tailed demon fox, briskly saying, "Lass, don't panic, let me see." Simultaneously, Yu Sheng's gaze fell on the girl in red's back. He saw 5 golden fox tails. The tail, which should normally be very beautiful and lively, now obviously injured and soaked by rain, hung low and dispiritedly, looking pitiful. "Hey, silly fox!" Erin immediately looked up and glanced at Hu Li beside her, "Your distant relative." Hu Li didn't pay attention to the little puppet's words. She just walked up next to the girl in the red dress. After pondering for a few seconds, she moved closer to sniff the other's scent. The latter tensed all over in an instant, even her wet tail puffed up in the rain, and only then did Hu Li suddenly realize, "Oh, it's you." She came over and poked Yu Sheng's arm with her tail. "Savior, the jade-faced, golden-haired, 5-tailed fox that we encountered before on the immortal boat platform at Teiyu." "I know," Yu Sheng nodded. "I guessed it." He could only guess. After all, it was his first time seeing this local fox in human form, and he didn't have Hu Li's ability to recognize people by scent alone. While talking, Yu Sheng and the others had already arrived beside the unfamiliar demon fox lying on the ground, near death. At this moment, Master Yuan Hao was pressing his hand on the ladder, aiding in calming the injuries, while the girl in the red dress stood nervously beside Hu Li, full of worry. "What's your situation? Weren't you at Teiyu before? How did you end up here? How did he get injured? Were you attacked?" Yu Sheng asked a series of questions casually. My granduncle and I were guided by an immortal to come here seeking opportunities. But once we got here, my granduncle suddenly sensed something and said there was danger." The girl in the red dress quickly replied, speaking in rapid fire. "We wanted to run away quickly, but as soon as we set off, we fell into a bizarre place where we encountered a group of black-clad freaks and many magical creatures attacking us. We tried our best but couldn't beat them and couldn't find a way out. But later, somehow, those black-clad guys seemed to suddenly receive some command and withdrew completely, so my granduncle and I managed to escape, ending up here by accident." The 5-tailed demon fox before them rattled off a bunch of things as if spilling beans, the contents somewhat chaotic, uncertain whether it was because her mind was still a bit muddled or the events happened too abruptly. Yu Sheng listened in bafflement, subconsciously furrowing his brows. Guided by an immortal, seeking opportunities here. As he spoke, he raised his head, looking at the rain-soaked factories, pipelines, and that mountain-like refining tower, blinking his eyes. Seeking opportunities in the old industrial areas, abandoned mines at the border. He felt that something seemed off about the whole thing. However, the little puppet on his shoulder suddenly spoke up. "Hey, change the wording to heading to the border's ancient relics of spiritual veins, seeking remnants of ancient times. Doesn't that sound much more reasonable?" "Well, when you put it like that, it does sound much more reasonable." Yu Sheng stroked his chin, then abruptly realized. "Wait, how do you know this? Have you been immersed in novels lately?" Yeah, I'm using your account to read them." Erin nodded without hesitation, then looked at Master Yuan Hao, who was busy saving the injured. "Hey, how's the situation? Can he be saved?" "Normally, he can't be saved." Master Yuan Hao, without lifting his head, started with a fright, then shifted his tone. "But meeting me is his blessing. As long as he has the will to survive, I can keep his vitality intact. Though the conditions here are limited, I can only maintain his life force, truly saving him. Perhaps my junior needs to take action. He's a master in the medical path." "Then I'll open a portal now. You send him over," Yu Sheng quickly suggested. "Hold on, let me stabilize him a bit more." Master Yuan Hao waved his hand. "Right now his heart veins are completely broken. Moving him might kill him. Don't worry, it'll be fine in a moment." Master Yuan Hao's words were both alarming and casually understated, leaving the 5-tailed golden fox next to him gaping, but judging by the old handsome man's demeanor, he seemed pretty confident. Erin, laying on Yu Sheng's shoulder, curiously scrutinized the demon fox lying on the ground, not sure what she was pondering, and then suddenly came out with a line. "Hey, Yu Sheng, this fox looks a bit ugly." Cold sweat broke out on Yu Sheng's forehead. "Hey, that's impolite." "But really a bit ugly, much uglier than Silly Fox's original form. Face is square, head is also square." Cold sweat intensified on Yu Sheng's forehead. He glanced at the 6-tailed demon fox lying on the ground in a semi-comatose state, actually feeling a bit unable to hold back. There are many types of foxes. This kind is called the Tibetan fox. Chapter 396, Sudden Attack. Chapter 396, Sudden Attack. Actually, Yu Sheng wasn't too sure if there was such a thing as a Tibetan fox in this world. But the gray tuncle of the red-dressed girl before him did indeed have a square head. If that head wasn't beaten into that shape, then this six-tailed fox demon would have to be a Tibetan fox turned spirit. Of course, now was not the time to dwell on such details. With Master Yuan Hao personally taking action, the Tibetan fox that had initially been more dead than alive on the ground finally began to stabilize gradually. However, just when the situation seemed to be improving, a strange noise, akin to glass being crushed under pressure, suddenly came from some unknown direction, sounding especially piercing in the rain. Hu Li was the first to hear the eerie sound, her ears twitching instantaneously. She turned her head to look at the area above a nearby building, her golden-red eyes flashing with a sharp, eerie light under the umbrella. And a low, threatening growl emanated from her throat, just as countless ghostly fox fires spread through the air around her in the blink of an eye. At almost the exact same moment, Luna also suddenly stepped forward, her fingertip blade slicing lightly through the rain, radiating a cold gleam. Radar has a reaction. The next second, a crackling sound echoed continuously, and Yu Sheng saw peculiar rifts appear in the sky several hundred meters away, the fine lines spreading rapidly downward like a mirror shattering in the rain, and one illusory figure after another emerged between those rifts, quickly becoming clear as the space rift opened. "Oh my God, people are coming through!" Aaron suddenly exclaimed, turning and shouting at Master Yuan Hao, who was in the midst of rescuing someone. "Can you pause for a second over there, damn it?" Yu Sheng almost spat out. "Listen to yourself, is that even human speech?" Master Yuan Hao's face twitched slightly, but he at least knew Aaron's way of speaking, so he just quickly replied without lifting his head. "The injured is unable to move. Help me hold them off for a moment." Without a second word, Yu Sheng turned and headed towards the direction where the rifts were opening, while also pulling along his somewhat bewildered nephew beside him. "Stay close to Master Yuan Hao." The next second, he saw the region amidst the spreading rifts suddenly bulge, and with a piercing, tooth-grinding tearing sound, all the rifts shattered simultaneously, the entire space collapsing back as if being sucked inwards. Under the collapse, the surrounding rain curtain suddenly appeared with an odd transparent and false texture. Even the nearby buildings and the distant towering ancient refining tower became blurry and illusory, as if a barren land with jagged rocks was overlaying the outskirts of the city in that indistinct illusion. However, Yu Sheng had no time to ponder what this scene meant, as figure after figure burst forth from the collapsing space rift, darting straight towards them. Leading the charge were a group of evil path cultivators in black robes and wearing strange masks, followed closely by many fierce beasts, evidently monsters controlled by those black-clothed cultivators. "It's them," the red-dressed girl shouted instantly. "It was them who hurt my great uncle." As she spoke, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly tore through the sky, illuminating the rain curtain, and several strange demon beasts leaped down amidst this flash. Yu Sheng casually discarded the cumbersome bamboo hat, wielding a wolf-fang club in his right hand just retrieved from the basement, and in his left hand, he held Aaron reinforced steel, just picked up from the living room with another Aaron Xuanti cannon poised on his shoulder, striding directly forward. Black spider silk grew wildly in the rain. A winged demon beast, touched by the silk, stiffened momentarily in midair, only to have its head bashed back into its body with Yu Sheng's tetanus wand. And the next moment, several blinding rays shot through the sky. Aaron's cannon on Yu Sheng's shoulder eliminated another demon beast trying to sneak from the side, its body pierced and torn, falling as several pieces of charred remains. However, this loss seemed negligible to those black-clothed cultivators, as more demon beasts burst forth from the mid-air rifts, and then those black-clothed cultivators also silently descended, spiritual light flashing from various magical treasures, unleashing their killing moves. "Damn, starting a fight without saying a word," Aaron shouted from Yu Sheng's shoulder, warming up the heat ray. "Isn't it normal to exchange some trash talk or opening lines before fighting?" Before Yu Sheng could respond, the red-dressed girl loudly remarked from the side, "They didn't speak when they attacked us either. They came straight to kill without a word, which is why my great uncle and I were caught off guard and hurt." As she spoke, the jade-faced golden fox took 2 steps back swiftly, dodging a demon beast's pounce, and with a flick of her wrist, she drew out an iron flute gleaming with a cold light from who knows where, and the next second the flute began to play. The mournful flute sound echoed. Each lingering note seemed to grasp a person's meridians and organs tightly, and the falling rain curtain spread ripples visible to the naked eye, wherein the movements of all the demon beasts seemed to slow by a fraction, allowing the red-dressed girl to nimbly leap backward, the golden fox tail swaying gently, creating several real or illusory clone illusions within the ripples in the rain. Two demon beasts were bewildered by the flute sound and surrounding illusions, their actions dazed, and they were promptly slain on the spot by Luna. Aaron turned in surprise to look at the jade-faced golden fox, gracefully dancing in the rain with the iron flute, before then turning her head to see Hu Li setting fires everywhere. Oh wow! So this is how local foxes fight. Silly fox, just look at their style. Now look at yourself. Hu Li looked up at Aaron, and the girl in the red dress bared her teeth without saying anything, then turned around and directly launched 8 fox radish missiles. The 8 silver-white fox tails spewed blinding flames, and the shockwaves scattered the surrounding rain curtains, exploding amid the black-clothed cultivators commanding the beasts. The local cultivators had never seen such a display. The black-clothed crowd, silent for so long, finally cried out in surprise, hurriedly raising some protective spirit chi and life-saving magical treasures, but several with shallow cultivation levels were still blasted through their shields, unable to land before being engulfed by fireballs and burned to ashes. The sound of the flute in the rain stopped instantly. Yu Sheng heard a short, sharp noise from that direction, like someone blowing air through the wrong end. Then he looked back and saw the girl in the red dress coughing hard, eyes wide open, looking towards Hu Li, with her golden fox tail bristling like a sword tomb. Shocked local fox, JPG. Immortal, the girl in the red dress finally caught her breath after coughing fiercely, raised her hand to point at the clusters of fox fire left falling from the blasted tails, her whole fox self about to split. Your tail. Before she finished speaking, she saw Hu Li turn around with a buzz, and the 8 tails appeared behind her again. Moments later, with a series of advancing fiery explosions, 8 fox radish missiles traced dazzling arcs skyward. The sky was filled with the tails launched by the 9-tailed silver fox, interspersed with random high-energy lasers from some puppet flying chaotically. The girl in the red dress stood there dumbfounded, suddenly feeling like her centuries of cultivation had gone awry. She picked up the iron flute in her hand, but momentarily forgot how to play a tune, then hesitated for a few seconds, turning her head to look at the 5 golden fox tails behind her. After a moment of thought, she reached out to grasp one of the tails and yanked hard. It hurt so much on the spot that she grimaced and howled, tears streaming down her face. Yu Sheng was busy fighting at that moment and had no time to look back, nor did he know why the local fox in the red dress suddenly began to howl and dart around in the sky. His attention was completely focused on the black-clothed cultivators and the beasts they controlled, and as he fought, he sensed something was wrong. It seemed like there was always an elusive gaze, hiding behind the black-clothed cultivators and their beasts, watching this battlefield from a shadow where no one could perceive. A black-clothed cultivator attacked, and Yu Sheng reflexively raised the tetanus wand in his hand, but before he could strike, Luna, with ghostly steps, emerged beside the black-clothed cultivator. Her fingertip blade traced a graceful arc through the rain, piercing accurately into the neck of the black-clothed man. The feeling of being watched appeared once again. Yu Sheng subconsciously frowned and looked at Luna. Did you scan any hidden enemies? Luna hesitated, then slowly raised her head, gaze sweeping over the entire battlefield. Radar, no response. Hearing the artificial saintess's response, Yu Sheng did not relax at all, because he was sure that the feeling of being watched was not his imagination. Something was indeed hidden here. But it wasn't any conventional invisibility method, because if it were merely some stealth technique, it couldn't evade Luna's multi-frequency tracking radar and Master Yuan Hao's divine sense. Suddenly, Yu Sheng recalled the moment when those space rifts collapsed, remembering how the rifts expanded rapidly, making all the surrounding buildings appear illusory and transparent, as if that magnificent ancient refining tower had vanished in an instant. Moreover, there was a desolate, jagged rocky land covering the outskirts of the city. That scene was as if 2 spaces overlapped here. Yu Sheng's mind stirred, as if he had thought of something, and almost simultaneously, he heard Zheng Zhai's shout from behind, "Brother Yu." He immediately turned back to see his nephew, hiding beside Master Yuan Hao, raising his hand and pointing to a corner of the sky. "Someone's been watching you from that direction," Zheng Zhai casually said, "seems with ill intent." Yu Sheng. Chapter 397, Unexpected Enemy. Chapter 397, Unexpected Enemy. In that instant, Yu Sheng gained a deeper understanding of his nephew's gaze, though now was clearly not the time for pondering this. He suddenly turned his head towards where Zheng Zhai was pointing, seeing the curtain of rain in the dim sky, a streak of lightning tearing through it, seemingly striking the empty air. But he finally felt the source of that gaze. Hu Li, Yu Sheng swiftly put away his tetanus wand, turned and sprinted towards the distance, shouting loudly, "Send a tail." Just as he finished speaking, a bright flame suddenly burst forth, a silver-white fox tail howling from afar. Yu Sheng had Aaron mysterious iron on his shoulder and was holding some reinforced steel in his hand, deftly flipping onto the fox tail as soon as he reached it. And upon tugging the fur in his hand, he rode the foxfire-propelled tail flying into the sky, heading in the direction Zheng Zhai had pointed. A shocking thunder rolled across the sky, the pale electric light illuminating the dense curtain of rain. The clouds suddenly surged, seemingly ripening a powerful energy in the air. Yu Sheng clearly saw a layer of crackling electric light appear on his skin's surface. Then a bolt of lightning abruptly descended from the sky, splitting towards his back as if guided. Yet at this moment, a sapphire glow suddenly emerged around the foxtail. The protective spirit chi left by Hu Li on the tail fiercely clashed with the lightning, creating a startling explosion in midair. The deafening roar close at hand. But Yu Sheng paid it no mind at all, merely continuing to accelerate, charging into the sky like a cannonball amidst the torrential rain. More thunder brewed in the sky, electric light wandering like frantic silver snakes in the air. Yu Sheng seemed to feel a great bewilderment from the spreading currents and dense thunder, and almost simultaneously, he saw two beasts bursting from the clouds, flanking him from left and right, while a black-clothed cultivator wearing a bizarre mask flew with a sword drawn, its blade glinting coldly, seemingly etched with roaring wind and thunder. Its mighty power even turning the rain and wind around the cultivator into a massive whirlpool, the man borrowing wind's momentum, wind borrowing man's force, vowing to intercept and slay him there. The sky filled with thunder crashes, winds fierce, rain torrential, beasts roared, while amidst this grand spectacle, a brute with two puppets hanging from him was riding a fox-tail spewing propulsion flames, leaping across the sky. The jade-faced golden fox girl holding an iron-colored Xiao gaped at the scene, feeling her Taoist heart shaken alongside her worldview. Her murmurs carried through the wind and rain. "Great uncle, I seem to understand what you meant by a battle of gods now." In the collapse of the factory ruins, the giant Tibetan fox with 6 tails under the care of Master Yuan Hao finally struggled to open its eyes, and upon the first sight of the awe-inspiring scene in the sky, uttered, "Alas, my life is over," before its head drooped and it fainted again. But Yu Sheng was entirely oblivious to all that was happening on the ground. An inexplicable, near-death-like intense feeling tightly gripped his heart. He could almost smell the blood-stained stench emitted from the beasts' mouths, almost sense the icy killing intent released by the approaching black-clothed cultivator trying to intercept him. He could feel powerful energy gathering again in the air, could feel everything around endeavoring to kill him. He could even feel he might die at any moment. The overwhelming force wrapped within the omnipresent killing intent was enough to shatter his fragile flesh. Yet all this brought him boundless joy, extreme, long-awaited joy. Just like when he bit off a piece of flesh from the entity hunger. Black spider silk rapidly spread through the sky, entangling the charging beasts. The cold that could penetrate the soul seemed to freeze the beasts' minds, causing them to spasm and fall from the sky, before being blasted midair by 2 fox radish missiles from Hu Li. Dazzling scorching rays swept through the rain curtain. Aaron perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder, pointed forward at the black-clothed cultivator in midair, regardless of how agilely the latter dodged like a startled swan. Those bright beams containing formidable power continuously locked her movements, until a ray pierced the cultivator's chest and abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain, tumbling towards the ground. Yu Sheng placed Aaron's steel onto the fox-tail, telling her to sit firmly and hold on, while he rose in an exceptionally thrilling posture to stand on the tail, feet on the soft, fluffy fur causing some sway. Yet Yu Sheng beamed with joy, reaching out forward into the void. He felt he had touched something. A boundary, a barrier, an obstruction veiling between 2 dimensions. "I found it," Yu Sheng said happily, and then pushed forward with both hands as if pushing open a large door. A terrifying roar echoed through the air, as if the structure of space itself had been toppled by someone. Accompanying this deafening roar, a large portion of the sky suddenly displayed an eerie collapse, shattering like a mirror. In the collapsing and fragmented sky, a middle-aged man donned in a white robe with golden patterns, holding a large black leather book, stood tall amidst the storm, staring in shock at Yu Sheng, who had just shattered the space barrier barehanded. Yu Sheng also stared wide-eyed at this enemy, who had been hiding in an alternate dimension commanding the battlefield. The man wore a white robe with golden patterns that carried a religious aura, rather than the typical Taoist robe or long gown that cultivators wear. In his hand, he held a ritualistic black leather book, instead of some magic treasure or jade pendant. This middle-aged man's visage was stern, eyes deep-set, and his body emanated pure, violent thunders might rather than a cultivator's immortal spirit power. He stood there, countless tiny lightning bolts traveling across his skin and facial hair, his muscular form glowing amidst the storm and lightning, as though carved from stone. Like a demigod statue emerging from marble. After a brief moment of shock, this middle-aged man finally raised his finger toward Yu Sheng, his eyes filled with bright electric light, his facial hair flaring in the thunder. "What are you?" Yu Sheng snapped out of it and almost simultaneously raised his hand, pointing at a particularly prominent insignia on the man's robe. "Is it the TM Venerate Saints Monastery?" As soon as he spoke, he heard an explosive sound from the air. Without waiting to turn back, Yu Sheng saw a figure launch from the ground toward the sky, shredding a path through the dense rain curtain, a shadow revealing cold, shimmering blades. Luna charged directly out of the omnipresent shadows amidst the rain, with her nun's long dress swirling, the fingertip blade aiming straight for the hidden monastery priest floating in midair. But Yu Sheng noticed Luna avoiding the man's heart. Though she initially aimed for it, at the last moment, she painstakingly adjusted the angle of her blade. It seemed she wanted to capture him alive, or rather, she knew Yu Sheng wanted him alive. The artificial saintess's speed clearly surpassed human reaction limits. Her ghostly strike appeared unavoidable to Yu Sheng. Yet with such a sudden, cornerless attack, the middle-aged man in the white robe surprisingly reacted instantly, as if he sensed in advance before Luna even approached. His body twisted away at an odd angle, dodging the fingertip blade aimed at him, and then with a flash of lightning, numerous bolts appeared out of nowhere around him, striking down densely toward Luna. 12 illusory shadows emerged from the air, blocking the surrounding thunder from all directions, causing Luna's form to halt abruptly. She then unhesitatingly switched direction to charge again. However, her next strike still missed. The hidden monastery priest clad in the white robe was perpetually surrounded by tiny sparks of lightning. Every time Luna approached, it seemed he could predict her moves by sensing the electric field and avoid them ahead of time. Even Aaron's spider silk and scorching light beams were consecutively dodged by him. But just at this moment, this hidden monastery priest suddenly frowned. Soul attack. His gaze fell on Luna, a brief daze appearing in his eyes, but he quickly snapped out of it, innumerable bolts suddenly exploding, sealing off Luna's subsequent attack paths. He rapidly withdrew afterward, distancing himself from Luna and Yu Sheng. There were indeed reports earlier of an artificial saintess detaching from the cognitive network for unknown reasons. The hidden monastery priest fixedly stared at the artificial saintess, standing in midair, clad in a nun's long dress, then turned his gaze to Yu Sheng, his tone extraordinarily grave. "It seems a lot happened outside while I was busy working. I'm quite surprised, too. You guys really are like cockroaches, sneaking into every nook and cranny." Yu Sheng also stared intently at the middle-aged man opposite, his wariness heightened, despite the brief exchange. He had already sensed that this guy was tough to deal with, even far surpassing the sage he encountered last time on the Order Pillar. Moreover, the storm and thunder clearly were the opponent's domain, making Yu Sheng all the more tense. "What are you guys up to? How are you collaborating with the local cultivators?" But the priest opposite clearly had no intention of answering his questions honestly. No sooner had Yu Sheng spoken than he felt a dense tingling spreading across his skin again. Immediately, he saw countless lightning bolts brewing in the sky. Many black-clothed cultivators, initially besieging Hu Li, Yuan Hao, and others on the ground, seemed to have received orders, swiftly redirecting their assault toward them. The beasts driven by the black-clothed cultivators emitted dizzying roars amidst the storm, converging toward the sky in waves. Luna intended to continue confronting the hidden monastery priest, but had to first deal with the surrounding enemies. Hu Li's foxfire barrage swept across the sky, the bright fireballs interwoven like they were setting the rain curtain aflame. The white-robed priest summoned thunderbolt and lightning, making approach impossible. The chaotic battlefield was thrust into further turmoil, reaching a pinnacle of chaos. Chapter 398, Aaron full of energy. Chapter 398, Chapter 398, Aaron full of energy. Hu Li transformed into her original form, the gigantic nine-tailed demon fox howling as she soared into the sky, pouring fox fire in a barrage that almost tore the clouds apart. The explosions created by the foxtail missiles shook the low-hanging clouds. Luna's figure flashed and darted through the wind, rain, and thunder, slaying the grotesque and frenzied beasts. The shadows of the Night Order occasionally appeared among her illusions, seizing the opportunity to drag nearby isolated black-clothed cultivators into a battlefield of death and souls. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng and Aaron's attention remained focused on the shadowy cleric of the hidden monastery, wearing a white robe, whose face was grim and imposing. Aaron suddenly whispered into Yu Sheng's ear, "Hey, Yu Sheng, even after all this fighting, no reinforcements have shown up." Yu Sheng slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The sky still exhibited a strange state akin to a shattered mirror, collapsing in a bizarre manner. The structure of the space seemed misplaced, and within the area covered by the shattered and skewed canopy, everything appeared shadowy and overlapped. The buildings on the ground intermittently manifested in a ghostly, translucent form, and every time lightning flashed, the intense light seemed to pierce through everything on the surface, revealing a rugged, primordial landscape beneath the city. Under the influence of these peculiar phenomena, the sensation of dual realities overlapping grew stronger and more apparent. Simultaneously, Yu Sheng noticed that the white-robed cleric hadn't launched further attacks. Although he was on his home turf and outnumbered Yu Sheng, and with an out-of-control artificial saintess, nearby repeatedly provoking his nerves, he mostly kept a cautious distance from the battle's center, as if he could neither act recklessly nor move too far from where he stood. Yu Sheng recalled the moment when he discovered the hidden monastery's black giant tower. "Seems that push earlier wasn't enough. This guy is hiding something behind him," he chuckled softly to Aaron. "I need to get behind him, you find a way to hold him off." "All right," Aaron swiftly replied, "but this body of mine is running out of energy, so don't take too long." Yu Sheng nodded, saying no more, and suddenly propelled himself with the fox tail, obliquely soaring towards the direction behind the white-robed cleric. The cleric immediately reacted upon seeing Yu Sheng's movement, his expression changing as expected. He raised his hand with a wave, and thunder gathered once more, condensing above Yu Sheng's head. Yet at that moment, vast stretches of black silk thread suddenly appeared in the air around him, weaving into webs as if alive, spreading wildly and multiplying. A bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze the soul seeped from these webs, only to be pierced by several searing beams of light coursing through the darkness, sweeping across the sky. Thin electric arcs danced in the air, tracing the formation of the spider webs. The white-robed cleric discerned the danger of those threads and beams, compelled to abandon his control over the thunder temporarily, attempting to evade the webs, capture, and the beams' sweep in the limited space available. In that split second, Yu Sheng had already closed in beside him. In the next moment, Yu Sheng smiled, as things were exactly as he anticipated. The hidden monastery's cleric, though nimble in dodging the attacks, moved within a very restricted range, practically confined to maneuvering within a 100-meter space, not due to limited capability, but because he had to uphold the fractured mirror in the sky at that position, preventing the barrier from completely collapsing. "You dare!" The white-robed cleric roared in anger, finally dispelling the webs that nearly entwined him with a series of small lightning discharges. He then turned, raising his right hand high toward Yu Sheng, and dense lightning nearly instantly formed in the direction of his fingers, crashing down soon after. The protective spirit chi around the fox tail flickered again, clashing violently with the descending lightning, and finally depleted after a massive explosion. Yu Sheng quickly grabbed Aaron from his shoulder, placing her onto the fox tail as well. Then, unsteadily, he stood up, plunging forward through the air toward a hazy illusionary rift revealed in the rain curtain when lightning had flashed. In the next moment, he stretched his hands forward, seemingly grasping something in the air, and pulled hard in opposite directions. "Found you!" The horrific, piercing wails and the crash of barrier collapse echoed across this spatially disordered battlefield. The already fractured sky was almost immediately riddled with massive translucent cracks. Another rain-soaked wilderness swiftly replaced the edge of Mo City's buildings. Along with this time-space swapping-like uncanny scene, everyone witnessed the astonishing sight hidden within the other space. They saw the grand ancient refining tower vanish, replaced by an enormous black rift that seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth. The fissure extended upward, through the cloud layer, through the atmosphere, even reaching into space and pointing distantly at some direction in the starry expanse. The original buildings of Mo City transformed into a craggy wilderness, littered with gorges and fissures of varying sizes. Countless rivers of scintillating light surged through these ravines, flowing toward the sky, disappearing into a colossal machinery structure that stretched across the sky, resembling a track. A distant mountain peak was shattered, its fragments floating midair as if freed from gravity's grasp. Within that mountain, something seemed to be constructed, with immense man-made structures vaguely visible extending from the fractured ridge. But Yu Sheng didn't have the chance to see more details. Not far away, the white-robed cleric, upon witnessing the shocking scene where that rash brute literally tore the spatial barrier apart with his bare hands, became mortally frightened. He no longer cared about the re-emerging black webs around him, recklessly raising his hand with a sweep. Far more magnificent than before, thunder converged from all directions. Streams of lightning bypassed airborne demon beasts and black-clothed cultivators, surpassed Hu Li's hastily raised barrier and Luna's night illusion, and struck down instantly on Yu Sheng's head. Yu Sheng only had time to glance up, exclaiming "damn" in the blinding electric light. Then he exploded. The collapse of space suddenly halted, and the shattered sky almost instantly repaired itself. The next moment, spider silk entered his body, freezing his soul with chilling pain. The priest of the hidden monastery let out a muffled groan in midair, struggling to move his limbs. While trying urgently to break free from the silk's control, he lifted his head and looked at the fox tail still flying in the air not far away, with two eerie puppets perched on it. However, in the next second, he noticed that the two puppets showed no sign of sorrow or panic over their companion's death. In fact, the puppets were a bit panicked, but it was entirely over something else. "Oh my God, ah!" screamed the two errands while pulling their throats on the fox tail. "Yu Sheng, you didn't tell me how to control this thing, oh crap. Hu Li, how do you usually communicate with Yu Sheng through the tail? Oh crap, I want to go home." The out-of-control fox tail rampaged through the sky, flinging one of the tiny puppets off on the spot, reinforced steel, while the other clung tightly to a tuft of fur right in front of it, immediately finding itself face to face with the priest of the hidden monastery. The priest's expression shifted from bewilderment to fury, and then to a murderous intent. "You have disrupted the sage's plan, pay the price." The priest shouted angrily, and then pointed with his hand. A bolt of lightning struck down, blasting apart the fox tail beneath Erin, sending the tiny puppet flying into the air. In her tumbling, Erin instinctively raised a hand, pointing at the enemy not far away, only to find a few short sparks shooting out from her fingertips. "Oh crap, I'm out of power, Ignorant, the white-robed priest shouted again, lifting his hand in a gripping motion, and the surrounding wind and rain suddenly twisted and quivered. A formidable force crushed down from all directions, binding Erin tightly as she rolled in the air. "You all must die." The small puppet was restrained by an unknown force, emitting creaking sounds all over, and the next moment thunder erupted. Blinding lightning split the sky, striking Erin repeatedly as dense as a storm. Standing in midair, the white-robed priest summoned lightning upon the strange puppet standing a little over 1/2 meter tall, yet which filled him with immense eeriness and a sense of danger. Facing such a small enemy, he still struck with full force, without mercy, because a bizarre sense of danger and unease had been pounding in his heart since earlier, and it grew increasingly restless with the passage of time. When did this unease start? Was it when that uncanny human tore space apart barehanded, when his perfect concealment was easily seen through, or when these peculiar beings appeared out of nowhere at this place? Thunder roared, yet the unease that had persisted throughout the whole battle did not diminish in the slightest due to this merciless execution, but instead grew even stronger, finally reaching a level where alarms exploded in the priest's heart, causing him to stop abruptly. Something was wrong, the feel was off. He quickly dispersed the gathered thunder in the air and looked at the strange puppet, which theoretically should have been reduced to ashes by now. In that moment, he felt as if he saw the sun. Erin hovered there, a powerful electric field supporting her body, though she was only 66.6 centimeters tall, and streams of overflowing energy flowed around her. She had fully recharged. The white-robed priest looked on in shock and horror at this scene, feeling a sense of absurdity as if mercilessly mocked by fate. He seemed to understand something, but only had time to squeeze out a few words from his throat. "Who the hell are you?" The next second, Erin raised her hand. A searing torrent, thicker than the white-robed priest himself, tore the sky apart. Chapter 399, After the Chaos. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, After the Chaos. The terrifying energy swept through the sky, the dazzling beam like a flowing light river slicing through the rain curtain, even dispersing this eternal deluge over a considerable range. Where the beam went, the rain instantly evaporated, the clouds curled and quaked, the shockwave shattered the layers of clouds, even bringing a brief moment of sunlight to this sky. When the beam gradually receded, a long mist ray of sunshine penetrated the clouds, shining on the distant ancient refining tower. However, shortly after, the clouds gradually gathered, and the rain poured down once more. The surviving black-clothed cultivators sensed the terrifying energy gathering the moment Erin raised her hand, scattering like birds and beasts without delay. Hu Li and Luna couldn't even stop them. The remaining mystical beasts ran amok in the violent and turbulent energy aftershocks, then were swept away by the dense foxfire barrage. The jade-faced golden fox girl in a red dress looked up dumbfoundedly at the sky, speechless for a long time. Until the rain fell again, she suddenly reacted with a shiver, hugging her tail, trembling with fear. Zheng Zhai stood dazed for a long time, turning his head to look beside him. Just now the six-tailed Tibetan fox had woken up again, only to see Erin sweeping the sky clear with a blast cannon, and once more exclaimed, "My life is over," before fainting again. But this time Master Yuan Hao didn't pay attention to the fainted Tibetan fox. Instead, after getting up, he looked thoughtfully at the little puppet still floating in the sky with electric lights flashing all over, stroking his chin and pondering for a long time before muttering to himself, "What's the principle behind this?" Hu Li looked around, suddenly sniffed the air and quickly ran towards a corner of the battlefield, finding Erin reinforced steel, who had just been flung out from midair in a mud pit. It must be said that this body truly deserves to be made of reinforced steel, not only strong but also durable, falling from such a height without breaking apart, just looking a bit dizzy. "Are you okay?" Hu Li reached out and pulled the bedraggled little puppet out of the mud pit, then randomly wiped her face with his hand. "I saw you fall from the sky just now." Erin reinforced steel was dizzy and her eyes were half closed. After a while, she finally reestablished connection with her body, looking up at Hu Li. Falling, it almost killed me. Nearly fell to death." Meanwhile, another Erin, Pro Max Mysterious Iron Lightning Charge +++ Super Saturation / Pika Pika, also staggered down from the sky. She still retained a rather strong charge effect, all over her body with currents large and small. Even her voice carried an electric sound. So thrilling. Hu Li's hair and tail immediately stood up, seeing Erin's Pro Max that long list electrified appearance, quickly dropping a tail to the ground, eyes wide open. "Can your body overcharge like that?" "I just found out myself." Every time Erin spoke, sparks flew. "Just now I thought I was going to explode, but then I reacted and blew up the other guy instead. Damn." She suddenly slapped her forehead, looking annoyed as if just remembering something. "No survivors. I evaporated him with one blast." As she spoke, she quickly lifted her head, glancing at the sky where her blast cannon had swept through, muttering rapidly. "Oh no, oh no." Yu Sheng definitely wanted to catch him alive, and this member of the Venerate Saints Monastery appeared suddenly, and clearly isn't a regular cultist. If captured alive, who knows how much we could have learned. And I just blew him away. Footsteps were heard from nearby. Luna came over, glancing down at the chattering, golden, sparkling little puppet on the ground, slowly saying, "Erin, control power not good." "I was unfamiliar, okay?" Erin, a long list, immediately glared, her electrifying gaze fixed on Luna. "Also, you try if you're so capable, did you fight?" She paused, then hesitantly glanced at the sky again. "So, what do you guys think? Is it possible that the cultist from just now might still have some remnants left, and there's a chance to salvage him? Isn't the Venerate Saints Monastery known for their bioengineering? The higher the member, the harder to kill." "You silly fox, what's with that look in your eyes?" "I think you're talking nonsense," Hu Li commented seriously. "Does that make sense to you?" "If it's impossible, then it's impossible." Erin, a long list, muttered, catching a glimpse of Master Yuan Hao and Zheng Zhai walking over, shutting her mouth reluctantly. "Where did Yu Sheng go?" Master Yuan Hao was the first to speak, his expression exceptionally serious with a hint of puzzlement. "I just saw a lightning flash." He hesitated, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Because reason and experience plus the perception earlier told him, when that lightning flashed, Yu Sheng was likely struck down, even though that moment was very short. and even the naked eye couldn't capture the scene of his body breaking apart and disappearing, but the results seemed to be obvious. Moreover, his divine sense even perceived Yu Sheng's life force dissipating at that instant. Yet Aaron and the others seemed unaffected. This enormous and bizarre incident made Master Yuan Hao doubt his judgment for the first time in his life. Although he wasn't sure exactly what was going on, shouldn't he be more worried about Yu Sheng's situation at this moment? He frowned, taking another glance at Zheng Zhai beside him. It turned out that Zheng Zhai's expression looked a bit bewildered as well. At this moment, Aaron coughed lightly twice. As the second in command at the travel agency with the most experience in handling Yu Sheng's aftermath, she knew she had to step up and bluff. "Don't worry, he'll be back soon." The little puppet looked up and then glanced at Zheng Zhai again. "Don't ask too much, you'll find out later anyway." She then looked at Master Yuan Hao. "You too, in any case, you'll know nothing later." Neither of them could understand. But Aaron clearly had no intention to explain further, quickly changing the subject. "How's that fox with the square head earlier?" As soon as Aaron finished speaking, the girl in the red dress, who was carefully inching closer but dared not get too near, clutching a tail with a face full of anxiety, perked up her ears instantly. She quickly glanced at her granduncle and then nervously looked at Master Yuan Hao. "Its vitality is protected and won't die for now." Master Yuan Hao, though full of questions, seeing Aaron's obvious reluctance to explain further, temporarily put away his curiosity and nodded. "However, its heart meridian and divine sense are severely damaged. It still needs to be sent to Qianfeng Ling Mountain for treatment." Aaron waved her hand. "Okay, then we'll wait for Yu Sheng to come back and open a door to send the injured there. Let's go over and take a rest first." The group quickly returned to the collapsed abandoned factory. Master Yuan Hao set up a barrier on the factory to shield against wind and rain. Under the barrier, the severely injured six-tailed hidden fox's breathing had stabilized. Luna scanned the injured's vital signs, then stood in an unobtrusive corner, entering standby mode. Zheng Zhai took out his phone, pondering how to write today's work report, an incident this big undeniably needed to be reported to the Bureau. Aaron, reinforced steel, somewhat vainly brushed off her dress and hair, which had become muddy after falling into a pit, but couldn't get them clean. Finally, she just flung her hands in dejection, waiting for Yu Sheng to return and open a door to send her home for a shower. The girl in the red dress, jade-faced golden fox, stood a bit nervously beside the hidden fox, like a child waiting for an elder to ask questions, her face full of tension. In the wake of the perilous and bizarre battle just now, she was clearly more fearful in interacting with this group of strange people who appeared out of nowhere. Hu Li obviously noticed this. Being canine herself, she felt some kinship with the jade-faced golden fox girl in front of her, so she tried to speak to make her relax. "Don't be so tense. Being nervous all the time can cause fur to fall out." Yet as soon as the nine-tailed silver fox immortal spoke, the local fox opposite became visibly more nervous. Her state of clinging tightly to her tail made one worry she might pull it off. "Silly fox, maybe you should say less. You clearly scared her earlier when you launched your tail." Aaron, a whole bunch, chimed in, tapping Hu Li's tail playfully while sparks crackled around her, electrifying Hu Li and making her fur stand on end before she turned to the girl in the red dress with a chuckle. "By the way, what's your name? Things were so chaotic earlier I forgot to ask." I am Linglong." The jade-faced golden fox quickly lowered her head to answer, then added a few more sentences. "My granduncle is called Shang-An, and the two of us are originally from the Eight-Gate Star, but we've spent most of the last 100 years living at the Taixu Spirit Hub." Linglong swiftly recounted her basic circumstances, while Master Yuan Hao, upon hearing this, slightly raised an eyebrow. "You mentioned earlier that you were guided here by an immortal to seek opportunity, but it was not very clear then. Now that things have settled, tell me properly, what kind of immortal, and what guidance? Do you know what kind of opportunity you are seeking?" "Opportunity is just an opportunity." Linglong scratched her head, seeming a bit confused too. "My granduncle said it might be the Taoist technique secrets left by an ancient great power, but what form it takes can only be known when it's encountered. As for the immortal..." She paused here, recalling while speaking. "Neither I nor my granduncle have seen his appearance clearly, only heard his voice in an illusion saying his name is Yun Kingzi." The abandoned factory fell into instant silence. Chapter 400, Between the Rain Curtains. Chapter 400, Between the Rain Curtains. A local fox named Linglong said something that quieted everyone at the scene, even Master Yuan Hao, who's seen a lot in his life, was momentarily bewildered. After a while, Aaron unconsciously reached out and poked Hu Li's tail beside her, and the loud crack from between its fur broke the eerie silence. "Hey, don't zap me." Hu Li withdrew her tail while coming back to her senses. Usually she's the one shocking others with her static electricity, but this time she's the one getting shocked. Turned her head to stare into Linglong's eyes. "Did you say that Immortal's name is Yuan Kingzi just now?" "Yes, yeah." Linglong was startled by everyone's reaction, unsure of the situation, thinking she might have said something wrong. "That's what the voice said, my granduncle, and I heard it too." "Hold on, let's sort this out." Aaron quickly raised her hand to interrupt, showing a thoughtful expression as she spoke. "You mean you and your granduncle saw some illusions, heard a voice saying it was Yuan Kingzi, and told you there's opportunity here, then you both came, right? So, he didn't give any evidence. You just believed it like that." After the little puppet finished speaking, Master Yuan Hao nodded beside her. "Indeed, this situation makes us suspicious. What made you believe the words from the illusion? Additionally, under what conditions did you see these illusions?" Linglong looked a bit dazed and bewildered, seeming to suddenly have doubts during her recollection. Her words were particularly uncertain. "We suddenly saw illusions and heard voices one day, maybe a few days ago? Nope, I can't quite remember. I don't know why I believed it either. Now it seems quite strange, but at the time my granduncle and I went without hesitation. As she spoke, her expression became more disoriented and dazed, her mind clearly shaken. Master Yuan Hao immediately reacted upon seeing this, raising a finger. "Clear God." Though Master Yuan Hao's voice was soft, those two words seemed to carry supreme power, instantly injecting countless layers of mighty secret text spells into Linglong's mind. With a boom, an illusory blast sounded, and the jade-faced golden fox girl snapped out from her bewildered state, like the fog clouding her mind over these days was suddenly swept away. Her expression shifted several times, revealing a look of fear thereafter. Upon noticing the expression changes on the golden fox girl, Master Yuan Hao knew his judgment was correct. "You both were mentally contaminated by Yuan Kingzi's consciousness," he said in a deep voice. "Luckily it was discovered early, plus your granduncle realized the danger at a critical moment. Otherwise you both might have ended up like those black-clothed cultivators, becoming death warriors." Hearing this, Aaron's eyes widened. "Ah, you're saying those in black clothes are serving Yuan Kingzi because of this type of mental contamination?" "Hard to say all, but seeing it like this, at least part of them are," Master Yuan Hao said solemnly, before turning his gaze to the red-dressed girl. "Did you see Yuan Kingzi's illusions at Taixu's spirit hub?" "No, it was at Taiyu," Linglong quickly replied. "Not much difference. Taiyu is close to Taixu's spirit hub." Master Yuan Hao nodded, then continued. "The exact time, can't remember at all. Can't remember recalling now. The past few days have been a blur, though speaking and acting seems fine somehow. Not like experiencing firsthand." Linglong scratched below her ear, still trying to remember the events of the past few days. Then she suddenly pressed her lips together. "Ah, I think I remember something. Back then my granduncle and I were watching the news. I recall a message popping up saying Qianfeng Ling Mountain was temporarily sealing the mountain protection array due to large-scale mechanism malfunctions." Zheng Zhai, who had been silently listening, reacted first. "Ah, could it be when the demon suppression tower incident happened?" "Yes," Master Yuan Hao nodded, a look of understanding appearing in his expression. "With that, everything connects." Linglong blinked, seeming still a bit clueless about the situation. Master Yuan Hao proceeded to explain the occurrences in Taixu's spirit hub, Taiyu, and other places these days. Of course, he didn't mention the confidential details within the demon suppression tower, only some publicly shareable information. The more Linglong listened, the more surprised she became. Finally realizing something at the end, she looked in bewilderment at Master Yuan Hao. "Wait, who are you all?" "You finally thought to ask," Master Yuan Hao responded with a slight smile, raising a finger to point at himself. "Qianfeng Ling Mountain Yuan Hao." Linglong blinked, seemingly trying hard to remember who Yuan Hao is. After about half a minute, she suddenly remembered possibly, perhaps there was a sect leader in Qianfeng Ling Mountain. "Oh," the local fox clapped her hands in realization, then straightforwardly flipped her eyes shut. Aaron jumped up immediately. "Hey, the fox fainted." The scene instantly turned into chaos. Hu Li quickly reached out to support Linglong, who was about to collapse to the ground. Master Yuan Hao took out a spirit pill from his sleeve, brought from Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Aaron muttered, "What's the point of all this fuss?" and then directly leapt onto Linglong, crackling with electricity as she raised her hand. Then the jade-faced golden fox, who would have woken up with a slight jolt, was shocked into a deep coma. The scene became as lively as a construction site, filled with the lively atmosphere typical of the travel agency organization. Yet in the midst of this chaotic commotion, Luna stood quietly in the corner, like an elegant puppet statue watching the endless rain outside the old factory. No one knew what was being contemplated deep within her cold steel body, and after a while, she seemed to suddenly perceive something, raising her head to look in a certain direction in the sky. Yu Sheng surfaced from the chaotic darkness, and just as he was about to return to the present world, he opened his eyes. At the borderline between life and death, he saw a torrential rain pouring over the Soul Wilderness. A golden-haired girl in shining armor, leading her 12 knights, was standing in the rain waiting for him. "You even came to greet me." Yu Sheng smiled, his figure instantly solidifying, landing in the wilderness and walking towards Luna and her knight order. "Oh, the little runt is too noisy, making a fuss about everything. With you not around, no one can keep her in line. I figured I might as well come here and wait for you with the knights." Luna spoke quickly as soon as they met, crackling with energy. "I'm on standby outside. Erin knocked that local fox unconscious with electricity, and she herself was panicking, yelling wildly. No one dared to approach. Erin's discharging everywhere, even Hu Li yelped when he touched her." Stop, talk slower, I'm not used to it." Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand, normally accustomed to Luna's slow speech, managing 3 words in 10 seconds. He always struggled to adjust whenever he met her in this wilderness. "What do you mean by electrocuted the local fox unconscious? What's with discharging everywhere? What's the situation outside now? Also, what's with this heavy rain here? You know I died a bit suddenly this time." Luna pondered a bit, originally wanting to say Yu Sheng typically died rather suddenly, but recalling he had died twice at her hands, she refrained from speaking, instead clearing her throat awkwardly. The battle outside is over. That hidden monastery efficient is dead." Yu Sheng remained indifferent for a moment but was shocked. "What, dead? Such a tough guy. Did Master Yuan Hao take action?" Luna shrugged. "Erin killed him." Yu Sheng's expression froze. The situation was complicated. I didn't fully understand it. Anyway, after you suddenly died, she was hit by lightning too, struck for about half a minute. She just charged up," Luna recounted with a detached calmness born from adapting to the travel agency's rhythm. "Then she fired a beam about 2 meters in diameter at that hidden monastery efficient. It happened very suddenly. She didn't have time to hold back. No one reacted. And after it was over, the scene was very clean. We didn't find the enemy's body." Yu Sheng pondered. "Then do you think there's a possibility?" Before he could finish, Luna shook her head. "No." Yu Sheng was dumbfounded for 2 seconds, then sighed. "Looks like there's no survivors. Oh well, can't force it. Winning is ultimately a good thing since it was a rather troublesome enemy." Luna nodded, then raised her gaze, looking at the rain steadily falling on the wilderness. "The rain started falling just now when you died," she said. "I thought you might know what it's about." "Is that so?" Hearing Luna's words, Yu Sheng murmured to himself, then reached out, touching the raindrops falling from the sky, his expression thoughtful. The rain fell on his hand, bringing a momentary cool touch, yet leaving no pooled water behind. The grass in the wilderness swayed and bent in the rain, constantly getting wet but drying instantly, and beneath the grass, the gray-black soil showed no sign of turning muddy from the rain. This rain seemed like some kind of illusionary downpour transcending dimensions, yet it wasn't entirely an illusion. It interacted with the wilderness, but this interaction was limited and brief. Yu Sheng frowned. From the continually falling rain, he suddenly sensed a kind of information. "Is this part of Shuji?"